A comet can be seen traveling in the night starry sky, and underneath it is the scene of a congested highway. A red motorcycle can be seen traveling at a very high speed. A young man is riding a motorcycle. His black hair is aggressively thrown in the wind as he is not wearing a helmet or any protective gear for motorcycle riders. He hit all green lights as he was traveling along the congested highway. He seems to be extremely lucky, but he is upset. He's upset that he cannot fight with the superpower he has, which is luck. As he was speeding along the highway, he closed his eyes as he recalled the events from this morning. A huge audience is gathered on the grounds of the superhuman school. They are gathered there to watch the school's entrance examination. Up on the stage are the outstanding students who have passed the writing test. The superpowers of these students are going to be tested today. Each student on stage has a magic ball placed in front of them. The young man was among the outstanding students who were eagerly waiting to be tested. In the crowd, a black-haired beautiful girl is cheering on the young man. The host who greeted the students explained the guidelines of the test. There are 5 tiers of superpowers: white dust, blue spirit, violet soul, red royal, and sacred black. The school will only be recruiting those students whose at least blue spirit tier, and the lowest tier, white dust, will not be recruited. As the young man touched the ball in front of him, it glowed a bright white light signifying that he is a white dust. His eyes widened in disbelief, and as he looks at the other student, one has violet soul and the rest have blue spirit. A young man with blonde hair can be seen standing behind the black-haired beauty. He is laughing in the crowd and is mocking the young man, Minghee, saying that he is one of the few people who have white dust talent and how inconspicuous his superpower would be. Minghee was petrified due to shock and humiliation as the crowd joined in laughing and mocking him. The young blonde man then proceeds to add that Minghee has the gall to confess to the school beauty who is a violet soul. The black-haired beauty looked up at the stage with great worry in her eyes. Minghee's flashback ends as he opens his eyes, and a huge truck is about to hit him. He avoided the truck with ease and another car that was heading his way. Although he just had a near-death experience, he is still upset and called his power useless. A few moments later, he can now be seen traveling outside the city. He is going down the road with a huge thoracic spine skeleton, so huge that it is serving as a road arch. Minghee looked up and noticed the comet getting closer to where he was. It looked like one big comet at first glance, but as he took a good look at it, there were multiple comets following the biggest one. Minghee thought that even a bullet cannot hit him because of his luck, so a comet couldn't hit him when the Earth is so big. Just as he finished that thought, a bright light shone from behind him. Minghee looked back and his eyes widened when he saw the comet behind him. It was immediately followed by the rumbling sound. There was no time for Minghee to react. The earth shook, debris was flying everywhere, and a cloud of dust formed where the comet hit. As the dust and debris dispersed, Minghee can be seen lying on the ground. His body was at the center of the crater, indicating that he was the center of the impact, but his body was surprisingly intact. Suddenly, a bubble-like matter was floating and entered Minghee's chest. A game-like system suddenly popped up and Minghee's stats could be seen. His luck stats are incredibly high, and a system message shows that this is preventing the system from devouring him like a parasite. A silhouette of a gigantic woman who seems to be one with the system appeared in front of Minghee. Another system message showed a warning that an enemy was approaching, and the best option was to coexist with the host. The system entered Minghee's hippocampus to access his memories and identify him. Once the gigantic silhouette got the information that the host, Minghee, doesn't possess any combat ability, it bestowed him powers. Minghee's talent rating is now raised to Royal Red. The silhouette looked satisfied and thought that Minghee can probably fight now with his current level. Later, at the hospital, Minghee is lying on a bed with monitors and a ventilator attached to him. The doctor was talking to a blonde nurse about Minghee's condition. He said that Minghee's body is in fine condition, but he must have hit his head, which made him enter a coma that's lasts for quite some time. As the blonde nurse responded that she'll take care of Minghee, another nurse came into the room and called the doctor, Dr. Zhao. She said that Tianwen's group has sent a bottle of the monster's blood and he needs to come and examine it. Dr. Zhao and the nurses departed the room, leaving Minghee alone in it. A few days later, the black-haired beauty visited Minghee and she brought a bouquet of flowers with her. She looked at the unconscious Minghee with a worried look on her face. A month later, the young man with blonde hair, along with his friends, visited Minghee as well, but they looked at him with mockery in their eyes. They were talking about how Minghee was upset because he wanted to be superhuman and how he should have still paid attention to his safety even if he was in a bad mood. As they continued to talk, the blonde noticed a pink envelope in the bouquet of flowers placed at Minghee's bedside table. His friends were talking about how expensive Minghee's medical fees were, that his big sister took in a few more jobs, but the blonde paid them no mind. He grabbed the pink envelope and opened it to read its contents. His face was filled with rage as he read the message. It was the black-haired beauty, Lu Qian's letter, and she replied to Minghe's confession. Jealousy filled his eyes. The thought that Minghe's a disabled superhuman and that they're not even sure if he'll even wake up filled the blonde's mind as he looks at Minghe with contempt. He ripped the letter to shreds right there and then. A year passed and a cockroach-looking monster climbed out of a manhole. The monster was so huge that the concrete around the manhole got destroyed as it made its way out. The hospital's PA system buzzed, followed by the announcement that a large number of mutant monsters appeared in Nanchang, and all the staff are requested to leave immediately. Dr. Zhao, along with a few hospital staff, were startled. Nurses and patients began moving towards the exit, but the blonde-haired nurse who was taking care of Minghe ran in the opposite direction. Dr. Zhao saw the nurse and was worried. He was about to follow the nurse when the building shook and the staff around him convinced him to leave the building. The blonde-haired nurse was worried about the unconscious student. As she was running through the hallways, she thought that even if he wouldn't wake up, she couldn't just leave him there. As she proceeds to run towards Minghe's room, a silhouette of a monster with claws and a tongue full of saliva dangling from the ceiling can be seen from behind her. She hurriedly opened the door to Minghe's room and she saw his scowling face like he was in pain. She rushed towards him, immediately grabbed his hand, and tried to get him off the bed when something caught her attention. She saw her reflection from the window, with a massive cockroach standing behind her. She froze in place as the monster held her, started licking her face, and proceeded to admire how delicious she was. The hand she was holding unexpectedly moved and punched the monster behind her. Her eyes widened with surprise. The punch was so powerful that it looked like a shockwave. Minghe, now sitting in his bed, is giving a death glare while having an aura like mist surrounding his fists. Under the shimmering night sky, outside the hospital building, a swarm of cockroach monsters is crawling on its walls. Suddenly, a portion of a wall from the higher floor exploded and it was like something burst out from it. Inside, you can see a hole pierced through the 3 layers of walls and the night sky can now be seen from the inside. Minghe can be seen facing the direction of the wall, in a stance with his fist clenched. In front of him is the kneeling blonde nurse covering her head with her hands as if her life depends on it. Behind her was the cockroach monster with the upper half of its body gone. The remaining part of the monster collapsed on the floor with a loud thud. Minghe talked to the blonde nurse and reassured her that the monster is already dead. He reached out his hand to the blonde nurse and asked her if she could stand. Minghe thanked the blonde nurse, Miss Song, for taking care of him for such a long time. In return, Miss Song also thanked Minghe for saving her life and asked him when did he wake up. Minghe did not answer and shifted the topic by asking if he was in Nanchang Hospital, and why are there so many monsters there. Nurse Song answered that they were informed by the higher-ups that a polluted fluid went into the sewers of the city, infecting the parasites and causing mutation. Minghe asked about the other staff and the residents nearby. Miss Song answered that they were probably moving to a safe place, but Minghe was unconscious and she was afraid. She couldn't finish her sentence as the thought of Minghe being eaten by a monster vividly crossed her mind. Minghe smiled as he told Miss Song that she didn't leave him behind. Miss Song simply answered that she was just doing her job and proceeds to question how Minghe killed the mutant with just a punch when he was just a student. Minghe thought to himself that he had been practicing his fighting technique for a whole year, but he did not want to answer Miss Song's question. So, he avoided the question again by saying that they should hurry up, leave the place and go to safety with the others. The noise from the earlier fight has attracted more monsters and the hallway is now full of them. Minghe stepped into the hallway using the hole in the wall he created earlier, and told Miss Song to wait inside the room. As soon as he was out of the room, monsters immediately jumped to attack him. Minghe took a punching stance and eliminated all the cockroaches in the vicinity with a quick single punch. The cockroaches at the very end of the hallway were astonished by what they saw and were frozen in place. Minghe ran towards them and pierced through their bodies with punches. As Minghe punched the last cockroach, he heard Miss Song scream. He looked back and saw that a cockroach escaped his attacks by crawling through the ceiling and was now about to attack Miss Song. A bottle of sulfuric acid in a medical cart caught Minghe's attention. He ran and grabbed it and broke the bottle in his hands. Instead of the liquid falling towards the floor, it gathered in his fists. Miss Song has her eyes closed, and one hand covering her head as if she was accepting her fate to be eaten when Minghe punched the cockroach and called the move acid punch. Miss Song opened her eyes filled with tears and she witnessed the monster that was supposed to eat her was now melting in front of her. Minghe looked at his hand as he thought of the countless times he practiced the move in his brain. His fists are now glowing with a green color. Miss Song exclaimed in admiration and asked if his superpower had something to do with punching. Ming-hee did not answer Miss Song's question again and just said that he's still a student who failed the examination last year with a humble smile on his face. Miss Song retorted that the teachers must be blind because his powers can't even compare to some of the pyro rank superhumans. His smile turned into a sad expression as he then remembered the embarrassing memory of being ranked as white dust during the examination last year. Ming-hee asked Miss Song what was that fluid and how did the cockroaches become so scary. Miss Song just answered that not only cockroaches are in the city sewers. Ming-hee agreed and proceeded to ask Miss Song if there was any more sulfuric acid as it was quite useful. On the mountainside road where the sewers end in a river, a bus can be seen moving across a bridge where a gigantic shadow with huge glowing eyes was moving underneath it. As the bus was crossing the bridge, the concrete in front of them was blasted upward and rubble flew everywhere. The passengers inside the bus, including the driver, screamed and panicked as they saw the horde of cockroach monsters crawling up the bridge toward them. Dr. Zhao, who was inside the bus, was screaming at his phone calling for help. He stated that there were a lot of mutant organisms that appeared at Nanchang Bridge, and they need the assistance of superhumans. A cockroach broke through a window and was about to attack a lady sitting beside it when a loud bang was heard. A man wearing a cowboy outfit appeared and he was standing on the roof of the bus. He's wearing a badge that looks like it's meant for superhumans and was holding a rifle in each hand. Each rifle has smoke coming out of them, indicating that it was fired and killed the cockroach that is now slumped at the bus's window. He introduced himself as a pyro rank superhuman as he reassured the passengers inside the bus. He fired his rifles continuously as he yelled at the monsters, telling them to die. He yelled that it doesn't matter how many monsters come as his superpower is infinite bullets. A cockroach managed to slip from the onslaught of bullets and was about to bite his foot, but he jumped and twirled into the air while he continued to fire his rifles. He landed on the bus in a cool stance with one of his knees bent. He was startled, his expression changed, and his eyes widened as he felt a huge shadow looming above him. When he looked up, he was greeted by a giant rat monster. Its eyes were huge and glimmering and its claws raised and ready to attack. It bared its teeth and screeched, causing its saliva to be expelled into the air. A huge blow hit the bus, creating a huge hole in its roof. The passengers' faces were distorted with terror as they saw through the hole that the monster rat was munching on the superhuman's body as his badge fell into the bus. They cried for help in unison. In a forest near the hospital building, Miss Song and Ming-hee can be seen crouching behind a tree. Miss Song asked Ming-hee if any of those monsters followed them, and he told her that for now, nothing is following them. As they were about to leave, something caught Miss Song's attention. It was a burning bus located at the edge of the broken bridge. She was telling Ming-hee that it was probably the last bus that left the hospital, and everyone must be in danger when a handheld radio made a buzzing noise nearby, and it caught Ming-hee's attention. The voice on the other line announced that a large mutant rat appeared at Nanchang Bridge. Pyro rank twin gun had lost all vital signs, and no registered superhuman was nearby. Ming-hee picked up the radio and asked the person on the other line for all the information about the giant rat. The person answered that it was weak against fire and asked Ming-hee if he was a superhuman. Ming-hee answered that he was a high schooler who failed the entrance examination of the superhuman school. The voice on the other line panicked and warned Ming-hee sternly that he shouldn't be stupid because the giant rat was a general rank monster and all theories he learned about rats were useless. The voice tried to convince Ming-hee to hurry and seek shelter and not throw away his life. Ming-hee didn't take heed of the voice's warnings and was already walking towards the bridge, leaving the handheld radio behind. With a determined face, Ming-hee stated that the staff took care of him for a whole year when he was unconscious, so he can't just do nothing. The giant rat monster is now tilting the bus toward the edge of the bridge. The passengers inside are screaming as the huge eyes of the rat peek through the window at the back of the bus. Ming-hee and Miss Song were hiding in the bushes nearby as they observed the rat playing with its food. As Ming-hee tried to step out of hiding and told Miss Song to stay hidden, she tried to stop him and said that he might get killed. Ming-hee smiled and reasoned with her that when a patient is in danger, they, the staff, won't just stand and do nothing. He then jumped out of the bushes and lunged towards the giant rat, thinking that he won't know if he can't beat the monster if he won't try. The giant rat, who was biting the rear end of the bus, was knocked out of place and let go of the bus as Ming-hee swung his fist towards its face. As he's fighting the giant rat, he's thinking about how these animals got so big, and if he were to get hit, his bones would be broken to pieces and he would lose the ability to fight. The giant rat launched a bombardment of attacks. Roads and cars were destroyed and debris was flying everywhere. Ming-hee kept dodging those while thinking that rats are very agile and he can't let them touch him, not even once. Ming-hee ran towards the bunch of abandoned cars in the road to lead the giant rat away from the bus. The giant rat tried to bite Ming-hee but chomped down on a car instead. Ming-He saw this as a chance and gave the rat a powerful punch. The impact was so strong that it created a gust that looked like a shockwave. After the dust and rubble settled, the giant rat was revealed lying on the wrecked concrete road. As Ming-He saw the giant rat faint, he walked towards it recklessly, swinging his arms in the air to prepare for the final blow, but then he stopped in his tracks when he realized something. Cunning animals like rats tend to act dead. The giant rat opened its eyes in an instant and attacked Ming-He, but he was able to dodge, and it bit off a car in half instead. Ming-He ran through the cars as the giant rat chased him, plowing through the obstructions in its path, causing the cars around them to fly away. He is now in a pinch. The strength of his punches is not enough to kill the rat monster. A toppled-over car was leaking gas and it caught Ming-He's attention. He then started running toward cars and opening their gas tanks as he lures the giant rat's attack to hit the cars. This went on for a long time and the giant rat is now tired. It was drooling and panting as it glared at Ming-He, who is now holding a lighter from a distance, and was about to let the lighter go. Miss Song now went out of hiding in the bushes and rushed towards the bus to check on Dr. Lin Zhao and the others. Dr. Zhao was surprised and relieved that Miss Song was able to escape the hospital, as he was asking Miss Song if what he saw was right, that the superhuman that saved them was wearing the hospital uniform when they heard a loud boom. The cars around the area where Ming-He and the giant rat were fighting exploded. The area was in a blaze and terror is now evident on the giant rat's face. Ming-He's fist was standing in the middle of the fire and his fist is absorbing it. He swung with all his might and punched the giant rat with his burning fist and called that move Blazing Punch. His punch cleared up a path in front of him, but the path was scorching. The staff exclaimed with joy as they saw the giant rat was killed. Soon they realized that the person who saved them was wearing their hospital uniform. One of them even recognized him as a student who had been in a coma for a whole year. Miss Song then told the staff that his name was Ming-He, the student who was not recruited by the superhuman school. At the superhuman command station, a blonde-haired superhuman is talking to Lu Kaiyan through a communication device around her neck. She informed Lu Kaiyan that the general rank mutant monster has been killed. Lu Kaiyan, who stopped dashing and stood at a tree branch, was glad that the people there were saved. She wanted to know who killed the general rank mutant because she wanted to thank them in person. The blonde superhuman did not know who was the strong superhuman who rushed there, but she don't think it was that impolite student that she know. She then asked Lu Kaiyan if she had found the source of the pollution. There was a pause before Lu Kaiyan responded that there will be more mutant monsters in the future and all they can do now is evacuate everyone in Nanchang and seal all the polluted regions. At the rescue station, beside the guard who was watching over the gate, Miss Song is treating the bruises on Ming-He's hands. She praised how incredible Ming-He is and expressed that if it wasn't for him, they would have never made it out alive. As Ming-He looked down to hide his blushing face, a young woman with long black hair was causing a commotion. She was trying to enter the polluted area, but the guard stopped her. The guard reassured her that everyone had already been evacuated, but the girl did not listen, saying that her younger brother was in there and she must save him. She broke down and was pleading with the guard, telling them that he was pitiful, and that he was only a teenage boy but has been living in the hospital unconscious and hadn't woken up. As she was crying, telling the sob story of her younger brother, Ming-He, who was sitting one step away from the commotion, looked at the girl in a very funny way. The girl revealed that the name of her brother was Ming-He. She was sobbing as she told the guard that she couldn't believe that at such a young age, her brother would face such tragedy when he hadn't even held a woman's hand yet. She then composed herself, stared into space, and proclaimed that she'll definitely save him even if it costs her life, and if he was dead, she'll simply join him. Ming-He's mouth gape as he stares at his sister with disbelief and embarrassment. Ming-He stood up while looking at his sister sideways. His sister was dumbfounded for a moment and then jumped into his arms and hugged him when she came to it. She was ecstatic that Ming-He was awake as she was really worried about him, while he was shocked by his sister's reaction. As she was sobbing, Ming-He's expression turned sad as he reminisced about what his sister has gone through in the past year. She's been taking care of him and working many jobs to take care of his hospital bills. He hugged her back. He was apologetic that he scared her like that and thanked her for her hard work during the year. Later, in an old building apartment, Ming-He just woke up. He seems to have his hair cut and he's no longer at the hospital wearing hospital clothes. As he was saying it's been so long since he slept at his own house, he noticed the food and a letter from his sister on the table near his bed. The letter says that his sister went to work as the medical bills are not fully paid yet, so she won't be able to stay with him all the time and that he must stay home and recuperate. Ming-He didn't think that the hospitalization and patient care bills would be that high for just a year, even the fee for his haircut yesterday. He feels guilty that his sister is working 3 jobs just for him, and she even looks paler than him, who was the patient. He decided that he needed to find a way to make money to improve his sister's life. As Ming-He was having those thoughts as if right on cue, the television made an announcement about a reward being offered to anyone who has clues about the source of the polluted fluid. He immediately grabbed the TV and exclaimed, "That's it." They were also given rewards for killing the monsters in the area. He was bewildered that the matter hasn't been resolved yet and they were already giving that much money just for intel about the source of the pollution. He imagined that he wouldn't only be able to pay all the medical bills that he owes, but he could even afford a new home for them and could use the leftover money to buy lots of makeup and clothes for his sister. He started to think about where the source of the polluted fluid would be. He came up with the idea that he should be looking at Nanchang Hospital instead of the Nanchang district. He has to go inside to check. Even if he won't find any clues, he'll still be able to get money from killing the mutated monsters. That way, he gets rid of the monsters and gets rid of evil for the sake of the people, and he also gains some experience through actual combat. Ming-He came into the bounty hall. A receptionist greeted him and asked if he was there to post a bounty or if he was a superhuman. Ming-He responded that he was a superhuman. She continued to ask about his rank so she could give him a bounty mission of a level that fits his rank. Ming-He did not answer the question directly and asked the receptionist instead what rank he needs to be to kill some mutated cockroaches to gain some bounty rewards. The receptionist informed him that there won't be many conditions for that. He just needs to show them some basic superpower. They will also give him an intern superhuman badge. But if he really wants to get a rank for himself and become a Starlight rank superhuman, he will have to go through a much more complicated examination. Ming-He accepted the conditions and asked to be taken to the training venue. At the training venue, there are a lot of people individually facing robots. The receptionist asked Ming-He what kind of superpower he has. He told her it was his punch. She then took Ming-He towards one of the robots and explained to him that the robot will be used to test him and it was very sturdy so he can hit it with all his power. She explained that the robot will then give him a value on how strong his punches are. Ming-He looked at the screen placed on the face of the robot. The screen displayed that the limit is 0 to 1,200 and a massive number below the limit shows 800 kilograms. He was not sure if his punches could meet the 800 kilograms standard, so he just has to give it his all as his muscles are not fully recovered yet from being unconscious for a year. His face glared at the robot seriously, and he proceeded to change into a punching stance. He punched the robot with all his might and his fists were smoking. It startled all the people in the room, including the receptionist. They all looked in Ming-He's direction. The chest part of the robot was dislodged and dropped to the ground with a huge clang. The screen now displays 1,000 kilograms. Ming-He looked disappointed about the number as it was barely enough to reach the standard. The other testees shouted with disbelief at what nonsense Ming-He just said because he just broke the test record. The receptionist then explained that 800 kilograms was the score left behind by Iron Fist, who debuted not long ago, and he was the first one to beat that record. Ming-He coyly scratched the back of his head as he realized how he misunderstood the number that was displayed on the screen earlier. At the reception hall, the receptionist gave Ming-He a 1,000 yuan shopping card as a small prize for breaking the record. She explained that if he breaks some other records during a rank examination, he will receive more rewards. Ming-He asked her what kind of ranks they have here. The receptionist told him that they are currently handling Starlight, Moonglow, Sunblaze, and the Heaven Flare rank, and if he has one that is higher, he'll have to go somewhere else. Ming-He was thinking hard as he stared at the shopping card he just got. He then proceeded to smile and thought about the rumors he heard that you'll be able to buy a villa and an expensive car if you reach the Heaven Flare rank. Even if he wasn't sure if it was true or not, he was now determined. He just needs to focus on getting stronger and impressing everyone. Later, Ming-He arrived at the gathering place for the bounty. He didn't think that there would be so many people interested in the bounty. He was overwhelmed by the number of superhumans gathered and wondered if those people were waiting for their other members. Luo Kaikshuan, Moonglow rank, approached Ming-He. He asked him if he was alone and if he wanted to join the Crimson Eagles. He asked him back if they were all gathered there to find more group members. He told him that waiting for more members is their only reason since they're going to a dangerous place and officials don't allow ability users below Sunblaze rank to enter alone. He agreed to join, but he asked for his rank and told him to show his badge. Ming-He showed his badge and Luo Kaikshuan immediately saw he is Starlight rank intern. He told Ming-He that their group doesn't take rookies. It's suicidal for a Starlight intern to enter and advised Ming-He to go back and train some more. Ming-He pondered if no one will team up with him because of his low rank. Lin Yaoyu, a former classmate of Ming-He, noticed him. She asked her group members, who are also former classmates of Ming-He, to confirm if the person she saw is really him. Her group mates took a look and confirmed it was Ming-He. Zhu Zheng smirked as he talked about how the other group shunned Ming-He. Lin Yaoyu called Minghe. He noticed it was Lin Yaoyu and moved near her. She asked him when he was discharged and how she heard he was in a coma. He told her that it's been a while. Lu Xinghong asked Minghe why he would come there. He explained that he needs to earn some money quickly to pay for his medical bills, so he came to hunt those mutant monsters. Zhu Zheng mocked Minghe's weak physique and told him that he should be worrying about how not to become the mutant's dinner. Lin Yaoyu told Minghe that he should come with them since it's very dangerous inside, and he shouldn't take the risk with his non-combat ability. Zhu Zheng mocked Minghe further, pointing out that Minghe's ability is only luck and its only use is for the lottery. Lin Yaoyu stopped Zhu Zheng and told him that as Minghe's old classmates, they should help him overcome his struggles. Lin Yaoyu asked Minghe to join them and promised that they will protect him. I really don't have a choice since officials prohibit me from going alone. They're the same as ever, still looking down on me. But they've entered the Superhuman Institute for over a year now. They should have gotten a lot stronger. In their eyes, I'm still that poor, rejected person who was paralyzed for a year, Minghe thought to himself. Lu Xinghong expressed that they should just take it as if they were bringing a mascot since Minghe's ability is luck and maybe he'll bring them luck. Wang Xiaodan told everyone to just bring Minghe since they were once classmates. Lin Yaoyu agreed and added that classmates should help each other. She talked to Minghe and explained that the institute requires every student to participate once in an extracurricular activity, so they were discussing coming back in the summer to help deal with the pollution incident. Minghe asked Lin Yaoyu where Lu Kaiyan is and why she was not with the group. Zhu Zheng, who was walking ahead, turned his head and once again mocked Minghe for still thinking about Lu Kaiyan and told him that she is now a celebrity at the institute and would not work with old classmates of such low rank. Lin Yaoyu told Minghe that Lu Kaiyan is incredibly powerful. They couldn't catch up, and she heard that Lu Kaiyan returned to Lanyang City to assist the officials in finding the source of the pollution. She remembered that Minghe had perfect scores in humanities and asked Minghe's idea as to what the source of pollution is. While their group was walking, eyes glowed in the street sewer. Zhu Zheng talked again and stated that perfect scores are meaningless with zero combat ability, hence the reason why Minghe wasn't accepted into the institute. He then pointed out that they're hunting cockroaches and there's no way students like them can handle tasks like finding the source of pollution. Minghe pondered and remembered the report that there have been 3 forms of mutant monsters: mutant cockroaches, mutant maggots, and large mutant rats. He noticed that those are all parasites that live in sewers and speculated that a pollutant is most likely a form of fluid that accidentally got into the sewer system, which caused the area to become a mutant hotspot, producing large numbers of mutated organisms. He ranked the mutated and decided that the large mutant rats are more intimidating. Cockroaches aren't difficult to deal with, and he's thinking that mutant maggots shouldn't be as strong as mutated cockroaches and should be relatively easier to deal with. He was still lost in his thoughts when suddenly a big hand-like mass appeared. He realized that the mass was composed of mutated maggots. A wave of maggots appeared, along with cars and other things it passed by. Lin Yaoyu shouted that they should run. Minghe realized he overlooked the fact that maggots are underground parasites that live in groups and feed as a collective group. He shouted at every person they came across, telling them to run, that there are mutant maggots behind them. Zhu Zheng ridiculed Minghe for running and saying that there was nothing to be afraid of and the exact reason why they came there is to defeat mutants. But when he saw the huge wave of mutant maggots, he was shocked and started running fast. They all started to run in the direction of the building with reinforced glass doors. Minghe asked Wang Xiaodan where Lin Yaoyu is. Wang Xiaodan looked guilty before telling Minghe that Lin Yaoyu tripped. Minghe immediately turned around and asked Wang Xiaodan why she didn't help her and asked the group to help Lin Yaoyu. The whole group was confused and afraid at the same time. Minghe ran towards Lin Yaoyu. She was shouting, telling him not to come or he'll die. He told her that she was the one who said that classmates should help each other. He then noticed a fire hydrant near her and immediately reached for it. Water came out of the fire hydrant. The maggots were about to cover him when his fists closed, and the water swirled, blasting the maggots away. Minghe used an explosive wave punch. He couldn't kill the maggots, but he stopped the maggots from having their way. He asked Lin Yaoyu if she was alright while lending a hand. She was thinking about how strong he was and pondering if he is really Minghe while accepting his support. While leaning against Minghe's shoulders, Lin Yaoyu realized that he is actually handsome, and it's a pity that he already has Lu Kaiyan whom he likes. She was thankful that Minghe didn't leave her behind. Lin Yaoyu and Minghe entered the building together. They saw their group mates sitting on the floor. The group immediately got up and asked if Lin Yaoyu was alright. Zhu Zheng told her that they were about to save her, but Minghe was a step ahead of them and they didn't even realize she tripped. He was saying that he missed a chance to save a damsel in distress. Wang Xiaodan asked Minghe if the mutant maggots went back to the sewer. He told her to tend to Lin Yaoyu's wounds first since the mutant maggot's secretion may be corrosive, so it'll need some medicated ointment. Lin Yaoyu told them that she only has a small bruise and she doesn't think it'll affect her movement. Minghe was glad to hear her words. He then told the rest of the group to take care of her because he was going to inspect the building and prevent the mutant maggots from entering. Wang Xiaodan scolded Zhu Zhang and Lu Xinghong for not inspecting the building and told them that they were not as cautious as Minghe, who was rejected from the Superhuman Institute. Both men could only laugh in an awkward way. Minghe looked at the building's blueprint. He then entered the laboratory room, and the first thing he saw was a vivarium number 1, containing yellow butterflies. He continued to pass through different vivariums until he reached vivarium number 9. Its glass was broken and something was leaking from it. He read a text saying that insects from the 9th vivarium have been reported as lost as of December 30th, 2030. The scene has been protected and the case is awaiting investigation. He was relieved that the vivarium's contents were missing for half a year already. He wondered if the source of pollution could also cause the domesticated insects to mutate, but he dismissed the thought since mutant organisms are mainly coming from the sewers. He moved forward, but he didn't notice that he stepped on a piece of paper that seemed to introduce the species that was supposed to be inside vivarium number 9. In the paper, there's a picture of a centipede and a text saying, "Lion poo pattern centipedes are massive centipedes that originated from southern Peru. They're the largest predatory centipede species in the world and possess huge jaws and extremely long antennas." Minghe confirmed that the back door is locked. He thinks that the mutant maggots shouldn't be able to get in since there aren't any other exits and the sewer system is also closed off. He was shocked to see Dr. Zhao outside the building. He wondered why would Dr. Zhao walk around in that isolated area alone. He noticed that Dr. Zhao was heading towards a broken down building and thought Dr. Zhao lived there. He thinks that it's dangerous for Dr. Zhao to be alone since he's not superhuman. Minghe's phone suddenly rang. An unknown number was calling him. He answered the call and said hello. The person who called him was Nurse Song. She asked where he was and offered to join her for dinner to properly thank him for saving her life. Nurse Song told Minghe not to say no and to call her Big Sis. Her surname is Song and her name is Lan, so he can call her Sister Song or Sister Lan. Minghe told Nurse Song that he was in an isolated area right now. Nurse Song was shocked and immediately asked Minghe why he was there and the area should be completely closed off to people. She told Minghe that there are a lot of mutants in that area, not just the ones they'd encountered so far. Minghe explained that he wanted to earn money and lessen his sister's burden. Nurse Song asked if they were blood related. He told her they were not blood related, but they grew up together in the orphanage. Nurse Song realized that Minghe and his sister's bond is stronger than family ties. While communicating with Minghe, Nurse Song started to undress and took a shower. She wished she had a little brother like Minghe who's understanding and cute. She told Minghe that since he's working right now, they should just meet next time. She felt disappointed. She even specially dressed up. Minghe told Lan Song that he saw Dr. Zhao walking around the isolated area alone, which is extremely dangerous. She exclaimed, asking Minghe if he was sure it was Dr. Zhao, and why would Dr. Zhao be there. He explained that Dr. Zhao didn't see him and that perhaps the window is opaque from the outside. She, now done taking a shower and getting dressed, shared with Minghe that Dr. Zhao has been acting pretty weirdly for the past year. He used to be a diligent worker, but now leaves early and sometimes makes mistakes during operations. She further explained that Dr. Zhao seems lethargic, like he hasn't been sleeping at all, and one day, the headquarters sent a sample of a calamity beast's blood. They wanted Dr. Zhao to purify it, but he accidentally lost the blood. Minghe was shocked hearing about the calamity beast's blood and remembered his previous class lessons. His teacher was telling them that after the blood of special calamity beasts leaves the body and comes into contact with oxygen, it causes the air to mutate. The blood of some calamity beasts has an incubation period of up to 1 year. He wondered if that could be the cause of the mutation. He asked her when did Dr. Zhao lose the calamity beast's blood. She told him the blood was lost about a year ago and suddenly remembered that it was the day Minghe arrived at the hospital. He told her that the calamity beast's blood is most likely what caused the pollution, and the time matches perfectly the incubation period for mutation. Dr. Zhao probably lied and Minghe felt confident in his theories. He thinks he must be right. Dr. Zhao venturing into the isolated area himself made sense to Lan Song now. She thinks Dr. Zhao realized his mistakes and is going back to find the blood. He's probably afraid of being held accountable. Ming-He told Lan Song that it's dangerous since Dr. Zhao is not a superhuman and he's speculating that there must be highly mutated organisms near the pollution source. He told her that it was not a trivial matter. She should notify the officials about what happened and have them investigate the broken down building immediately. He thinks Dr. Zhao didn't realize the danger and he wants to stop him. She agreed to his plan. He then assured her that he'll only stop Dr. Zhao and won't go to the center of the pollution source. Ming-He went back to his group mates and informed them that the building is safe. All the doors have been sealed shut so the maggots won't be able to come in. He told them they can rest there but he needs to handle something. He will be back soon and immediately went outside. She asked Ming-He where he was going and told him it was dangerous outside going alone. But the door was already shut. Ming-He saw non-moving maggots all over the street and speculated that the mutated maggots won't be able to do anything for a while. He took a shortcut to stop Dr. Zhao immediately, but 3 cockroaches ambushed him in the alley. He beat the crap out of the cockroaches and immediately moved forward. He then found Dr. Zhao about to enter the building. He decided to hide and observe Dr. Zhao. And when Dr. Zhao entered the building, Ming-He followed. Inside the building, he was shocked to see a huge hole in the floor, and Dr. Zhao was nowhere to be seen. He saw a ladder that leads to the depth of the hole. He thinks Dr. Zhao went down. He jumped straight into the hole and wondered what Dr. Zhao came to do. He thinks it was not as simple as it looks. He landed in an area with pipelines around the walls. He saw Dr. Zhao enter the space where the Linyang water supply tank is located. The tank has a ladder attached to it and Dr. Zhao started climbing. He showed himself and asked Dr. Zhao what he was doing. Dr. Zhao was shocked to see Ming-He. Ming-He asked Dr. Zhao if he really purified the Calamity Beast's blood from a year ago. Dr. Zhao was shocked that Ming-He knew about that incident. Ming-He demanded from Dr. Zhao an answer. Dr. Zhao started shaking and admitted he made a grave mistake. At first, he didn't know. He didn't really mean to conceal the truth and told Ming-He that it was unintentional. He descended the ladder and came near Ming-He. He told Ming-He that he's a doctor, one who saves lives. He didn't know that his negligence would cause organisms to mutate, and he just came there to check if the water is polluted since the blood was lost around there. He emphasized that he wants to make amends. Ming-He told Dr. Zhao that he was not a superhuman and should have reported to the officials instead. Dr. Zhao fell to his knees and begged Ming-He to help him since he was superhuman and he saw how strong he was during the attack at the hospital. He explained that he might go to jail if the officials would find out and no one would take care of his family if that happens. Ming-He asked Dr. Zhao to calm down and told him that there was a limit to his ability and doing it would be no different from seeking death, allowing the mutation to continue spreading. Dr. Zhao agreed. Ming-He offered a hand and suggested that they should leave, report to the officials and have them handle everything. Dr. Zhao felt glad upon hearing Ming-He's words. He asked Ming-He if he hadn't told anyone yet. Ming-He confirmed that he hadn't, and told Dr. Zhao that it was best for him to explain everything to the officials himself. He asked Dr. Zhao if he really lost blood in that area and if it was the source of pollution. Dr. Zhao confirmed but admitted that he didn't lose it and told Ming-He that he's just a student, and there are many things that he can't understand. Ming-He thought to himself that something is fishy about Dr. Zhao, but he can't leave since he doesn't know what strange things Dr. Zhao will do there. He told Dr. Zhao that he doesn't understand what he was saying. Dr. Zhao started explaining. Cockroaches, maggots, and rats live in the shadow of the city, producing germs and transmitting diseases. They make people want to drive them to extinction. Ming-He agreed while wondering what Dr. Zhao was trying to say. Dr. Zhao asked him if he ever thought about humans reproducing recklessly, plundering recklessly, while endlessly creating industrial and chemical pollution. He explained further that humans have been continuously destroying the Earth's environment, to the point where trash is now sent to outer space, and what humans have been doing is no different from cockroaches, maggots, and rats. Ming-He agreed that the environment should be protected. Dr. Zhao preached that to the universe, the creation of life is actually wrong itself. There shouldn't be life. A universe without life is marvelous and serene, but once life appeared, it became the equivalent of bacteria intrusion in a healthy body. Humans are the king of germs, an existence comparable to cancer cells. The most notable feature of cancer cells is their ability to divide endlessly and uncontrollably, destroying any healthy cells. Humans reproduce every generation, and they never stop devastating the world. Humans even want to leave Earth to conquer the solar system. They covet the Milky Way. Wherever humans exist, there will never be beauty and peace. After preaching, Dr. Zhao asked Ming-He if there was any difference between cancer cells and humans. Ming-He answered Dr. Zhao's question by saying that he can't grasp the meaning behind his words since he's just a student, and Dr. Zhao's words are anti-human. Dr. Zhao explained to Minghe that if a human is sick, the immune system will eliminate the germs. He thinks that the universe is sick, and he's expecting that the universe will create something that will kill humans. He speculates that the calamities, beasts, disasters, and catastrophes are works of the universe's immune system to completely exterminate the human race. Minghe thinks that Dr. Zhao is acting very weird and has gone insane. He told Dr. Zhao that what he was talking about is beyond the scope of the topic. He pointed out that they're discussing how the source of pollution that induced organisms to mutate was caused by his mistake, and how that killed many people. Dr. Zhao took off his glasses. He claimed that he is a doctor. When people are sick, he treats them, and the same applies to the universe. He claims to be the doctor of the universe, and he will help the universe eradicate humans who have been proliferating and spreading like cancer cells. He rates cockroaches, rats, and maggots not as terrible as humans. Minghe was speechless. Dr. Zhao admitted that he created the source of pollution, which started as a simple experiment. He decided to kill the people in Lenyang City first, then everyone in other metropolitan areas. He thinks that the earth must be treated and humans should be annihilated. He planned on dealing with Minghe. He thanked him for being dumb and naive. He was happy that he'll be able to continue his plan to pollute the entire city. Minghe told Dr. Zhao that the southern suburb has been isolated and placed under lockdown, so the mutation source won't spread. Dr. Zhao laughed and asked Minghe if they could block the water supply pipes since all the water in the city passes through there. Through the water supply pipes, the mutation source will spread throughout the entire Lingyang city. The city needs tap water to wash groceries, shower, and clean the streets. All of that uses water from there. Then water will end up in the city's sewer, then all the maggots, cockroaches, and rats in the city will mutate. Minghe thinks that Dr. Zhao is atrocious and decided to go out. Dr. Zhao is not a superhuman and hence wouldn't be able to hold him back. He told Dr. Zhao that he doesn't understand what Dr. Zhao is saying. He then told Dr. Zhao to continue what he was doing before and that he'll be leaving now. Dr. Zhao was shocked that Minghe was not going to stop him. He thought that Minghe saved people at the hospital as an act of justice and wanted to be a hero who saves the city. As he was leaving, Minghe replied saying that he is the type that fears for his life. He's just trash that wasn't accepted into the Superhuman Institute and he's not qualified to be a hero. Dr. Zhao told Minghe that he is smart for not getting in his way, and revealed that he just needs to pour the blood into the tank and his plan will be complete. Even if the officials come, it will be too late. As Dr. Zhao was about to take the blood from his lab gown's pocket, he realized that the blood was gone. He remembered that Minghe touched his chest when they were talking. Dr. Zhao was enraged and transformed. He demanded Minghe to return the blood. Minghe pondered if Dr. Zhao's transformation is because of his ability, but immediately realized that Dr. Zhao experimented on himself for the mutation experiment as he saw something bulge in the doctor's right shoulder. Dr. Zhao reached for the bulge, ripped it from his shoulder, and threw it at Minghe. The mass from the doctor's shoulder turned into 4 small 4-legged beasts, with razor-sharp legs like a blade on one of their front legs. He was about to hold onto the ladder when one of the beasts cut off the ladder, and the 4 beasts immediately surrounded him. The beasts jumped to attack, but he stepped on them and used them to exit the hole. When Minghe landed beside the hole, he noticed concrete. He used Mystic Punch element extraction and blocked the hole. When the beast was about to jump through the hole, it was blocked and hit the hard concrete head first. Dr. Zhao can smell the Calamity Beast's blood since his body is filled with it, and he thinks that Minghe wouldn't be able to escape from him. Minghe was running through an alley while thinking that a large mutant rat is already strong. A mutated grown man is expected to be much stronger. He speculated that he can't handle the mutated Dr. Zhao. He did not go in his group's direction since with his group's current strength, they'll all just be killed if mutated Dr. Zhao catches up. He decided to drag things on until the officials came to reclaim the Calamity Beast's blood. He relied on Nurse Song. A maggot twitched, then Moonglow ranked Huang Feng stepped on it and said extermination was complete. On the west of the abandoned building, Moonglow ranked Xiao ran. Holding a knife, was sitting on a mutated cockroach's headless body, stepping on its separated head while saying that extermination is complete in their area as well. Moonglow ranked Liao Xiaojiang suggested that they should return since it just so happened that he had exhausted his magic power. Luo Kaikshuan decided to summon his puppets back and was happy to obtain a generous amount of reward money. Their healer asked them if there were any stronger monsters when suddenly the metal plate he was standing on glowed. Bam! The metal plate was thrown away along with the healer. Xiao Ran was quick to react and save the healer. Mutated Dr. Zhao appeared from the hole. Huang Feng thinks that the newcomer healer jinxed them. Liao Xiaojiang suggested eliminating the mutated Dr. Zhao quickly before finding a place to rest. Luo Keixuan was excited to see a large monster. He immediately calculated that they could probably get 100,000 for killing it. He even calculated how much each person can get and thought that it is so much easier than killing maggots. Huang Feng told Dr. Zhao that he was a disgusting monster and he was unlucky to have encountered a group of Moonglow-ranked superhumans. Dr. Zhao muttered to himself that the best treatment is to eradicate them all and immediately grabbed Huang Feng using his right hand. He used his ability to step back and evade faster. He mocked Dr. Zhao for his slow speed, but when Dr. Zhao's arm extended, he immediately had cold sweats on his face. Mutated Dr. Zhao grabbed Huang Feng's neck and lifted him. He lifted his left arm, and spikes grew from it and pierced Huang Feng. Mutated Dr. Zhao counted 1. Xiao Ran was enraged, and slashed at mutated Dr. Zhao and demanded to drop Huang Feng. She saw mutated Dr. Zhao's wound close, but she attacked again while calling him an ugly and disgusting monster. When Xiao Ran came close to mutated Dr. Zhao simply slashed at her chest using his left hand. Xiao Ran laid flat on the floor, then mutated Dr. Zhao threw Huang Feng beside her body and counted 2. Mutated Dr. Zhao asked the rest of the group if they were happy that their teammates died since they can take their share of the reward money now. The rest of the group looked terrified. They were sweating intensely. Mutated Dr. Zhao licked his lips. The 4 mutated beasts from mutated Dr. Zhao's body came out of the hole. Mutated Dr. Zhao told them that it was a pity that he was in a rush, or else he would have spent some more time playing with them. The small beasts smelled something and immediately ran in a specific direction. Mutated Dr. Zhao followed the 4 small mutated beasts. He felt excited knowing Minghe's location and planned to shred him to pieces. The group of 4 mutated beasts, accompanied by mutated Dr. Zhao, began sprinting towards the location of Minghe. Mutated Dr. Zhao felt thrilled at the prospect of tearing Minghe apart. Simultaneously, Liao Xiaozhong promptly held onto the lifeless body of Xiao Ran, and they were both left quivering and weeping. The encounter left them both deeply shaken and emotional. After witnessing the monstrous entity, Luo Keixuan inquired with Liao Xiaozhong regarding the identity of the creature they had just faced. Liao Xiaozhong deduced that the creature was most likely a Lord-rank monster. Both of them felt incredibly fortunate to have made it out alive from the terrifying encounter they had just experienced. Meanwhile, Minghe was fleeing down the streets when he became aware of the 4 mutated beasts pursuing him from behind. Despite his confusion, having been certain that he had shaken them off, the beasts were still able to track him through the intricate web of streets. Minghe speculated that the beasts had been following his scent to pursue him. Grateful that mutated Dr. Zhao wasn't as fast as the 4 beasts, Minghe referred to the group of mutated beasts that had separated from mutated Dr. Zhao's body as lymphoma beasts. Minghe was now determined to prevent mutated Dr. Zhao from obtaining his blood. While on the run, he noticed a deserted gas station nearby and used gasoline to partially mask his scent, hoping it would buy him enough time to evade the beasts until help arrived. Upon entering the gasoline station's grocery store, Minghe saw that 3 of the beasts didn't stop at the station and continued moving, while the 4th one was heading in his direction. Minghe observed the 4th beast as it entered the grocery store. He hid behind a potato chip rack, ready to attack the beast as it approached. But he was surprised when he realized the footsteps had stopped, and upon turning, he saw his reflection and the 4th beast poised to strike in the mirror. Minghe swiftly moved to evade the attack, causing the potato chip rack to fall towards the beast. He then ran towards the door but stopped to think, considering that the 4th beast likely had a heightened sense of smell and could easily find him again. Recognizing that the 4th beast was separated from the other 3, Minghe decided to take the chance and kill it rather than continually running away. The 4th beast managed to escape from the trap of the potato chip rack. In order to activate his special punch spiritual skill, Minghe's fist needs to make contact with a corresponding medium of the same attribute. He noticed that there were no effective mediums in the market and going outside was risky as he could be discovered by the other beasts. The 4th beast leaped towards Minghe using its sharp claws to attack. Unable to find an effective medium, Minghe decided to fight the 4th beast using his own body. He dodged the beast's attack and delivered a blow to its stomach with his left fist, causing the beast to be thrown into a sack of flour. The sack of flour burst, causing the area to fill with flour and impeding Minghe's visibility. The 4th beast seized the opportunity to attack, pouncing on Minghe. Minghe was caught off guard as the beast grabbed his shoulders, with one leg stepping on his right arm and causing him to fall backward with the beast on top of him. The beast attempted to bite Minghe's head, but he managed to evade the attack, causing the beast to lose its balance slightly and loosen its grip on Minghe's shoulders. With a swift motion, Minghe struck the beast's jaws with his right fist, following up with a flurry of blows to keep it off balance. Once Ming-He knew the beast couldn't dodge, he delivered a powerful punch. The force of the blow left a visible impact on the market's exterior. Calmly, Ming-He turned and walked away from the scene. A hole in the market's wall revealed the beast's headless body leaning against it. Meanwhile, in the street, dark-tinged blood sprayed from Dr. Zhao's shoulders. Fuming with anger, Dr. Zhao cursed Ming-He before heading to the gasoline station, where he entered the supermarket and found the dead beast. To deal with Ming-He, Dr. Zhao concluded that the remaining 3 beasts needed to evolve. He commanded the beasts to feed on the dead creature, causing them to grow larger and develop sharp bone needles on their spines. Now with enhanced olfactory senses, the beasts were more dangerous than ever. Dr. Zhao ordered them to capture Ming-He alive, and without hesitation, the beasts took off in a particular direction. Ming-He sprinted through the street until he spotted the 3 beasts charging towards him. Puzzled, he questioned how the remaining beasts could locate him despite killing the one with a heightened sense of smell. The beasts were barking ferociously and leaping over the parked cars. Ming-He detected a change in the beasts' barks, which now sounded more daunting. Their barks grew increasingly more menacing. Ahead, Ming-He glimpsed an amusement park. He believed the site was ideal, filled with intricate machinery that he could utilize when the beasts caught up with him. Ming-He felt confident that he would become stronger as long as he had a unique medium. To avoid catching fire while using the blazing punch, he decided to wash off the gasoline. Despite the beast's ability to track him, Ming-He believed it was better to keep moving than to hide. Ming-He formulated a plan to create a gap between himself and the beasts, killing as many as possible, knowing he was powerless against Dr. Zhao. As the sun began to set, Ming-He walked through the amusement park. Footsteps on the rooftop caught his attention, and he pivoted to see the evolved beast. He was astounded by the creature's significant growth. The beast leaped from the building with an axe in its left hand, striking the ground with the blade. Ming-He avoided the attack in time, but he noticed the beast's increased power. The beast attacked again, jumping towards him with an axe in its right hand. Despite its relentless attacks, Ming-He managed to dodge every blow. Ming-He retreated and observed that the beast's speed had slowed down. He decided to confront the beast and fight back. Suddenly, the other 2 beasts appeared, each flanking Ming-He. In order to retreat, Ming-He ran towards the roller coaster ride's tracks. He planned to fight the beasts one by one using the narrow tracks to his advantage. Climbing up the track, he used Mystic Punch element extraction on his fists as soon as he reached the top. When a beast jumped to attack him, he immediately punched with metal-covered fists to cancel the attack and release a shockwave. Ming-He disrupted the balance of the beast with his left hand and punched through its chest with his right, causing it to fall from the track. The Mystic Punch, after absorbing metal, can pierce through monsters on the level of evolved beasts, which is at least warlord rank. Feeling confident facing the evolved beasts one by one, Ming-He continued on. The front beast continued to move forward while the other tried to crawl to the lower side of the track to get behind him. The front beast attacked with sharp axe hands, but Ming-He blocked and parried with his right arm, leaving its chest defenseless. Ming-He took the opportunity to swing his left hand and punch the beast's chest, but ribcage-like bone armor grew from its chest before the impact. The beast was thrown away, but Ming-He's punch was not able to pierce through its chest due to the bone armor. Ming-He was shocked at how quickly the beasts were able to evolve. The beast below him tried to bite him, but he was quick on his feet and evaded the attack. Ming-He counterattacked and kicked the beast's neck. The beast grinned and bone needles formed on its neck. He thinks that the composition of the beasts is ridiculous. The beast started to crawl up to the upper side of the track, and the beast that was thrown away climbed back already and was now behind him. Ming-He was surrounded by the 2 beasts. The 2 beasts simultaneously attacked Ming-He. He blocked, punched, and evaded ever so barely. The beast in front of him came too close, and Ming-He used this opportunity to punch it in the jaw with his right fist while simultaneously elbowing the beast behind him with his left elbow. The beast behind Ming-He got knocked out. While the beast in front of him was still conscious and started attacking again, Ming-He fought back and punched the beast non-stop. The battle between Ming-He and the beast continued. He is the one pushing the beast back. Eventually, the beast lost its advantage after the other got knocked out. Ming-He threw a powerful left punch. The beast crossed its arms and blocked his punch. It then slid downward as his punch was blocked again. After receiving the punch, the beast grinned at Ming-He as if to mock Ming-He for lacking firepower. However, Ming-He was indifferent to the beast's taunt. The beast was moving towards him when the roller coaster vehicle suddenly moved. Consequently, the beast didn't notice the movement and was run over by the roller coaster vehicle. Ming-He was hanging on a bar between the rails as the roller coaster vehicle moved past him. Before his encounter with the evolved beasts, he went to the control room. He had confirmed that the electricity is still connected and decided to use the roller coaster ride to eliminate the rest of the beasts. Minghe, still hanging on the bar, looked down and calculated that if he falls from there, he will either break his legs or die immediately. The knocked-out beast regained consciousness and is now hanging on a bar between the rails near Minghe. The beast used its tail to hang into the bar and attacked Minghe with its 2 axe hands. He was forced to let go of the bar he was hanging on and block the attack of the beast. Minghe then held the axe hands of the beast. He determined that since the beasts are parasites living off of Dr. Zhao will lose a part of himself if the beast dies. He pulled the beast as he was falling. The beast lets go of its hold on the bar, thinking that killing Minghe with it is still its victory. However, he pulled the beast below him and stepped on it. Minghe plans to use the beast as a cushion for the impact. The beast wailed and cried as it was about to face its doom. It was then smashed to the ground, dust swirled, and Minghe appeared from the smoke, dusting his shirt. He thinks that the beast just got what it deserved for being arrogant. The sky was already dark and night came. Minghe went to the nearest faucet and he was on the phone with Nurse Song. She asked Minghe why he didn't answer any of her calls and if he is alright. He told Nurse Song that his phone was muted. Nurse Song informed him that the officials have arrived at the building he mentioned and the area is under their control now. She also informed him that the officials are currently eradicating the monsters they discovered inside but didn't see him or Dr. Zhao. Minghe explained everything to her. The fact that Dr. Zhao planned the entire pollution incident and that he is at an amusement park. He also told Nurse Song about Dr. Zhao's plan on pouring the polluted blood serum into the city's water supply to completely contaminate Lanyang City's sewage system. Nurse Song was shocked to know that Dr. Zhao could do such an atrocious thing. Minghe informed Nurse Song that he was able to steal the blood serum from Dr. Zhao and he thinks that the serum is what caused the mutation. Nurse Song explained to Minghe that both antibodies and the mutation source should be present in the organism's blood serum. After experts extract the antibodies from the blood serum, the polluted southern suburb will be able to return to normal. She told Minghe that the blood serum he has is extremely important. She instructed Minghe to stay where he is because she will tell the officials to send people over to the amusement park to pick him up. Minghe disagreed and instructed Nurse Song to tell the officials to meet him at the southern tower instead since Dr. Zhao is still chasing him and he can't stay in the same place. He then asked Nurse Song to tell the officials that Dr. Zhao mutated and they need the help of experts, otherwise Dr. Zhao will simply kill everyone. After Nurse Song agreed, Minghe started running. When Minghe arrived at the southern tower, Dr. Zhao was already there, expecting his arrival. Dr. Zhao returned to his human form. Minghe was shocked to see Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao greeted Minghe and asked him to look up. When Minghe looked up, he saw his former classmates, Lin Yaoyu, Zhu Zheng, Lu Xinghong, Wang Xiaodan riding the drop tower. Dr. Zhao explained that he bumped into them on his way there. He initially wanted to kill them but kept them alive after learning that they knew Minghe. Everyone begged Minghe to save them. They were pleading innocence and pointing out that the monster's target is Minghe and not them. They were crying and screaming how they didn't want to die yet. Lin Yaoyu was crying while asking Minghe to run and told him he is not strong enough to face Dr. Zhao. She informed Minghe that Dr. Zhao is a general-ranked monster. Minghe doesn't know what to do. He is sure that he can't defeat the mutated Dr. Zhao. He is willing to forget about Zhu Zhen, Lu Xinghong, Wang Xiaodan, but he can't abandon Lin Yaoyu. Minghe decided to stall for time until the officials arrive. That's the only solution he has so everyone can survive. While Minghe was thinking, Dr. Zhao was slowly and confidently approaching him. When Dr. Zhao was close enough, he asked Minghe if there was someone he especially cares about among his 4 classmates. He wondered if it could be Minghe's girlfriend and speculated that the person who Minghe especially cares about is definitely the one who told Minghe to run. Lin Yaoyu blushed and explained to Dr. Zhao that they were just classmates looking after one another. Dr. Zhao laughed and asked Minghe if they were just classmates and if is it worth it for Minghe to risk his life just for Lin Yaoyu. Minghe told Dr. Zhao that he would never understand because there's a difference between people and bastards. Dr. Zhao's face darkened and asked Minghe if he was trying to call him a bastard. Minghe smirked while saying that he was reminded of all the rubbish Dr. Zhao said back in the underground. He found everything Dr. Zhao said funny. For Dr. Zhao, life and humanity are cancer cells that have been invading the universe and causing it to be sick. But to Minghe, it's the existence of life, the appearance of humanity, that gave life to the lonely universe. The evolution of the universe led to the rise of life. Dr. Zhao questioned how evolution led to the rise of life and how humanity is evolving. Minghe thinks that both thought and civilizations are constantly evolving, that includes humanity, which led to the existence of superhumans. Dr. Zhao rejected the idea and told Minghe that superhumans are simply stubborn viruses that can defend themselves. He admitted that some viruses are more difficult to eradicate than others since they have the ability to become stronger through evolution. Dr. Zhao said those words while glaring at Ming-He. Ming-He looked guilty and evaded Dr. Zhao's glare. He proposed that since both of them insist on their own opinions and can't prove which one is right, they should simply resolve it. Whoever is stronger is right. He claimed that he represents humanity. He then asked Dr. Zhao what he represents. Dr. Zhao told Ming-He that he represents the universe's supreme power, the supreme power that will annihilate humanity. Ming-He took out the blood plasma and told Dr. Zhao that if he defeats him, he will give the blood plasma to Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao smirked and told Ming-He that he doesn't know his place. Ming-He provoked Dr. Zhao that if he can't even defeat a student like him who could not enter the Superhuman Institute, then he should just stop with his ridiculous belief. He mocked Dr. Zhao further, even telling him that he is a loser, bastard, and trash, but Dr. Zhao did not take the bait and remained calm. Dr. Zhao thinks that it is not necessary to make things so troublesome for him. If Ming-He will not give the blood plasma, he will simply kill Ming-He's 4 former classmates. Ming-He dared Dr. Zhao to kill his former classmates. He told Dr. Zhao that they're all students of the Superhuman Institute. To begin with anyway. Upon induction, students of the Superhuman Institute will vow with their life to protect the nation, its cities, and its citizens at all costs. Ming-He told Dr. Zhao that it is worth exchanging his former classmates' lives for the safety of everyone in Lenyang City. Lin Yaoyu had a dignified look while Zhu Zhen, Lu Xinghong, Wang Xiaodan were crying listening to Ming-He's words. Dr. Zhao accepted Ming-He's daring and bone needles started to grow out of his left arm. He told Ming-He that he will now kill his former classmates. Dr. Zhao then grabbed one of the bone needles and broke it. He now has a knife-like weapon. He threw the bone needle into the drop tower and hit Zhu Zheng's right leg. Zhu Zheng and Wang Xiaodan's eyes widened, while Zhu Zheng cried and screamed at the top of his lungs. Ming-He started running away. Dr. Zhao warned Ming-He that he is going to aim for Ming-He's former classmate's pretty face and threw another bone needle into the drop tower again. Afterward, the bone needle pierced through Lin Yaoyu's right shoulder. Dr. Zhao claimed that he missed again. Ming-He started to run faster. Dr. Zhao was shocked and got furious. He further threatened Ming-He that if he does not stop running, he will pierce holes all over Ming-He's former classmates. However, Ming-He totally turned his back on his former classmates and kept on running. Dr. Zhao could not afford to let Ming-He run away again. Catching Ming-He would be difficult for Dr. Zhao once Ming-He puts his mind to running away. Dr. Zhao is thinking that although it would be a waste of time, he can at least take the opportunity to destroy Ming-He and get his revenge. He grinned and accepted Ming-He's offer. Ming-He stopped running and released a sigh of relief. Bone needles grew around Ming-He. Dr. Zhao suddenly mutated and attacked the ground. Dust and debris were blown away. When the dust settled, an area surrounded by bone needles was revealed. Dr. Zhao told Ming-He that it would be meaningless if he would just run around in circles. So, the area surrounded by bone needles would be their arena. He then threatened to kill one of Ming-He's previous classmates every time Ming-He gets out of bounds. Ming-He agreed without hesitation. Dr. Zhao told Ming-He that he can save his previous classmates and become a hero who saved the entire city of Lanyang if he beats him. He broke a red-colored bone needle that grew from his left arm while telling Ming-He that he is too weak to actually achieve those things. He told him that he heard that Ming-He ended up in the hospital because he did not pass the Superhuman Institute's entrance exam and chose to attempt suicide. Dr. Zhao could not believe that he happened to be the one who did Ming-He's surgery. He told Ming-He that he is just a nameless failure who couldn't even pass the Superhuman exam. No one expects anything out of him, and the only thing his classmates felt for him was a pity. Dr. Zhao expressed his classmates spent more time laughing at his stupidity. Nobody cared about him aside from when his teacher forced everyone to give him flowers at the beginning. And after that, barely anyone visited him for an entire year. At this moment, Dr. Zhao was attacking Ming-He physically and mentally. Ming-He just dodged Dr. Zhao's physical attacks and remained silent. Dr. Zhao despised Ming-He for living a menial and depressing life, and now he's trying to act almighty and be a hero. At the same time, Ming-He is having difficulties dodging all of Dr. Zhao's attacks and he is getting pushed back. Lin Yaoyu asked Ming-He to run away. Dr. Zhao saw an opening. His right hand turned into a sickle and he immediately slashed. Ming-He stepped back but his chest is now bleeding. Lin Yaoyu cried and begged Ming-He to just go. However, Ming-He remained silent and slowly stood up while holding his bleeding chest with his left hand. Dr. Zhao asked Ming-He why he even bothered to wake up and told him that he should have just died on the operating table a year ago. He then licked his hand and told Ming-He that he is awake now but can't change a thing. Ming-He was about to step outside the arena of bone needles but remembered that Dr. Zhao threatened to kill one of his former classmates if he steps out of bounds. Dr. Zhao moved close to Ming-He and told him that he is just an insignificant bug in the world. Dr. Zhao slashed to finish him off but Ming-He flicked blood to Dr. Zhao's eyes and immediately moved to his back. Ming-He's hands glowed red and he punched Dr. Zhao's head while telling him that he disgusts him and that the one who's living a filthy and depressing life is him. Dr. Zhao lay flat on the floor. It turns out that one of the strongest mediums of the mystic punch is Ming-He's own blood. Ming-He called the technique Blood Fiend Fist. Minghe's former classmates started cheering for Minghe from the drop tower. They asked Minghe to kill Dr. Zhao. Zhu Zheng cried and begged Minghe to save them first. He was afraid he'll run out of blood and die. Wang Xiaodan told Zhu Zheng that Minghe is bleeding more than him. She called Zhu Zheng and Lu Xinghong pusses. Lin Yaoyu was crying while begging Minghe to take care of his wound first. At this moment, Minghe was bleeding too much. Suddenly, a bone needle was thrown to the ground. Dr. Zhao started talking. He told Minghe and his former classmates they are too noisy. He threatened Minghe's previous classmates that he will rip them to shreds after dealing with him. Dr. Zhao removed the arena bone needles that punctured him when he fell on his back. Right after that, Minghe's previous classmates immediately got silent. Dr. Zhao got up while removing the last bone needle which pierced his shoulder. He told Minghe that he noticed that Minghe's superpower is his fist. At this moment, Minghe's arms are not glowing red anymore. Before Dr. Zhao could remove the last bone needle, Minghe took the opportunity to land a punch in Dr. Zhao's face. The punch turned Dr. Zhao's head. Although Dr. Zhao admired Minghe's punch, he claimed that it was useless against him. He then remembered that Minghe killed a mutated giant demon rat with a blazing punch near the bridge by the hospital. Minghe's arms glowed red once again and Minghe immediately rained Dr. Zhao's head and body with punches. Dr. Zhao could not defend himself against Minghe's punches. Afterward, he finished the combination of punches with a strong left punch. Dr. Zhao was pushed back but remained standing. At the same time, he talked again and told Minghe that he noticed that Minghe can absorb different mediums and exert corresponding effects with his punches. Dr. Zhao found Minghe's superpowers interesting, but he is confident that it won't be enough to defeat someone as strong as him. At this moment, Lu Xinghong remembered that Minghe's superpower is a white dust rank inconspicuous type which has something to do with being lucky and could not be used for combat. Wang Xiaodan was confused too, but right now, the only thing she knows is that Minghe is stronger than any of them. So she cheered for Minghe and asked him to kill Dr. Zhao. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhao took a step which caused the ground to crack. He came close to Minghe and told him that he currently has the strength of a lord rank and he's not like those cockroaches and maggots Minghe killed. He mocked Minghe that with his blue spirit superpower, he won't be able to beat him even if he punched him until his fists are destroyed. He sarcastically asked how it feels to be completely under the control of someone else and played with, even after giving it his all. He laughed and proclaimed that the weak will stay weak, even if they become superhuman. Minghe can never compare to his perfect body and he is not the only one with fists. Dr. Zhao, while talking, prepared to punch Minghe. However, Minghe reacted fast and countered Dr. Zhao's fist with his own. Nevertheless, he was pushed back. His attacks seemed pointless since Dr. Zhao just heals back with his regeneration ability. Dr. Zhao then chased him and continued punching. Minghe can only evade and block Dr. Zhao's attacks. He didn't have the chance to counterattack. And worse, he noticed that Dr. Zhao's attacks have become much faster after he shaped his hand into a fist. Right then, Dr. Zhao saw an opening. He immediately punched Minghe's stomach with his left fist. Minghe was not fast enough to dodge or block Dr. Zhao's attack. As a result, he was thrown away by the punch. Bone needles then grew from Dr. Zhao's body. He fired the bone needles toward Minghe who is still in midair. There's nothing Minghe can do but block the bone needles with his arms. However, Dr. Zhao was puzzled that not even one of the bone needles he shot at a close distance hit Minghe. At the same time, Minghe landed safely and was surprised too. Dr. Zhao then suddenly remembered that Minghe has an inconspicuous type of superpower, luck. He admired Minghe's luck and its usefulness. If a single needle had landed, Minghe would have died or at least been crippled. Afterward, he took a large bone needle that grew from his arm and aimed at the drop tower like wielding a spear. He then told Minghe it is unfortunate his former classmates are not as lucky as Minghe. Minghe was puzzled. He reinstated to Dr. Zhao that they had a deal. However, Dr. Zhao laughed and told Minghe that he is not breaking his promise, and then he advised Minghe to look where he is standing. Minghe realized that he got pushed out of the boundary. Dr. Zhao then said that because of his incompetence, one of his former classmates will die. Zhu Zheng, Lu Xinghong, and Wang Xiaodan screamed and begged Dr. Zhao to spare them. Lin Yaoyu's eyes reflected the bone spear, and moments later, the bone spear pierced through her chest. Her eyes widened and her head fell limply right after. Minghe stared at Lin Yaoyu with wide eyes. Shock, disbelief, and sadness can be seen on Minghe's face. He bit his lower lip and rage took over him. Dr. Zhao told Minghe that he should not be so uptight. From Dr. Zhao's professional medical standpoint, as long as Lin Yaoyu doesn't pull the bone spear out, she will not die immediately, but she won't have any chance of survival if she does not receive treatment within 5 minutes. Minghe, still filled with rage, came closer to the bone needles that surrounded him and purposely pierced his own hands. Afterward, he closed his fists and the tip of the bone needle broke. His hands broke free from being pierced. Right then, his fists glowed red once again. At the same time, he declared to Dr. Zhao that before 5 minutes are up, he will be killed. They both ran toward each other. Right now, Minghe's arms are no longer glowing. He punched Dr. Zhao's chest, but it seems that the punch did not affect him. Dr. Zhao counterattacked and punched Minghe's face while telling him that his superpower is only blue spirit rank after all. He pointed out he is pretty much at his limit, and even if Minghe uses up all the blood he has, it still won't be enough. Dr. Zhao was confident that he felt that he doesn't even need to fight back and Minghe will still die due to blood loss soon enough. He kept on talking while easily blocking and attacking Minghe. He wants to humiliate Minghe to the fullest. Dr. Zhao expressed that Minghe is just as pitiful as he looked when he was first sent to the hospital after he tried to kill himself. What doctors like him hate the most are people who survive a suicide attempt. If Minghe could not even succeed in something as easy as killing himself, then he should not live at all. Minghe is the one that wanted to die, yet he just had to end up getting sent to the hospital and make the doctors save him and waste their precious time and efforts. He is just a pitiful worm, and nobody cares about him, and expressed that he is so weak and pathetic that even when he finally decided to kill himself, he still failed. Dr. Zhao kept the mental attack going. He brought up what Minghe caused to his family, how his sister gave up all her dignity when his medical expenses were in arrears. His sister kneeled and begged him to not remove Minghe from the hospital. He and his sister have always lived in the bottommost part of the city, working with their bodies for those with power and riches. He then asked why he is fooling himself and trying to pretend that he is someone so great. When Dr. Zhao finished the question, he landed a heavy punch on Minghe and pushed him away. Dr. Zhao squatted down and jumped. While in midair, Dr. Zhao offered Minghe to let him end his miserable life so that he won't be able to burden anyone else ever again. He then joined both of his hands together and bone spikes protruded from his hands. Dr. Zhao looked below and saw Minghe's small figure. He screamed and told him that he is really insignificant. He was falling after the jump and prepared to wallop Minghe at the same time. Dr. Zhao used Colossus Hammer Smash. When Dr. Zhao landed, dust gathered around him and nothing could be seen. Once the smoke dissipated, Dr. Zhao got up, and when he looked in front of him, his face looked surprised. He commended Minghe for evading his Colossus Hammer Smash attack, but it is unfortunate he is out of bounds again. Huge bone spikes formed around Dr. Zhao, and it can be seen that Minghe is definitely out of bounds. If he did not leave the arena, the huge bone spikes would have surely pierced Minghe. Dr. Zhao then said that someone else will have to die instead because he evaded his attack. Afterward, he grabbed one of the huge bone spikes. But this time, Minghe finally talked back. He told Dr. Zhao that he has never tried to kill himself and he values his life more than anyone else. Dr. Zhao dismissed Minghe and expressed that it doesn't matter and that what matters is he just caused the death of another one of his previous classmates. But Minghe replied that Dr. Zhao is the one who nobody cares about. His sister gave up all her dignity and begged Dr. Zhao because she cares about him, her only family. He remembered his sister's words when he was still in the hospital. It was alright if he never woke up again. She will still come to visit him even when she was so old that she'll need to walk to the hospital with a cane. He told Dr. Zhao that even Nurse Song did not abandon him. When the animal mutations happened and everyone was busy running for their lives, she did not leave him, who has not woken up in a year. This time, he will never abandon his former classmates because Lin Yaoyu took the lead and helped collect donations from his whole class for him. At this moment, Lin Yaoyu was crying, eyes closed while listening to Minghe's words. Dr. Zhao retorted that his words are meaningless since the girl who collected the donations is about to die in front of him. Minghe's left eye was bleeding, but he looked serious and determined. He told Dr. Zhao that although he has the ability to self-heal and regenerate body parts, every single punch he landed still left a mark on his body. The next second, Minghe's fists suddenly glowed red. He then revealed that he landed a total of 49 punches. At this moment, Dr. Zhao exclaimed. He started sweating and got cautious. Right then, huge blue fists formed above Minghe. His stance looked as if he was about to punch. He pounced at Dr. Zhao while shouting the name of his ultimate move, Star Mark Galactic Fists. Minghe screamed at the top of his lungs. Dr. Zhao was confused after knowing that Minghe is using an ultimate move, a Violet Soul rank superpower. He could not believe that someone like him, who is a part of Heaven's sovereign organization, would lose to a lowlife who could not even get into the Superhuman Institute. The fists were reflected in Dr. Zhao's eyes. Shortly after, the fists rained down like an avalanche. When the impact reached Minghe's former classmates, their eyes widened and they were utterly shocked. A pit formed from where Dr. Zhao was standing, and Dr. Zhao lay flat in the middle of the pit. Meanwhile, Minghe was kneeling beside the pit. He stood up while telling Dr. Zhao that his current power is indeed insignificant, but it is still 1,000 times greater than a disgusting evil bastard like him. He then immediately went to the control room of the drop tower and used the mechanisms to lower his former classmates. Afterward, he ran towards the drop tower and confirmed that they were starting to descend. At this moment, his former classmates excluding Lin Yaoyu were still talking to each other about Minghe having a Violet Soul rank. They did not think that Minghe's superpower was Violet Soul rank all along. They were amazed that Minghe can already use an ultimate move. They realized how strong he is. Wang Xiaodan still had tears flowing from her eyes when she thanked Minghe. He is so strong and the Superhuman Institute must be blind for not accepting him. Lu Xinghong and Wang Xiaodan believed there has to be something wrong with the testing system of the Superhuman Institute since they did not accept him even though he is so powerful. They even speculated that the examiner must have not done their job properly. Afterward, Lu Xinghong stopped talking when he saw Minghe holding Lin Yaoyu. She forced herself to speak and asked Minghe if she was going to die. Minghe replies she will not die since the officials will be there soon. At the same time, Wang Xiaodan was shocked as she seemed to have seen something. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyu then told Minghe that none of them knew that he was so strong. On the other hand, Su Zheng could only laugh awkwardly beside her. Soon, Lu Xinghong and Wang Xiaodan saw the officials and started shouting and waving their hands to attract the officials' attention. Simultaneously, the officials saw Minghe and his former classmates. They were led by a woman with cat ears named Luo Lin. Commander Luo Lin immediately instructed her subordinate to eliminate the threat, and that she will take care of the wounded. The medical personnel following behind her noticed that Minghe's group is just a bunch of students, so she asked Lu Xinghong to step away and let the medical personnel take care of everything. One of the medical personnel said that Lin Yaoyu's situation should not be life-threatening if they can start the procedure fast enough since the spear wasn't pulled out. Meanwhile, Minghe was standing beside Commander Luo Lin when she noticed his heavy wounds. She quickly requested the medical personnel to patch up Minghe first. On Lin Yaoyu's side, emergency personnel prepared for a blood transfusion and started the emergency treatment. On the other hand, Commander Luo Lin told Minghe that on their way they detected a Lord-rank mutant organism. She deemed Minghe and his former classmates lucky to be alive. She then asked Minghe where the Lord-rank mutant organism escaped to. Lin Qingyu, Sunblaze rank, the one that Commander Luo Lin instructed to illuminate the threat, approached them. He reported the threat has been resolved, but she reminded him not to be careless on a mission. She thinks that the Lord-rank mutant organism could still be lurking nearby and looking for an opening to attack. Lin Qingyu then revealed the Lord-rank mutant organism is already dead and the corpse is still in the hole. He saw a human mutant that probably used the pollution source to conduct a mutation alteration to its own body. She was shocked after knowing that the Lord-rank mutant organism is already dead. She immediately turned around and asked who killed the Lord-rank mutant organism. Everyone then pointed to Minghe. Commander Luo Lin asked if he really killed the Lord-rank mutant organism. Minghe, who was getting bandaged by medical personnel, answered yes and informed her that he is the person who reported to them. Afterward, he took the opportunity to introduce himself. The medical person who's bandaging Minghe asked him to stop moving, but he did not mind and took out the blood bottle and gave it to Commander Luo Lin while telling her that it is the source of pollution that he stole from Dr. Zhao. He then explained that Dr. Zhao was planning on releasing the blood in the water pipes. She accepted the blood and observed it. After a moment, she suddenly exclaimed and asked how he did it. Minghe misunderstood her question and told her that he took the blood when Dr. Zhao was talking and not paying attention. She then rephrased the question. She asked how he managed to kill a Lord-rank mutant. He reveals that he killed Dr. Zhao with his fists. The medical person was irritated since Minghe won't stop moving. But Minghe did not care and explained to Commander Luo Lin that his superpower is his fists. She asked what his rank was in the department he belongs to. Minghe then answered he is an apprentice Starlight rank. She thinks that it is ridiculous that a monster who killed 2 Moonglow rank superhumans was killed by an apprentice Starlight rank. Wang Xiaodan respectfully chimed in that Minghe really did become a superhuman just a few days ago, and that he did not even get into the Superhuman Institute. Eventually, Minghe's emergency treatment was done and he thanked the medical personnel. At this moment, Commander Luo Lin seemed to have remembered something. She recognized Ming He as the arrogant and disobedient student on the other side of the walkie-talkie a few days ago. One of the medical personnel also remembered Ming He as the little hero who saved a bus full of people in Nanjiao Hospital. The medical person explained he couldn't recognize Ming He before when he had all the blood on his face. Lin Qingyu held Ming He's shoulder and told him that this time he is a big hero who saved the entire city of Lanyang, and he made the high-ranking superhumans look like statues that are just for show. Ming He replied he was just simply giving everything he had to buy time and protect his former classmates. Commander Luo Lin then asked if he was interested in joining the official superhuman organization. The job is well paid, has various benefits, and all of his to-be colleagues are just as pretty as her. Lin Qingyu muttered to himself that she was being shameless, but she was irritated and asked Lin Qingyu to repeat what he said. So Lin Qingyu hurriedly flattered her by telling that all those female colleagues are far inferior compared to her. After hearing the words, a medical person laughed behind them. Commander Luo Lin then told Ming He to think about it since his family lives in Nanjiao, and the Superhuman Institute does not want him. The official superhuman organization will welcome him with open arms. Ming He replied he will think about it, but when he was about to finish his sentence, he suddenly fainted. Commander Luo Lin and Lin Qingyu immediately acted to catch Ming He. A medical person immediately checked Ming He's condition. It was determined he probably fainted from the blood loss that came from his injuries. In short, he overexerted himself. Commander Luo Lin decided to immediately bring Ming He to a hospital and instructed someone to prepare a press statement. On December 27th, Wednesday, Takiwa News covered Lanyang City's most recent victory. The news reporter talked about how the city of Lanyang has been cleansed of all mutant creatures through the tireless efforts of the Superhuman Institute, the Hunters Association, and the official superhuman organization. The news reporter also talked about how a certain person who searched for the contaminated site and promptly halted the spread of the contamination made a great contribution during that time. The hero of Lanyang is currently in a hospital receiving treatment, and they plan on having an exclusive interview with the hero once he wakes up. In Lanyang Hospital, Ming He was still unconscious in his hospital bed. Nurse Song was sitting beside his hospital bed. She looked worried. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Nurse Song was so happy seeing him wake up. She told Ming He that he slept for 2 whole days and they were worried that he would never wake up. Ming He asked why she was there. She revealed she was transferred there and she made a special request to the hospital to specifically take care of him. She then said that he became Lanyang's young hero and a lot of reporters are waiting to interview him outside. She kept smiling all throughout the conversation. Ming He suddenly asked Nurse Song about Lin Yaoyu's condition and what happened to her. She answered she is still in the intensive care unit, but she already asked the doctor and the doctor said that Lin Yaoyu's condition is not life-threatening anymore. Nurse Song then assured him that as long as Lin Yaoyu stays in the hospital, slowly recovering from her injuries, she would be fine. Ming He is now sitting and Nurse Song is fixing his pillow for him. He was relieved after hearing the good news from Nurse Song. The door of the room suddenly opened, and a young woman and an old man in military uniform entered the room. Commander Luo Lin with General Lai of the official superhuman organization immediately asked for Ming He's condition. He replied, saying he was feeling great, nothing too serious. On the side, Nurse Song praised Ming He's physique. Ming He's injuries recovered exceptionally fast. Commander Luo Lin was pleased and said that Ming He is more than fit for their official superhuman organization. They just so happened to need a superhuman with a monstrous body. General Lai stood respectfully and called Ming He's name to get his attention. He revealed that he did not only discover Zhao Shuhua's scheme but also prevented the disaster from spreading throughout the city. He expressed his sincere gratitude for Ming He's service on behalf of the city of Lanyang's official superhuman organization. Together, General Lai and Commander Luo Lin bowed to Ming He. Nurse Song was shocked, but Ming He simply told them that he just did what he had to do. After a moment, General Lai and Ming He looked at each other, and the room's atmosphere suddenly changed. Commander Luo Lin then told Nurse Song that she happens to have her day off and asked her if they could go outside and discuss where they would eat. Nurse Song agreed, saying that it has been a while since they hung out together. She demanded milk tea, a meal, and dessert. Commander Luo Lin agreed and promised that it's her treat. And as soon as they went out of the room, General Lai sat down. Ming He talked first. He asked General Lai what's the important matter that he wants to speak with him alone. General Lai wondered how he knew that he had something important to tell. Ming He answered that he noticed Commander Luo Lin lied about having a day off and just used it as an excuse to make Nurse Song leave. General Lai praised Ming He's ability to perceive things. He said that he heard about his fight against Zhao Shuhua from Nurse Song and his former classmates. In terms of real strength, he is no match for Zhao Shuhua, but despite the difference in strength, he was still able to defeat Dr. Zhao, which is an extraordinary feat. Many superhumans are under the false misconception that higher-ranked superhumans are automatically stronger. In reality, that isn't the case. Not only do superhumans need to know how to make good use of their abilities, but they also need to know how to use ingenuity. And because of that, General Lai praised Ming He's skills. Ming He then said he thinks it is because his hidden superpower is luck. He is a little luckier than ordinary people. General Lai replied that there is no need to be so humble and good luck can only temporarily protect him. He then pointed out how Ming He matched wits with Dr. Zhao for so long, which can't be chalked up as good luck. Ming He told General Lai that he is too kind. After a moment, General Lai seriously asked Ming He what he heard from Dr. Zhao. Ming He answered that what Dr. Zhao told him was just a lot of ravings, things about humanity being the cancer of the universe. Afterward, he revealed everything Dr. Zhao had told him. General Lai reacted upon hearing about the heavenly sovereignty. He revealed that what Dr. Zhao said was not exactly ravings. Ming He was confused by General Lai's words, so General Lai disclosed that according to their research, all the calamity demons originated from meteors. Every meteor harbors a creature that poses a threat to humanity. All creatures have instincts, and the first instinct is that life in their world was to survive. He then asked if he knows what is the first instinct that those meteor calamity demons had. Ming He guessed that the first instinct of the calamity demons is to kill. General Lai said that he is correct. Calamity demons' first instinct was to kill, to slaughter. They would kill until humanity itself would cease to exist. Ming He asked General Lai if they are really the cancer cells of the universe. General Lai explained survival was their first instinct and their second instinct was exploration and curiosity. So, he couldn't answer Ming He's questions since humanity is still in the period of exploring the universe. The top superhumans and cosmologists are unable to answer what reality nor truth is. Ming He said if the universe truly didn't need humans and wanted them to be extinct, it would have never gifted them with superpowers since humanity's superhumans have the power to compete with the calamity demons. General Lai replied he makes a good point and the birth of superhumans is the most telling evidence that refutes the theory that humans are the universe's cancer cells. He speculates that perhaps they are just the newborns of the universe, and the invading calamity demons are the germs of the universe. He then expressed that before the ultimate truth is discovered, they never plan on getting overwhelmed by the invading calamity creatures. With his right fist on his chest, General Lai told Ming He that superhumans will shield humanity's voyage of exploration, keeping the flames of civilization burning bright. Ming He replied he is also a superhuman now, and although he is not at the level of protecting all of humanity, he promised to at least safeguard everyone close to him. General Lai then said that to conclude their conversation, there are two things he must confirm with Ming He. He hoped that Ming He would not withhold anything from him. Ming He agreed without hesitation. General Lai stated the first matter. A year ago, their astronomy team detected a meteor dubbed as the Goddess. Once the meteor entered the Earth's atmosphere, it suddenly changed its trajectory and exploded above Earth, and Ming He just so happened to be in the vicinity of one of the meteorites and went unconscious for a whole year because of it. Afterward, General Lai asked Ming He what he saw. Ming He revealed that he only saw a dazzling light engulf the sky and lost consciousness soon after. General Lai was skeptical and asked if he was sure that he did not see a thing, such as anything running out of the meteorite. Ming He replied that he really didn't see anything. He asked if there had been one of those terrifying calamity demons inside the meteor. General Lai stood up, came close to the window, and opened the curtain. He told Ming He that they classify calamities on a scale of 1 to 12. A grade 1 calamity is no less destructive than a natural disaster such as a tornado, and the mutant demon matter in Nanjiao was classified as a grade 3 calamity. He explained that Dr. Zhao had originally wanted to take advantage of the water supply advancing to grade 6 calamity, which Ming He stopped just in time. Ming He was shocked to know that a serious matter such as the mutant incident was only classified as a grade 3 calamity. General Lai disclosed that the initial assessment of the calamity they were monitoring, the Goddess, has already established it to be a grade 9 calamity. Ming He was startled after hearing that it was a grade 9 calamity. General Lai revealed that the Goddess' destructive capabilities extend over provinces which could threaten the entirety of South China. Ming He realized how terrifying the Goddess' calamity is. General Lai then explained that the meteor itself is not scary. What's scary is the thing it carries inside. 5 years ago, there appeared a grade 8 calamity in South China. The thing that was responsible for the grade 8 calamity was an emperor-class calamity beast. The source of pollution was actually the Emperor-class Calamity Beast's blood, and back then, there were underground merchants who secretly held onto the Calamity Beast's blood. Minghe was disturbed knowing that just a small amount of blood could already cause so much, but there were actually people holding large quantities of such blood. General Lai informed the thing that's inside the Calamity Meteor, the goddess, is equally as terrifying and may even threaten the existence of humanity. The official superhuman organization has been searching for the meteorite for a long time without any success. Minghe is not only their closest witness, but he also personally experienced the shockwaves of the meteor. The official superhuman organization would like to obtain some clues about the matter from him. Minghe apologized for not being able to give any valuable clues regarding the goddess. General Lai replied that he should not apologize since they were just asking for confirmation. He speculates that maybe the thing inside the meteor could have been staying in the other meteor fragments. It could have fallen to a different place or maybe a different country. Minghe then changed the topic and asked what is the second thing that General Lai wanted to ask. General Lai came closer to him. He revealed that Commander Luo Lin has been constantly asking to recommend Minghe, and she hopes that he could join the official superhuman organization. Minghe's superpower luck seemed to have brought him good luck. General Lai could not believe that after being in a coma for a year, Minghe actually woke up with a Violet Soul Fist-type superpower. He thinks that what happened to Minghe appears to be a blessing in disguise. General Lai then asked what he thought about joining the official superhuman organization. Minghe replied that he still has to discuss with his older sister if he could join the official superhuman organization. General Lai expressed that the doors of the official superhuman organization will always be open for him. He then moved towards the door and told Minghe that he would no longer disturb his rest. Before he could open the door, Minghe asked General Lai to wait. General Lai turned and asked if he remembered something important or any clues about the goddess. But Minghe scratched his head and instead asked if he could get the 200,000 yuan reward since he was the one who found the contaminated site. General Lai laughed hard and told Minghe to relax since there won't be a single penny missing from his reward. Minghe was relieved and expressed his thanks. General Lai then opened the door and went outside. After hearing the door close, Minghe decided to start meditating. After Minghe closed his eyes, he entered his spiritual world. Inside, Minghe is on a platform, facing a statue of a woman with long hair. Minghe stared at the statue and surmised it had heard General Lai's words. Afterward, the statue started to crack and its eyes suddenly moved and looked at Minghe. It produced a blinding light that illuminated Minghe's spiritual world. As the light dissipated, a giant dark-skinned woman with some sort of third eye on her forehead was revealed. Minghe then proceeded to ask the giant woman if she was a grade 9 calamity. The goddess shrank to match Minghe's size and told him that he was looking down on her, and proudly said that she was at least grade 11. While still floating in midair, he asked her if she really came to destroy humanity, and she said that the doctor was telling the truth, as the universe was already starting to feel distressed because humanity has been too greedy. Minghe sat down on the stairs and told her that he now had all the more reason not to let her go. The goddess was furious. She called him despicable and reminded him that she granted him a strength-type superpower. She also reminded him that she permitted him to train in her meditation dimension when he was in a coma for a whole year, so he was able to defeat the mutant doctor. But Minghe just refuted by saying that they have the same body, so if he dies, she will die too. She could not deny the truth that she encountered an unexpected accident, so she needed to reside on his body, so she just criticized Minghe's weak body and called it unworthy. Looking up, Minghe recalled General Lai's words that their first instinct was to kill and pointed out the fact that hers was to live because she chose to share a body with a weak host in order to live. The goddess was offended and told him not to compare her with those lowly calamity demons as she's a goddess. She leaned into his face and said that a suitable host is not easy to find, and the body takes an extremely long time to adjust when merging bodies, and Minghe took a whole year to adjust. But Minghe was unfazed and just told her that granting him superpowers would be treated compensation for putting him in a coma. The goddess gave up on the argument and just waved Minghe off, telling him that they would live in peace from now on. And Minghe told her that her instinct was identical to the first instinct of humanity to live on Earth. The goddess asked him what was he trying to say, so he told her that she don't actually know the truth about the universe and she was just following some kind of will. Minghe offered to take her around the world to show her its overall pretty side, then maybe he could change her mind, and he told her that they would get along well, all the while extending his hand to the goddess who was considering the offer. The goddess slapped his hand and told him that they would get along well under the premise of him training harder for her, as he almost died to a pseudo-lord being and she doesn't want to die with him. The goddess was excitedly looking at her system screen and said she would make strong opponents to train him for a bit. But he lied down on the ground and yawned as he refused the training and told her he was really tired and in need of some rest. He closed his eyes and said that he couldn't even practice meditation. And then he woke up in reality. He held his hand close to his chest while thinking about the nuclear bomb inside his body, and how impossible it would be to guess what the consequences would be if he told anyone about her. He looked out the window and thought that he may be able to reform her and resolve a grade 9 calamity, but it would be better to get along with her first. A lot of reporters flocked to the entrance of the hospital where Ming-He was getting discharged. They all wanted to witness the young hero who has resolved the mutant matter and to get an interview with him. Ming-He stepped out of the hospital wearing a mask, and as soon as the reporters saw him, they swarmed towards him and urged him to remove the mask and say something so the audience would get to know him. They were pushing him to say something altogether, which overwhelmed him greatly. He closed his eyes to compose himself and told the reporters that he was just trying to protect the people close to him. It was the officials and institutions who were the main forces in eliminating the mutant creatures. Lin Yaoyu and the rest of his old classmates who were watching his interview were glad, and they all agreed in unison when Ming-He said that everyone who stepped in to help at Nanjiao was a hero, and they were all the heroes of the city of Lenyang. One of them was Lu Kaikshuan, who was kneeling in front of his friends' graves, Huang Feng and Xiao Lan, saying that their squad was the heroes of the city. At the park, Ming-He was saying goodbye to his youth and realized that it was best if he doesn't go out in public, as he would probably get thrown in a laboratory and get dissected. But he was cheerfully looking at his bank account because he was now rich, and his sister could finally relax a bit. He approached her sister, who was working at an ice cream stand, and was surprised to see him. Thinking that he was glad that he told Nurse Song not to tell his big sister about his hospitalization, so he avoided making his sister worry. He proudly told his sister that the official gave him a large sum of money as a reward for his bravery, so he wants her to relax and take her out to eat. But she refused because she have to sell all the ice cream today, and she also wants to save the money for the future. Ming-He stood next to her in the ice cream stand with a big grin on his face as he offered to help sell the ice cream so they could eat out together. And his sister playfully asked him why was he wasting his time instead of working hard to study for next year's test. She then told him that he should look up to the hero who resolved the mutant matter in Nanjiao, and think of him as a role model, and that she believes that he could definitely pass the Superhuman Institute's test next year if he keeps working hard. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and just told her an excuse that the doctor said that he needed to walk around and get some fresh air, so he came to help her. He then yelled that they are selling all flavors of ice cream to attract more customers, as his sister entertained the customers that approached the ice cream stand. Meanwhile, Commander Lu Lin was watching Ming-He from a distance and thought what an idiot he was for rejecting all the media's advances and being in the whole city's spotlight to run and help his old sister work. But she also thought that he was being a sensible big boy. Still watching him, she called him to talk about the offer of joining their official superhuman organization and asked if he had thought about it. He said he did, and his older sister worked for so many years just so he could study. He said that her sister has always wanted him to enter the Superhuman Institute, so he plans to study and join the Superhuman Institute's special recruitment program, but he said that he'll for sure apply to them once he graduates, which Lu Lin responded that she understands as he was still young. She mentioned that their organization has a special distinguished department called Dragon Tooth, which are independent entities that don't have fixed hours for protecting the city, and they are free to join any other superhuman organization. She said that they only need to appear in especially dangerous situations to assist, but they get the authority of an officer, and receive a stipend each year, and reminded him that he lacks the money as Superhuman Institute's fees aren't cheap. Ming-He was awestruck by the offer, and Lu Lin told him not to worry as they won't restrict his freedom and he can select his mission. As long as he assists them twice a year, then he would get his stipend. He calmly said that they could actually contact him whenever they like, as serving one's country is every superhuman's duty. She called him a talker and took his answer as a yes. She said that he would be a distinguished Dragon Tooth agent from now onwards, and she was looking forward to working with him. To which Ming-He smiled and replied that he was too. As the call ended, Ming-He looked toward the tree Lu Lin was leaning against earlier, but no one was there. His sister approached her while stretching. She told him that they were done selling and asked who called him. He told her that it was an official organization giving him a part-time job and the pay was really high, so there was no need for her to work so hard, and they could even get a new house, which his sister could not believe. She told him that they should celebrate and eat out, so they decided to eat seafood for dinner. They ate happily to their heart's content. He made his sister try on new clothes, And lastly, they moved into a new house. As they were talking on the balcony, Ming-hee told her sister that he was happy even though they are still renting the place and he was looking forward to buying it, in which his sister responded their life was already good, but he told her that it would get better. As they were talking, his sister brought up the topic of the mysterious hero of Lanyang City and told him to thank the hero on her behalf. It was so sudden that Ming-hee was startled. With a solemn expression, she told him that thanking others was important as she heard that the hero fought a monster that was way stronger than him to protect the city, and he had put his life on the line and stayed there instead of running away. She said that the children at the park being able to eat ice cream, their new comfortable house, and everyone's peaceful life in the city was only possible because of the superhumans, so she told him to make sure to thank the hero when he gets the chance while tapping his shoulders, in which he told her that he would keep that in mind. In the shower, Ming-hee said that there was no need to thank him as he would risk every fiber of his being and every drop of his blood to protect her. From then on, Ming-hee began training vigorously. He trained his core, strength, endurance, technique, and knowledge, as well as hands-on training. The goddess built a simulation of the mutant Dr. Zhao for his combat training, and Ming-hee was pleased as he hasn't forgiven him for what he did. The goddess told him that his main priority would be enhancing his physique as his combat ability wasn't weak, but his body could not keep up with his brain. She also told him that his current combat ranking should be in the Moonglow rank and he needs to reach the Sunblaze rank so he would no longer die easily. While battling the Dr. Zhao simulation, they were discussing and he asked the goddess if he would be able to release the Xuan Fist's absolute domain if he reached the Sunblaze rank, and she said yes and that his Xuan Fist would become a red sovereign talent. She told him that once he was able to release his absolute domain, he would realize that Dr. Zhao was just an ant. He remembered his teacher telling them that talents grant humans the ability to break through their limits, and he thought that he was having exceptional fists. He recalled that he asked the teacher about Red Sovereign's talents, but the teacher told him that he must wait until he was at the Superhuman Institute before he could learn about those talents. The goddess told him that a Red Sovereign talent would grant the user an absolute domain, where their superpowers will drastically increase, and their opponent would be restricted, similar to a game in which the user decides the rules. Ming-hee told the goddess that he wanted to experience it and asked if there was any way she could simulate it, but she said no. She lectured him that he should continue practicing his ultimate soul art and not even think about using a Red Sovereign talent without being familiar with his violent soul talent. Ming-hee told her that his ultimate soul art needed a sufficient number of marks to work, and he was lucky he managed to leave 49 fist marks on Dr. Zhao or he would have died. And then he asked if the star-marked galactic fist would be stronger if he leaves more marks. All the while, the goddess was mid-air, projecting his ultimate soul art. She confirmed his theory and told him that 49 marks were the minimum requirement for activation, so his punches should be more precise. He needs to take advantage of his surroundings, and also use his explosive fists to stack on more fist marks. Ming-hee stared intently at the projection as the goddess told him that he should be able to use his Xuan Fist's ultimate soul art much earlier if he do those things she suggested. A month later, at the train station, Ming-hee and his sister were waving goodbyes to each other, and as he dragged his luggage towards the train, Ming-hee told her sister not to be sad as he was just going to take a test and not to a battlefield. At Nanduzishan Industrial Zone, the area was covered with a red aura and intense fog. Two guards who were patrolling the area decided not to check the rest of the area as the fog was too big that they couldn't see anything. One of them, Old Wang, complained about the coldness when it was not September yet. As they were walking back, Old Wang found it weird that they have not reached the factory, so the other guard asked him if they took the wrong path, to which he intensely replied that it would be impossible as he walked that path for 10 years. He wouldn't take the wrong path even with his eyes closed. As they get to the factory, they heard a sound and Old Wang immediately looked back and pointed his flashlight to where the sound was coming from. To his surprise, a gigantic spider was feasting on his colleague who was asking for help. Old Wang ran away, his face filled with horror as he bolted while screaming. In the control room, he was breathing heavily as Old Wang closed the door behind him. He was shakingly trying to make a call on his phone when he noticed a human figure outside the window. He immediately went out to warn the person about the danger, but to his surprise, a female-looking monster with sharp teeth, glowing eyes, and tentacle-like hair greeted him as he opened the door. One of its hairs pierced through Old Wang's stomach, suspending him midair while one penetrated his mouth, and the others slithered through his body. Old Wang was already a dried-up corpse when the monster let go of his body and it fell into the ground. Around the area for the factory chimneys, a huge monster seemed to be patrolling the area while a female worker was kneeling inside one of those chimneys, covering her mouth while she was crying in order to hide her presence from the monster that was lurking. Meanwhile, Ming-hee was now traveling on a train, and he was on the phone with his sister who was worried for him. He comforted her that he had enough money, and he already asked a classmate to find a good house for him. A middle-aged lady called for the train attendant that was making her rounds for a glass of water, and asked her how much longer it would take for them to arrive at Nandu. The attendant named Tianzin told her that there would be around an hour left, and as it was the start of the school year, she asked her if she was bringing her daughter to Nandu to attend school. The daughter, Fang Nianrong, who was sitting in the aisle seat beside her mother, politely smiled as her mother bragged to the train attendant that she was attending the Superhuman Institute in Nandu and that she got the highest score in Lanyang City on the test. The passenger who overheard the conversation gave her praises on how beautiful, amazing, and outstanding she was. A kid who was sitting in front of her mother leaned over the back of his chair and handed her a notebook and pen. He asked her to write him something for good luck in the future when he takes the Superhuman Institute test. Ming-hee thought that Fang Nianrong was impressive that she got admitted by relying on her own strength and got one of the top scores as he looked over to her, handing her writing back to the kid, telling him to study hard. The train abruptly stopped when the lady beside Ming-hee had to let go of the phone she was holding to stop herself from colliding with the seat in front of her. But it was not enough to protect the baby she was holding from hitting the seat as well. Good thing Ming-hee reacted fast and protected the baby's head with his hands, and Fang Nianrong saw that, acknowledging his fast reaction. The passengers of the train are now complaining about the situation as there was a strange fog outside when the skies were clear just a moment ago, and there was no signal either. Ming-hee stood up from his seat and raised his phone up to try and find some signal. The kid from earlier looked out the window and saw a strange figure outside, so he told her mom that he saw something huge and strange outside, but his mother did not believe it and told him to stop saying nonsense. Ming-hee looked out his window as well, but he was not able to see anything aside from the fog outside. The PIA system announced that the train has encountered an unforeseen accident, and they asked all passengers to remain seated for everyone's safety as they inspect the train. Ming-hee wondered what the unforeseen accident was, so he stood up to check on the train attendant and what was going on. She asked the attendant what was going on, but she told him to get back to his seat so he wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Ming-hee pulled out his badge and said that he was a superhuman, so it would be best to tell him if something strange happened. To which the train attendant complained and told him to follow her to the front of the train to discuss the matter. Fang Nianrong, who was now standing behind Ming-hee, chimed in that she's technically half a superhuman, so she could help out during critical times. The train operators are discussing the passengers' information and how unfortunate they were that there wasn't a single superhuman aboard the train, so the situation was not looking good. The train attendant proudly announced that she found 2 of them as they entered the operator's room, and perhaps they could help solve the problem. The operators were ecstatic about the news and asked them what grade they were, and they were disappointed when Ming-hee pulled out his trainee badge and Fang Nianrong her enrollment papers. Kai Ming, the safety officer, told them that they couldn't handle the situation as they didn't know how dangerous the outside was. Ming-hee refuted that it would be better than just stopping the train in the middle of nowhere, and it would be more dangerous the longer they stay, so at the very least, they need to find a place with a signal so they could call for backup. The conductor agreed with Ming-hee's words, and he asked Kai Ming to follow them and told them to be extra careful when they go out. Ming-hee told Fang Nianrong to stay on the train as she hadn't entered school yet, so she was just putting herself in danger. But she rebutted that he was just a trainee, so if he could go then she could go too. Ming-hee did not argue further and just told her to stick close to him as there was something off with the fog. Ming-hee then instructed the train attendant by the door to lock it when they leave and remember to only open the door for them. The train attendant immediately locked the door as soon as Ming-hee, Fang Nianrong, and Kai Ming walked away. Kai Ming questioned Ming-hee why he had to instruct the train attendant when they are professionally trained so they don't need anyone to tell them what to do. Ming-hee simply responded that he was just being careful and asked him if a big fog could stop the train from operating. And Kai Ming responded that as long as there are no problems with the track, the train won't stop. Ming-hee then probed further by asking if the system detected something on the tracks which triggered the train to automatically stop, and Kai Ming nonchalantly answered that from his experience, it would probably be just some wild animal who gets through their fences. Meanwhile, the train attendant from before was nervously guarding the door while hoping everything was going well. As she looked out the window, she noticed a figure of a girl and immediately approached the door to let her in as it was dangerous out there. She was holding onto the door's lock and was about to open the door when she remembered Minghee's instruction, so she let go of it. The girl was now knocking on the train, and the attendant was just looking at the girl from the inside when a fat, middle-aged, balding man noticed the girl outside and told the train attendant to let her in quickly as she probably came from a different part of a train. The train attendant ignored him and just stared out the window to see clearly. The man who was disgustingly picking at his teeth told the train attendant that they should naturally let someone who was knocking in, and the little girl outside must be alone and scared outside. As the man approached the door, the attendant told him that the superhuman gave the orders not to open the door for anyone but them, and the doors were locked when the train stopped so it would not be possible for someone to get off the train. The man was now furious and creating a scene and said that she could be a person living around the area who got lost and asking for help. He criticized how cold the train attendant was when the person was now crying. The train attendant was adamant that they need to wait for the superhumans to come back as she blocked the door. The man pushed her to the side and told her she was too selfish to not let a crying person let in. So since she was not going to open the door, he will. The attendant grabbed his shoulders to try and stop him, but he pushed her away and yelled at her to back off, so the train attendant fell to the floor. He shamelessly said that the train attendant was asking for it and called her heartless. With a smile, he opened the door and reached out his hand to the girl and told her to come inside quickly. As soon as his fingers touched the girl's hair, terror filled his eyes, but it was already too late. The tentacles slithered through his entire body and dragged him out of the train. He tried to resist by holding onto the doors, but his hand slipped. The train attendant, who was shaken by the scene she witnessed, mustered all her strength to get up and run away, but she stopped and turned towards the door when she remembered all the passengers on the train. She was closing the door halfway through when the tentacles grabbed onto her legs, and she was now being dragged outside the train. She was on the verge of crying and was scared, but her expression turned to determination as she decided to close the door from the outside, sacrificing herself. She was crying and her eyes were filled with terror as the tentacles dragged her away from the train, into the darkness. 3 young passengers who were playing cards asked another train attendant that was passing by how much longer the inspection would take as they were on a tight schedule, and the attendant just told her to wait for a while. The attendant then saw that the attendant guarding the door, Tanzin, was missing. She approached the door and called Tanzin sloppy as the door wasn't even locked. Just as she locked the door, the tentacles grabbed the knob to open it, but immediately retreated when it realized that the door was now locked. Minghee saw huge tracks on the ground and immediately recognized it as a calamity beast. He knelt on the ground to examine the tracks, and he imagined it would be a massive beast that made the mark and knocked down the rocks to the track when they descended. He was surprised that he had a signal when he received a call from Luo Lin. Lu Lin was glad that Minghee finally picked up, and she confirmed his location as around Nandu's Xiaopai town when he said that something occurred on his end. He said that he was on the train to Nandu but it stopped midway due to an emergency, and told her that it was extremely foggy, and the signal was weak around the area so the train crew couldn't get into contact with the headquarters, and she immediately asked if the train could still run. Minghee confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the train so it should be able to run normally after clearing the obstacles that are blocking the path. But the train crew was hesitant to start the train as it was foggy, and there was no signal. Lu Lin was relieved and told Minghee to leave the area as soon as possible, and when Minghee asked what happened and if there was anything he could do to help, she told him that they were still near the boundary of the fog so it was not too late to leave now as it would be troublesome if they don't. Minghee asked her what is the fog and she got annoyed that he was asking too many questions, so she said that it would be difficult for him to survive in the fog with his current rank, so he must ensure the safety of those on the train and leave the area quickly. So Minghee immediately skidded down the slope as soon as he realized how serious the situation was. When he landed where Kai Ming and Fang Nianrong were, Kai Ming started complaining that he left all the grunt work to them and called him a sneaky bastard. Minghee did not pay any attention to what Kai Ming was saying and told them that they must leave immediately, as he received a call from the official command center and was given the order to retreat immediately. Fang Nianrong asked him how did he have a signal, and he told her that there was a bit of signal high up in the mountains where he found the tracks of a massive calamity beast who must have knocked the rocks down when they descended, so she couldn't believe what he just said. Minghee told her that he had no reason to lie so they must leave quickly to ensure the safety of everyone on the train. This suddenly reminded her of her mother on the train. Minghee gave them instructions that they needed to tell the conductor to start the train as soon as they get there when Kai Ming tripped on something and he fell down. He was mad and was complaining that he almost knocked out one of his front teeth as he was lying on the ground. He looked back to see what tripped him and he was horrified to see a dried corpse of a man. As Ming-He and Fang Nianrong looked toward where the scream was coming from, tentacles were launching a surprise attack on them from behind. Ming-He was able to notice the attack, and he immediately grabbed Fang Nianrong's arms and dragged her out of the tentacle's reach. The green-haired female-looking monster now revealed itself out of the fog. Kai Ming was startled when he saw the monster, and he did not realize that he was already hugging the corpse beside him. Ming-He instructed them to go find a place to hide, to which Kai Ming nodded vigorously, while Fang Nianrong shifted into a fighting stance and offered to help Ming-He. The monster launched her hair at both of them. Ming-He was able to dodge the attack, but Fang Nianrong didn't, and her gut took the hit. Ming-He got alarmed and yelled at her to hide as he could handle her. He was distracted, so he did not notice the tentacle approach him, and now it was wrapped around his waist. Fang Nianrong was lying on the ground, writhing in pain, but she still had the strength to argue with Ming-He that he was just a Starlight rank trainee, so he was not much stronger than she was. So Ming-He did not pay any more attention to Fang Nianrong and asked the monster what was the use of binding his body. The monster grinned and pulled Ming-He towards her, but instead of resisting, Ming-He jumped into the air and used the speed of the monster's pull. He told the monster that the speed was perfect as he landed his rapid flying punch, which knocked the monster back. A strong gust of wind flowed in the area, and Fang Nianrong, who was struggling to protect herself from the wind, was surprised by the powerful punch and said that it wasn't the strength of a Starlight rank. The monster was in pain, and it held into its stomach. The monster's face turned into a sinister smile as its green tentacle-looking hair had now transformed into a black one. The monster simultaneously launched its hair to attack Ming-He. His eyes gleamed and produced a blue aura as he countered each of the monster's hair with his punches. Fang Nianrong was awestruck by his speed as she couldn't see the number of punches at all. He jumped and launched himself toward the monster, and delivered another strong punch to its stomach. The glow in Ming-He's eyes dissipated as he was surprised to see a person inside the monster's now torn-down body. He recognized her as the train attendant and immediately pulled her out of the monster's body, and Ming-He wondered if she was still alive. Fang Nianrong notified Ming-He that the monster was running away. As he gently placed Tanzin on the ground, he told her not to worry about the monster and that they needed to save the attendant instead as she was still breathing. Fang Nianrong looked at Tanzin repulsively and called her disgusting and dirty. Ming-He ignored her and started performing CPR on the attendant himself. The fog started dispersing and the passengers on the train were now able to see what was happening outside. And Kai Ming quickly ran towards Ming-He while being wary of the monster. Tanzin coughed up purplish liquid, and when one of the train attendants saw Ming-He carrying her, she hurriedly opened the door for them to get on the train and asked her what happened to her. She weakly replied that she did not let the monster in, and they told her to talk later and get on first. Kai Ming closed the door in a hurry and told everyone that there was something in the fog. The train departed immediately, leaving the monster with the dried-up corpse. They were lucky they only passed a part of the fog. Afterward, in Xiaoxi, Lin Qingyu was on the phone with Lu Lin, and she was giving him information about the calamity meteor detected a month ago in the forest of Nandu's western suburbs. She said that according to the investigation, there were no abnormalities aside from the large amounts of steam near the crater, so the astronomy team speculates that this was a calamity they have never experienced before, and the higher-ups named it the Mist. As Lin Qingyu wandered through a village, he confirmed that he understood the situation, and said that the fog's movement varies and mysterious calamity beasts appear in the area it surrounds. And when the fog disappears, every calamity beast will also mysteriously disappear. Lu Lin told him that there are massive calamity beasts within the fog according to those who accidentally entered it. So the situation he was tracing right now was quite unusual. She also told him that it passed by the train tracks just moments before, so he was heading in the right direction. Lin Qingyu knelt on the ground to inspect it and told her that it definitely passed by, and he was afraid that it was starving as it ate all the livestock in town. He picked up something on the ground and thought that looked like the shell of an insect after molting while listening to Lu Lin on the other line, who was relieved that they were able to notify Xiaoxi's people to leave in advance, and the people on the train were also able to depart safely. As he stood up, he asked her if there were any survivors from the Zishan Industrial Park, and she said none. He puts away the shell he just picked up. He told her that no one will survive the fog if it appears again, so they need to investigate what it was exactly and what was in it. While looking at a report, she told him that there was an incident that gave them a breakthrough to know something about the fog. He asked her what the incident was, and she sent a picture of a centipede. She told him that it was a lion poo pattern centipede which the entomology research team lost half a year ago, and they were able to track it by tracking the GPS chip implanted in it. and they discovered that it hid in a cave near Zishan. Lin Qingyu was surprised at how big the insect was, but she ignored his comments and proceeded to say that the entomology research team was not able to recapture it as it hid in the cave, so they left it alone in Zishan, which was very close to the Zishan Industrial Park. Lin Qingyu understood what Lu Lin was trying to tell him. The lion Poo was not an inhabitant of the fog. It was the only living organism that left the fog, so it was a witness and a survivor, so they needed to capture it alive for analysis. Lu Lin confirmed that his understanding was correct and told him that they only had information on what was outside the fog and nothing on the inside, so this small centipede may provide them with important clues. Lin Qingyu unsheathed his sword as he prepared to enter the centipede's location and told her not to worry as he would definitely bring it back. He was staring at something above him, while Lu Lin remembered to inform him that it might have undergone some changes in the fog, and his face looked taken aback. A centipede tossed a pig in midair and gobbled it in a single bite. It produced a loud crunch which Lu Lin was able to hear over the phone, and it worried her. Lin Qingyu questioned Lu Lin, calling it a small centipede as what was standing in front of him was a gigantic one. Its scales were shining, and it looked like it was wearing armor. At the train station, while they were transferring Tan Xin and Kai Ming, the conductor thanked Ming-He for defeating the monster and getting them out of danger. They also praised him, but he humbly said that all he did was chase the monster away. The person who protected everyone was Tan Xin, who was not a superhuman, but she outdid all of them, since if the monster had entered the train, it would have been disastrous. They agreed that what she did was really brave, and she was their hero. As Ming-He walked out of the hospital, thinking that he has an enduring bond with it, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He was surprised to see an unknown number calling him. He then answered, and the person on the other line asked if he was Ming-He, and he confirmed while asking the other person on the line who they were. Ming-He blushed when the person asked him if he couldn't tell from their voice, as he recognized it was Lu Kaiyan. Lu Kaiyan was talking through her earpiece, and she was dazzling as she walked, which caught the male's attention around her. Ming-He's face lit up as he asked her how she got his number. She answered that Lin Yaoyu told her, and she also informed her that he was coming to Nandu today, and asked him why she couldn't reach him earlier. While completely unaware of a drooling guy with heart eyes walking beside her, he told her that something happened on his way, which Lu Kaiyan immediately recognized as the mist, and he was surprised that she knew about it and told her that they traveled along the boundary of it. She asked him where he was so she could come and find him, still unaware of the guy walking beside her who now hit a wall. Ming-He asked her if they were meeting up as he flagged down the taxi. He said he was planning on going to Nandu's Superhuman Institute at the moment so they could meet outside the school, in which she agreed. As he was riding the taxi, he reminisced about the times he spent with Lu Kaiyan, and the time he confessed his feelings for her with a bouquet of flowers in his hand by the river, and she asked him if she could think about it for a few days. He thought that it had been over a year, and she hadn't responded, so the answer was probably a no. On the school benches, Lu Kaiyan was talking with a friend about Ming-He and the letter she left him, which says that she would agree to date him if he woke up, and her friend told her that she might have left that letter because she pitied him, so she should just tell him the truth if that was the case. Her friend waved her hand around and told her that the number of people chasing her was enough to form a line to the school entrance, so how could a normal high school graduate from Lanyang City compare to the elites at Nandu? Lu Kaiyan sat down and explained that back then, she really liked him, but her friend reminded her that it was back then, when she was still a naive high schooler a year ago, and now she was the school goddess with both the looks and smarts, so there was no need for her to be someone's girlfriend just because of a promise. Lu Kaiyan tried to reason with her that he was a nice person, and since he came to find her after waking up, she should face and try dating him. But if they were really not compatible, she would tell him up front. Her friend was certain that they wouldn't be compatible, and she said that she was going to break so many hearts by making the dumb decision of choosing someone who couldn't even get into their school. But Lu Kaiyan defended her decision, so her friend did not pursue the argument much longer and just warned her to not let him take advantage of her and don't actually get herself involved when it was only a trial. And Lu Kaiyan said she knows. After that, she stood up as it was almost time and told her friend that he was actually a good person and she should get to know him. But her friend passed up, saying that she was only interested in extremely talented and good-looking guys, and normal guys are no different from toads. At Nandu Superhuman Institute, Ming-He stood at the entrance, thinking that the institute was cooler than he thought it would be. He solidified his resolve that he must get in this year no matter what, as it must feel great attending a school like that. While two girls passed by him thinking he was a hottie looking at them, and they criticized his dirty clothes, saying that he was probably a country bumpkin touring their institute. Lu Kaiyan soon arrived, with Sparkles following her, and the people around immediately noticed her. Even the two girls earlier thought she was pretty, and that girls would even fall for her. Lu Kaiyan paid them no mind as they continued to gossip about the goddess of their institute who coldly rejected Sir He Bin, who bought an entire sea of flowers when he confessed. They thought that she was just playing hard to get, as no one would actually reject the handsome son of one of the 3 great corporations of their school. They were startled when Lu Kaiyan waved her hands and called out for Minghe. They greeted and told each other that it has been a while, and they almost couldn't recognize each other. Minghe asked if he was more handsome now, and she replied that he was now more charismatic. Minghe wondered if that was how girls compliment nowadays, when Lu Kaiyan invited him to some coffee as her treat, to which he agreed. The two girls earlier overheard their conversation and wondered if Lu Kaiyan was going on a date with such a guy, but the other girl thought that they were probably just friends. As they were walking, Minghe was contemplating if he should bring up the confession, and quickly decided against it as it has been over a year. He just thought that she was treating him to a drink so that he wouldn't get upset about the friend zone letter she left. While on the other hand, Lu Kaiyan wondered why Minghe was not taking the initiative to hold her hands, which people who date normally do. As Minghe turned to look at her with a smile, she thought that he was about to kiss her and panicked as there were so many people. On the other hand, Minghe was just thinking that if they couldn't be a couple, then he's just happy being normal friends, and it was like they have returned to high school. As they sat down in a cafe, Minghe brought up that Lin Yaoyu told him that she was now famous at the Superhuman Institute and that everyone seems to know her. She humbly said that they only remembered her because she was commended a few times, and directly asked him if he came to Nandu to find her, but he said that he came to participate in the special enrollment exam of the institute. Minghe told her that he came to give it a try and he also wanted to visit the largest city in the south. And Lu Kaiyan was blushing when she asked him where was he living at the moment, because she was thinking that it was not appropriate to live together on their first day. She was contemplating what to do as it was her first time dating someone. Minghe looked worried as he told her that he hadn't found a place, but he was planning on renting one nearby as he heard that the process was complicated. He wanted to take it slow. Then he proceeded to ask if Lu Kaiyan was feeling well as her face was so red, but she told him it was nothing. Lu Kaiyan's voice started shaking as she told him that if he gets accepted, they would be classmates again and it would be easier for them to be together, which puzzled Minghe if he heard it wrong. He then interpreted it as her wanting to study together as they did in high school, as he assumed that she probably has a boyfriend at the moment and he envied him. Lu Kaiyan remembered the mist and brought up the encounter. He told her that they encountered a female pale-skinned that had tentacles all over its head. He told her that it was aggressive and was good at disguising itself as it looks just like a woman with long hair from a distance. She was surprised and asked how they managed to escape as the monster seemed dangerous. Then he told her that he was a superhuman now, while showing her his badge, when a blonde-haired guy saw them from outside the window. He told her that he had been training his ability as a hunter after waking up with the hopes that he could get into Nandu Superhuman Institute this year as they promised to attend together. Lu Kaiyan was touched knowing that Minghe didn't come to find her after waking up because he was trying in his own way, and he still remembered their promise, while oblivious to the fact that the blonde guy from the window was now approaching their table. The blonde guy grabbed the badge on the table without warning and told Minghe that he have gotten funnier. He waved the badge as he told Minghe that the lowest rank of a student at the institute after a year was Moonglow rank. Fan Kai, the blonde guy, told him to not take out his Starlight rank trainee badge as people would laugh at him, and he would be embarrassed to say that he was his old classmate, as people behind him were snickering. Fan Kai turned to Lu Kaiyan and asked her why she didn't say anything about Minghe coming along. He leaned in and told her that it would be better if he organized a get-together for all their high school classmates, but she refused and said that she just wanted to have a one-on-one chat with Minghe. Minghe drank his coffee as he waved him off, saying that they still have things to talk about, so he shouldn't bother them anymore. Fan Kai was offended and glared at Minghe. He looked like he was about to start a fight, but he heard a notification sound, and when he looked over to Lu Kaiyan, she gave him a hard stare, telling him to be quiet as she have a call. When Lu Kaiyan told the person on the line to go ahead and speak, Fan Kai was now extremely pissed off that he was ignored, that he slammed Minghe's badge on their table and walked away. He was infuriated when he went out of the cafe. His fist was enveloped with aura as he cursed Minghe who dared look down on him, and called him a lowly egotistical bastard for chasing Lu Kaiyan all the way to the Nandu Superhuman Institute, and said that he was the perfect man for her. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Lu Kaiyan told the person on the line to come and pick her up at the cafe. She quickly stood up and apologized to Minghe as she had an emergency that she needed to take care of, so she couldn't stay any longer. But Minghe told her that it was no problem at all as they could chat another time. She waved him goodbye and told him that she would cheer him on at the exam, and Minghe agreed as he waved her off goodbye as well. Her brother picked her up in a car and she immediately asked him what happened. While picking up the leaf that was stuck to her hair, he said it was urgent and her electricity controlling power was needed, so he would explain the details once they were in the car, to which she agreed. Inside the cafe, Ming-hee saw them and thought that it was Lu Kaiyan's boyfriend, and took a note for himself that he shouldn't bother her anymore from now on. Later, two guys were standing outside the special admissions exam venue, and one asked the other why was there still an admission exam when enrollment ended a few months ago. As Ming-hee passed by them, the other guy responded that it was a special admissions exam that was always held after normal enrollment ended and that it was basically just a backdoor for those that did not pass the normal enrollments. Ming-hee was looking up to the venue when a brunette guy approached him and asked if he was there for the special admissions too. When he confirmed, the guy offered that they head in together. Peng Linghui, the brunette guy, told Ming-hee that he was pretty down low as his get-up from head to toe looked like it did not total to 300, which Ming-hee confirmed. Peng Linghui told Ming-hee that he respected that and proceeded to ask how much his parents donated to the school, which got Ming-hee confused, but Peng Linghui thought that he was acting and told him that the exam was just a glorified backdoor. With a grin on his face, Peng Linghui told Ming-hee that he will say it first, and told him that his family donated 7 million to the school for his entrance qualification, and he was just there for the formal procedure, and Ming-hee was surprised that it was a thing. Ming-hee told Peng Linghui that he only heard about the special admissions so he came to see it, to which Peng Linghui laughed and called him naive as the institute does not lack talented people but they lack the funds to pay for the scholarships of the less financially fortunate students. Ming-hee immediately understood that the special admissions thing was just a front to open a backdoor for students who can pay for those scholarships, and Peng Linghui commended him for not being dumb, adding that exchanging 7 million for entrance qualification was not a bad deal for someone like him. Ming-hee asked Peng Linghui if that meant that he had no hope of getting it, and Peng Linghui told him that he could still test out the waters but he shouldn't be too down if he doesn't pass and just work hard next year. The special admissions teacher, Yan Jin, came into the room and called everyone's attention as he introduced his two companions, Professor Guzhu and Professor Shizhu. Then he started the roll call. Everyone else in the room was called except for Ming-hee and Professor Yan Jin were about to proceed with the instructions, but Peng Linghui called his attention to the fact that he had missed one more person. Professor Yan Jin looked again at the list and was surprised that there was one more page, with only Ming-hee's name listed on it. He has that demeaning look as he called Ming-hee's name. Professor Guzhu started with the instructions that there are a total of 5 parts to the exam and 4 of which were to test their physical and combat abilities. They introduced a strength test dummy and said that they have set different passing standards for each of the examinees based on the superpower they have listed. Professor Yan Jin called for Ming-hee first and said that he'll need to hit 1,500 kilograms as his talent was of the explosive power type. He said that he could leave right away if he couldn't hit it, while Peng Linghui was making side comments to Ming-hee that they have started to try to get him to quit. Ming-hee took a step forward and thought that the instrument being used was the same as the Hunters Association. He remembered that he hit 1,000 kilograms last time. He extended his arm in a punching position and aura gathered to his right fist. He punched the instrument with all his might and it was thrown away from the table it was placed on. Everyone's face in the room was filled with multiple emotions: surprise, admiration, and fear, and what they all had in common was all their mouths were wide open. The dummy's screen showed 2,200 kilograms as his score and everyone exclaimed that Ming-hee broke the dummy's limit and he maxed out. With sweat running down his face and his initial demeaning look turned to fear, he told Ming-hee that he surpassed the maximum and he had passed the basic part of the exam. The teachers also announced that because the testing instrument has been broken, everyone else would be counted as passing and will proceed to the next part of the exam. Now Ming-hee was the one having a surprised reaction, as he realized the capability of the teachers to make such kind of announcement. Peng Linghui smiled proudly at Ming-hee, along with the other examinees about their instant pass ability. Professor Shizhu asked Professor Yejin if they could consider accepting Ming-hee as he has exceptional performance. But he sarcastically asked her if she wanted him to accept all the students they have rejected every year who have scored full marks. Professor Guzhu also added that their institute has plenty of exceptional students, and if they lack the brains, they would just die during battle, to which Professor Shizhu agreed and said that if the officials didn't recommend Ming-hee, he wouldn't even be qualified to register. Professor Yejin said that they can just increase the difficulty of the other rounds to send him away. They are now standing in an arena as Professor Yejin announced that the second round would test speed, saying that they selected the spacious venue so there would be plenty of room for all of them to run and dodge. A man with a huge blazing cheetah beside him asked Professor Yajin if these were the examinees this year, as he introduced a general rank crimson cheetah that would chase them, and anyone who got pounced on will be disqualified. The two other professors started heading outside as Professor Yajin instructed them to start the timer. With a sinister gleam of his eyeglasses, Professor Yajin instructed the man with the cheetah to disqualify Minghe first. Then go easy on the other students, as none of them will pass if he takes them seriously, so the man agreed. Professor Yajin signaled the start of testing, and all the examinees started running away from the cheetah. Peng Linghui was running vigorously, thinking about what was going on as the cheetah was chasing him. Professor Guzhu immediately raised a paper to his chest with the number 700 on it and called for the man's attention. The man with the cheetah was amused that the examinee donated that much amount and started to whistle, signaling the cheetah that the one it was chasing was a no-go. The cheetah heard it while it was about to pounce on Peng Linghui, and so with a bored face, it faked to have lost balance and fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Minghe thought that the general rank crimson cheetah doesn't seem very strong, so he should be able to pass this round. With a tearful eye, the cheetah just looked at Minghe while he was running away, but the man whistled again, signaling that that one is fine. The cheetah perked up when it heard the signal, so it bared its fangs and claws and started crouching on the ground, ready to pounce on its prey. While Minghe was running, his back suddenly felt cold, so he looked back, and just in time, he was able to duck and avoid the cheetah's pounce. The cheetah immediately dug its claws into the ground and maneuvered itself to face Minghe, who was surprised as the cheetah was sick moments ago. The cheetah growled and started chasing him, and he was amazed at how insane the braking and speeding the cheetah was. Minghe ran towards the other students so the cheetah wouldn't chase him anymore, but as they passed by a guy who was taking a selfie, the other cheetah just ignored the other students and proceeded to chase him. He wondered if he was tasty or something, as it was just chasing him even if there were so many examinees. Minghe looked serious and said that if the cheetah wanted to do this, then he would show it his true speed. Dust covered the cheetah's vision as Minghe accelerated in front of him, saying that he didn't undergo physical training for anything. The other students were taken aback at how fast he was. They even questioned if he was still human. Both of them were surprised, and Professor Shizhu commented that Minghe's speed already surpassed many Moonglow-ranked superhumans. But Professor Yajin said that speed doesn't imply endurance and there are still 15 more minutes. 10 minutes later, everyone was bewildered to see the cheetah breathing heavily, trying to catch its breath, while Minghe, despite sweating profusely, was still composed, and he even mocked the cheetah for being tired already when he just finished warming up. With a menacing glint in his eyes, he cracked his knuckles, telling the cheetah that it was his turn to chase it now, and if he catches it, he will punch all of its teeth out. The cheetah was startled, its mouth agape, and started to run away from Minghe as he chased it around the arena. Professor Yajin was dumbfounded by what he just witnessed. His mouth was wide open and about to fall off his face, along with his eyeglasses. 15 minutes later, the cheetah was lying on the ground and could no longer stand due to exhaustion. Its owner was protecting it, begging Minghe to spare his poor beast, while Minghe told the cheetah that he wanted to play for a little longer as he just learned the second level of speeding. Professor Yajin hurriedly announced that everyone passed as the beast pounced on no one. Minghe wiped his sweat with his forearm, and as he heard the announcement, he had a skeptical look on his face, saying that he knew that was going to happen. The professors then announced that the third round would be reaction time. Before the start of the third round, Professor Guzhu suggested to Yan Jin and Professor Shizhu that they should consider accepting Minghe. Professor Guzhu believed that talented individuals like Minghe, who contribute to society, should also have a spot in special admissions. Although most special admissions require a donation, Professor Guzhu believed that it was important to consider individuals like Minghe who contribute to society. Yan Jin expressed that he already mentioned that excelling in the basic rounds doesn't mean much. Professor Shizhu agreed with Yan Jin's statement, but he was unaware of the reason behind Yan Jin's hatred towards Minghe. Prior to the special admission, someone approached Yan Jin and offered a case full of money, promising to donate another 6 million to the school if Yan Jin agreed to kick Minghe out. The man claimed that his child was exceptionally talented but missed the enrollment deadline due to returning from overseas. Yan Jin was determined to follow through with the plan to exclude Minghe from the admission. The examinees gathered in front of Instructor Guzhu while he explained the test to them. Meanwhile, Yan Jin and Professor Shizhu prepared for the examination behind him. The demon tree, a withered tree species contaminated by a calamity substance, was trimmed to ensure that examinees would only be hurt instead of losing their lives. Fresh blood was required to bring the demon tree to life, causing it to attack any living beings around it hysterically. Professor Shizu used a small knife to lightly cut his finger and then touched the demon tree with the same finger. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared and the demon tree's eyes lit up, causing it to start wiggling. The instructors had previously instructed the examinees that their names would be called and they would have to step into the yellow zone after taking the test, and then step behind them into the blue zone. First up was a guy named Zizi who, after stepping into the yellow zone, immediately executed a fighting stance. However, the demon tree responded quickly by using its branch to whip him. Fortunately, Zizi was able to dodge the attack with ease. After only 5 minutes, Zizi's trial was over and he passed quite easily. It was impressive to see his instant passing ability. Next, Professor Shizu opened another small wound and awakened the demon tree, allowing examinees to pass the supposedly difficult examination one after the other. Despite the obvious display of favoritism, Minghe couldn't help showing his disappointment. When it was finally Minghe's turn, Yanjin threw a hint at Professor Shizu who agreed with a nod. Professor Shizu then cut a deep wound on his palm and offered his blood to the demon tree. The more blood the demon tree absorbed, the stronger it became. It was clear that they intended to let Minghe experience a good beating from the demon tree. As expected, the demon tree attacked Minghe the moment he stepped on the yellow zone. However, the attacks towards Minghe were way stronger and faster than those towards the examinees before him. It seemed that Minghe had expected things to turn out this way. Although the demon tree had been strengthened, Minghe, who couldn't be hit by bullets due to his passive ability, dodged the attacks as if he were doing warm-up exercises. Professor Shizu couldn't believe what he was seeing, and Yanjin accused Professor Shizu, using it as a way to hint that the demon tree needed further strengthening. In response, Professor Shizu closed his left eye and cut a crossed wound on his palm, intending to go all out. As he offered his blood to the demon tree, its eyes glowed ferociously, and new leafless branches grew from it, making it look more aggressive and intimidating. Minghe saw his situation as a perfect opportunity to practice his hearing. He closed his eyes, sidestepped, and jumped to dodge the demon tree's attacks, relying only on his hearing. Yanjin became so angry that he couldn't stop shaking. The professors and examinees watched with wide eyes and open mouths as Minghe dodged the attacks. One of the examinees expressed doubt about why the attacks were always landing beside Minghe. Yanjin aggressively asked the examinee if he wanted to try dodging the attacks himself, but the examinee didn't dare to do so. Meanwhile, Minghe used rapid sidesteps to dodge the demon tree's consecutive attacks. 5 minutes later, Yanjin struggled to suppress his anger. The examinees were amazed by Minghe's reaction speed and wondered if he was still human. Finally, the once intimidating demon tree looked wilted and exhausted. Minghe stretched his arms out to express his contentment with his training with the demon tree. As a result, the round ended, and he automatically passed the test, since Professor Shizu fainted and his mouth was foaming. In the aftermath of the round, Professor Guju told Yanjin that they should accept Minghe since his reaction speed surpassed most of the students at the institute and excelled in all 3 rounds. However, Yanjin reasoned that they should not go easy on him because he thinks that students are spoiled, lack judgment, strategy, and battle experience. He pointed out that many of the past students who had done well in the exams did not fare well in actual battles. Therefore, they needed to consider all aspects of special admissions, and an actual battle would be the best test. As a result, he instructed everyone to proceed to the next round. Meanwhile, Professor Shizu, who was struggling to walk, was assisted by a personnel towards the infirmary. In the infirmary, the doctor told Professor Shizu that even though his girlfriend cheated on him with his uncle, what he was doing to himself was not necessary. Professor Shizu cried as he explained that he was just proctoring the special admission exam, and got anemic after feeding the demon tree too much blood. He then reminded the doctor that they had already agreed not to talk about his girlfriend. However, the doctor did not believe him and placed a green plant on a ledge above Professor Shizu's head, telling him that he needed it to survive. Despite this, Professor Shizu kept telling the doctor not to bring up his girlfriend. The doctor promised not to bring it up again as long as he did not do anything stupid like that again. Professor Shizu wanted to explain himself again, but he just stopped trying and released a sigh of defeat. Yanjin, Professor Guju, and the examinees walked towards an orb on top of a stand. As they approached the orb, Yanjin began explaining the last test, which was a test of superpowers talent. He explained that, according to their information, Minghe was a white dust talent. However, Ming-He interrupted his talk by asking why they were taking the test of superpowers talent after the other 3 tests. He argued that if they were to pass the other 3 but fail the last one, it would mean that the other 3 tests were for nothing. Yan Jin reasoned that rules are rules and that they had to follow them. However, Ming-He mocked him and said that he forgot that Yan Jin was the rule. Yan Jin became aggressive and asked Ming-He what he had just said. Ming-He feigned ignorance and asked if he could go and take the test first. Yan Jin replied that he would be the last one to take the test. He stated that it didn't really matter who went first and instructed Assistant G to record the results. Assistant G acknowledged the instruction. Peng Linghui volunteered to go first and immediately walked up towards the orb. As he touched the orb, violet particles started to swirl inside it. Ming-He gave Peng Linghui a thumbs up and told him that he didn't expect him to have a violet soul tier talent. The test proceeded smoothly, and one by one, the examinees touched the orb. Interestingly, every single one of them possessed a violet soul tier talent. Ming-He couldn't help but wonder how such a coincidence happened. Yan Jin, who had been silently observing, approached Ming-He and informed him that he had looked through his general information. To Ming-He's surprise, Yan Jin found out that he had participated in the Nandu Institute's examination test. Although Ming-He had scored full marks in all the other tests, his talents tier was only white dust, which, although a hidden superpower, had no combat value. Ming-He had learned everything there was to know about superpowers at the high school level, except for one crucial fact. The first thing one would learn in college is that superpower ranks were changeable. This was made possible by a material called life bead, which could be obtained from a special calamity beast. With the help of the life bead, superhumans could replace their original superpower with a new one, provided they had enough money, white dust, blue spirit, and violet soul. In fact, with enough money, one's superpower tier could be elevated even higher. Yan Jin's revelation shocked Ming-He, who had been unaware of this information. Yan Jin then asked Ming-He how he planned to surpass the other examinees, considering the minimum standard for recruitment was having at least a violet soul rank. He challenged Ming-He by asking if relying solely on his strong fists, lightning speed, and perfect reflexes would be enough to take on the ultimate soul art possessed only by superhumans ranked violet soul. Yan Jin also emphasized the destructive power that ultimate soul art could bring, which could threaten much stronger beings. Ming-He simply replied that he knew about the immense destructive power of ultimate soul art, which greatly surpassed the limits of the body. Yan Jin informed Ming-He that no matter how perfect his basics were, they would be useless against any examinee possessing ultimate soul art. In response, Ming-He sarcastically thanked Yan Jin for the reminder. As he walked towards the orb, he expressed his belief that strong basics could produce ultimate soul art with more destructive power. Just as Ming-He was about to touch the orb, memories of his superpowers talent test flashed in his mind. Yan Jin observed Ming-He's actions and wondered if he was trying to make a fool of himself. The orb then resonated a blue color, leading Professor Guju to explain that this was Ming-He's visible superpowers talent, which resembled a fist. Suddenly, Professor Shiju appeared and commented that it was only a blue spirit talent. This caused Professor Guju to wonder why Professor Shiju was not resting in the infirmary. Despite this distraction, Yan Jin refused to take his eyes off of Ming-He. Soon, the orb started to resonate a violet light, causing Yan Jin and the professors to widen their eyes in shock. Yan Jin thought it was impossible since the information stated that Ming-He was only white dust. However, Peng Linghui cheekily informed Yan Jin that superpowers are changeable, and that Ming-He's rank as white dust last year didn't mean it would always stay the same. Peng Linghui then gave Ming-He a thumbs up and praised him for being awesome. Ming-He noticed that the orb had suddenly started to resonate red light, and immediately took his hands away from it. The goddess commended him for hiding his strength, and said that there was no need for him to show those foolish humans his red sovereign. Ming-He then walked towards Yan Jin and asked him if he had passed the test. Yan Jin confirmed that he had passed the test. Sarcastically, Ming-He thanked Yan Jin for the recognition he had given him and mentioned that since everyone was a violet soul, his total score on the test would probably be the highest. Professor Guju said that it was a given, based on the outstanding performance he had shown. Yan Jin told Ming-He not to be arrogant and walked away along with Professor Shiju. Professor Guju asked Ming-He why he hadn't taken that year's entrance examination, which he could have definitely passed with flying colors with his skills. Ming-He just scratched his head, instructing the examinees to rest in the resting room on the side first. Professor Shiju mentioned that the live combat would start in a little while. A notice was posted outside Yan Jin's office saying that they were holding the special admissions exam and that they needed students to help them out with the actual combat test. Inside the office, Yan Jin cursed as he wondered if Ming-He was purposely trying to make trouble. Professor Shizhu speculated that Ming-He might be an elite student from another institute purposely trying to mess with their Nandu Institute. No one was knocking on the door, but Yan Jin gave instructions for someone to enter. Shortly after, Fan Kai walked in and introduced himself. He mentioned that he heard about their need for volunteers to help with the live combat test and asked if he could be of assistance. Professor Guzhu responded to Fan Kai's request, expressing concern that it wouldn't be fair to the examinees if he were to participate. He had come in third place among students in the city of Lanyang and had already been studying at the institute for a year. Professor Shizhu chimed in, stating that since it was a special admission exam, they had to adhere to strict regulations. Furthermore, Professor Shizhu added that Fan Kai was among the top 10 students in live combat among the second year's batch at Nandu Institute. Upon hearing this, Yan Jin smiled and decided to make Fan Kai the opponent for the examinees. The last test of the special admission exam was held in the combat arena. As Peng Linghui glanced around, he noticed that many students had come to witness the combat section of the exam. Meanwhile, Ming-He was among the crowd, scanning for Luo Kaiyan. However, he couldn't seem to locate her and quickly dismissed the thought, assuming she already had a boyfriend. To commence the combat section, Professor Guzhu announced that it was open to all, and students were welcome to observe the matches. Yan Jin assured the audience that the fights would be conducted in an unbiased and fair manner, preventing any allegations of misusing his authority. Furthermore, Professor Shizhu announced the pairings of the live combat test, where Ming-He would face off against Fan Kai, Peng Linghui against Jiang Xing, and Zhu Dongsu against Wang Binlong. As the audience discussed the matchups, they began praising Fan Kai's impressive combat skills, noting that he was among the top 10. Upon seeing Fan Kai enter the arena, the crowd erupted in cheers, offering their support and compliments. When Fan Kai and Ming-He met, Ming-He remarked on the mysterious coincidence of their pairing. Fan Kai jokingly responded that it was arranged by the institute, leaving him no choice, but he reassured Ming-He that he would not hold back. Ming-He confidently replied that he didn't plan on relying on Fan Kai's mercy. Fan Kai was convinced that the upcoming day would be the day he would finally defeat Ming-He to a pulp. On the other hand, Ming-He had been thinking to himself that it had been a while since he had seen Fan Kai's hypocritical face. As soon as the fight was announced, wind gathered around Fan Kai's hands. He smugly informed Ming-He that he had no idea about his wind-controlling abilities. Without any further delay, Fan Kai lunged towards Ming-He with his Gale Force Ram technique. Ming-He responded quickly, swinging his left arm and clenching his fist. When Fan Kai was close enough, he threw a punch towards him, but his whole body was surrounded by wind. The collision between the fist and wind caused dust to fly everywhere. As a result, Fan Kai was pushed back, and when he regained his balance, he looked bewildered. Ming-He then declared that he had just finished warming up and was now ready to play seriously with Fan Kai. He insulted Fan Kai, calling him a two-faced bastard and admitting that he had hated him since high school. This comment infuriated Fan Kai, and he started to hurl insults at Ming-He. He even went as far as to call him a trash who had failed the Superhuman Institute's entrance examination. Ming-He revealed that every time he got close to Luo Kaiyan, Fan Kai would cause trouble for him and laugh behind his back. In addition, Zhu Zhang and Lu Xinghong told him that Fan Kai was teaming up with other students to ostracize him. In response, Fan Kai dismissed the accusations and claimed that he didn't even need to ostracize Ming-He, whom he called a jobless hobo. He went on to mock Ming-He, saying that his training probably consists of moving bricks in a construction site, and he could never dream of attending the institute. However, Ming-He then asked him why he bothered to show up in the special admission exam if that was the case. Fan Kai reluctantly reasoned that the institute requested him to do so. Ming-He sought confirmation from the teacher assistant, and Professors Guzhu verified that Fan Kai volunteered himself and specifically requested to be Ming-He's opponent. This revelation angered Fan Kai, who gritted his teeth. Fan Kai then declared that as Ming-He's combat examiner, if he deems Ming-He unworthy, then he's unworthy. Furthermore, he claimed that Ming-He doesn't even deserve to attend the Superhuman Institute, let alone Luo Kaiyan. Ming-He mentioned that no matter where he and Luo Kaiyan went, Fan Kai would always show up and ruin the atmosphere. This had happened just a couple of days ago. Ming-He then advised Fan Kai to pursue Luo Kaiyan with decency if he truly likes her. Ming-He believed that the success of courting Luo Kaiyan was entirely up to Fan Kai and there was no reason for Fan Kai to hate him. Ming-He went on to speculate that Fan Kai might have confessed his feelings to Luo Kaiyan before and was brutally rejected. To stroke his damaged ego, Fan Kai decided to bully Ming-He to show his superiority. Fan Kai indirectly admitted to everything and told Ming-He that looking at him made him angry. Fan Kai claimed that the Superhuman Institute was a sacred place that couldn't be entered by people like Ming-He. Anger took over Fan Kai's mouth and he couldn't stop himself from spouting insults towards Ming-He. Fan Kai called Ming-He a joke, scum, and claimed that he deserved to carry cement at a construction site, deliver takeout to smelly neighborhoods, and wash dishes in a rundown restaurant. Fan Kai believed that being a superhuman was a job that Ming-He simply could not do. Ming-He told Fan Kai that compared to his two-faced self, the real Fan Kai made him feel better. Nevertheless, Ming-He admitted that he still wanted to beat Fan Kai's ass. Fan Kai reminded Ming-He that he was the examiner and suggested that Ming-He should start to get on his knees and beg him so he could pass the exam. Ming-He threw his jacket towards Peng Linghui and exclaimed that he had wanted to beat up Fan Kai for a long time. However, he refrained from doing so because he was too poor to pay for Fan Kai's medical bills. Peng Linghui caught the jacket and became excited, anticipating the start of the fight. Ming-He flexed his biceps and stated that the combat exam was the perfect reason for him to legitimately beat up Fan Kai. He added that he wouldn't need to pay for Fan Kai's medical bills since it's a combat exam. Fan Kai laughed and replied that he was ranked among the top 10 in combat for his grade. However, Ming-He suddenly appeared in front of him, preparing to throw a right-hand punch. Fan Kai quickly blocked the punch with his elbow, but he was still thrown away by the force. With Ming-He's second stage explosive speed activated, he dashed towards Fan Kai, who was still pushed back and struggling to regain his balance. Ming-He aimed to follow up with a punch while Fan Kai was off guard. The sudden increase in speed caught Fan Kai by surprise, and Ming-He swung a punch aimed at Fan Kai's face. As a result, blood spurted out of Fan Kai's face when Ming-He landed an uppercut punch that sent him flying. Fan Kai's sunglasses flew off, and one of his front teeth was extracted. Fan Kai used his wind manipulation to regain his balance and stop himself from flying away. His eyes widened in anger as he covered his mouth, realizing the extent of his injuries. He stopped spouting nonsense and started gathering wind in both of his arms while using the wind to maintain himself afloat above Ming-He. He used his spirit art, Gale Force Whip, to attack Ming-He. The wind extended, grew wider, and multiplied, ravaging the area where Ming-He stood. Sand splashed wildly due to the Gale Force Whip's wild attacks. Fan Kai laughed and taunted Ming-He that he wouldn't be able to fight since he couldn't even get close to him. He claimed that his superpower was invincible, and Ming-He's powerful fists were useless. He grinned and used his intermediate spirit art, Wind Python. The wind seemingly formed into a python, opening its mouth to attack Ming-He. Ming-He noticed that Fan Kai was using a spirit art, and his expression turned serious. As he touched the sand, it started fusing into his hand, and he curled his left hand into a fist, using the Mystic Fist technique. Fan Kai's excitement was palpable as the wind python solidified, and his face showed extreme anticipation. However, his expression quickly turned to shock when he noticed something shining inside the whirling sand. Almost immediately, a sand pillar fist formed below Fan Kai, knocking him away. Ming-He stood at the base of the sand pillar fist, posing as if he had punched someone. The crowd was starting to wonder if Fan Kai was really ranked in the top 10 among the second years, as they watched an examinee who hadn't even matriculated beat him up. One member of the audience, who was dating Lu Kaiyan, said that she had expected Ming-He to be that strong. Fan Kai sluggishly stood up, admitting that he had forgotten to tell Ming-He that his superhuman ability came with a passive ability. The angrier he became, the stronger the gale force he could command. Fan Kai's aura increased so dramatically that it disturbed the sand surrounding him. While preparing to release a technique, he thanked Ming-He for making him enter his strongest state. Fan Kai used his soul art, Rampant Tornado, which only those of the Violet Soul rank could use. Despite their distance from the Rampant Tornado, the audience was frightened. However, they soon realized that Fan Kai was taking things seriously. Worriedly, Professor Guzhu told Yan Jin that she thought an examiner was prohibited from using Ultimate Soul Art. Yan Jin didn't say a word and remained silent. Meanwhile, Fan Kai bragged to Ming-He that everything was over, believing that Ming-He's brute force had no use, and he wanted Ming-He to experience despair. However, the sand pillar fist crumbled upon contact with the Rampant Tornado. Ming-He curiously observed Fan Kai's soul art and smiled as he found Fan Kai's soul art lacking compared to his own soul art. As the people saw Ming-He wanting to counterattack, Professor Shizhu commented that there were tiers within the Violet Soul rank, and Fan Kai's Gale Force combat power was considered rather strong. He thought Ming-He was overestimating himself. Despite Professor Guzhu urging Yan Jin to do something, he remained silent, and Peng Linghui desperately advised Ming-He to run away. Unfortunately, the Rampant Tornado swallowed Ming-He, causing Yan Jin and the rest of the audience to tense up. Yan Jin couldn't keep himself from swallowing saliva, and Professor Guzhu continued urging him to take action. Inside the rampant tornado, Ming-He advised Fan Kai that if he truly wanted to defeat someone, he should unleash his soul art without restraint. He added that babbling like that would only make him seem angry and powerless. As a result, Fan Kai became triggered and even more furious. He claimed that he had initially wanted to let Ming-He keep his dignity, but he changed his mind and decided to send him back to his crippled state in the hospital. With the use of the rampant tornado complete explosion, Fan Kai attempted to finish Ming-He off. In the midst of the tornado, Ming-He stood his ground and prepared to strike. Wind swirled towards his right fist as he bent his knees, accumulating power to punch upwards. Then, he employed his signature technique, the Hurricane Fist, and aimed it at Fan Kai, who was floating above him. Upon seeing the Hurricane Fist rapidly approaching him, Fan Kai struggled to decide what to do. As his eyes widened in horror, he could only use his arms to block the incoming attack. The Hurricane Fist dissolved Fan Kai's rampant tornado, causing dust particles to cover the arena. After the dust settled, Ming-He was seen standing with his right fist curled, while Fan Kai was lifelessly stuck to a wall with a dent on his chest, his eyes and mouth agape. The wind that had gathered on Ming-He's right fist began to dissipate. The audience, professors, and Yan Jin were astonished by what they had just witnessed, their eyes and mouths wide open in disbelief. Only Peng Linghui was celebrating Ming-He's victory. Fan Kai fell on his knees before collapsing face down on the ground. His body shook as he struggled to move. After a moment, he was finally able to sluggishly ask Ming-He about the technique he had just used. Ming-He replied that he had used the Mystic Fist, which had the ability to convert the surrounding medium into power. And in this case, the medium he had used was Fan Kai's Gale Force. As Fan Kai still struggled to get up, he expressed his disbelief that Ming-He had overpowered his soul art with a spirit art. Ming-He explained that if he had used his soul art, Fan Kai would have been reduced to nothing. He added that, as former classmates, he wanted to leave Fan Kai with some face. Fan Kai asked Ming-He how he could use a soul art. Peng Linghui returned Ming-He's jacket and called Fan Kai an idiot before informing him that Ming-He had passed the superpower talent test and also possessed a violet soul superpower talent. He emphasized that Ming-He had defeated Fan Kai without even using his soul art. Fan Kai couldn't believe that Ming-He's talent had become violet soul. Medical personnel asked Fan Kai to stop talking and get on the stretcher. Ming-He told Fan Kai that people improve and that he should enjoy his stay at the hospital, as he was expected to stay there for a long time considering his injuries. In the end, Peng Linghui and Ming-He left Fan Kai and walked away. Peng Linghui confidently stated that gaining momentum in Nandu wouldn't be difficult since someone ranked in the top 10 had such weak combat power. Ming-He responded by pointing out that Nandu's Superhuman Institute still had many geniuses, and it was impossible for all of them to be as weak as Fan Kai. Upon hearing their conversation, Fan Kai's mouth spurted blood, and the crowd demanded that the professors accept Ming-He. Professor Guzhu advised Yan Jin that they should accept Ming-He, or else they might face criticism. Yan Jin cautioned Ming-He not to get ahead of himself since Nandu's Superhuman Institute always had exceptional combat power geniuses. Ming-He retorted that Yan Jin should be stricter with admissions. If students like Fan Kai were accepted, people might assume that everyone ranked in the top 10 got in through the back door, which could harm the institute's reputation. Ming-He then suggested that Yan Jin ask him if there was any student he didn't want to accept, promising that they wouldn't be accepted. Yan Jin reluctantly congratulated Ming-He on becoming a student of Nandu's Superhuman Institute, reminding him to be modest, open-minded, and respectful. Ming-He added that it depended on who the instructor was, and Yan Jin reminded him not to take things too far. Someone in the crowd asked if they would reimburse Fan Kai's medical bills, but Yan Jin firmly stated that using soul art during student combat was forbidden, and Fan Kai had broken the rules and asked for trouble, so they wouldn't reimburse him. Even on the stretcher, Fan Kai insisted that money was not a problem for him. Peng Linghui commented that he had seen stubborn people, but he had never seen anyone be so stubborn over medical bills. Simultaneously, while Fan Kai was spitting out blood, the medical personnel carrying him were puzzled as to why he was doing so once again. Nonetheless, the remaining matches proceeded successfully. After the matches, Peng Linghui bid farewell to Ming-He and headed back to celebrate his admission with his father. As Peng Linghui left, a female student approached Ming-He, addressing him as a junior. She asked Ming-He to add her on WeChat, offering to be his guide as he was still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Ming-He expressed gratitude and inquired about the route to the wrong courtyard. The female student suggested going together since she was also heading in that direction. However, before Ming-hee could respond, Lu Kaiyan appeared out of nowhere and informed the female student that she would be guiding Ming-hee as they were high school classmates. Lu Kaiyan then thanked the female student for her eagerness, causing her to feel embarrassed. Despite that, the female student still requested Ming-hee to add her on WeChat. Lu Kaiyan explained that Ming-hee's phone was currently under repair, which led the female student to persist and ask for Ming-hee's phone number instead. Lu Kaiyan revealed that Ming-hee's SIM card was also broken, making it necessary for him to get a new one. This left the female student with no choice but to abandon her request. After the female student had left, Ming-hee inquired about how Lu Kaiyan knew that he needed a new phone as his old one was getting sluggish. However, Lu Kaiyan did not address Ming-hee's question and instead commented on how eager the female student was to know him. She suggested that Ming-hee might have aced the admission exam, given the girl's keen interest in him. Ming-hee responded by stating that he did not do very well, and that he did not expect to face Fan Kai as his opponent. He then revealed that Fan Kai had gone easy on him. Lu Kaiyan looked at Ming-hee in disbelief. She knew that Fan Kai had always been targeting Ming-hee. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Fan Kai sneezed as Ming-hee explained to Lu Kaiyan that some people may seem despicable, but in reality, they are just pretty face that lacks intelligence. After hearing this, Lu Kaiyan and Ming-hee laughed together. Lu Kaiyan then congratulated Ming-hee, expressing how thrilled she was that they were classmates once again. Ming-hee was finally able to live the campus life he had wanted. Upon entering the Nandu Superhuman Institute, he gained free access to various facilities such as the Great Poetic Path of the Banyan Trees. There were also the vast practice field of grass, the lively street for students, the library of the old school building, and more. During the introduction to the basics of superhuman combat class, Professor Zhang explained to his students that amongst the combat superpowers, every superhuman will possess a few basic abilities. He began by mentioning that superpowers are divided into 5 ranks. Then, he asked the class about the basic abilities of the White Dust rank. Fang Nianrong was chosen to answer his question, and she explained that people with the powers of the White Dust rank will have a physique different from ordinary people. She also mentioned that they have the potential to exceed some athletes if they train diligently. Professor Zhang acknowledged Fang Nianrong's response, stating that she was correct. He further explained that in the past, strength, speed, and precision were considered to be the human body's limits. However, in the superhuman era, the vast majority of superhumans can surpass them. This is the basic ability of the White Dust superhumans, which they call super physique. It is worth noting that different White Dust superhumans will have different characteristics, with some having faster speed while others having greater strength. Professor Zhang explained that at Nandu Institute, the standards that are normally required include strength, speed, reaction, and actual combat. He added that as long as a student can pass at least one of those 4 standards, it is considered good. However, one student had a question for Professor Zhang. The student asked why his friend, who had reached the standards for both strength and reaction and had a White Dust rank, did not receive a higher rank. Professor Zhang replied that they would discuss this in the next topic, the Blue Spirit rank. He expected that everyone already knew about the abilities of Blue Spirit superhumans, but he still wanted to explain everything in detail. Professor Zhang asked for a volunteer to demonstrate the abilities of a Blue Spirit superhuman. A female student volunteered and said that her superpower was glaring light, and her spirit art was blindness, which everyone in the room should be able to feel. The professor asked her to demonstrate without damaging any equipment in the classroom. The female student affirmed that she could control the intensity of the glaring light, and proceeded to create a ball of light on her palm. When she released the ball of light, it diffused a bright light that blinded everyone in the room who looked at it. Ming-hee closed his eyes to protect himself from the bright light, and the female student instructed everyone not to panic and to close their eyes first. She assured everyone that their sight would completely recover in a minute or 2. While Ming-hee's vision was still blurry, Professor Zhang explained that what they had just witnessed was an explosive spirit art. Blue Spirit superhumans not only have a super physique but also possess some kind of spirit art that can inflict serious damage on enemies, as well as unexpected effects. Therefore, it needs to be used skillfully and nimbly by every Blue Spirit superhuman. The use of spirit arts consumes a lot of physical and mental power. Therefore, even though Blue Spirit superhumans are inherently superior to White Dust ones, the cultivation of a super physique is still essential. When someone asked about how the Violet Soul rank is different from the first 2, Professor Zhang explained that Violet Soul superhumans have more than just a super physique in spirit arts. The student then remarked that there shouldn't be many people with a Violet rank in the institute. Professor Zhang acknowledged that explaining soul arts in a few words is a daunting task. He further explained that some soul arts have prerequisites, while others are connected to their superhuman spirit art. This connection is said to make spirit art 10 times more powerful. During the lecture, Professor Zhang shared that he received a recording of a soul arts appearance during a special admission combat. He urged everyone to pay close attention but also reminded them that he's not showing the recording to showcase the power of soul art. To ensure that the recording was viewed with optimal conditions, Professor Zhang asked the student near the wall to lower the blinds and turn off the lights. Soon after, the recording of the fight between Minghe and Fan Kai started to play. Professor Zhang warned that the person's face would be blurred since they didn't have permission to share it. Minghe was relieved to hear this as he didn't want to become famous early. In the recording, when Fan Kai unleashed his ultimate soul art, the rampant tornado, the students were left in shock. They described Fan Kai's violet rank soul art as a mini version of a natural disaster and were terrified by its power. During the playback, Fang Nianrong noticed that the person in the footage looked strikingly similar to Minghe. Professor Zhang explained that Fan Kai's superpower is the battle wind. The gale whip and wind python that Fan Kai used previously are basically used to accumulate the wind element in his surroundings. This is a prerequisite to displaying his soul art, as the wind must reach a certain intensity. However, Minghe realized that when he used his fist to disperse those pythons, Fan Kai actually wasn't able to display his soul art. In the recording, when the rampant tornado swallowed Minghe, the students thought that he would be torn apart. They exclaimed and wondered who would be able to withstand that kind of soul art. However, when Minghe used his mystic fist, the hurricane fist, the students were even more shocked. Their mouths hung open as they wondered if Minghe was even human. To disperse the soul art that his opponent gathered with one punch, they thought that it was a great mini version of a natural disaster. Fang Nianrong looked at Minghe suspiciously. Professor Zhang pointed out that the student in the recording only used his spirit art. He explained that they can assume that the spirit art can absorb any medium in his surroundings, and the stronger the medium is, the stronger the displayed spirit art will be. Since it is expected that the violet soul art is at least 10 times stronger than the blue spirit art, a student couldn't help but ask Professor Zhang how the student in the recording did it. Professor Zhang explained that there are 2 factors. The first one is that the white dust foundation of that student is very solid since he got the highest marks in 3 of the 4 standards. He then informed everyone that they will strengthen their white dust super physique during their training, which will start 2 days later. Furthermore, he said that the more stable the super physique is, the stronger spirit art and soul art they could display. According to Professor Zhang, the superhuman's actual capabilities aren't just measured by the standards such as white dust, blue spirit, violet soul, red sovereign, and black saint. Theoretically, a white dust superhuman who trained their super physique to the extreme can even beat a black saint superhuman. The students were left wondering who the person in the recording was. They discussed how powerful he is, and a student even thinks that the student alone can fight against everyone in their classroom. This is because, with that person's spirit art alone, he was able to display tremendous power. The students speculated that the person's soul art might be able to destroy a small mountain. After explaining and showing the recording to everyone, Professor Zhang believed that the students understood that a person's upper limit isn't determined by their inherent talent. Whether it's white dust or blue spirit, actual combat requires every ounce of power to be applied perfectly, or else the highest ranks of talents will be easily destroyed. After saying what he wanted to say, Professor Zhang ended the class. After the class ended, the students dispersed and left the classroom. Fang Nianrong was walking behind Minghe when she suddenly called out to him. Minghe turned around and recognized Fang Nianrong. She then asked him if he was the person in the recording. Curious, Minghe asked her how she could tell it was him despite the video being so blurry. She explained that Minghe must have passed the special admission exam since he wasn't a student of Nandu Institute when he was on the train, but now they're classmates. However, Minghe reasoned that there were quite a few who went through the special admission. Fang Nianrong replied, saying that she remembered that Minghe was using his fists when he attacked the Calamity Demon in Fog. Minghe then told her that a lot of people use their fists, just like Teacher Yu. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a sudden announcement about the astronomy team noticing a small meteor passing through the atmosphere. The meteor's trajectory was estimated to be set towards Shaoling, Nandu. The announcement instructed the villagers of Shaoling to evacuate immediately. They also asked the frontline commanders to prepare for battle, and the rear coordinators to set up the police cordons and organize a backup team. Both Fang Nianrong and Minghe's phones rang at the same time. Fang Nianrong answered the call and was reminded that she was selected as a member of the backup team when she entered the institute. The caller asked her if she heard about the warning. Fang Nianrong confirmed that she heard about it and asked for instructions. Minghe received a call from Luo Lin, who informed him that the calamity in Xiaoling had been determined to be caused by a group of demons, with an estimated number of more than 1,000. Immediately after answering the call, Luo Lin told him that Dragon Tooth required him to be on standby at all times to handle unpredictable emergencies. Curious about his role, Minghe asked Luo Lin where he should go. In response, Luo Lin informed him that he was a member of Dragon Tooth and was only responsible for emergency plans. She also mentioned that as long as he didn't get injured in combat, leave Nandu without permission, and not accept other missions for the next few days, he would be fine. Acknowledging Luo Lin's instructions, Minghe started walking towards his dormitory. Upon arriving, he found his roommate Zhang Yuan complaining about Lai Jin's haughtiness, despite just being a member of the rear rescue team. Wang Jia, the other roommate, sighed and told Zhang Yuan to forget about it, as the institute made it clear that preparing students would be given preferential treatment. Zhang Yuan then noticed Minghe's return and asked about preparing students, as Minghe had arrived a few days late and missed out on a few things. Wang Jia explained that the astronomy team announced it every time a calamity occurred. The government, hunters, institutes, and villagers would take action, and when a calamity above grade 5 appeared, all 4 parties would send out a group to conduct an investigation and combat preparation. Minghe sat down and explained that he came from a small city where there were not many calamity occurrences. Wang Jia then told him that since they were in Nandu, all of Nandu's calamities were managed by the Nandu Superhuman Institute, which was the head of the institutes. Becoming a preparing student was considered a very glorious achievement. Zhang Yuan expressed his irritation by stating that being a member of the rear combat preparation team is nothing special. He even went further to say that they might not even catch a glimpse of the demon's shadows. In contrast, he bragged about his brother, who is a main combat personnel, and can see the meteor crater and fight with demons head-on. He laughed as he pointed out that Lai Jin is merely a member of the rear combat preparation team, responsible for doing odd jobs for the frontline main combat personnel. Wang Jia was amazed by Zhang Yuan's revelation. He said that he had heard that frontline personnel were given luxurious treatment and were provided with 1 bedroom and 1 living room at the institute. Additionally, they were assigned a butler who helps with cleaning and laundry. Zhang Yuan pointed outside the window and explained that the luxury apartment complex with a lake view was where the frontline personnel lived. Wang Jia added that when he was wandering around in the afternoon, he saw Nandu's famous goddess heading towards the luxury apartment complex. Minghe asked who the so-called Nandu goddess was, to which Wang Jia expressed his surprise. He wondered how Minghe didn't know that there were 3 goddesses in Nandu. The 3 goddesses are Ice Princess Tang Ning, Martial Arts Saintess Feng Ling, and Dancing Thunder Girl Lu Qian. Minghe asked why the titles were so bold and exaggerated. Wang Jia explained that the titles were given to them by the people of the institute based on their superpowers. It was said that anyone who had seen them demonstrate their powers would not think there was anything wrong with their titles. Minghe realized that he had been riding on Lu Qian's coattails, as she was his high school classmate. Wang Jia expressed his disapproval and suggested that Minghe should just say Lu Qian was his girlfriend since he was so shameless. Zhang Yuan teased Minghe by saying that all boys in the institute addressed them as wifeys. However, Minghe reasoned that Lu Qian was really his classmate. Despite this, Zhang Yuan told Minghe not to deceive the room facing the girls' dormitory building. Later, Wang Jia asked Minghe why he couldn't even win against the entire girls' dormitory. Feeling frustrated, Minghe stopped explaining, stood up, and told his roommates that he was returning to his room. Once Minghe was alone, he sat on his bed, closed his eyes, and meditated. Moments later, he entered his spiritual realm where the goddess was floating in front of him. He asked the goddess who his opponent would be that day. The goddess opened her eyes, stretched her arms, and told Minghe that the mutated Dr. Zhao was no longer suitable to be his simulated opponent. She explained that because Minghe's contact range of opponents was too narrow, she couldn't obtain a lot of data. Furthermore, the goddess told Minghe that for her to be able to create more suitable opponents, he needs to come in contact with other kinds of demons. Minghe then informed the goddess that there had been a recent demon invasion, and it happened to be a group of demons located at Xiaoling. The goddess advised Minghe to consider taking a look, but he mentioned that he couldn't because he was currently in the standby phase. In response, the goddess recommended that he should take a break and walk around as there was no point in practicing without new data and opponents. Minghe, however, believed that he needed to join the preparation team to interact with demons. The goddess suggested that, as a hunter, Minghe could take on private work and increase his experience instead. After considering the advice, Minghe agreed to wait for the standby phase for the Dragon Tooth to end. It was at this point that the goddess informed Minghe that his second dominant power had been opened, and encouraged him to obtain the life drop, which would enable him to possess his second type of superpower. Minghe was stunned to hear the words second dominant power slot and life drop, and he wanted to confirm if the life drop that the goddess referred to was the one that would grant a person superpowers. The goddess clarified that the life drop could be obtained from the leader of the demon lair, and also informed Minghe that it could be purchased if he had enough money. Minghe mentioned that he didn't have any money. The goddess smiled and replied that technology is what the wealthy depend on, while mutation is what the poor depend on. She added that it was his luck that brought him to meet her. Minghe commented that some people had gained the ability to fly and overlook the universe by being bitten by a spider or struck by lightning. However, he had been hit by a huge meteorite, and he still had to improve his rank gradually. He then asked if the goddess could provide him with a complete rank gift card. The goddess explained to Minghe that such things only happened in movies. Minghe then requested that she create some opponents for him to fight since he would be idle otherwise. The goddess asked Minghe if he was obsessed with cultivation and advised him to go on dates or enjoy his time at the university since he was still unfamiliar with the Nandu Institute area. Minghe agreed and said that he had wanted to visit Nandu Institute's campus for a long time. He put on a face mask and headed to the free training grounds at Nandu, where he could find opponents to spar with. The goddess sighed and remarked that Minghe was truly a cultivation maniac. In Field 1, Minghe hung his jacket on a sign that reads "Spirit arts are prohibited" and reminded everyone to take care of the grass. Minghe's opponent warned him to be careful because of his dangerous fists, but Minghe simply told him to go ahead. The opponent gritted his teeth and began attacking Minghe with one punch after another, but Minghe effortlessly dodged each one. He thought to himself that his current opponent was incomparable to his simulated opponents. Despite this, he decided to take it as a warm-up since he had free time anyway. Meanwhile, in Field 3, a student was pushing back her opponent with a strong combination of kicks and punches. The opponent, who appeared to be a white tiger, could only block as the female student barraged him with attacks. Finally, the student's opponent lost balance after a kick, and she took advantage of the situation by jumping and feinting a punch. When she got the chance, she stepped on her opponent's foot, sending them crashing to the ground. The man who resembled a tiger cried out as he thought that his opponent was being too ruthless during their sparring match. To everyone's surprise, the skilled fighter was none other than Feng Lin, also known as the famous martial arts Phoenix Girl, in disguise. Confident in her abilities, Feng Lin asked for another opponent to challenge. However, when she called someone over, they ran away in fear. She attempted to call over another opponent, but everyone started fleeing in all directions, intimidated by her reputation. As a result, the disguised Feng Lin was left awkwardly alone in Field number 3. Feng Lin walked over to a man in a black suit and hat who was sitting on the side. The man kindly offered her a towel, but she declined, saying that she hadn't even broken a sweat. The man then warned her that with her strength, she was just toying with weaker opponents in that field. He also mentioned that people were already giving her the nickname of the martial arts Phoenix Girl. Feng Lin replied by saying that she didn't care about what people called her. She felt dissatisfied, reminiscing about the days when she used to warm up by coming to that field. The man told her that she was progressing too fast and mentioned that he had seen a powerful guy on Field 1. He then asked Feng Lin if she wanted to try facing him. However, Feng Lin walked away and declared that she had lost her interest. Nevertheless, as she walked past Field 1, she witnessed Minghe flawlessly dodging his opponent's kick. Not only did he effortlessly grab his opponent's arm, but he also kicked his left foot, causing his opponent to lose balance and fall to the ground in front of Feng Lin. As Feng Lin observed the fight, she changed her mind. She removed her jacket and commented that Minghe's martial arts skills were impressive and could likely last for 2 to 3 minutes. The man in the black suit and hat took her jacket while telling her that, in his observation, Minghe could last even longer. Feeling challenged, Feng Lin proposed a bet with the man. She promised to adopt his method of harsh training if she could not handle Minghe in 3 minutes. The man agreed, and she proceeded forward. Feng Lin strode confidently towards Minghe, determined to challenge him to a fight. Despite his previous opponent's warning to decline the challenge, Minghe remained unfazed and accepted Feng Lin's challenge. In a flash, Feng Lin lunged towards Minghe with a flying kick aimed at his head. Minghe was taken aback by his opponent's lightning-fast speed, but he managed to dodge both the initial and follow-up kicks. As they regained their balance, they took a moment to compliment each other's skill. Then, Minghe delivered a punch which Feng Lin blocked with her right arm, pushing her back. Despite being knocked off balance, Feng Lin expressed her satisfaction at having found a worthy opponent. She quickly regained her composure and leaped into the air, aiming a downward kick at Minghe. Ming He anticipated the attack and prepared a punch to counter it. Feng Lin executed her signature descending moon technique while Ming He utilized his ascending dragon technique to block the kick. The impact of their collision sent shockwaves rippling across the field, leaving the audience wondering if they were still mere mortals or had become maniacs. The stalemate between Feng Lin's feet and Ming He's punch lasted for a while before Feng Lin backflipped and landed away from Ming He. After landing, Feng Lin's right leg was shaking. The man in the black suit and hat told her that more than 3 minutes had already passed. Feng Lin admitted to Ming He that he was strong and that she had underestimated him. Ming He shook his right hand while responding that he had also underestimated her. Suddenly, Ming He dashed towards Feng Lin and used his wind punch technique. However, Feng Ling used her swift shadow to dodge Ming He's punches. Realizing that she needed to take control of the fight, she decided to distance herself from Ming He. Despite her efforts, Ming He used his second round of explosive speed to prevent Feng Lin from gaining the distance she wanted. The two fighters continued to engage each other in a ridiculous speed that was difficult for a normal person to keep up with. A student on the sideline commended the two fighters for their speed, strength, and reflexes, acknowledging their ability to comprehend each other's moves despite moving at such a rapid pace. The man in the black suit and hat rang. His face looked serious as he answered the phone. He called Feng Lin and informed her of an emergency mission. Feng Lin and Ming He stopped fighting, and the audience was shocked to realize that the person they were watching fight was actually the martial arts phoenix girl, Feng Lin. Feng Lin told Ming He that she had something to do and asked him to go there every Wednesday morning. Ming He agreed. Feng Lin received the phone and said that she would be there soon. She called the man in the black suit and had Uncle Yuan and asked him to find out the name of the student she had just fought, as she was in a hurry to go to the front line. Uncle Yuan agreed. However, the students were puzzled when they realized that Ming He had already left. Ming He was walking somewhere, praising Nandu Institute for its reputation, as even a random girl could be so fierce. He decided to work harder and struggled to remember his opponent's name because the field was so noisy that he couldn't hear clearly. He just thought it sounded like Feng Lai. In the television news report, the reporter informed the viewers that the red-eyed demon had been eliminated thanks to the efforts of the 4 parties. As a result, the villagers of Xiaoling were allowed to return to their homes. The reporter expressed gratitude towards the 13 students of Nandu Institute for making a world-breaking contribution. Zhang Yuan then pointed to the person being interviewed and proudly declared that it was his brother, Zhang Tu, who was receiving the commendation. Meanwhile, Wang Jia watched the television with excitement, longing to be famous and appear on television himself someday. However, Zhang Yuan sarcastically asked Li Jin if he had the qualifications to be on the front line, given his current situation of doing odd jobs in the back. Li Jin responded by telling Zhang Yuan to stop acting so arrogantly since it was his brother who was receiving the commendation and had nothing to do with him. Despite Zhang Yuan's anger and desire to talk back, he was at a loss for words. Attempting to diffuse the tension, Wang Jia asked his roommates not to fight and reminded them that they all lived together. He then inquired whether they had finished packing their belongings. Confused, Zhang Yuan asked why they needed to pack their things. Wang Jia explained that they were going on a wilderness training excursion, similar to military training in college, which was mandatory for all freshmen. Zhang Yuan admitted that he had forgotten and went to his room to prepare some necessities. Meanwhile, Wang Jia looked at Ming He and asked him how he was doing. Ming He responded that he was already all set. As they watched the news, Lu Kaiyan's face appeared on the television, and the reporter thanked them once again for their cooperation. Later in the classroom, Professor Zhang informed everyone that the training plan had been decided after negotiating with the government association. Specifically, they had chosen Xiaoling as their wilderness training grounds. However, one female student expressed her unwillingness, saying that she couldn't bear the mosquitoes, bugs, and living conditions in farmhouses. Another female student also voiced her concern, as a battle had just ended there. Professor Zhang reassured them not to treat the training as an autumn outing, emphasizing the importance of the task. He also informed everyone that, according to the news from the Hunter Association, the red demons from Xiaoling had spawning abilities and fast incubation and growth speeds. Despite eliminating all the fully grown red demons, the demon eggs at Xiaoling posed an enormous hidden danger to the local residents. Therefore, the students were tasked with cleaning them up. However, the students felt dissatisfied and suggested that the criminals should do it instead. Professor Zhang advised them not to underestimate the importance of work related to protecting the people. Additionally, he reminded them that if they come across any remaining red demons in Xiaoling, They should report it to both the institute and the government. Zhang Yuan informed Wang Jia that even killing one of the remaining red demons would count as a merit. Wang Jia agreed and mentioned that, typically, freshmen like them without experience would start from odd jobs. Furthermore, Professor Zhang mentioned that he had heard about Fang Nianrong's excellent performance in the rear combat team, which had earned her praise from the higher-ups. He then decided to appoint her as the class leader and asked if anyone had any objections. He also stated that he would select the rest of the committee members based on their performance. After concluding the weekly meeting, he instructed the students to prepare for the upcoming trip to Shaoling. Upon checking his phone, Minghe noticed that he had missed a call from Lu Kaiyan. He quickly returned the call and explained that his class had just ended. Lu Kaiyan invited him to the cafe where they had previously met. Minghe agreed to come over and ended the call. Wang Jia and Zhang Yuan exchanged smiles as they noticed that the voice on the other end of the call was a girl's. Wang Jia said that he couldn't tell that Minghe already had a girlfriend, to which Minghe explained that the girl was just his classmate. However, Zhang Yuan commented that their relationship shouldn't be normal since the girl was talking to him so gently. Minghe assured him that there was no romantic relationship between them and that he had been given the good person card already. Curious about Minghe's previous rejection, Wang Jia asked why the girl would agree to meet him in a cafe. Minghe plainly replied that they could still be friends, but his friends called him a simp and teased him, saying that the girl must be his imaginary classmate Lu Kaiyan. Minghe gave his notebook to them and confirmed that he was, indeed, meeting Lu Kaiyan. Minghe walked away, asking his friends to bring back his book to the dormitory for him before thanking them. Wang Jia and Zhang Yuan decided to stalk Minghe since they had nothing else to do. Wang Jia asked Lai Jin if he wanted to come with them, but Lai Jin walked away, telling Wang Jia that he was going back to reading. He added that he didn't want to live with all of them in that trashy dormitory next school semester. Zhang Yuan was offended and asked Lai Jin if he was a burlap sack because he was full of pretenses. Wang Jia held Zhang Yuan's arm and told him to forget about it since they couldn't lose track of Minghe. He did his best to calm Zhang Yuan as they followed Minghe. In the cafe, Minghe asked Lu Kaiyan if she had received the commendation, and she confirmed that she had. Lu Kaiyan added that her seniors were the powerful ones and that she was just there to make up the number of people. Minghe then asked her if she got hurt, but Lu Kaiyan plainly replied that she didn't get hurt. Minghe remembered to ask Lu Kaiyan if she was looking for him urgently. When Lu Kaiyan blushed and told him that she called him for no special reason, she admitted that she was wondering if they were really in a relationship since Minghe was talking so weirdly, and he didn't call her after entering the institute. She then revealed that she agreed to the institute's request for her to be a teaching assistant for them in their training, and she would be going with them to Shaoling. While using the menu to hide their faces, Wang Jia and Zhang Yuan confirmed that Lu Kaiyan was indeed Minghe's classmate. Minghe was pleased to hear this since that meant he could see Lu Kaiyan more often. Lu Kaiyan then asked Minghe if they should watch a movie. She explained that after staying on the front line for 10 days, her roommate suggested watching a movie to help her relax. Wang Jia and Zhang Yuan couldn't help but crumple the menu upon seeing their goddess take the initiative to suggest watching a movie. Minghe agreed that there should be a balance between work and rest and recommended a comedy movie that he heard had excellent reviews. Lu Kaiyan asked if he had other things to do, and Minghe replied that he was only training and had nothing else to do. When Lu Kaiyan asked if he wasn't planning to watch the movie with her, Minghe said that worked for him as well. Wang Jia and Zhang Yuan were shocked to see their goddess acting so humble when facing a man. Minghe then revealed that a friend had told him he was becoming a cultivation maniac, and he reckoned it was time for him to watch a movie. He stood up and suggested that they leave. They walked out of the cafe together, leaving Wang Jia and Zhang Yuan shaking and crying out of frustration. They tore the menu and fell on their knees, unable to accept what they had just witnessed. In Shaoling, the Nandu Institute students and instructors walked on a narrow road. As they passed by the village, the villagers offered them fruits as thanks for helping them get rid of the calamity demons. However, the students didn't accept the fruits because they couldn't add more to their luggage. Fang Nianrong told Minghe that the teacher wanted to see him. Minghe acknowledged and ran towards the front of the march. When he saw the head of the combat course, Director Zhu, Professor Zhang, and the Vice President of Rong Courtyard, Dean Meng, Minghe stopped and greeted Dean Meng. Dean Meng informed Minghe that one of the military instructors was looking for him. Minghe ran once again further in front. From the group of military instructors, Instructor Luo Lin turned around, waved at Minghe, and called him. Minghe was delighted to see that Luo Lin was with them. Luo Lin told him that she comes to Nandu Institute every year as a training instructor to guide freshmen. It's like her vacation after commanding exhausting battles. Minghe asked her if there were any special instructions. Luo Lin said there weren't, apart from coaching for wilderness combat and wilderness survival. Keeping the freshmen safe is the most important thing for her and her team. Minghe thanked her for her hard work. Luo Lin said it was nothing and added that it's not like she doesn't know the extent of Minghe's abilities. As a member of Dragon Tooth, Minghe is more than qualified to be an instructor for those freshmen. Luo Lin promised that she wouldn't expose Minghe's identity so he could enjoy his college life. She told Minghe that she had to explain the situation to him. Minghe wondered what situation she meant. Luo Lin mentioned the Dragon Tooth situation. Although members of Dragon Tooth are independent, she had to tell Minghe the extent of his authority. Luo Lin informed Minghe that the team he joined is not a small and random one. She bragged that many super soldiers out there would kill to join Dragon Tooth, yet Minghe doesn't even know where to fill out the application. Luo Lin told Minghe that the extent of his authority is over Group B. He has the commanding power of his executing district, and reserve personnel from the institute and government have to follow his dispatches. If frontline members are in his commanding district, they will need to follow his arrangements first. An executing district is the district where the mission is being carried out. Luo Lin informed Minghe that Shaoling is currently his executing district. Minghe's not carrying out any orders, so he wondered why. Luo Lin informed him that he'll have 2 missions during the training. One is for him to assist the government in keeping the students' safety in the wilderness. It's perfect for him since he is a member of Dragon Tooth and could naturally blend in with the group of freshmen. Minghe accepted the mission, saying that even if he's not a member of Dragon Tooth, he'd still do it. He then asked Luo Lin what his second mission was. Luo Lin told him that he doesn't need to know what his second mission is yet. She said that she'll tell him when the time comes. Minghe agreed and asked Luo Lin if he should get back to the team line. Luo Lin said that he should since his identity as a member of Dragon Tooth needs to be kept a secret. Minghe was delighted that he could keep being low-profiled. Later that day, the team arrived at an open area. Students put up their tents and started to set up their camp there. One of the female students complained about living in the middle of nowhere and sleeping in lousy tents. Another female student agreed and added that even the signal was weak. Professor Zhang said that camping is a basic skill in wilderness operations and instructed the students to learn from their instructors seriously. The guys went crazy the moment they saw Lu Kaiyan. They stopped helping to set up the camp and ignored the other girls so they could move closer to Lu Kaiyan, take some pictures with her, and appreciate her beauty. When Minghe finished setting up his tent, he sprinkled some bug repellent powder around the area. Instructor Zhu Kai used ashes to draw a wild animal line. He pointed out to the students that most wild animals have a keen sense of smell and are afraid of forest fires, so they won't get close if they smell something charred. The ashes must be completely burnt, so it won't catch on fire easily. A student wondered why they should make precautions against mere wild animals. Professor Zhu Kai clarified that wild animals have the possibility of going through evolutionary mutations if they eat the dead calamity demon's meat. He added that they have seen a 10-meter-tall calamity mutated beast bear before. Professor Zhu Kai pointed out that if alone or in a small team went on a mission, those details must be carried out well because they can save lives when it's crucial. Night came. The students decided to collect some ashes after hearing Professor Zhu Kai's explanation. Each group sat around a campfire beside their tent. Students joined Luo Lin's campfire. A student asked her if she had any real frightening experiences. Luo Lin said that her most frightening experience would definitely be the Calamity Emperor Beast. She was still a student at that time. She trembled as she watched the Calamity Demon walk towards their direction. More than 10 kilometers away from her, the Calamity Demon stood, as tall as the mountains. Everyone in that city thought that the mountains were moving towards them. That city became abandoned and turned into a nest for Calamity Demons. Fortunately, most of the citizens evacuated safely. The female student on her left wondered if humans were really able to defeat an Emperor-class Calamity Beast. Luo Lin clarified that a few super leaders were sacrificed because of that battle, including a dean from Nandu Institute. Professor Zhang stood up and told the students to rest early since they'd start cleaning up the battlefield the moment the sun rises. At dawn, Instructor Maya Lan woke the students up and instructed them to divide themselves into 10 small groups based on their class. She told them that she'd take them on a morning run in the mountains to warm up. Afterward, they'd come back to their camp for breakfast. She assumed responsibility for Minghe's group. Some looked serious while others fell for Instructor Maya Lan's beauty. She instructed the group to keep up with her, and the people who would fall behind would only eat steamed buns for breakfast. The group looked confident because they were superhumans and thought their physiques were not bad. Instructor Maya Lan told the group that their teacher or teaching assistant would be at the back of the team. She instructed them to follow the back team if they fell behind and finish the course. After Instructor Maya Lan's orientation to the students, she started running. The students were caught off guard. She ran up a hill, and the students behind her desperately tried to catch up. Minghe followed just behind Instructor Maya Lan and slid down the cliff as Instructor Maya Lan landed after jumping down. Instructor Maya Lan looked behind her when someone screamed and fell off the cliff, but she didn't mind what she saw and kept running. She ran towards a river and used the stones protruding on the water's surface as stepping stones to cross the river. Minghe, Fang Nianrong, Lai Jin, and Liang Dong were able to keep up with her pace and cross the river without falling. A student who followed behind them slipped and fell into the river. 5 people were running on top of a mountain as the sun started to dominate the sky. Moments later, Instructor Maya Lan stopped. While sweating and panting heavily, Lai Jin asked her to continue running and said that they could still keep up with her. Instructor Maya Lan said that the 4 of them could, but the majority of students couldn't. She instructed them to rest while they waited for the other students. Liang Dong, Lai Jin, Fang Nianrong struggled to catch their breath, wiped their sweat, and sought wind to cool themselves. Meanwhile, Minghe didn't even break a sweat. Moments later, Zhang Yuan and Wang Jia arrived. The rest of the students followed further behind them. They looked like they were about to collapse as they desperately tried to catch up. Liang Dong laughed and told them that they had been waiting for nearly 5 minutes already. Zhang Yuan and Wang Jia stopped walking and tried to catch their breath as they expressed how they couldn't run anymore. Students arrived one after the other. When most of the students arrived, Instructor Maya Lan continued running. To no avail, the students asked her to wait a little longer. When Minghe's group got back to their camp, the other students had already started cooking. Since breakfast wasn't ready yet, Instructor Maya Lan decided to let them take a break first. Seeing other students easily adapt to the intense morning run, Fang Nianrong concluded that every class has a couple of exceptional students. Lai Jin said that it was within his expectations because those students were the best in their respective cities. Liang Dong pointed out that those who attend Nandu's Superhuman Institute are expected to be the best. He informed the group that he was from Lu City before asking them where they were from. Lai Jin said that he grew up in Nandu. Minghe and Fang Nianrong told Liang Dong that they both came from the city of Lenyang. Their conversation was interrupted when Liang Dong smelled the food that the students were cooking. He immediately stood up, touched his belly, and invited the group to have breakfast together because he was about to starve to death. After breakfast, Luo Lin told the students that their next task was to conduct a detailed 1-kilometer search around the area of the path they took during their morning run. She pointed out to the students that they should check every nook and cranny and leave no stone unturned, since their job was to clean up the demon eggs. And if they discovered a hiding red-eyed demon, they should first go to a designated location and fire a signal flare to notify the teachers and instructors. She warned them not to act alone. The students acknowledged the instruction. Dean Meng informed the students that their grade on that training would be counted towards their credits. He told the students to do their best. The students were upbeat, they looked excited. After the briefing, the students grouped up. Liang Dong told his group that they should decide on a plan first. Lai Jin said that during their morning run, he noticed numerous shrubs downstream. He had read a book that said red-eyed demons liked wet areas with numerous shrubs, and that their habitat was similar to that of snakes. A female student complimented Lai Jin for being able to make detailed observations even though everyone was exhausted. Liang Dong suggested following Lai Jin's advice since searching aimlessly would get them nowhere. The rest of the group agreed to the plan. In the shrubs, Minghe's group walked through dense and tall grass. A student wanted to use his spirit art to cut down the grass. Minghe told him that it wasn't necessary, and that he shouldn't waste his spirit arts. Minghe's words were cut off when Lai Jin butted in. Lai Jin told his group mate that he could use his spirit art since the rest of them could deal with the danger that might appear. The student immediately used his spirit art and had fun cutting the grass. Fang Nianrong asked Minghe what words he was about to say. Minghe told her that he was about to remind the group that there was still a possibility of red-eyed demons hiding there, and cutting the grass would expose their location and scare the demons away. But Minghe said that it didn't matter, he thought that the chances of them appearing were minimal. He speculated that the instructors must have done a preliminary sweep of the area before letting them come. Fang Nianrong asked him how he could say so. Minghe explained to her that it was their instructor's first time there too. However, they somehow led them down a set path during their morning run and didn't make detours when they brought them back. Minghe said that the instructors obviously explored the path during the night and investigated while everyone was asleep, and that the eggs were too small. They could only try to find the eggs through instruments or by having plenty of people searching. Demon eggs were similar to snake eggs. Instruments probably wouldn't be able to detect them. Minghe suddenly stopped, looked at a specific area, and told Fang Nianrong that the teachers might not have investigated the area they were currently in. Fang Nianrong wondered what Minghe was talking about. When she noticed that Minghe was looking somewhere, she followed his gaze. What she saw was a red-eyed demon. The red-eyed demon was alerted. It was on top of a branch, just above Fang Nianrong. It wanted to attack Fang Nianrong. Fang Nianrong was shocked. Minghe slowly prepared to attack the red-eyed demon. But before he could attack, the red-eyed demon slithered away. Minghe wanted to give chase, but he stopped when he heard someone scream. Minghe rejoined his group and asked what happened. His group mates explained that they were just shocked when they saw countless demon eggs. The eggs were all around them, some even attached to a tree's trunk. Fang Nianrong informed the group that not long ago, a red-eyed demon ambushed her and Minghe. Lai Jin asked her where the red-eyed demon was. Fang Nianrong told Lai Jin that it had already slithered away. Lai Jin excitedly asked her in which direction the red-eyed demon went. He thought it was a great opportunity to gain recognition. Minghe told Lai Jin that finding the red-eyed demon was difficult since it used the shrubs to hide. He said that they needed to notify the instructors first since it was safer if the assistant instructors and instructors conducted a concentrated search around that area. Lai Jin and another group mate tried to reason with Minghe that they would get a better grade if they killed it, and that it was just a leftover demon, so there was nothing to be scared of. Minghe insisted that they should call for more people to be safe. He said that demons were very dangerous, and it wasn't convenient for them to move around in that environment because the demon could hide anywhere it wanted. Lai Jin asked Minghe why he was being such a coward, and how he could dream of being on the front lines in the future. Fang Nianrong intervened and said that they should listen to Minghe. Lai Jin stopped insisting on killing the red-eyed demon and told Minghe that he should be the one to inform the instructors since he was pretty fast. Minghe immediately ran towards an open area and fired the signal flare. An instructor immediately arrived at Minghe's location. Minghe informed the instructor that they found a red-eyed demon hiding in the shrubs. When the instructor asked about Minghe's classmates, they heard a scream, asking for help. Minghe immediately jumped down the cliff and asked the instructor to quickly call for reinforcements. The instructor told Minghe to stop because he was a student and should be the one calling for help. But Minghe didn't stop. The instructor took out a communication device, called for reinforcements, and told them that a red-eyed demon was found and that students were getting hurt. When Minghe was about to land, a red-eyed demon ambushed him. He exclaimed when he noticed the demon and immediately swung his right arm. Minghe punched the red-eyed demon, sending it flying, while another red-eyed demon sneaked and attacked behind him. He grabbed the sneaky red-eyed demon. Minghe miscalculated. He didn't expect that there was more than one red-eyed demon. The red-eyed demon wriggled, wanting to break free, but its futile resistance stopped when Minghe smashed it to the ground. Minghe speculated that the instructors who went first might have missed a hidden demon nest. He heard the scream, calling for help once again. He determined that the source of the sound was nearby. The call for help continued, and Minghe tracked the source of the sound. When he found the source of the sound, he was shocked when he discovered that an evolved red-eyed demon was actually mimicking a human's cry for help. He guessed that his classmates were probably tricked by the sound too. He decided to kill the red-eyed demons that surrounded him quickly. Minghe was confused when he saw a red-eyed demon bite a vine. He realized that the area he was standing on was a pitfall, constructed by the red-eyed demon using vines. Minghe fell into the pit, but he didn't lose his balance and was able to land without receiving any damage. In the pit, Minghe found himself surrounded by eggs. The red-eyed demons might have hidden there during the preliminary sweep. Lightning struck from the sky, and it started raining. Xiaoling began to get misty. Luo Lin observed her surroundings while her subordinate informed her about the student's discovery of a hidden nest. Her subordinate explained that the mountains were humid due to the rain, and it was normal for fog to appear. However, Luo Lin thought that this was no ordinary mist. Suddenly, she noticed something while looking at the mist. She used her communication device to order her subordinates to evacuate the students immediately. Her subordinates acknowledged her command. Lu Kaiyan, Professor Zhang, and Instructor Miao Lan ran towards the red-eyed demon's location. When they arrived, the instructor who had come before them informed them that Minghe, Fang Nianrong, and Lai Jin were inside. Locating them would be difficult, so she instructed Lu Kaiyan, Professor Zhang, and Instructor Miao Lan to be on standby. Instructor Miao Lan suggested prioritizing the students' evacuation, as others would soon catch up. Miao Lan then received Luo Lin's order. She tried to reason that students were still trapped in the bushes and that there had been a sighting of a red-eyed demon. However, Luo Lin insisted that it was an order and must be followed. Professor Zhang urged Mao Lan to head in and save the students. Mao Lan informed Professor Zhang that an unknown calamity was approaching Xiaoling, and the command post had ordered an immediate retreat. She said they must evacuate immediately because the calamity was estimated to be above grade 6. If they stayed, it would lead to an even greater tragedy. Lu Qian volunteered to head in and asked her instructor and professor to gather the group members and evacuate with them. They agreed and immediately initiated the plan. Lu Qian headed in and started calling Minghe's name. In the pit, Minghe was surrounded by both dead and alive average red-eyed demons. When he heard someone calling his name, he recognized Lu Qian's voice. He called her name in return. Lu Qian informed Minghe that it was getting foggy and she couldn't find his position. She asked if he was alright. Minghe asked her to stay back and be careful not to fall into the pitfall. Lu Qian told Minghe that Luo Lin had ordered everyone to evacuate because the fog in Xiaoling was likely the same as the one behind the people's disappearance in the Zishan Industrial Park. Minghe assured Lu Qian that he was doing fine and would leave after taking care of something. He asked her to help other students who might have been lured by the red-eyed demons into their nests. Lu Qian thought for a moment before agreeing to Minghe's suggestion. She told Minghe to be careful before she left. Minghe faced the evolved red-eyed demon. The way it mimicked human voices and set up traps to lure its enemies, Minghe could easily tell it was the leader. The small red-eyed demons surrounded Minghe. The evolved red-eyed demon planned to exhaust Minghe's energy using the smaller red-eyed demons. Minghe ran towards the evolved red-eyed demon while dodging the small red-eyed demons that leaped towards him. When Minghe got close enough, he swung a punch at the evolved red-eyed demon. The evolved red-eyed demon crossed its arms to block Minghe's punch, but it was pushed away, smashing into a wall covered in eggs. As the eggs broke, yolk poured out. The evolved red-eyed demon screamed, as if expressing anger or calling for help. More small red-eyed demons appeared and surrounded Minghe. Minghe ridiculed the evolved red-eyed demon for using the same trick again. He grabbed a vine below him and used Spirit Art Burst. The vine's aura gathered towards Minghe's hand. He let go of the vine, curled his right hand, swung his right arm, and punched the ground. Minghe used vine-wrapped Mystic Punch. Vines crawled out from Minghe's position, binding the small red-eyed demons. He raised his hand and said that he had purposely made himself look weak so he could take out all the small red-eyed demons in one fell swoop. Minghe twisted his fist, and the vines tightened their grip on the red-eyed demons, crushing them to death. The evolved red-eyed demon seemed to be in disbelief or fear. It shook slightly, then pounced straight at Minghe with its mouth wide open. As Minghe punched the red-eyed demon in the guts, he called it a bastard. The evolved red-eyed demon coughed blood as it smashed into the wall behind it. Before it could recover, Minghe showered the evolved red-eyed demon with punches. The sound of the beating could be heard outside the pitfall. When Minghe turned his back, the evolved red-eyed demon was already dead, its upper body squashed, and remained stuck to the wall. Minghe washed his hands with water leaking from a vine. Afterward, he summoned a vine and connected it to the vines on the surface outside the pitfall. He used it to escape. While escaping, Minghe realized that the eggs weren't meant to be raised but to be used as salt for cloud seeding, causing a reaction with rainwater to generate the mist. There were still a huge number of eggs in Xiaoling, and the mist would form once it rained. The real purpose of the red-eyed demons was to bear those eggs, wait for it to rain, and create the much more terrifying white calamitous mist. Minghe thought that once Xiaoling was fully covered by the calamitous mist, no one could hope to escape alive. As the mountain started fogging up, Zhang Yuan, Wang Jia, and some other students ran desperately through the rain. They wanted to cross the safety barricades that were already within their sight. Zhang Yuan was confused about why they were still so far away after running 200 meters. Wang Jia encouraged him to continue, saying that just a bit more and they would reach the safety barricades. When they got closer, giant trees appeared in front of them. Zhang Yuan realized that they had taken a wrong turn. Wang Jia speculated that the fog was making them see things. Zhang Yuan looked hopeless. He told Wang Jia that they would never be able to escape based on what he had heard from his brother. Wang Jia grew scared. Zhang Yuan shared with his classmates that once inside the mist, it was like being isolated in another dimension. One of his classmates said that he had heard about it too, and that during the industrial park incident, the residents had mysteriously vanished after the mist dissipated, with no one knowing what happened inside the mist. Someone cried, saying that they were still too young to die. The students desperately called for help. On the other side of the barricade, Xiao, who wondered why the group of students he saw running towards the barricade hadn't gotten in touch with them yet. The woman beside him said it shouldn't be possible for the students not to see them when they were that close. A man with short hair called out to the students, asking them to get behind the barricades quickly if they could hear him. Xiao, who volunteered to enter the mist and look for the students. The woman beside him agreed and said they would tie a rope around his waist so they wouldn't lose track of him. She had a bad feeling about the mist. Xiao, who praised the woman for the bright idea. When Xiao, who was tied up, the man with short hair told him that if anything happened, he should pull the rope or scream loudly. The man nodded and walked towards the mist. The people behind the barricade reminded Xiao who to be careful. Xiao, who waved his hand and assured his teammates. The woman slacked the rope as Xiao, who walked further. The man with short hair asked her the distance of Xiao, who from them. The woman told him that Xiao, who was about 200 meters away from them. The man with short hair tried calling Xiao, who, wanting to check if Xiao, who could hear him. The group behind the barricade waited intently for a response. Xiao, who didn't respond. The man with short hair looked worried, saying it was impossible for Xiao, who not to hear him. He felt that something was definitely wrong and immediately ordered the woman to pull the rope quickly. The woman pulled the rope. The group was shocked to see the end of the rope, but not a single trace of Xiao, who. They were speechless, staring at the mist with horror in their eyes. Minghe was wandering in the forest when he saw his classmates and Lu Kaiyan. They were happy to see Minghe. Minghe asked them why they didn't leave the mist without him. Liang Dong explained that they could have easily gotten lost with the mist being so thick. Fang Nianrong apologized, explaining to Minghe that they heard a female voice calling out and thought someone was calling for help. Minghe told her that the pack leader of the red-eyed demons could mimic or attempt to recreate human voices. He asked his classmates if one of them had called for help. His female classmate admitted that she did call for help after tripping over a hollowed-out vine spot. Minghe warned his classmates to be cautious if they heard a call like that. Lai Jin questioned the things Minghe just said. He said that information like that should be written in textbooks, and that the frontline combatants should have discovered it already. Lu Kaiyan said that she heard a rumor about it from the front lines, but they had yet to gather evidence. Liang Dong wanted to contact their professors and instructors, but he was saddened when he realized there was no signal on his phone. Minghe was wondering if there was signal interference in the mist when something vibrated in his jacket pocket. He grabbed something from his pocket and took out a black earbud. Lai Jin recognized the black earbud as the special communicator issued by the officials. The instructors had one, but he wondered why Minghe had one as well. Minghe equipped the special communicator. He heard Luo Lin's voice, asking him if he could hear her. Minghe confirmed that he could and told Luo Lin to say what she wanted to say. Luo Lin told him that they failed to contact the outside. Minghe asked her why she was still inside the mist and how everyone else was. Luo Lin updated him that she had managed to evacuate most of the students, but a few students and faculty remained trapped among the mist. Minghe asked her if she had voluntarily stayed behind since she could have easily gotten out, with her station being right outside the camping grounds. Luo Lin confirmed that she did and asked Minghe to trust her, saying she could find a way to leave the mist. Minghe wanted to confirm if the other instructors could also get in contact with them using the officially issued communicators. Luo Lin confirmed that they could, but only within the mist-covered grounds. Minghe wanted to share his discovery, but he was hesitant, thinking that it wouldn't be much use in their current situation. Luo Lin told him that he should tell her what he discovered because they needed all the help they could get. Minghe explained to Luo Lin that the white calamitous mist was formed by the red-eyed demonic eggs. Once they made contact with rainwater, they would release a special type of gas. As soon as the gas reached a height high enough to make contact with moist air, it would generate a huge amount of calamitous mist. From the information Minghe provided, Luo Lin realized something. She told Minghe that what he shared was a vital piece of intel, and because of it, there was hope of getting out of the mist. Minghe asked her to tell him how to get out of the mist. Luo Lin informed Minghe that there was a giant pattern centipede on the run from the Entomology Research Center. So far, it was the only creature capable of traversing through the mist. She revealed that they had been tracking it for a while, but it had managed to slip away. According to the researchers, insect eggs appeared to be the centipede's preferred diet. Luo Lin guessed that the giant pattern centipede had been feeding off huge amounts of demonic eggs, and through it, developed the ability to safely traverse the mist. Minghe asked Luo Lin if they would have to start eating the eggs too. Luo Lin told him they couldn't. The eggs were poisonous, and the centipede's organs helped neutralize the venom to help digest it. Picking up clues from where they last saw it, they determined that the centipede was heading towards Shaoling and was likely hiding in the mist. Minghe asked Luo Lin if their plan was to look for the giant pattern centipede and hope they could follow its tracks to escape. Luo Lin confirmed that his understanding of the plan was correct. Minghe was about to start the operation when someone somewhere in the mist called his name. From the voice and the figure of the person, he guessed that it was Professor Zhang. Liang Dong opened his eyes, overjoyed to see Professor Zhang and the other students. He asked Professor Zhang what their next step would be. Professor Zhang frankly told him that he didn't think they could get out of the calamitous mist. Even the weather stations couldn't find an explanation for the calamitous mist's devious dimensional separation properties. Liang Dong was worried that they might not be able to get out of the terrifying calamitous mist. Professor Zhang told them not to get their hopes high on outside reinforcements because the people outside the mist had no way of knowing about the situation of the people within. Then he informed everyone that he had received Luo Lin's plan and said that they could get out if they put their minds together. Lu Kaiyan confirmed the legitimacy of Ming He's words. Then he said that they should collect as many eggs as they could before anything showed up from the mist. Lai Jin aggressively asked Ming He what good collecting eggs would do in their current situation. A female student added that extra credit was nothing if they couldn't get out alive. Ming He clarified that the eggs would be used as bait to lure a specific creature, which was the only thing that could get them all out. Ming He proceeded to outline his operation. Professor Zhang agreed that Ming He's plan made sense. It was their only way of survival. They might be scared, but they couldn't just give up like that. Everyone became hopeful. Despite their grim situation, they could see some hope. Ming He ordered the team to split up. He instructed Lu Kaiyan and Instructor Zhang to group up the students trapped in the midst of the mist and gather them at the borders of the camping grounds. Then he asked Lai Jin to go with Fang Nianrong and search for demonic eggs since he had the best understanding of the demonic nest's distribution. Ming He pointed out that the more eggs they could get, the higher their chance of attracting the giant centipede. Professor Zhang asked Ming He about his task. Ming He told him that he would take care of something lurking in the mist. Liang Dong immediately looked around him, begging Ming He not to scare people when they were already trembling. Fang Nianrong agreed with Ming He's words. She remembered that the train she took to get to school happened to stop around the borders of the mist, and the moment they ran into a monster, someone got killed. Fang Nianrong warned everyone to be cautious at all times, and the moment they saw something in the mist, they should start running. Everyone agreed and became serious. Lu Kaiyan and Professor Zhang began searching for students. They ran around areas they hadn't searched yet, hoping to find lost students. Fang Nianrong and Lai Jin led a group of students in finding demonic eggs. They stayed in a group to lessen their chances of getting lost. Lai Jin pointed out the areas where it was more likely to find demonic eggs. Everyone was focused on their respective tasks. Ming He ran through the mist. He looked focused, as if facing a formidable enemy. Luo Lin said she had opened the communication channels. She requested a response from all combat units. Squad instructors Zhu Kai, King He, Miao Lan, Jing Xing, Fang Qin, Guo Min, and Dragon Tooth. Ming He responded, waiting for Luo Lin's orders. Ming He slid down a hill while responding to Luo Lin's call. Squad instructor Miao Lan was jumping on a tree branch when she heard Ming He's response. She paused for a moment and wondered why the name Ming He sounded familiar. She recalled that during the morning stroll, a student named Ming He had completed the walk without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Luo Lin was granted permission to use the mutant distribution map. She informed the combat units that she would report mutant activities within a 3-kilometer radius inside the mist. When she opened the mutant distribution map, she was shocked to see that there were no signs of mutants in the mist. Ming He sensed something was wrong and asked Luo Lin what had happened. Suddenly, on the map, yellow dots indicating mistborn mutants appeared in the lower valley, the upper stream, and the peak. Luo Lin was confused. She was positive that earlier, there were no signals within the 3-kilometer radius, and she was sure that a creature capable of moving that fast didn't exist. Ming He asked her from which direction the mistborn mutants had come. Luo Lin told Ming He that they hadn't come from anywhere but had just appeared out of nowhere. She was alarmed by what she saw on the map. She immediately instructed Fang Qin to hold her position, and informed her that a massive calamity beast was near her. Luo Lin ordered Fang Qin to leave the area immediately. Fang Qin was running when she noticed a huge spider figure beside her. She gritted her teeth as she looked back and saw a spider with a body resembling a human skull. She immediately threw shurikens towards the giant spider. The shurikens looked sharp as they flew towards the spider calamity beast. But to Fang Qin's disappointment, the spider calamity beast easily blocked the shurikens with its legs. She realized that fighting the spider calamity beast alone was futile. The spider calamity beast opened its mouth and charged towards Fang Qin. Fang Qin quickly leaped away and told Luo Lin that her analysis was accurate, that the mistborn mutants had appeared out of thin air. While running, she speculated that there might be some sort of portal hidden within the mist. Luo Lin instructed Fang Qin to continue running around the forest outskirts, and that she had called Zhu Kai for backup. Outside the forest lay the campsite. The name of the mutant chasing her was listed as Spider Formation, a Lord rank calamity beast. She knew the spider was out of her league. Luo Lin repeatedly told her to run around the forest outskirts. After realizing Fang Qin was running in the wrong direction, Fang Qin sadly bid farewell to everyone in the combat unit. Luo Lin broke into a cold sweat while calling Fang Qin's name. She watched on the map as the big red circle got closer to the blue circle until the blue circle vanished. Luo Lin's tears dropped on the map as she cried, mourning for Fang Qin. She trembled as she tried to hold back her grief. She did her best to regain her composure, informing the combat unit that Instructor Fang Qin had led the Calamity Beast away and fulfilled her duty. She ordered all units to immediately head to the marked location and begin observing the mist's activities. She instructed everyone that once there were signs of mutants approaching, they should team up immediately, and to leave none of them alive. In the valley area, Minghe sat on a rock, deep in thought. Their current understanding of the mist-born beasts was limited. They had seen calamity beasts capable of disguising as civilian women, a calamity beast that could mimic a human's cry for help, and the Spider Formation Lord rank beast. Minghe believed that his instructor Fang Qin had sacrificed herself to lead such a powerful calamity beast away from the grounds. The calamity beasts were born for the sole purpose of killing. Their most terrifying asset was their ability to think. Minghe thought that the calamity beasts were starting to learn from their experiences. Minghe was brought out of his train of thought when Luo Lin called him and told him that a mutated beast was approaching him from the west. Minghe started to see a figure through the mist. He waited until a mutated scorpion fly appeared in front of him. Minghe said it wasn't threatening since it was just a servant rank. On the map, Luo Lin saw multiple red dots appear around Minghe's location. She immediately informed Minghe that the mutated scorpion flies were materializing in droves, that they were everywhere, and that some were behind him. Minghe was confused about how. He was sure that nothing was behind him when he checked. When he turned around, he saw multiple mutated scorpions preparing to attack him. Minghe was scornful after being surrounded by a group of servant-ranked mutated scorpion flies. He cut the mutated scorpion flies in half with his fist. Minghe thought that no matter how many of them came, he would be able to kill them all. He killed one mutated scorpion fly after another. After killing a group of mutated scorpion flies, another group appeared and attacked Minghe. He didn't stop killing them. His swift fists eliminated any mutated scorpion fly that came too close. Minghe used a swift shadow fist to break through the mutant scorpion fly's encirclement. The mutated scorpion flies exclaimed and immediately chased after Minghe. He looked back, curled his left hand into a fist, and punched the ground with all his might. Sand blades splashed towards the mutated scorpion flies, piercing through them and taking their lives. When the barrage of sand blades stopped, Minghe stood tall. Seeing that many mutated scorpion flies were starting to gather again, he wondered if he had poked a fly nest. Luo Lin told Minghe that he wouldn't be able to kill every single mutated scorpion fly. Minghe asked her what to do, as he thought he couldn't escape because the mutated scorpion flies seemed to be able to sniff the scent on his body. The mutated scorpion flies kept chasing him. A swarm of them still appeared, and their numbers multiplied dramatically. Luo Lin told Minghe that she had been observing how the mutated scorpion flies appeared and noticed that they were flying from a certain place. She informed him that they came from the south. She guessed that there was an insect den in that area. There were already a dozen mutated scorpion flies in Minghe's location. He wondered if there were hundreds of insects in the den. Luo Lin told him there weren't, and that there were only a few dozen shown on the mutant distribution map. She said it was like an insect factory where scorpion flies were constantly being produced. As Minghe killed the mutated scorpion flies near his area, the insect factory produced another batch. Minghe couldn't believe the speed of production. He had been killing mutated scorpion flies non-stop, but more were already coming his way. If he wasn't there, it would only be a matter of time before the mutated scorpion flies filled the entire valley. If an army of calamity flies formed, everyone would die, and their bodies would be eaten and destroyed. Minghe admitted that he had underestimated the mutated scorpion flies. He now understood that they weren't as simple as they seemed, and their rank was irrelevant if there were many of them. Behind the valley was their gathering point. Luo Lin left the task of protecting the valley to Minghe and said she needed to guide the instructors who were facing similar dangers. Minghe assured Luo Lin that he could protect the valley. She became emotional, telling him that although he was a member of Dragon Tooth, he was still technically a student. She apologized for giving him a heavy responsibility, but she saw him as exceptionally outstanding. Minghe expressed gratitude towards Luo Lin and the instructors for staying back for them. After expressing his gratitude, he immediately punched his way through the dozens of mutated scorpion flies that blocked his path. They were torn apart by Ming-He's consecutive punches. Moments later, something appeared in front of him. It looked like a dimensional crack from his position. Ming-He guessed it must be the insect factory Luo Lin had mentioned. When he got closer, he saw it was actually round and resembled a mirror. A group of mutated scorpion flies emerged from it and immediately surrounded Ming-He. He stifled the wind, a move he had learned from an old classmate. He took a step forward and punched forward, using a wind fist. The mutated scorpion flies were swallowed by the wind fist. Some were spit out and smashed to the ground, while others were torn apart by the wind current. Ming-He walked calmly towards the strange round insect factory as the corpses of mutated scorpion flies fell from above. When he got close enough to the insect factory, he walked around it and studied it, wondering if it was a passage to another dimension. As he focused his attention on the unknown insect factory, something fast emerged from it. The thing turned out to be a lone mutant scorpion fly. It flew behind Ming-He and attacked, but he casually killed it without even looking. Remaining focused on observing the insect factory, Ming-He realized something when the fly came out of the portal. He determined that it wasn't an insect factory, but an unknown portal that led the calamity beasts to the mist. He speculated that the monsters that appeared in the mist probably used the portal in front of him. Ming-He moved even closer to the portal, wondering what was on the other side of that wormhole. He poked his hand into the portal but was shocked when it swallowed his whole body. Ming-He disappeared from the valley. Ming-He emerged on the other side of the unknown portal and found himself inside a cave. At the end of the cave, he saw a bright orange light. As he stepped out of the cave, his eyes and mouth opened wide in shock as he took in his surroundings. Ming-He broke out in a cold sweat as he observed the floating rock formations with spider webs in between. Multiple spider formations inhabiting the rocks, demon eggs scattered everywhere, and the area filled with bright orange and yellow light. In the corner of Ming-He's vision, a spider formation screeched as a dragon bit it whole. The dragon had flaming eyes and a forehead that ran through its spine. Ming-He watched as the dragon flew arrogantly in an open space. Suddenly, its expression changed from arrogance to fear when a giant flying creature flew above it. The dragon's size was comparable to the giant flying creature's tooth. Ming-He looked up in awe as green particles slipped off the giant flying creature's skin and fell near him. From afar, it looked like a small particle, but when it fell, it was actually a huge mass of green. From where it crashed, mutated scorpion flies appeared and noticed Ming-He standing still near the cave's entrance. They immediately flew towards him. Inside Ming-He, the goddess panicked when she realized he had entered that place. She asked Ming-He how he ended up there, but he was lost in thought and did not respond. Full of questions, with his eyes wide open, he just stood still, murmuring to himself. The goddess screamed at him to wake up and bring him back to reality. As soon as Ming-He came back to his senses, he immediately entered the cave and ran desperately towards the portal. The mutated scorpion flies chased after him. The goddess urged Ming-He to leave quickly, and she would use her powers to destroy the wormhole. As soon as Ming-He was about to pass through the portal, the goddess used her starlight burst technique to destroy the wormhole. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Medusa-looking mutated calamity beast used its tentacles to pick up Fang Qin's corpse. It moved the corpse closer and combined with it. Moments later, the mutated Medusa-looking calamity beast successfully combined with Fang Qin's corpse. Blood was still flowing from its mouth as it sluggishly walked away. A group of lost students wondered where they were supposed to go. A man in the group exclaimed when he noticed a figure behind the mist. As the figure got closer, the man rejoiced after seeing his instructor Fang Qin. The group thought they were saved after encountering many scary monsters and running all the way there to escape. A man with a band-aid on his cheek moved closer in front of instructor Fang Qin and asked why she was so quiet. Fang Qin's mouth opened wide as she bit the man's neck. The man tried to pull Fang Qin away, but his struggle was futile. When Fang Qin let go of him, blood poured out of the wound on his neck. The man fell to the ground, trying to cover the wound to stop the bleeding. The students finally realized that it was not their instructor. They screamed and called for help but were caught by Fang Qin's tentacles. Two female students who were not caught desperately ran away, but the blonde-haired female student stumbled, and her leg was punctured by a tree branch. Her black-haired classmate helped her stand up and assisted her as they walked away, leaving blood trails behind them. Tentacles slithered behind them and quickly bound the two students. Fang Qin pulled them closer to her and gave them a scary smile. The black-haired female student had tears in her eyes as she could not move or say a word because her mouth was covered. The mist slowly covered Fang Qin's figure, along with the students she caught. Simultaneously, on a tent, Luo Lin was shocked when she saw Fang Qin's signal appear on the map. She tried to contact Fang Qin, pleading for a response, asking if she was injured and telling her to continue moving forward to meet with Ming-He so she could ask for help. Luo Lin's subordinate wondered if the device malfunctioned since they saw Fang Qin's signal disappear, indicating her vital signs disappeared. She was skeptical if it was really Fang Qin. Luo Lin told her that Fang Qin was part of their team, and they could not abandon her if she was still alive. Luo Lin thought for a moment and said that she thought something was fishy, and the chances of the device malfunctioning were low. Based on her experience, she could only come up with one explanation. When her subordinate realized what she was thinking, her subordinate said that it should not be in the fog. Luo Lin told her that it was better to be safe and wanted to tell Minghe to move cautiously. However, she exclaimed when she saw Minghe's signal disappear from the map. Her face darkened, and they thought that Minghe might have died. Almost immediately, Luo Lin's face lit up when she noticed Minghe's signal reappear on the map. She immediately tried to contact Minghe and asked him to respond. Her subordinate noticed that communication was blocked in Minghe's location, thinking that something was interfering with the communication channels. Luo Lin couldn't help but curse. In the meantime, a student, together with Professor Zhang, entered the tent. While crying, the student informed Luo Lin about Fang Qin killing his classmates. Luo Lin's eyes widened, and she desperately called Minghe. Despite not receiving Minghe's response, she informed him that Fang Qin, who was being controlled by something, was heading towards him. She pointed out that it was not Fang Qin, and that the thing approaching him was extremely dangerous. Minghe sat on the ground, shaking and trying to catch his breath. The goddess had told him he was lucky she woke him up in time or his soul would have been lost. She warned him that the world is full of unknown dangers and that humans should not see them. Minghe agreed, saying that he felt like he had glimpsed into a literal hell. The goddess tried to cheer him up, telling him that once he was strong enough, those places would be nothing for him. Minghe closed his eyes and exhaled his worries, determined not to let his fear stop him from moving forward. From the communication device, Minghe heard inaudible sounds. He realized that his rash decision had caused it to break. He tried tweaking it a little, but to no avail. Suddenly, he heard a footstep behind him. When he turned around, he saw Fang Qin, who still had blood on the corners of her mouth. Minghe thanked God that Fang Qin hadn't died. She claimed to be injured and asked Minghe to help her. He noticed that her eyes were dripping blood and asked about it. But Fang Qin just wiped her eyes and told Minghe it was nothing but an injury. She asked him to carry her, claiming she had no strength left. Minghe noticed that her shoes weren't wet, even though she would have had to cross a river to get to him. With Fang Qin's condition, it would have been difficult for her to cross without getting wet. Suddenly, Fang Qin's hands transformed into a monster's and attacked Minghe. Minghe dodged the attack and confirmed that something was wrong with Fang Qin. She slowly transformed into a Medusa-looking mutant calamity beast, and when Minghe saw her face, he immediately remembered the monster on the train. He realized that the Medusa-looking calamity beast might have wanted to swallow the train attendant to combine with her body, blend in with the people on the train, and continue its destruction. Minghe guessed that his instructor Fang Qin had already died and the Medusa-looking calamity beast had swallowed her corpse, turning into Fang Qin's appearance. He realized how sinister the monster was. If he hadn't seen its blood-red eyes, he wouldn't have been so on guard. The Medusa-looking calamity beast smiled at Minghe, using Fang Qin's voice to tell him that his instructor tasted sweet. Minghe couldn't forgive the monster for disrespecting his instructor Fang Qin. The monster swung its arms towards Minghe, expressing its hatred and dread towards humans. Minghe bent backward to evade the monster's attacks. He noticed that its attack patterns were very similar to those of the demon trees in their school's training room. Minghe was glad that he had kept up with his training. He knew he just needed to find a gap between its attacks and counterattack. Minghe jumped onto a branch and looked for the right medium for his mystic fist. He understood that an ordinary fist technique wouldn't be able to kill the Medusa-looking calamity beast. The Medusa-looking mutant calamity beast chased after Minghe and continued its barrage of destructive attacks. It used its hair and arms to attack him, and rocks and trees were cut and broken into pieces. The monster thanked Fang Qin, saying that after absorbing her, it had become stronger and was planning to absorb Minghe to become even stronger. The surrounding area was devastated. The forest was now an open space, and the monster continued to talk about getting stronger. Minghe grabbed some dirt below him and threw it towards the monster when it leaped towards him, using his flying rubble technique to force it away. His mystic fist's medium wasn't thick enough to kill the monster, but he knew he couldn't give up. The monster mocked him, asking if that was all he could do. It sprinted towards Minghe and told him, as his instructor, she was disappointed. Ming-He put both of his hands to the ground and absorbed the dirt to enhance the durability of his arms. He used his arms to block the monster's consecutive attacks. The monster mentioned that the way humans fight is so predictable, as if to prove its point. It predicted that Ming-He would retreat after it used Fang Qin's vertical slash. Ming-He did retreat to dodge the slash. As he stepped back, he noticed a tentacle emerging from the ground behind him. It was too late for him to dodge, and his left foot slipped, causing him to fall forward. The sharp tentacle wounded Ming-He's back, and he could have died immediately without his luck. The monster retracted its tentacle, admiring Ming-He's luck after dodging all of her attacks. It licked the blood on the tentacle that wounded Ming-He, commenting that his blood was robust and that it thought he would be tastier than Fang Qin. Ming-He expressed his disgust towards the monster, knowing he was still far from using his ultimate soul art. The monster was able to predict his movements, and Ming-He decided to keep a distance away from it. He desperately looked for a medium that could kill the monster, but ordinary dirt wouldn't do. While Ming-He was busy looking around him, the monster's tentacle slithered below the ground's surface, aiming to pierce through Ming-He's forehead. Ming-He bent backwards to dodge the sharp tentacle. The monster grinned. There were actually 3 of its tentacles slithering underground. Ming-He did a handstand to evade the 2 tentacles protruding behind him, but one of the tentacles wounded his back. He pushed himself away from the tentacles, but they chased after him. As they chased after Ming-He, underground minerals were thrown in the air by them. Ming-He noticed a small amount of obsidian among the minerals, which is 10 times tougher than the average mineral. During the morning training session with the instructor, he remembered that back in the valley, by a wall, there was an obsidian mine. Although the fog was too thick for him to properly see the entrance, he remembered that there was a withering tree around that area. While Ming-He was dodging the 3 tentacles, 3 more tentacles came out below him. He jumped over a branch and then again to gain distance from the tentacles and to have a wider view of the area. Ming-He felt great when he saw the withering tree. The monster appeared behind Ming-He and he ran while the monster chased. The monster really wanted to devour Ming-He. Ming-He stood on the withering tree's branch and looked for the obsidian mine. When he saw the mine, he immediately jumped over and touched a gigantic piece of obsidian. His fist absorbed the obsidian, and the monster confidently walked towards Ming-He. Ming-He looked intimidating when he looked over his shoulder. The monster saw Ming-He's fist, but it wasn't afraid. It told Ming-He that his fist wouldn't be able to hurt her. Ming-He challenged the monster to try taking his attack head-on. He punched the ground below him with his right fist, and a crack on the ground crawled from Ming-He to the monster. Something came out below the monster, splashing the surrounding dirt. When the dust slowly settled, huge obsidian spikes could be seen. The monster was hanging as its stomach was pierced by a huge obsidian spike. Ming-He slowly walked towards the monster and expressed his anger towards it. The monster was confused as to how Ming-He did that to her, and Ming-He told the monster that regardless of what they are, and no matter how strong of a force they've gathered in their monster kingdom, if they dared to invade where humans dwell, he promised to destroy every last one of them. The monster told Ming-He that he'd never be able to escape the calamitous mist alive. It wanted to at least scare Ming-He, as it knew that she was about to die. It kept saying that Ming-He wouldn't be able to leave the mist until it took its last breath. Its lifeless corpse remained hanging on the obsidian spike, and Ming-He sighed. The obsidian spike slowly crumbled, and the monster's corpse fell hard on the ground. Something green floated above the corpse, and Ming-He wondered what it was. The goddess was shocked, and she told Ming-He that it was a life drop, the same one that is said to be able to grant and alter another superpower. The Azure Moon Demonic Mother is quite the high-level calamity beast, although it was still in its growing stages when Ming-He killed it. It wasn't that threatening the first time Ming-He ran into it, but it became stronger the second time they met, and he almost lost his life. The goddess told him that it's the scariest part about intelligent growing types, that if given ample time to develop, it might grow into an Azure Moon Demonic Matriarch. Ming-He now understands why such a precious life drop was found. The goddess instructed Ming-He to hand it over so she could purify it since he couldn't use it directly because there was still a lingering scent of calamity beasts. Ming-He was about to give the life drop when he suddenly asked the goddess if she'd be relying on his personal growth. He felt that the goddess was much more impressive than the Azure Moon Demonic Mother. The goddess bragged that the likes of the Azure Moon Demonic Mother are incomparable to her, and she reminded Ming-He that she already agreed to help him with his growth. Ming-He was the one who said that he'd show her the beauty and meaning of human existence. While they're slowly reaching an agreement, there's still a way to go before Ming-He could change the goddess' views. The goddess would back Ming-He until he was powerful enough to face the Supreme Universal Will once it descends upon them. The goddess was betting on Minghe's growth, and Minghe would be counting on her strength. Minghe looked depressed when he remembered the sight he saw at the end of the portal, and the goddess asked him if he was having a hard time believing in himself. Minghe just said that he had faith in himself. The goddess suggested that he should forget what he saw. She admitted that she wasn't fond of that place as well, and she said that the place is a lot more disgusting and primal than Minghe's world. Minghe gave her the life drop and looked at Fang Qin's corpse and carried it with him. His communication device worked again, and Luo Lin was desperately asking for his response. Minghe responded and asked for her orders. Luo Lin asked if he ran into Fang Qin, and Minghe told her he did, and that he was carrying Fang Qin's corpse, so nothing could have their way with her. Luo Lin asked if he was alright and about the thing that was controlling Fang Qin. Minghe told her it was the Azure Moon Demon Mother and that he killed it moments ago. Luo Lin was glad upon hearing the news. Minghe asked if the eggs were all gathered and mentioned to Luo Lin that he saw a horrifying sight, and that there would be nothing left of them if the things he saw descended upon them. Luo Lin told him they were getting close and that the path he was heading towards was clear. So Minghe took note. Somewhere inside the calamitous mist, 3 villagers were walking in an area covered with tall grass. They were carrying a lot of demon eggs on their backs. The bald man walking behind a villager named Zhu complained about why they hadn't arrived at the village yet after walking for so long. Villager Zhu punched the complainer's head. The complainer's eyes bulged, and tears splashed from his eyes as he didn't expect to get punched mercilessly. Villager Zhu blamed the complainer for giving them the idea of going super far out to steal demon eggs for money. The complainer covered his head and cried in pain as he explained to Villager Zhu that they didn't go that far out, and that he didn't think they'd get lost in the fog. They had collected a lot of demon eggs. If they couldn't go back, they'd be in big trouble. The villager who's at the back end of the group asked them if they felt like something was following them. Villager Zhu faced the man and told him to stop being so paranoid. Figures slowly appeared behind Villager Zhu. The bald man pointed at the figures and panicked. He was stuttering when he told Villager Zhu that there was something behind him. When Villager Zhu looked back, the 3 hugged each other in fear. Professor Zhang appeared in front of them. He was with a female instructor along with the students they were able to find. Professor Zhang asked the 3 if they were from the village. The female professor wondered how the 3 villagers ended up in that area. The 3 were scared to death, thinking that they had run into a demon. The female instructor asked them if they didn't receive the notice, which says that no one is allowed to enter the mountain. The villagers couldn't say anything but admit that they wanted to make a bit of money. Villagers who explained that they heard that demon eggs are worth over 100 times more than a regular egg, and they thought the demons were all wiped out, so they went out to find some demon eggs. Professor Zhang finally noticed the demon eggs. The villager presented the 3 bags full of demon eggs. Professor Zhang was delighted. He thinks that it should be enough to lure the centipede. He instructed everyone to hurry back to the camp. Professor Zhang asked the female professor about Lu Kaiyan's situation. The female instructor told Professor Zhang that Lu Kaiyan is looking for the last group that got separated, and that she used a mark to tell them that she'll meet up with them at the foot of the mountain in around an hour. It'll take more time for them to get to the foot of the mountain. Professor Zhang decided to meet up with Lu Kaiyan first before going back to the camp together. The female professor started instructing the students to follow them closely. The bald villager asked Professor Zhang if he could check if there's something behind them. Professor Zhang asked him why. The bald villager explained that they have an inkling that something is following them, and it's giving him chills. The female instructor told Professor Zhang that she just conducted a sweep around that area, but didn't find anything, and that she wouldn't have come back if there was anything lurking in that area. Professor Zhang suggested doing another sweep just to make sure. The female instructor agreed. Meanwhile, Lu Kaiyan found a wooden house. She immediately ran towards it to investigate. The area was silent, and nothing abnormal could be seen. When Lu Kaiyan opened the door, a group of students who looked worried and were preparing to attack greeted her. They relaxed when they realized it was Lu Kaiyan. They were so happy, someone even cried. Lu Kaiyan asked the group if they were injured. They told her they weren't. They informed Lu Kaiyan that something terrifying was chasing them moments ago. Lu Kaiyan instructed the group to follow her. She told them that they're going back to the camp and then they'll leave the fog. The group agreed and thanked Lu Kaiyan. Lu Kaiyan and the group entered and went out of a cave, crossed a rocky creek, and a bamboo forest. Lu Kaiyan was following the marks she left. All the students that got separated had been found. They just had to follow those markings and meet up with Professor Zhang and the rest. Lu Kaiyan reminded the group to follow her closely so they could stay together. Lu Kaiyan suddenly stopped walking. She exclaimed when she noticed something on her left side. She immediately used her electric superpower to electrocute a mutated spider. The student closest to the mutated spider screamed and panicked. Liu Kaiyan told everyone to look above them. When they looked up, they saw multiple mutated spiders using their web to descend from the bamboo trees. The mutated spiders had 3 red eyes and a mouth full of big and small fangs. Liu Kaiyan jumped towards the mutated spiders. She looked serious, and her eyes were full of determination. While in midair, she crossed her arms and curled her fists. Electricity started to form around her, and when she spread her arms and opened her hands, a wave of electricity filled the area. Liu Kaiyan landed on her feet. She fixed her hair while burnt mutated demon spiders were falling to the ground. The group was amazed by Liu Kaiyan's skills. Liu Kaiyan wiped out a dozen of those red-eyed demon spiders while the group had a hard time dealing with one. The group wondered if they could reach Liu Kaiyan's level. Liu Kaiyan's presence made the students feel safe. After they left, a giant spider leg squashed a burnt mutated red-eyed demon spider. At the foot of the mountain, Professor Zhang's group and Liu Kaiyan's group were able to group up. Students from Liu Kaiyan's group asked Professor Zhang what the fog exactly is, and how it could have so many scary things inside, and why there are demons even though all the demons in Xiaoling are supposed to be wiped out. Professor Zhang explained to them that the things in the mist appeared in another way. He told everyone that they couldn't stay there for long because stronger demons would soon come. Liu Kaiyan informed them that a way out of the mist had already been found, and she convinced everyone to work together. Professor Zhang reminded the students that they're superheroes too. He told them that what they experienced was something every superhuman on the front lines would face. They should pull themselves together and rise up to face the challenges. The scared and confused students felt motivated to fight for their lives. Professor Zhang's speech gave them confidence. Everyone started their journey towards the camp. They were about to reach the camp. They're a stretch away from the plan. While walking towards the camp, a student in front exclaimed as he looked over a tree branch that blocked their way. Ahead of them lay a lot of demon corpses. The students think that if those demons were alive, they would have died. They wondered who killed those demons. A student in a ponytail saw something in front of them. He urged everyone to look. They saw Instructor Myo Lan. Everyone looked worried when they saw Instructor Myo Lan. Myo Lan urged them to hurry up and return to the camp, where the rest were waiting. Despite Myo Lan's obvious injuries, Liu Kaiyan asked her if she was fine. Myo Lan told Liu Kaiyan that she was just a little tired and claimed that a little rest is all she needed. Suddenly, something pointy sneaked behind Myo Lan and punctured her stomach from behind. Myo Lan coughed up blood as she looked at the pointy thing that protruded from her stomach. The pointy object was actually one of the formation spider's legs. The spider lifted Myo Lan, and her weapon fell as the formation spider opened its mouth and moved Myo Lan closer to it. Myo Lan was shaking, her eyes wide, and there was nothing she could do. As the spear pierced the ground, Myo Lan's blood followed. Everyone couldn't believe what they just saw. Some of the students cried in fear and ran away. The formation spider released its web to catch those who were trying to escape and to block all of the escape routes. A lot of students were caught in the web. They panicked, thinking that they were trapped and wouldn't be able to escape. The bald villager was crying while pointing at the spider. He said that the formation spider was what he felt had been following them. The female instructor who had been with Professor Zhang looked for an answer as to why the formation spider didn't attack earlier. Professor Zhang told her that the formation spider deliberately waited for them to group up so it could kill them all at once, imitating an anteater. When an anteater finds a group of ants, it doesn't eat them all right away. Even if it's hungry, it would hide itself and follow where the ant trail led. The ants would end up leading the anteater to their colony, after which the anteater would gladly eat the colony of ants, including the ants that led it. Ants have a special way of communicating. If one of their own gets attacked, it'll alert the others to flee. Liu Kaiyan got irritated after knowing that the formation spider was treating them like ants. And she realized that the formation spider waited for them to group up so it could kill them all at once. But it didn't let them return to their camp, which means it knows that there are stronger superhumans guarding their camp, and that it is afraid and not invincible. Liu Kaiyan walked towards the formation spider. She intended to fight the formation spider head-on. Liu Kaiyan asked Professor Zhang and teaching assistant Liu to help her schoolmates break free from the spider webs. Liu Kaiyan was determined to deal with the formation spider. Teaching assistant Liu asked her to be careful. The formation spider raised its 2 front legs and smashed the ground. Something underground moved towards Liu Kaiyan as she ran towards the formation spider. 2 pointed rocks protruded near Liu Kaiyan's left foot. Liu Kaiyan danced her way out of the protruding pointy rocks. The formation spider smashed the ground once again, and another 2 pointed rocks tried to puncture Liu Kaiyan. Professor Zhang thought that the pride and joy of Nandu's Superhuman Institute, Liu Kaiyan, deserved to be ranked second in combat. Facing the formation spider, any other student would have been petrified, unable to react. So Professor Zhang hoped that Lu Kaiyan could buy them enough time. While dodging the pointed rocks, Lu Kaiyan noticed that the formation spider changed its pattern. She wondered what the formation spider was trying to do. The formation spider still raised its two front legs, but there was pink liquid flowing out of one of its fangs. When it smashed the ground, numerous pointed rocks tried to puncture Lu Kaiyan. Lu Kaiyan jumped around to evade the pointed rocks. When she got the chance, she jumped into an open area away from where the pointed rocks were. But when she just regained her balance, she felt danger lurking beneath her. Almost immediately, pointed rocks protruded below her and in the surrounding radius. The rocks were close to each other, making it look impossible for someone to escape unscathed. Teaching assistant Liu covered her mouth, thinking that the formation spider's attack might have killed Lu Kaiyan. Professor Zhang saw Lu Kaiyan's figure jumping around the pointed rocks. He urged the dazed teaching assistant Liu that they should quickly do their task. Teaching assistant Liu was confused. Professor Zhang just told her to believe in Lu Kaiyan. Lu Kaiyan landed behind the formation spider's back. The formation spider exclaimed. Lu Kaiyan jumped up to gain momentum for her next attack. As she descended, she used Thunder Hawk. Electricity covered her body as she kicked the formation spider's back. The formation spider screeched. Lu Kaiyan's kick seemed to have hurt it. It raised its front leg to reach Lu Kaiyan. To evade the formation spider's leg, Lu Kaiyan jumped away from it. The formation spider's back, where Lu Kaiyan's kick landed, got charred. Lu Kaiyan used her electricity superpower to pull Miao Lan's spear towards her. She held the spear, covered it with electricity, and threw it to the ground below the formation spider. The electricity traveled from the spear to the formation spider. The formation spider screeched as it got electrocuted. When Lu Kaiyan saw an opening, she dashed in front of the formation spider and punched one of its front legs. The formation spider opened its mouth as Lu Kaiyan's punch cut its leg. It aimed its fangs towards Lu Kaiyan, and violet liquid sprayed out of its fangs tip. Lu Kaiyan was caught off guard. She had a hard time deciding what to do. She looked behind her when she noticed someone running towards her. Professor Zhang told Lu Kaiyan to immediately come to his side. While Lu Kaiyan was running towards him, he used his superpower. A huge golden scroll appeared and hovered above Professor Zhang. Just as the scroll opened, Lu Kaiyan slid under it, and it started raining violet liquids. The violet liquid sizzled as it made contact with anything. It was an acid rain. While maintaining the scroll, Professor Zhang informed Lu Kaiyan that they had freed half of the students. Lu Kaiyan told Professor Zhang that she injured the formation spider, giving them hope of escaping. Professor Zhang apologized for not being of help in fighting the formation spider, and said that all he could do was provide cover. Lu Kaiyan told Professor Zhang that it was fine because it was also her duty to protect her fellow students. The students behind them panicked when they saw multiple mutated red-eyed demon spiders crawl towards them. Instead of retaliating, some ran, and some fell on the ground on their own. They couldn't think straight due to panic. But the spiders ignored them. Instead, they ate the corpses of the demonic creatures killed by Miao Lan. The students were confused and disgusted with the sudden turn of events. Teaching assistant Liu's eyes widened in confusion when the formation spider started eating its brethren. The mutated red-eyed spiders crawled towards the formation spider, seemingly offering themselves to it. The formation spider opened its mouth, and the mutated red-eyed spiders willingly entered. Everyone watched everything wide-eyed. They were confused and couldn't comprehend what was happening. But their questions were answered when the formation spider's missing leg instantly grew back. They finally realized that the formation spider was consuming its brethren to heal its injuries. While they were discussing that Lu Kaiyan's hard work might have been for nothing, the formation spider kept on eating its brethren to heal its charred back. Professor Zhang noticed that the students were starting to fall into the pit of despair. He tried to encourage the students, telling them that they were all superhumans, and as long as they worked together, they would be able to get out of that mess. The students cowered in fear. They had lost all hope of getting out alive, but they couldn't accept that they were about to die. Professor Zhang couldn't help but be angry with the students for letting Lu Kaiyan fight alone, after doing so much for them. Lu Kaiyan asked Professor Zhang not to blame the students. The formation spider was a peak Lord rank demon. Its Lord rank aura was fearsome, and it had embedded seeds of fear into everyone's minds. It was using everyone's fear to nourish the seeds. It had taken root into the students' minds, hampering their mentality. If one's strength hadn't reached the Sun Blaze rank, they wouldn't be able to resist it. Teaching assistant Liu asked Lu Kaiyan what to do. Professor Zhang had a way to break out of the spider web, but he couldn't abandon the students who were still trapped. Liu Kaiyan asked them to take the students and leave. Since the formation spider had the ability to recover, Liu Kaiyan deemed it impossible to kill. She decided to stay behind to hold the formation spider back. Professor Zhang was worried that once they left, the formation spider and red-eyed spider demons would surround Liu Kaiyan. He thought that Liu Kaiyan wouldn't be able to escape. Liu Kaiyan told him that she had a way to escape. Professor Zhang still wanted to convince her not to, but Liu Kaiyan told him that it was her choice and duty. She believed that her fellow students would grow up, and someday in the future, when their classmates are in danger, they would also stand up and fight. Liu Kaiyan bravely walked towards the menacing formation spider. Liu Kaiyan faced the formation spider alone. After eating a lot of its brethren, the formation spider wasn't just recovering from all of its injuries, but it was also getting stronger. The teaching assistant kept looking at the formation spider while releasing the students from the spider web. Liu Kaiyan used her superpower to levitate, while Professor Zhang and teaching assistant Liu did their very best to free the students. The freed students also helped in releasing their fellow students. A red beam of light suddenly hit the formation spider. A female student, while still crying, used her superpower to attack the formation spider. Although they were terrified, they were still students of the Superhuman Institute. They refused to cower in fear and wait for their deaths. Teaching assistant Liu exclaimed when she noticed Liu Kaiyan gathering electricity towards her body. Liu Kaiyan positioned her hands above her head, and lightning bolts formed beside her. When she put down her hands, the lightning bolts flew down towards the formation spider. She used her ultimate soul art, Lightning Fury. The lightning bolts rained down towards the formation spider. It wasn't able to react and was hit by every lightning bolt. Dust covered the area. Liu Kaiyan landed on her feet, sweating and panting out of exhaustion. She stood still, facing the dust-covered area. When the dust settled, she saw the 8 eyes of the formation spider glow red. It was glaring at her. The eye of the formation spider reflected Liu Kaiyan's image. The formation spider used blood web to imprison Liu Kaiyan. She couldn't react at all and was caught by the blood web. The formation spider crawled towards her while repeatedly saying the word ants. Liu Kaiyan stood above a spider web. Her hands were constrained. She tried to break free, but she couldn't. She realized that she was inside an illusion. When Liu Kaiyan heard the formation spider say delicious ants, she got angry. She screamed at the formation spider, telling it that they're not ants. The formation spider told her that humans are pests. It claimed that they, calamity beasts, only eat pests. Professor Zhang opened a path out of the web prison, and everyone rejoiced. He instructed them to go out one person at a time and to avoid pushing. Professor Zhang called Liu Kaiyan, but she didn't react or respond. She just stood still. Teaching assistant Liu speculated that Liu Kaiyan's soul must have been attacked. Demon spiders suddenly appeared from the side. Professor Zhang still tried calling Liu Kaiyan, hoping she would wake up. When the last student escaped from the web prison, the web showed signs of recovery. It would be too late if they didn't leave immediately. Teaching assistant Liu told Professor Zhang that the students still needed his protection, and they couldn't stay there. Professor Zhang confirmed that Liu Kaiyan's soul was being affected. Liu Kaiyan could only save herself. Professor Zhang hoped Liu Kaiyan's willpower was sufficient. While running out of the web prison, Professor Zhang apologized and wished the best for Liu Kaiyan. As soon as they came out of the web prison, patches of web covered the hole. Meanwhile, Liu Kaiyan argued with the formation spider that they're not the universe's pests. She found it amusing that a cannibal demon who eats its own kind to heal itself is calling humanity pests. In that regard, Liu Kaiyan thinks that humans are 100 times more virtuous. She could sacrifice herself for her friends, while the formation spider eats its own flesh and blood. Liu Kaiyan was disgusted. The formation spider told Liu Kaiyan that her so-called friends had already abandoned her. Even though it was Liu Kaiyan's choice, her friends had also made a choice, and that was to abandon her. It told Liu Kaiyan that her friends would continue to smile and live at peace, oblivious to the fact that she was trapped there, and her flesh would be gnawed on by its children. Her body would be nothing but bones. Liu Kaiyan's eyes widened. Her soul would be trapped there for eternity. She would endure an endless cycle of being devoured. Liu Kaiyan kept her fighting spirit strong. She demanded the formation spider be done with the charade and claimed that she would never be trapped in there. Her willpower may be strong, but the formation spider believed that isolation is one of humanity's fatal flaws. Humans fear being isolated. Their so-called beliefs and faith are brought upon by other humans. If Liu Kaiyan is isolated in that world and tortured, her so-called belief would be meaningless. The formation spider told Liu Kaiyan that the flow of time there had been slowed down. She had plenty of time to think about things. It told her that she was pitiful, to dig through her memory, and to think carefully. It seemed she was a genius that had everyone's attention. A genius who had never felt sincerity. People praised her, flattered her. They pretended to treat her well but kept their distance. Liu Kaiyan thought about how the boys made fun of her. The other girls kept a distance from her. Her family smiled while praising her, despite the injuries she had. Her time with Minghe. Liu Kaiyan was slowly falling into despair. Someone ran towards the hole that was getting repaired. Professor Zhang was checking if someone was still inside when he noticed Minghe running towards the hole. He grabbed Minghe's shoulder and told him that it wasn't easy to escape, and he should not let Liu Kaiyan's sacrifice be in vain. The other students noticed Minghe's arrival. Professor Zhang tried to convince Minghe not to go. He informed him that the formation spider was a terrifying lord rank, and Minghe hadn't reached Sun Blaze rank yet. Professor Zhang thought that it would be hard for him to move under the spider's pressure, let alone use his superpower. Professor Zhang and teaching assistant Liu anticipated that Minghe would just be frozen in fear and be a burden to Liu Kaiyan. Minghe screamed at them, telling them that compared to the pain of losing someone, that kind of fear is nothing. After expressing what he felt, Minghe immediately forced his way through the hole. Everyone could do nothing but look at the hole blankly. From teaching assistant Liu's communication device, Luo Lin's voice could be heard asking for a response. Luo Lin said she could hear them and asked Professor Zhang and teaching assistant Liu to respond if they could hear her. Professor Zhang responded, saying they could hear her loud and clear. He explained that assistant Liu had managed to secure the communication device from Miao Lan. He wanted to inform Luo Lin about their situation, but Luo Lin cut him off, saying that she already knew the gist of things because of the communication device. She informed them that she had already sent over a member of Dragon Tooth who should be arriving at any minute. They knew what Dragon Tooth was, but they were confused. They only saw Minghe run past them. They didn't see any Dragon Tooth commandos. Professor Zhang wondered if it was Minghe, but he was just a recently enrolled student. So Professor brushed the thought out of his mind. He thought that there was no way that a recently enrolled student could be a member of that prestigious special force. Luo Lin instructed Professor Zhang to immediately escort the students back to the camping site. Professor Zhang followed the instruction. Inside the web prison, Minghe ran towards Liu Kaiyan, who was standing still, surrounded by demon spiders. Minghe jumped and kicked the spiders. He punched the demon spiders that still dared to attack Liu Kaiyan. After killing the demon spiders, he redirected his frustration to the formation spider. He punched the formation spider with all his might. The formation spider took the punch directly and was pushed away. Minghe charged after it and used the violent fist of anger. Minghe punched through any debris just to hit the formation spider. The formation spider couldn't do anything but receive Minghe's punches. Dust filled the area where the formation spider fell after receiving Minghe's barrage of punches. Something was happening inside the dust-filled area. A thick web suddenly shot out from that area and connected to the web prison. The formation spider roared as it tried to escape. Its whole body was filled with fist marks when it used the web it shot out to quickly leave the area. Minghe did not chase after it. Instead, he raised his left hand, which had been gathering blue aura. When he curled his hand into a fist, images of giant fists hovered above him. Minghe used star-marked galactic fists. The fists rained down on the formation spider. The formation spider didn't have the chance to block, evade, or counter-attack. It didn't have a choice but to receive Minghe's star-marked galactic fists directly. After receiving Minghe's soul art, what remained of the formation spider was only its head and a small portion of its body and legs. Minghe came closer to the formation spider to have a look. Demon spiders suddenly showed up. They tried to offer themselves to the formation spider. A demon spider got close to the formation spider. The formation spider opened its mouth, and the demon spider crawled towards it. Minghe stepped on the demon spider, which almost successfully offered itself to the formation spider. Minghe swung his right fist and used the final strike of the star-marked galactic fists, Meteorite Judgment. A beam of light hit the formation spider. A deep pit could be seen in the place where what remained of the formation spider was. Simultaneously, Liu Kaiyan woke up and collapsed almost immediately. Minghe exclaimed when he saw Liu Kaiyan falling. He immediately ran towards her, held her hand, and supported her back. In Liu Kaiyan's perspective, she could only hear someone calling her name. She didn't know what happened to her. She just felt like she was falling. Then a faceless man reached for her hand. She wondered who it was. The man was able to grab her hand. She wanted to find out who saved her, but her head hurt so much. Then she lost consciousness. Minghe carried Liu Kaiyan on his back and went out of the web prison. Minghe saw Zhu Kai running towards their direction and called the instructor. Zhu Kai stopped and informed Minghe that the students had safely made it back to the camping site. He was glad that Ming-He was able to deal with the formation spider, or it could have resulted in a greater tragedy. Ming-He told Zhu Kai that it was Liu Kaiyan who had mortally wounded the formation spider, and he just finished what she started. Ming-He was worried about the mental damage Liu Kaiyan had taken. Zhu Kai took a closer look at Liu Kaiyan and said that they could only hope she wouldn't fall into the depths of her mental abyss. There was a chance that Liu Kaiyan would be left in a vegetative state for the rest of her life. Ming-He believed in Liu Kaiyan and told Zhu Kai that he heard her muttering to herself before collapsing. Zhu Kai was glad to hear some good news. The two started heading back to their camp. While walking, Zhu Kai asked Ming-He if Luo Lin had already informed him of his second mission. Ming-He confirmed that he had been informed by Luo Lin as they were entering the mountain range. Zhu Kai suddenly asked him if there were any witnesses while he saved Liu Kaiyan. Ming-He told him that there shouldn't be any witnesses, and he was only seen entering the web prison. Ming-He wondered why Zhu Kai suddenly asked. Zhu Kai said that when Luo Lin recommended Ming-He to their team, he had his doubts, but he was now glad to have Ming-He around. Ming-He couldn't understand what Zhu Kai was talking about. Zhu Kai introduced himself not as an instructor, but as the squad leader of Dragon Tooth's Southern Division. He told Ming-He that it was fine if he called him Instructor Zhu Kai. Ming-He's eyes widened upon knowing that Zhu Kai was his squad leader. Members of Dragon Tooth must keep their identities a secret, just like Ming-He, who was a student at Nandu by day and a Dragon Tooth member by night. Zhu Kai apologized to Ming-He for letting him do all the work while he was preserving his strength. He asked Ming-He if he was going to hold a grudge against him for preserving his strength. Ming-He knew that Zhu Kai had his responsibilities. The giant pattern centipede was their only key to escape from the mist, but it surely wouldn't cooperate quietly. Ming-He told Zhu Kai that he placed his faith in Luo Lin's delegations. Zhu Kai praised Ming-He for being sharp. If Zhu Kai had exhausted his strength dealing with the formation spider, there would be potential risks once they handled the centipede. The giant centipede had already gone through 2 stages of mutation. The first time in the sewers of Lanyong and the second time in the mist of Zishan. Its level was reaching that of a lord rank, a calamity beast in every sense. Ming-He agreed that they couldn't afford to take any risks. He told his squad leader that he understood that once something went wrong with the plan, their search and rescue efforts would be for naught. So he believed in Liu Lin and Zhu Kai's decision-making. Zhu Kai hid half of his face with his hat. Then he said he was grateful for Ming-He's understanding. Zhu Kai informed Ming-He about his second mission. They needed Ming-He to continue hiding the fact that he was a member of Dragon Tooth. Ming-He got curious, and Zhu Kai explained to him that they had received intel that there were members of Heavenly Sovereignty in their Nandu Institute. Ming-He expressed his hatred towards the Heavenly Sovereignty. Dragon Tooth's main duty was to remove the malignant Heavenly Sovereignty, and it was the reason why Ming-He was accepted into Dragon Tooth. Dr. Zhao Shuhua, who was killed by Ming-He in Lanyang, was merely in Heavenly Sovereignty's outer circle. Dr. Zhao was trying to do his work to enter the faith and gain true recognition from Heavenly Sovereignty. Setting off a disastrous calamity, bringing danger to the city, and causing unrest are the so-called works needed to enter the faith. Heavenly Sovereignty takes pride in such things. Having crossed paths with Zhao Shuhua, Ming-He knows how crazy he was. Ming-He wanted to confirm if there were really people like Zhao Shuhua in Nandu Institute. Zhu Kai asked about Ming-He's thoughts regarding the mist calamity that just happened. Ming-He said that there wasn't any trace of it being man-made. Zhu Kai confirmed that the mist calamity was indeed a natural calamity. If the Heavenly Sovereignty could make use of the rookie training, then what should have been an extremely low casualty Shaolin calamity would become a massacre in the cradle of the superhumans. Zhu Kai explained to Ming-He that strong superhumans have strong vigilance, so Heavenly Sovereignty would have a hard time killing them. But if the strong superhumans are nipped in the bud while they're still growing, there will be a gap in the resistance forces against Heavenly Sovereignty in 10 years' time. Nandu Institute would send a large number of superhumans into society every year. If Ming-He and Liu Kaiyan, who will surely become the pillars of humanity in the future, die in the mist calamity, the Heavenly Sovereignty would achieve the purpose of their plan. Ming-He apologized for not thinking deeply about the matter. Zhu Kai pointed out to Ming-He that they're in a long war. Humans are driven to fight because of survival instincts, while monsters are driven to fight because of their killing instincts. The monsters are capable of using all sorts of means, which proves that humans are not the only intelligent beings in that war. Ming-He promised that if there really is someone manipulating the calamity mist behind the scenes, he'll definitely find out who they are. Zhu Kai said that the enemies are well hidden. They could be teachers or students, and they could also be one of their organization's members. Zhu Kai wanted Ming-He to be suspicious of every single person he meets in Nandu Institute. He reminded Ming-He that his identity as a member of Dragon Tooth has to be kept a secret. He shouldn't mention it to anyone, including Liu Kaiyan, who Zhu Kai calls Ming-He's little girlfriend. Ming-He assured Zhu Kai that Liu Kaiyan didn't see him and that she's been unconscious since he came inside the web prison. The students and teachers didn't see Minghe's battle. Zhu Kai hoped Minghe would understand that the credit for killing the formation spider and rescuing Liu Kaiyan must be taken by him. Minghe said that he would comply with the organization's plans. Zhu Kai promised Minghe that they would give him an even greater compensation. Minghe's eyes twinkled, thinking that he'll get a cash reward. Zhu Kai couldn't help but laugh. He told Minghe that money's just a part of it, while waving back at the person in front of them. They immediately got surrounded by students and instructors the moment they arrived at the camp. Professor Zhang immediately asked Minghe if he was the one who rescued Liu Kaiyan. Minghe said he didn't, and he just got there and helped stall for some time. He told Professor Zhang that it was Zhu Kai who killed the formation spider. Professor Zhang was skeptical of Minghe's answer. Minghe explained that he was just being impulsive. Minghe paused for a moment before saying that Liu Kaiyan was his high school classmate, as if he was confused about his relationship with her. He pointed out that he didn't have what it takes to defeat the formation spider. Fang Nianrong informed him that there was already a rumor that he was a member of Dragon Tooth. She thought it was impossible and pointed out that it's obviously impossible for someone who just entered the institute to join an organization that consists of the best of the best. Lai Jin told everyone that he was Minghe's roommate and that he thought that Minghe was incompatible with Dragon Tooth. Minghe asked Lai Jin if all the eggs that were untouched by the rainwater had been collected. Lai Jin pointed to a cliff and told Minghe that they had gathered the eggs there and were just waiting for the mutant beast to appear. Professor Zhu Kai walked towards the cliff where the eggs were gathered. Moments later, Lai Jin felt something, and the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Minghe realized that the mutated centipede was approaching. Other students panicked, and they didn't know what was happening. Minghe was sure that it was the beast that had stopped the train from moving forward when he was on his way to Nandu. The entire mountain trembled, hinting at how tremendous the beast was. Zhu Kai stood confidently on the cliff, anticipating the mutated centipede's arrival. Moments later, something came out of the ground below the cliff. The centipede shot up from the ground. It had 2 eyes and some sort of gem between them. It was so ginormous that the students still had to look up to see its face even though they were on top of a mountain. Professor Zhu Kai remained standing on the cliff, looking at the centipede's features. The centipede opened its round mouth and roared. The roar sent shockwaves towards the students and instructors. Some students got swept away by the shockwave. Professor Zhang used the scroll to protect himself and the student behind him. Teaching assistant Liu and other students just held on using their own strength. They thought that the centipede was even more terrifying than the formation spider. Minghe stretched his right leg forward as to not get swept away by the shockwave and crossed his arms to cover his face. He cursed, unable to accept that he was unable to move because he was afraid. Minghe personally witnessed what a calamity beast that was near Lord Rank was like. He knew that if it attacked him, he wouldn't even have the courage to defend himself. Professor Zhu Kai took his hat and sunglasses off. They had been waiting for the beast for a long time. Zhu Kai dropped his hat and sunglasses. The centipede noticed his presence and looked at him menacingly. The veins on the side of Zhu Kai's eyes bulged, his pupils glowed golden, and a mark formed on his face. He screamed at the centipede, commanding it to surrender upon his soul. The centipede roared and dove towards Zhu Kai. With all his might, Zhu Kai screamed at the centipede once again. The ground cracked as he screamed, and finally, his superpower overpowered the centipede. The centipede crashed beside Zhu Kai and stopped moving. Minghe realized that Zhu Kai's superhuman ability was mind control. He was amazed that Zhu Kai was able to tame a near Lord Rank being by force. He immediately leaped towards Zhu Kai to check his condition. Zhu Kai slowly turned his head towards Minghe and told him that they needed to grit their teeth and fight for their own survival. Minghe was confused as to why Zhu Kai was suddenly saying those words. When Minghe saw Zhu Kai's face, his eyes widened. Blood was flowing from Zhu Kai's eyes, nose, and mouth. Zhu Kai said that he was glad that he managed to safeguard the bright lights of the next 10 years with his mediocre self. After saying his last words, he lost his balance, and Minghe tried to reach Zhu Kai when he was about to fall off the cliff. Zhu Kai's eyes slowly closed as he watched Minghe run towards him. Minghe was close to reaching Zhu Kai, but Zhu Kai was already unresponsive and had fallen off the cliff before Minghe could even do something to save him. Minghe was a bit late to stop Zhu Kai from falling, and although he tried to reach out his hand, Zhu Kai was already unconscious. Minghe just watched his instructor fall, and tears started flowing from his eyes. Simultaneously, he felt something wriggling on his head. The giant patterned centipede's antennae were wriggling around Minghe's head, as if trying to console him. The color of its gem and eyes noticeably changed from red to gold. It moved closer to Minghe and looked at him with its 2 golden eyes. Minghe touched the centipede's fang, trying to internalize the path of survival that instructor Zhu Kai had left for them, after all the things he had told Minghe along their way to the camp. Minghe apologized for not realizing the consequence of taming a beast that was almost Lord Rank. He fell on his knees, and the centipede moved away when Liu Lin approached him. She patted Minghe's shoulder and looked at him with a sympathetic face. Minghe vowed that he would definitely catch the evildoer who orchestrated everything. Liu Lin hugged Minghe and told him that she believed in him. Tears started forming on the corner of her eyes as she told Minghe that everyone, including the people who died, believed in him. Minghe wailed that he would definitely catch the evildoer. Later that day, in the camping grounds, students started hopping on the giant patterned centipede's back. Some were scared, and some were amazed. Minghe and Luo Lin stood above the centipede's head. After everything was set, Professor Zhang signaled for departure. Minghe asked the centipede to take everyone out of the fog. The centipede roared and started crawling towards a certain direction. The students held tightly onto its scales to keep themselves from falling. By the foothills, soldiers stayed alert behind a barricade. A man who was holding a radio and not in uniform used his radio to instruct someone to call the CP. He pointed out that they must obtain any intel from within and be wary of their surroundings to make sure no one entered the fog. Suddenly, the soldiers exclaimed when they saw a figure of a giant centipede moving towards them from within the fog. They immediately reported the sighting of a calamity beast and reminded everyone to keep their guard up. When they came out of the fog, the centipede stopped and lowered itself to the ground. Luo Lin quickly waved her hand and identified herself so that the soldiers would not shoot at them. She informed the soldiers that the giant mutated centipede had been tamed. The students and instructors who were able to evacuate before the calamitous mist appeared rejoiced after seeing their fellow Nandu Institute people escape the rumored inescapable calamitous mist. The Nandu Chief of Security, Chief Peng, couldn't keep himself from smiling as he walked towards the Nandu Institute's calamitous mist survivors. Luo Lin saluted Chief Peng and reported that she had successfully brought back all 346 students. Chief Peng asked about the other instructors. Luo Lin reported that among the squad instructors, King He, Jing Xing, and Gu Min had returned safely, while Fang King, Miao Lan, and Zhu Kai had given their lives for the mission. Chief Peng was saddened by the news, while the people behind them were shocked. Chief Peng and the people behind him suddenly saluted. Nandu Institute Vice Chairman Meng made an oath in memory of the fallen ones who gave their lives for the greater good of the country. He said that the Nandu Institute would never forget their sacrifices. In Nandu Institute grounds, the funeral of heroes was held. Portraits of Zhu Kai, Miao Lan, and Fang Kai were carried onto the stage so that the students could see their heroes. Each of them was a hero who deserved to be remembered and looked up to. Nandu Institute Vice Chairman Meng instructed the students to pay attention as they sent their heroes off. A student grinned among the students who mourned. After sending off the heroes, the awarding of the students followed. The first class honors were awarded to an anonymous student, and the students started discussing among themselves who the awardee might be. They speculated that it must be the Dragon Tooth member from the rumors. They couldn't understand why the anonymous person didn't want to take the credit, and some even said that if it were them, they would brag about it in school since it was a first-class combat honor after all. The second-class combat honors were awarded to Lu Kaiyan. The admiration students felt towards her increased. They heard about her stepping in to fend off a Lord-rank calamity beast and keeping over 100 new students safe. The students went head over heels for Lu Kaiyan. The third-class rescue honors were awarded to accompanying teaching assistant Liu Zhu of the 2-1 registry, 2-2 registry new student Lai Jin, Ming He, and Fang Nianrong for their supportive efforts. As their names and awards were being announced, the students looked at them in awe. From that exercise and the disaster that followed, Nandu Institute Vice Chairman Meng said that he was sure that the students had properly understood the horrors and cruelty of the outside. In fact, the ordeal they had experienced was but the everyday lives of every superhuman out there. Their bodies served as vessels for their willpower, and they carved out that safe haven for humans to thrive. The rest of the population could only enjoy such precious moments of peace thanks to the efforts of frontliners. But Vice Chairman Meng believed that every last one of the students would live up to the Institute's expectations. In fact, he could tell from the couple of students who chose to put themselves on the line that an extraordinary future lay ahead. A future that was a shining ray of hope in the midst of crisis. After Vice Chairman Meng's speech, everyone gave him a round of applause, and after the awarding, everyone left. Lu Kaiyan returned to her apartment carrying white flowers. She took her phone from her pocket and checked her call log, looking kind of disappointed. But her body shook, and her mood suddenly improved when her phone rang. She answered the call and blushed, looking excited as she called Minghe's name over the phone. Minghe shyly informed her that he was downstairs and asked if it was okay for him to visit her in person. Lu Kaiyan enthusiastically told Minghe that he could, and the door was open for him. Minghe knocked on Lu Kaiyan's door, and she opened it almost immediately, happily greeting him. The two developed a romantic atmosphere, and Minghe blushed while asking Lu Kaiyan how she was feeling. Lu Kaiyan told him that she was feeling better, and she invited Minghe to enter the apartment and have a seat. She then took something from the refrigerator and offered Minghe a cup of water. Lu Kaiyan directly asked Minghe if he was the anonymous student, and Minghe plainly said that he was not after taking a sip of water. Minghe said that he was not thinking straight, charging him like that, and claimed that the formation spider almost killed him. He told Liu Kaiyan that it was Zhu Kai who saved them. Liu Kaiyan wanted to argue that she remembered that the one who saved her from the depths of the abyss was Minghe, but Minghe cut her off and said that the formation spider had gotten a hold of her head, and maybe she was just seeing things. Minghe told her that he was at the bottom barrel back then and that he had spent a lot of blood and sweat just to be accepted into Nandu's special institute, so it would be impossible for him to be capable enough to do that. Liu Kaiyan told Minghe that she really didn't care about it and kissed him on the cheek. Minghe's eyes widened, and he was caught off guard. She thanked Minghe for putting himself out on the front lines. Liu Kaiyan sat at a distance away from Minghe, and both of them were blushing. Things got awkward between them. Liu Kaiyan clarified to Minghe that she just wanted to express her gratitude and asked him not to take what happened the wrong way. Minghe just bowed his head and hummed in agreement. Meanwhile, at Nandu Institute's training ground, Feng Lin and her uncle Yuan waited for Minghe. Feng Lin was agitated because Minghe hadn't shown up for a couple of Wednesdays already, and she wondered what Minghe was doing. Her uncle Yuan teased her, saying that it was the first time he had seen her getting stood up by someone. Feng Lin considered Minghe the worst for not keeping his promise, even though they hadn't decided on a winner yet. Her uncle Yuan told her that the freshmen were currently having an awarding ceremony, and that last week, they had headed to Xiaoling to train but encountered something strange there. Feng Lin asked her uncle Yuan if he had insider information, and he explained that he was just wondering if the kid she sparred with was a freshman, which would explain why he hadn't shown up for 2 weeks. Based on the man's strength, Feng Lin thought that it was impossible for the person he fought to be a freshman. She promised to go to the center of the training grounds and do the seaweed dance if the person he fought was really a freshman. Her uncle Yuan teased her again, saying that she had lost their last bet. Feng Lin stomped the ground and said that she would check the entire school's surveillance system and find the person herself if he didn't show up the next Wednesday. Her uncle Yuan suggested finding another sparring partner, but Feng Lin was not interested. Outside Liu Kaiyan's apartment building, Minghe was blushing while touching the cheek that Liu Kaiyan kissed. Inside Liu Kaiyan's apartment, Liu Kaiyan covered her face with her hands while leaning against the door. She was so embarrassed by what she had done. Then she realized that they were already dating and wondered if she was being too excessive. Minghe blushed while touching his lips, but moments later, he stopped himself from thinking those kinds of things, thinking that Liu Kaiyan already had a boyfriend. He tried to convince himself that Liu Kaiyan was just expressing her gratitude towards him. At Nandu Institute's training ground, Minghe was observing the students do their training when he remembered that he had made a promise to Feng Lin to meet at the training ground on Wednesdays. He had totally forgotten that it was Wednesday. He wore his mask and ran, wondering if it was too late to show up. Feng Lin and her uncle Yuan saw Minghe, and they immediately confronted him and blocked his way. Minghe apologized for not being able to arrive on time and explained that he had attended the awards ceremony. Feng Lin was shocked to know that Minghe was really a freshman. Minghe was confused as to why Feng Lin reacted that way. Uncle Yuan laughed at Feng Lin and teased her for losing yet again, and reminded her that she still needed to dance in the middle of the training ground. Feng Lin walked away while cursing. Minghe innocently asked Feng Lin if they would be having a spar that day. Feng Lin told him they would not and added that she didn't want to see him again. Uncle Yuan told Minghe that Feng Lin didn't expect him to be 2 years below her and always thought that the reason Minghe was able to fight her on even grounds was that he was older than her. Minghe wanted to clarify if Feng Lin was really his senior, and Uncle Yuan said yes. Almost immediately, he exclaimed when he realized that Minghe didn't really know who Feng Lin was. Uncle Yuan was amazed that there was actually someone in the Superhuman Institute who didn't know the beautiful Feng Lin. He took out a calling card and handed it to Minghe, telling him to call him if he ever needed a training partner, and that Feng Lin would be his sparring partner because she needed a strong opponent like Minghe. Uncle Yuan asked Minghe what his price was, and Minghe was confused about what price Uncle Yuan was talking about. Uncle Yuan explained that he was asking how much it would cost to be Feng Lin's sparring partner and offered Minghe $10 per minute. Minghe got even more confused, and Uncle Yuan misunderstood his reaction, thinking that with Minghe's strength, he deserved a better price. He changed his offer to $1,000 for a spar once a week, and Minghe immediately accepted the offer. Uncle Yuan patted Minghe's back and told him the spar would start next week. Minghe agreed. After Uncle Yuan left, Minghe took out the calling card and grinned childishly while repeatedly thinking about $1,000. Saliva leaked out of Minghe's mouth as he thought about the money. In the school dorm, Minghe sat on the floor of his room, meditating. He was inside his spiritual world, fighting against the formation spider. Minghe blocked a leg of the formation spider with his arms but was thrown away and crashed to the ground. The formation spider immediately fired its poison towards Minghe, but before the poison could reach him, the formation spider and its poison kind of glitched. The goddess stopped the simulation and made it dissipate. She told Minghe that he needed to raise his strength because, based on the human ranking system, Minghe was just at the moon glow rank. Minghe said he knew that he wasn't strong enough and remembered the skeleton dragon. The goddess told him to treat the formation spider like food. But above the skeleton dragon was a ghastly monster that blacked out the sky, and the remnants of its skin turned into a scorpion fly nest. Minghe thought that if Liu Kaiyan hadn't heavily injured the formation spider, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it with his current strength. He clenched his fist in frustration and thought that to those terrifying monsters, he wasn't even worthy of being their food. He was desperate to become stronger and didn't want to see someone die in front of him ever again. The goddess looked at Minghe and sighed softly. Although Minghe had been growing stronger through training for half a year, there was a limit to how much a person's body could grow. The goddess told Minghe that if he wanted to break through, he would need the help of a supplement. Minghe didn't know what supplement the goddess meant, and she revealed that she had been studying human technology. She commended humans for being smart and said that they dissected the monsters and demons they had killed and invented things from them. Life drops were the most powerful weapon humanity had ever invented, allowing ordinary humans to gain supernatural powers. But low-quality life drops would be useless to Minghe. The life drop the goddess purified drifted towards Minghe, and after undergoing purification, it was a violet soul-grade life drop. It should be able to grant someone the supernatural power of disguise, which Minghe thought was versatile but not suitable for someone on the front lines like him. The goddess agreed and added that any supernatural power granted by the life drop still needed to be trained and familiarized with, and Minghe still needed to focus on familiarizing and training his current superpower. He still had to awaken his red sovereign talent. The goddess smiled and said that Minghe hadn't even mastered his violet soul talent yet but was already thinking about his red sovereign talent. Minghe still had to train diligently. The goddess told Minghe that she understood why he was thinking that way, and that his physical strength hadn't reached the Sun Blaze rank yet. So being able to perform his ultimate soul art was already pretty good. Minghe asked the goddess how to reach the Sun Blaze rank as quickly as possible. The goddess pointed out that she had just told him how. Humanity had made a lot of things that could increase one's strength, and besides the life drop, humanity had developed some sort of liquid stardust, which seemed to be made up of the blood, bone marrow, and pulp of a monster. Minghe wondered why he didn't know a thing about liquid stardust, and the goddess reminded him that he was just a freshman who was still learning and hadn't been in the institute for long. Minghe admitted that there were a lot of things he didn't know, especially things that involved spending money. The liquid stardust was expensive, and only rich people could purchase and use it. The liquid stardust's effectiveness was proportional to how hard the user trained, and the goddess thought that Minghe was quite the hard worker. Minghe's body was still unable to take in a large amount of energy, and consuming protein, dairy, and protein shakes to enhance his body would be too slow. The liquid stardust extracted from a monster was perfect for training addicts like Minghe. Minghe got excited and wanted to buy one liquid stardust and use it to advance his body to the Sun Blaze rank. The goddess told Minghe that he could sell the violet soul life drop to gain some funds, and Minghe agreed and went out of his spiritual world. Minghe was sitting on his bed when his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and discovered that it was Peng Linghui who was calling him. Peng Linghui asked Minghe how he was doing. Minghe told Peng Linghui that he was about to call him. Minghe then asked Peng Linghui where the best place to go was if he wanted to sell something valuable. Peng Linghui told him to go straight to the hunter's hall if he wanted the easiest way possible. The item would be given to the female hunter there, who would help sell it. And if Minghe wanted to buy something, Peng Linghui still suggested that he go to the hunter's hall. He told Minghe to hire a private hunter assistant because, once the item goes on sale in the hunter's hall, they would be able to secure it at the right price. Minghe thought it was convenient. Peng Linghui informed Minghe that he was inviting all of their classmates who were specially recruited to a drink. He asked Minghe if he was coming. Minghe said he would come next time because he was busy. Peng Linghui told Minghe to give him a call if he ever encountered any problems. Peng Linghui had quite the network in Nandu. Minghe thanked Peng Linghui and ended the call. Later that day, in the hunter's hall, two female hunters were talking about how bored they were because they hadn't gotten any big customers lately. All they had were small deals, and the commission was so low that it wasn't enough to pay rent. They saw Minghe enter the building. The female hunter with untied hair asked the female hunter in a bun if she wanted to greet Minghe. They noticed that Minghe was carrying a trainee hunter badge. They thought that being Minghe's assistant was no different from doing charity work, so the two decided to ignore Minghe and let a female hunter named Jian go. A blonde female hunter noticed Minghe. She approached Minghe and asked him if there was anything she could help him with. She introduced herself as hunter assistant Zhang Yu. She asked for Minghe's hunter code so she could assist him even better. Minghe said that his hunter code was LY5209. Zhang Yu searched for Minghe's information on her tablet. When she found Minghe's information, she informed him that he was already qualified to become a Moonglow hunter because he had completed his last bounty. She asked Minghe if he wanted to rank up so he could take on higher tier commissions and bounties. Minghe agreed and said that he didn't come there to take on a commission. He took out the Violet Soul Grade Life Drop from his pocket, showed it to Zhang Yu, and said that he would like to sell it. Jiang Yu was shocked. She couldn't keep her voice low when she asked Minghe if he was sure it was a violet soul grade. The bored female hunters heard her. Jiang Yu took a closer look at the life drop and confirmed that it was really a violet soul grade life drop. The bored female hunter exclaimed. The female hunter with untied hair pushed Jiang Yu to the side. She told Minghe that Jiang Yu was still new to that job. The female hunter with untied hair bragged that she was a gold-grade hunter assistant and said that a qualified professional like herself was required to sell such a valuable item. She offered Minghe her assistance, but Minghe declined. Minghe gave the life drop to Jiang Yu and told the bored female hunter that he was fine with Jiang Yu. The bored female hunter walked away to hide her irritation. Jiang Yu thanked Minghe. Minghe stood there for a long time because the bored female hunters ignored him. That's why he chose Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu informed Minghe that she would be contacting an appraiser to give a detailed overview of the life drop's capabilities, and after they estimated the base price, they would put the item up for auction at the hunter's hall. Minghe agreed and said that he also wanted to buy some liquid stardust. Jiang Yu asked what purity Minghe wanted, and Minghe was confused about what she was talking about. Jiang Yu invited Minghe to the VIP room so she could explain in detail. Minghe followed Jiang Yu to the VIP room. In the VIP room, Jiang Yu told Minghe that the appraiser had finished appraising the life drop. The base price would be estimated shortly, and if Minghe thought the base price was too low, he could adjust it. Minghe said he would just go with their estimated price. Jiang Yu moved on to the next transaction. She informed Minghe that a couple of batches of liquid stardust had appeared recently, and their price would be around 900,000. Minghe was shocked after hearing the price. Jiang Yu explained that the purity was high, so the price was not low. The purity level of liquid stardust affects how long it would take to detoxify it. Liquid stardust is extracted from monsters and calamity beasts. With humans' current technology, no matter how much they detoxify it, there will inevitably be some toxins left. As such, liquid stardust cannot be used in excess. If one overdoses on liquid stardust, irreparable damage will be done to their body. Minghe cried internally because he wouldn't be able to overdose himself even if he wanted to because of how expensive it was. The higher the purity, the fewer the toxins. A high purity liquid stardust takes around half a year for an average person's body to detoxify. In other words, Minghe can use that liquid stardust in half-year intervals. But if he undergoes high-intensity training and combat, his metabolic detoxification rate will be faster, which will make the intervals shorter. Minghe asked about low-purity liquid stardust. Jiang Yu looked at her tablet and informed Minghe that low-purity stardust takes around 3 to 4 years for an average person's body to detoxify. It was last sold for 400,000. She said that even low-purity liquid stardust costs around 1 to 200,000 and would take over a decade to detoxify, with a risk of damaging the body. Minghe was thinking that his body was not getting enough nutrients to support his training. To improve his strength in the fastest way possible, he needed to buy the highest purity. Every time he consumed liquid stardust, he would receive a significant increase in his strength. Minghe asked Jiang Yu to keep an eye on the highest quality liquid stardust for him. Jiang Yu took note and gave Minghe her business card. She said that, in the future, she would be Minghe's personal hunter assistant. She told Minghe to contact her if he needed anything. The doors of the VIP room suddenly opened. A butler came in and apologized for the interruption he caused. Before saying that the violet soul grade life drop was top-notch, it could grant a person the superpower of disguise. The butler suggested 2 million as the base price of the life drop. Minghe's eyes widened. He couldn't believe he had become rich, and he celebrated internally. Jiang Yu asked Minghe's permission to release the information, and Minghe willingly agreed. Jiang Yu informed Minghe that his transaction would increase his hunter points, and once those 2 transactions were completed, he would have enough points to rank up again. Once he took the strength assessment, he would become a Sunblaze rank hunter. Minghe told Jiang Yu that his strength hadn't reached Sunblaze rank yet, but he thought it wouldn't be too long until it did. Jiang Yu realized why Minghe needed liquid stardust. Minghe asked Jiang Yu to send him any well-paying commissions if there happened to be any. Jiang Yu agreed and said she would keep it in mind. Minghe returned to Nandu Institute. He had been through a lot and was glad to finally return to his peaceful school life. Minghe's school routine started with a morning run. He attended classes in the morning to learn from the instructors. In the afternoon, he fought the formation spider to enhance his combat training and self-studied at night. Minghe's days at Nandu Institute continued with the same routine. One day, during Minghe's class, his professor, Professor Feng, informed the students that most calamity fragments produce radiation. Calamity fragments can change the structure of some materials. Professor Feng took out an ordinary black rock and said that if it undergoes the calamity fragment's radiation, it will condense into a rare crystal in a short period of time, and its toughness would surpass that of steel. Professor Feng was holding a small box containing a blue crystal and told the students that it was a condensed crystal. While Professor Feng was explaining, Minghe's phone vibrated. He received 2 text messages saying that the life drop transaction had been sold for $3 million. The commission fee was 5% and his account received a deposit of $2,850,000. Ming-He had hit the jackpot and became rich overnight. Staring at his phone, he got frozen in shock. Professor Feng asked Fang Nianrong if there was any strength-type superhuman in their class who was available to come up and perform a demonstration. Fang Nianrong suggested Ming-He, who was a fist-type superhuman. Professor Feng invited Ming-He to come up and show the class something. Ming-He felt awkward when his classmates looked at him in awe while clapping their hands. He had become famous after winning an award. Professor Feng handed the crystal over to Ming-He and told him to use all his strength and try to crush the mutated crystal. Ming-He asked Professor Feng if he really meant what he just said. Professor Feng confirmed and advised Ming-He not to underestimate the small crystal. Ming-He started to try to crush the small crystal. He held it tightly and increased his strength as Professor Feng told the class that 99% of them wouldn't be able to make a dent on the small crystal. Ming-He broke the crystal to pieces and the shock was visible in the students' eyes. They subconsciously stood up with their mouths wide open. Professor Feng explained that a material contaminated by the radiation of calamity fragments would undergo a change in structure after absorbing its surrounding elements to condense. They would transform into a mutated crystal-like material. Professor Feng was about to thank Ming-He for demonstrating, but he couldn't help but curse when he turned to look at Ming-He and found his demonstration crystal crushed to pieces. Professor Feng looked at the crushed crystal like a mother looking at her fragile child getting hurt. He asked Ming-He what he did. Ming-He scratched his head and said he just did what he was told, use all his strength. Professor Feng wanted to confirm if Ming-He was not a senior student who had snuck into his class. Fang Nianrong told Professor Feng that Ming-He was a student in their class. The female students in Ming-He's class started singing praises for him. But Lai Jin looked jealous and suspicious that the crystal might be faulty. As Ming-He put the dust into the box, Professor Feng said he had made a mistake and should have brought a higher grade crystal. He cleared his throat and proceeded with his lecture, explaining that those crystals are high-quality materials and if the students ever see one, they should harvest it because it would be a great help to them. Ming-He exclaimed when he noticed that bits of the small mutated crystal were actually absorbed by his mystic fist. He was confused about how the small mutated crystal caused his mystic fist to react. The bell rang and Professor Feng dismissed the class. As the students walked out of the classroom, they talked about where to go and how awesome Ming-He was. When most of the students had left, Ming-He approached Professor Feng. He wanted to ask something about the mutated crystal. Ming-He showed his right arm to Professor Feng and told him that an absorption reaction occurred when he came in contact with the mutated crystal. Professor Feng asked him what his talent was, and Ming-He informed him that his talent was Mystic Fist, which can absorb mediums and unleash their corresponding attribute with his Spirit Fist. Professor Feng made sense of things and told Ming-He that it was only natural that there was a reaction. Ming-He said that it was unlikely because he thought that such a small rock shouldn't have such a strong reaction on his arm. Professor Feng explained once again that a rock that has undergone radiation and absorbed its surrounding elements becomes a crystal with a density many times greater than a normal rock, and the amount of material contained within it is equivalent to a small-scale mine. Ming-He asked Professor Feng if his point was that Ming-He's Mystic Fist is connected with the density of the medium, and not its volume. Professor Feng invited Ming-He to his lab to do an experiment. His laboratory had higher-grade mutated crystals. Ming-He asked if he was bothering him since the class had ended. Professor Feng asked Ming-He if he would still consider him his professor outside of school. Ming-He said yes, and Professor Feng explained to Ming-He that he was his professor at all times, and it was his duty to resolve his students' questions. Ming-He thanked Professor Feng wholeheartedly. Ming-He and Professor Feng entered the Level 2, Grade 3 laboratory, where glass containers were everywhere inside the room containing different rare and dangerous materials, test tubes each containing different liquids, and different kinds of rocks. As soon as Ming-He entered the room, his Mystic Fist had already absorbed multiple kinds of medium. Ming-He didn't know how to remove the absorbed mediums, so he just looked at his arms. Professor Feng gave him a pair of insulated gloves and instructed him to wear them first. While Ming-He was wearing the gloves, Professor Feng asked him to confirm if the grade of his talent was Red Sovereign. Ming-He was curious how Professor Feng knew, and he said that he had keen eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to teach the superhumans in Nandu Institute. Ming-He was amazed, and Professor Feng said that he could also tell that Ming-He was still a long way away from mastering his superpowers. He could tell because when Ming-He entered, his arm got involuntarily affected by the surrounding mutated crystals. Ming-He explained that it hadn't been long since he got his superpower and asked Professor Feng to teach him. Professor Feng fixed the positioning of his eyeglasses and seriously thought about it. Professor Feng said that Minghe had already stated before that his spiritual skill allowed him to absorb a certain substance and burst out a mystic fist with the same effect as that substance. So, when he needed one of the substances, he just touched it. Minghe thought that he could only absorb mediums if he touched them with his hands, but it was proven by the fact that when Minghe walked into the lab, it triggered a reaction. His arms responded to everything around him. Minghe realized that it was possible that the higher the concentration of the medium, the larger the reaction would be. Professor Feng speculated that the more Minghe absorbed a medium, the purer and stronger the power he could exert. Minghe recalled the times when he used the mystic fist. Professor Feng told Minghe that if he wanted his spiritual power to become stronger, he had to learn how to reject medium absorption. Minghe was confused about what Professor Feng meant by rejecting medium absorption. To help Minghe understand, Professor Feng instructed Minghe to take off his insulation gloves. He wanted Minghe to absorb just the frost crystal and reject other mediums. He reminded Minghe not to touch the mutated crystal while absorbing. Minghe took off his gloves and said he would try. He positioned his hand over the frost crystal and tried to absorb it without touching it. Minghe increased his focus and his hand started absorbing the frost crystal. But other mediums away from Minghe also got absorbed. Minghe exclaimed as he looked at his hand absorbing multiple mediums. Professor Feng confirmed that Minghe had not really mastered his spiritual skill. In that instance, Professor Feng deemed Minghe's spirit fist useless. He pointed out that Minghe's fighting style, where he had to rely on touching the medium to absorb it, was very unstable. He could do nothing if he was miles away from a medium, and his enemy who was familiar with his abilities deliberately blocked his path. Minghe realized that there were indeed plenty of times that he had no medium to use, which was definitely a problem. Professor Feng instructed Minghe to touch the frost crystal so he could take a look at the level of the reaction when he touched it. Before Minghe could even touch the frost crystal, his hand already started absorbing. When he touched it, other mediums were removed, and his hand was completely covered with ice. Professor Feng stopped Minghe from absorbing the crystal. He took a closer look at Minghe's arms before inviting Minghe to the testing grounds in the back to throw some punches. The testing ground was a mess. Containers seemed to have been thrown by someone, and there was a lot of debris from the previous tests, but Professor Feng told Minghe not to worry about it. He instructed Minghe to send a punch to the arena, using his full force. Minghe nodded and proceeded with his stance. With his left foot forward, he swung his right arm and gathered the frost crystal's power. Minghe punched forward and used the roaring ice fist. His fist sent forward a pillar of ice that devastated everything in its path. When the air blew the dust away, they saw that the area from where Minghe stood up to the arena was destroyed. Even the cement was gone, leaving a hollowed ground. Minghe's eyes widened in surprise. Professor Feng was shocked by how abnormal Minghe's skill was. Minghe excitedly told Professor Feng that that was the first time he used such a powerful spirit fist. Professor Feng said that it was solid proof that Minghe's power was related to the concentration of the medium. The one from their class was just a small flicker-grade metamorphic crystal, while the frost crystal he touched and absorbed was a dazzling-grade metamorphic crystal. Minghe was amazed, knowing that such a small crystal was comparable to a mine. With the frost crystal, Minghe thought he was invincible. Professor Feng laughed before telling Minghe that the frost crystal was not like a Chinese cabbage that could be picked up anywhere. Minghe asked Professor Feng if there was anything like that for sale. Professor Feng informed Minghe that low-level ones were available for sale, but even then, they were scarce. As for high-level ones, they were highly unlikely to be on the market. Most owners kept the crystals for themselves as rare treasures. The amazing frost variation in the Nandu Institute was donated to them by a social organization. Minghe shared his idea of preparing some isomorphic mediums on his body so that during battles, he could crush the crystal and absorb it. Then he could steadily burst out spirit fists that were several times stronger than regular ones. Professor Feng agreed that with external assistance, Minghe's combat strength could be greatly improved. But he pointed out that there was just one problem. Minghe wondered what problem his plan had. He took a heavy hit when Professor Feng reminded him that the isomorphic mediums were expensive. Professor Feng asked Minghe if he had a lot of money. The dazzling grade frost variation was priceless. Even the flicker grade isomorphs were worth several times more than diamonds. Minghe cried after waking up and realizing that he was still not rich enough to lavishly buy convenient tools. Professor Feng patted his shoulder and told him that he could still buy one or two of those crystals for emergencies. Minghe was reminded that poor people could only rely on hard work, and the rich relied on technology. Professor Feng wanted Minghe to start with his perception first. He appreciated Minghe's excellent abilities. As long as they were used properly, everything around Minghe could make him stronger and become powerful weapons. Minghe asked Professor Feng what perception he was referring to. Professor Feng told Minghe to listen, smell, and feel his skin mixed with everything in the air. He pointed out to Minghe that he was still at the level of just seeing with his eyes. What he saw was what it was, but what was seen by the human eye was very limited. It was easy for humans to ignore all the mediums and elements that existed. The skin could sense the temperature, the nose could sense all the dust in the wind, the ears could hear the sound of running water, the hands could feel the wind blowing. Professor Feng pointed out to Minghe that he needed to be focused and diligently practice using his 5 senses. He advised him to pay more attention to the small but special things, to not let his eyes dictate everything. Minghe closed his eyes and asked Professor Feng if he should practice perceiving while closing his eyes first. Professor Feng entered his laboratory and asked Minghe to wait a bit. He wanted to take a few isomorphic crystals. He handed a jar containing mutated crystals over to Minghe. Inside the jar was a mix of dim grade, flicker grade, bright grade, and dazzling grade. He told Minghe that he could start by trying to identify the crystals' grades. Minghe took a closer look at the crystals and said that the mutated crystals looked the same to him. Professor Feng told him that was why he needed to work on his perception and not to rely on his eyes. Practicing it would allow Minghe to be in different environments in the future, and it would also allow him to quickly and accurately identify which mediums were more useful to him. Minghe said he understood. He aimed to make use of everything around him to turn them into powerful weapons. Professor Feng reminded Minghe that perception would be the first thing he would practice, and absorption was the second thing he would practice. Professor Feng clarified that what he meant by absorption was not by touching the medium, but absorption where even if he was separated from mediums by tens of meters, hundreds of meters, or several kilometers, he could still absorb and use them. Minghe had a hard time believing that it was possible for him to absorb mediums that were several kilometers away from him. Professor Feng asked Minghe not to look down on himself and to not take his red sovereign grade talent lightly. He said that one day, it was even possible for Minghe to catch lightning and absorb it. It was time for Minghe to practice Desheng. Minghe decided to work even harder. He hated the feeling of being small and insignificant. Remembering the times when he couldn't do anything to save the people he cared about, and how powerless he was, he hated it even more. He knew that he wasn't strong enough yet, but he was confident that he would get stronger. In Minghe's dorm, he sat on the floor of the rooftop with his eyes closed and the mutated crystals in front of him. He still couldn't feel the difference between the mutated crystals and knew he wasn't concentrating enough. Minghe deepened his focus and started to feel that one crystal was a bit brighter than the other, until he perceived clearly that the mutated crystals differed in brightness. Minghe opened his eyes, finally learning how to perceive the difference between the mutated crystals. When he looked at them, he could already identify their grades, something he couldn't do before. He stood up, closed his eyes again, and tried to perceive the surrounding mediums. Minghe noticed that it wasn't too windy and that if he absorbed the air, it would only be equivalent to dim grade, which wouldn't let out much power. He tried to widen his field of perception to look for a stronger medium. Minghe started to perceive shapes and structures farther away from him and noticed that the wind blowing from a certain direction was humid. He determined that there was a lake in that direction and extended his perception to confirm his speculation. Moments later, Minghe found the lake and thought that if he absorbed everything there, it would be equivalent to bright grade. However, he was blocked when he tried absorbing the water in the lake. He opened his eyes and looked over the rooftop, feeling good after confirming that what Professor Feng taught him really worked. In the future, he wouldn't have to find a medium to absorb. In front of Minghe's dormitory, Zhang Yu waved and called him. Minghe asked her why she came to his dormitory, and Zhang Yu informed him that she brought the stuff he needed. Minghe jumped from the rooftop and landed in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yuan and Wang Jie couldn't take seeing another beautiful girl meeting Minghe. They were jealous that even though Minghe already had Lu Kaiyan, he was still hooking up with other beauties. Minghe's two envious and jealous single roommates couldn't help but cry. Zhang Yu got a really high-quality Stardust liquid because the seller was in a rush to get money and didn't want to enter an auction to sell it. Zhang Yu bought the Stardust for 850,000 yuan, which was the price set by the seller. Minghe thanked Zhang Yu, and she said that it was what she should do. She told Minghe that she didn't expect him to be at a superhuman school. When Minghe gave her the address, she thought she read it wrong. Minghe asked her to keep it a secret because he didn't want his classmates to know about him. Zhang Yu agreed and said that keeping their customers' privacy was their top priority. She asked Minghe if there was something else he needed, and he took the opportunity to tell her that he needed her help in checking if there were any crystals with properties such as fire, ice, rock, copper, and iron for sale because he wanted to buy some. He also reminded Zhang Yu to tell him if there were any quests, bounties, etc. in the Hunter's Hall. Zhang Yu took note and said she would definitely help Minghe with it. Minghe was excited to consume the high-quality Stardust liquid to increase his physical strength and be upgraded to Sun Blaze grade, which would be a remarkable upgrade for him. He went into the forest and sat on the ground, deciding to drink the Stardust liquid where no one would be able to see him. Minghe drank the high-quality Stardust liquid straight from its container, looking like he was in pain when he swallowed it. The pain increased as time passed, and the stardust liquid started working on Minghe's heart and spreading throughout his whole body. Minghe's aura slowly swelled as the stardust liquid did wonders to his body. He gritted his teeth to bear with the pain that had been torturing him. When the stardust liquid was done strengthening his body, Minghe's aura burst out, sending leaves and dirt away from where he sat. The sudden burst of aura in the middle of the woods produced a shockwave, disturbing the forest's peace. Minghe released a sigh of relief. The high-quality stardust liquid had worked, and he stood up to examine his body. He confirmed that the strength of his body had become sunblaze grade. Minghe wore his jacket and walked away, moments later receiving a call from Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan invited Minghe to spar with Feng Lin since it was Wednesday. Minghe agreed, in the mood to fight after becoming a sunblaze grade. Uncle Yuan suggested an all-out fight where Minghe and Feng Lin wouldn't disable their spiritual magic. Minghe had a hard time deciding as fighting without restricting spiritual magic was too dangerous, and anyone could easily get hurt, much worse, lose their lives. But when Uncle Yuan promised to double the price, Minghe immediately agreed and asked where he and Feng Lin would spar. In an open field somewhere in Nandu, Feng Lin and Uncle Yuan waited for Minghe. Feng Lin was doing some stretching when she told Uncle Yuan that Minghe would definitely lose if they were allowed to use spiritual skills. Uncle Yuan reminded Feng Lin that she had already lost twice to Minghe and that she still owed him for a previous bet. She needed to go to the center of the training grounds and do the seaweed dance. Feng Lin had a breakthrough with her skills and thought that Minghe might not be able to evade her. She was confident with her spiritual skills, which were incomparable to most people. Uncle Yuan waved at Minghe when he saw him and told Feng Lin that they would see how things went. Minghe, who was wearing a mask to hide his identity, waved back at Uncle Yuan. Feng Lin declared that she would not show Minghe any mercy, and Minghe challenged Feng Lin. Feng Lin signaled the start of the sparring. Flames started to surround Feng Lin's body. Minghe noticed that Feng Lin was preparing for a big move. Feng Lin reminded Minghe that she wouldn't hold back as she ran towards him. Minghe stepped back to narrowly evade Feng Lin's powerful flame. Minghe fell on his backside and looked at the ground where he stood, which was now burnt. Minghe realized how serious Feng Lin was with her declaration. Feng Lin jumped and stretched her leg to kick Minghe. She said that Minghe didn't seem focused on her. When Minghe noticed Feng Lin, it was too late to evade. He could only cross his arms to block Feng Lin's kick. The force of Feng Lin's kick broke the cement Minghe was standing on. The kick was so powerful that it created shockwaves. Feng Lin backflipped to move away from Minghe so he wouldn't have the chance to counterattack. As Feng Lin landed on her feet, her hairband tore, but she didn't mind and focused on the fight. She taunted Minghe, saying that he looked like he wouldn't be able to last a minute. The audience wondered why Feng Lin was using her spiritual skill. They felt bad for Minghe, her sparring opponent. In their perspective, Minghe had already been completely floored after Feng Lin's two powerful attacks. Some onlookers arrived late, so they didn't see Feng Lin's moves, burst of strength, power, and physique. Minghe shook his hands while commending Feng Lin's formidable superpower. He said that it was easily one of the fiercest superpowers he'd ever seen. Minghe told Feng Lin that if it were back then, he wouldn't be able to last 2 strikes from her. Unfortunately for Feng Lin, Minghe had just reached the Sunblaze rank. His body was overflowing with barely contained energy, a heavenly feeling of catharsis. Minghe's aura suddenly increased. Feng Lin couldn't help but cover her face with her hand to protect her eyes from the particles that got blown away by Minghe's sudden burst of strength. She didn't notice Minghe move, he just suddenly appeared in front of her. Minghe warned Feng Lin to be careful as his fist quickly approached her body. Feng Lin quickly ducked and positioned her arms to block Minghe's punch. She pounced away to gain some distance, but Minghe immediately chased after her. When Feng Lin was within Minghe's reach, Minghe used the Shearing Gale Fist. Feng Lin could only block Minghe's consecutive punches, but when she saw an opening, she gathered flame on her palm and hit Minghe's chest with her right palm. Feng Lin's palm sent Minghe away, and his chest was burning, and his arms had burnt marks on them. Minghe was supposed to be on the offensive, but he took a direct scorching blast. If things kept up, his arms would be done for. Feng Lin used the momentary ceasefire to throw some verbal attacks. She told Minghe that he was doing well as her punching bag. Feng Lin used her fiery dance of the burning vessel technique, and an image of a phoenix descended towards her. Minghe realized that Feng Lin was right, he wouldn't be able to beat her if nothing changed. Minghe admitted that he underestimated the true power of the phoenix martial arts saintess. Minghe didn't have a choice but to absorb the dim-grayed dirt below him. He covered his hands with the dirt so he could be protected from the scorching heat. Feng Lin ran towards Minghe, and her flaming aura took the form of a phoenix. Minghe crossed his arms to block Feng Lin's flaming attack. When Minghe's vision was hindered by the flame, Feng Lin immediately took the chance to run around Minghe, so he couldn't predict where she was going to attack next. While looking for an opening, the phoenix slowly merged with Feng Lin until Feng Lin's image turned into a phoenix. She attacked Minghe when she got the chance, causing an explosion that blasted the floor. Dust covered the area. Minghe emerged from the smoke and immediately distanced himself away. He was forced to take off the jacket he was wearing because it caught on fire. When the dust settled, the onlookers saw that Minghe was surrounded by flames. The martial arts saintess had overwhelmed Minghe. It was just a spiritual skill, but it was already far more terrifying than the countless soul arts Minghe had seen. Minghe couldn't do a thing but cover himself with his arms to block Feng Lin's barrage of flaming attacks. The onlookers felt how intense the fight was. With that type of unevenly mixed cement in the area, even if Minghe were to absorb them, it wouldn't do him any good against Feng Lin's scorching strikes. If he couldn't find an appropriate medium, his loss was certain. After attacking Minghe one last time in her phoenix form, Feng Lin paused. After which, Feng Lin slowly returned to her original form. She urged Minghe to admit defeat. Minghe, with his arms still crossed, told Feng Lin that he hadn't lost to her yet. Feng Lin explained that it was just a sparring match, and it didn't have to end with Minghe being sent to the infirmary just for her to win. She found no meaning to that. Minghe still wanted to fight, saying he was sure that Feng Lin was exhausted. But Minghe himself was barely standing. Feng Lin told Minghe that he didn't have to act tough. The number of people from Nandu Institute who could last against her in her current state could only be counted on one hand. She basically told Minghe that he had already done well. But Minghe was persistent. He still wanted to try to beat Feng Lin. He closed his eyes and focused on sensing his surroundings, everything around him. Minghe started to notice things that he wouldn't have noticed if he had relied on his eyes only. He noticed the stone beneath his feet and the wind blowing from the south. Minghe's perception became wider and wider as he also noticed the air from the trees. When he noticed the moist air, he found the lake, which is rich in water mediums. If Minghe left the training ground, he would be considered the loser, so he had to use the method that Professor Feng had taught him. He rejected unnecessary mediums and focused on absorbing the water from the lake. He conceptualized that all he needed was water. Meanwhile, Feng Lin took her time observing what Minghe was doing. She couldn't understand what Minghe was trying to do, so she decided not to waste any more time and wanted to end the fight. Feng Lin executed the set position and ran towards Minghe, running around him as if looking for an opening. Minghe's body started to emit a blue aura, and before Feng Lin could attack, Minghe raised his hand. He punched the ground, summoning a giant water dragon on the training ground. The water dragon opened its mouth and dove towards Feng Lin. Feng Lin, who was running towards Minghe, couldn't evade in time. She just stared at the water dragon, which was quickly approaching her. She snapped out of her shock and immediately gathered her flame in front of her to shield herself from the water dragon. But the water dragon was too strong for her flame to handle. The water dragon extinguished Feng Lin's flame, and she was swallowed by the water dragon, slowly drowning on its body. As the water dragon lost its form, water splashed from the training ground towards the onlookers. They ran desperately, afraid that they might drown. It looked like there was a tsunami in Nandu's training grounds. When the water calmed down, the onlooker with eyeglasses expressed his shock. Another onlooker was angry, thinking that Minghe used a soul art, which is forbidden during spars. The onlooker with eyeglasses said that he only saw blue light, not purple, and he thinks that Minghe and Feng Lin were just using spiritual skills. The angry onlooker promised that he would drink the lake water if it was proven that Minghe and Feng Lin were really using spiritual skills. Water droplets started pouring into the training ground, and Minghe was amazed at how strong he was after experiencing the Red Sovereign's extraordinary talent. When the lake water was almost completely drained, Minghe saw Feng Lin lying flat on the floor. She seemed to have drowned and became unconscious. Minghe immediately ran towards Feng Lin to help her. He kneeled on Feng Lin's side, shook her, and checked whether she was responsive or not. Feng Lin remained unresponsive, so Minghe proceeded to give her chest compressions. But still, nothing changed in Feng Lin's condition. Uncle Yuan walked towards Minghe and told him that chest compressions were not enough and that Feng Lin needed CPR. Minghe blushed and said it was not appropriate for him to do it. Uncle Yuan urged Minghe to immediately do the CPR. Minghe stared for a moment at Feng Lin before he lowered his mask. He then raised Feng Lin's chin and pinched her nose. He slowly moved closer to Feng Lin's face, but when his lips were about to make contact with Feng Lin's, a hand covered his mouth. Feng Lin regained consciousness and told Minghe that there was no need for him to do it, and claimed that she was not that delicate. Minghe immediately moved away and covered his face with his mask. He coughed and told Feng Lin that he was glad she was fine. Uncle Yuan smirked, thinking it was a pity that Feng Lin woke up in time. Feng Lin admitted defeat, and Minghe told her that they were just learning from each other, so no one won nor lost. Minghe appreciated Feng Lin's strength. If he hadn't realized the true extent of his abilities, he would have been beaten so hard that he wouldn't be able to fight back. Feng Lin said a win is a win, a loss is a loss, and told Minghe there was no need for him to be humble. Minghe yielded and accepted that it was his win. He extended his right hand and told Feng Lin that he was honored to be her opponent. Feng Lin shook Minghe's hand and said that the next time they spar, they would compete with soul arts. Uncle Yuan told them that it wouldn't work, explaining that with the strength that they had, the soul arts would have lethality. Soul arts should be used on the beasts that invade their cities, not on their people. Minghe agreed with Uncle Yuan's statement. He noticed that the onlookers were starting to surround them, and he told Feng Lin and Uncle Yuan that he had other things to do, so he would take his leave. Uncle Yuan and Feng Lin said their goodbyes to Minghe, and the onlookers feasted their eyes on Feng Lin, the martial arts saintess figure. Feng Lin innocently tied her hair without a care for the onlookers. When Uncle Yuan noticed this, he immediately covered Feng Lin with a towel and told her that they should leave as well because she was soaking wet. Inside the black car that Uncle Yuan was driving, Feng Lin dried her hair up with the towel. Uncle Yuan told her that Minghe was a little different, and Feng Lin expressed that she would make sure she wouldn't lose the next time they fought. Mandu Institute was the university where all young talents gathered, and anyone who could fight against Feng Lin would always spread the word. They would become the man of the school because of Feng Lin's fame. Uncle Yuan wondered why Minghe wouldn't do the same even though he pushed Feng Lin to that extent. Feng Lin said that Minghe was always so mysterious, and she didn't know what he was being so careful with. Minghe had been wearing a mask, and Uncle Yuan speculated that Minghe didn't want people to know his identity and strength. But not every young person could resist the temptation of fame. Feng Lin said that it was just a myth, but Uncle Yuan suddenly remembered that the colonel of the commendation conference commended a very mysterious person, because the person made a significant contribution to the Shaoling disaster, but in the end, the person didn't disclose his name. Feng Lin moved closer to Uncle Yuan and asked him if he meant that her opponent could be the special class practitioner. Uncle Yuan explained that her opponent was just a freshman in college, but his strength was far beyond anything his peers had achieved. He told Feng Lin to just forget about it and respect people's privacy. Uncle Yuan planned to do their next spar in a more private area, and Feng Lin agreed. Uncle Yuan asked her if she saw what Minghe looked like, and Feng Lin angrily said she didn't. Uncle Yuan teased Feng Lin, telling her that even if she was a little embarrassed from the fight, she still had to admit that the person she fought was kind of handsome. Feng Lin got angry at Uncle Yuan for encouraging Minghe to give her CPR. Although she was in a daze, she still heard them. Uncle Yuan explained that he just wanted to see whether Minghe was handsome or not and if he fits Feng Lin's type. Feng Lin burst out in anger and told Uncle Yuan that he should just sweep the streets because she didn't need him that much in her training sessions. Uncle Yuan called Feng Lin milady and sincerely apologized. Minghe went to Hunter's Hall, where Zhang Yu greeted him and guided him towards the VIP room. In the VIP room, as soon as Minghe sat on the chair, Zhang Yu pushed a black box towards him, saying that it was something Minghe had asked her about before. When Minghe opened the box, Frost Aura immediately escaped from it. It was a Frost Variation mutated crystal, and Minghe wanted to confirm whether it was a Dazzling Grade mutated crystal. Zhang Yu confirmed that it was and asked Minghe if he was satisfied. Minghe said he was very satisfied and thanked Zhang Yu for providing him assistance. With the Frost Variation Dazzling Grade mutated crystal, even if Minghe was faced with an enemy that was a level above him, he would not be too powerless. But Minghe was caught off guard when Zhang Yu informed him that the crystal cost him the $1 million he had stored. He almost jumped out of his seat in shock. Zhang Yu explained that the crystal was very rare and that she had gone to Beidou just to bid for it. Regardless of how much the crystal cost him, Minghe still thanked Zhang Yu and asked her to keep an eye out for other isomorphic crystals for sale. He suddenly remembered that Zhang Yu had texted him about an important matter and asked her what it was. Zhang Yu took out something and congratulated Minghe for becoming a certified Sun Blaze rank hunter. She gave him his Sun Blaze badge, and Minghe received it and thanked her. Zhang Yu explained to him that after becoming a Sun Blaze rank hunter, he had unlocked a lot of new privileges. While Zhang Yu was talking, Minghe noticed someone at the counter of Hunter's Hall. Zhang Yu was still telling Minghe that information collected by the Hunter's Hall would be sent to him in a timely manner. Minghe was also eligible to make a request for assistance and participate in the annual Hunters Conference. Minghe suddenly stood up and looked out the window. He saw Lai Jin talking aggressively to the woman at the counter. Zhang Yu asked Minghe if he knew Lai Jin and informed him that Lai Jin was looking for a bounty before he came, but he was not a very qualified hunter. Not many employers in Nandu were willing to hire him. Minghe admitted that he knew Lai Jin and said that there was one thing he wanted Lai Jin to do for him. He asked Zhang Yu to help him post a task and inquired about how much the commission was for collecting information. Zhang Yu told Minghe that he did not have to give a commission because Lai Jin would be willing to do it for free. Minghe, who was not paying attention when Zhang Yu was explaining his privileges, wondered why Lai Jin would do it for free. Zhang Yu explained again that in order for low-level hunters to be promoted, generally, it was necessary to have a seal of recommendation from an advanced hunter. The recommendation of advanced hunters was received through points. The points Minghe had at that moment could be exchanged for 4 seals of recommendation. and customers often looked for the seal of recommendation from advanced hunters when choosing hunters to hire. Minghe finally understood the importance of his privilege. Jiang Yu informed Minghe that his small tasks and errands could be handed over to low-level hunters. That way, he would have more time to tend to more important matters, and the low-level hunters were willing to do those tasks to obtain the seal from advanced hunters. After all, they were not famous. It was hard for them to get high-paying bounties if they were not famous and did not have recommendations. Minghe did not want Lai Jin to know who hired him, so he asked Jiang Yu to hide his name from Lai Jin. Meanwhile, Lai Jin was still trying to convince the woman at the counter. Jiang Yu told Minghe it was not a problem and asked him to tell her in detail what he needed Lai Jin to do. She was going to draw up an agreement stating that a seal of recommendation was the reward. When Lai Jin was walking away from the counter, it looked like his soul had left him. But when Jiang Yu approached him, he immediately regained his energy. Lai Jin was happy that someone finally recognized his talent, and it was actually a Sun Blaze ranked hunter. He respectfully bowed towards Jiang Yu and was determined to do well. He planned on leaving a good impression on the senior hunter that hired him. Lai Jin was hoping he could get good tasks from the senior hunter in the future as well. He immediately walked away so he could start doing the task his senior hunter had given him. Minghe felt how good it was to be rich. He had easily become a Sun Blaze ranked hunter and could even make people do things for him. But then he realized that he had just spent $1 million. $1 million, a price that could buy him a good living space in Lenyang City. Minghe intended to make more money so he could buy a house in a big city. But he thought that the frost variation mutated crystal was still worth the price. With it, hunting down beasts should be easy for Minghe. What's more, his ability to absorb mediums increased after he reached the Sun Blaze rank. Minghe's phone suddenly rang, and he took it out and saw that it was his big sister who was calling him. He answered the call and asked his big sister why she was calling him so early. His big sister asked him to guess where she was currently at. Minghe guessed that she was in the park, but his big sister felt offended and reminded Minghe that she was self-studying. Minghe asked her why she was still self-studying. His big sister explained that it was because she had to take care of him that things had been delayed for more than a year. She wanted to avoid working part-time all her life. Minghe told her she did not have to work all her life because he could already help her financially. He asked his big sister if she had received the money he sent. She said that she had heard that the Superhuman Institute was very expensive and told Minghe to keep the money for himself. And she said that it was not like she did not have hands or feet, so he did not have to feed her. She informed Minghe that the astronomy team in Nandu had agreed to let her come for an interview. Minghe was shocked and asked her if the astronomy team was going to hire her. His sister confirmed that they were. Although she would just be a temporary worker, being able to work on the astronomy team was like having an iron rice bowl. Maybe the money she could save in a year could buy some good equipment for Minghe. Minghe was proud of his big sister for entering the astronomy team by herself. His big sister informed him that she was already on the train and reminded Minghe to pick her up. Minghe took note and ended the call. He remembered that his sister had always been smart but gave up on her education for his sake. Minghe felt great. He could finally take his sister to dinner during the weekends. Later that day, Minghe picked up his sister at the train station, and they toured around Nandu. They rode a nice car, ate and drank some local food and drinks, had dinner in an expensive restaurant while looking at the beautiful night sky above them, and went to a beach to appreciate the beautiful full moon and enjoy the cool sea breeze. After a tiring and memorable day, Minghe and his sister returned to her accommodation. They lay on the bed and expressed how tired they were after playing the whole day. His big sister fell in love with Nandu and told Minghe that she needed to work hard so she could buy a big house in Nandu. Her eyes widened when Minghe informed her that a big house in Nandu costs around 1 to 2 million. But instead of losing hope, she got motivated to work even harder. She said she would try to marry a man with a big house. Minghe was speechless. On the next day, Minghe picked up her sister from her accommodation. He was taking her to Nandu's astronomy team. Nandu's astronomy team is situated somewhere on top of a mountain. The building's design looks elegant and modern. Minghe and his sister were meticulously checked by security before they entered the building. A female attendant asked Minghe's big sister to come with her. Minghe wished his sister the best of luck. After she left, Minghe took the chance to roam around the building. Although he expected it, Minghe was still amazed that there were surveillance cameras everywhere in the building. The observation of the stars relies on the astronomy team. That way, superhumans from all over the world can predict the arrival of disasters and take corresponding measures. The astronomy team is equivalent to the human eye. They always monitor the changes in outer space. Even though it's a small job, Minghe still couldn't believe that his sister was accepted there. A man was descending the stairs. The soldier at the lower end of the stairs saluted the person. The man signaled the soldier to keep quiet and walked away. The man walked in front of Ming-He and said that it's much clearer there. As he sat on a chair, he grumbled to himself about how his head grew larger working on those messy algorithms. Ming-He was shocked when he recognized the man beside him. It was actually Dr. Wu, a famous guy who appears in textbooks. Dr. Wu casually opened an adult magazine and looked at its contents. He noticed Ming-He staring at him and asked if it was his first day at work. Ming-He immediately explained that he was not working there. He had just accompanied his sister there for an interview. Dr. Wu said he was wondering why they had such a young person on their astronomy team. Everything made sense to him now. Ming-He stood up, moved closer to Dr. Wu, and asked him if he was really Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu didn't confirm, he just let Ming-He guess. Ming-He told Dr. Wu that it had to be him and said that he had read everything about him in his textbook. Dr. Wu asked Ming-He how the authors described him in the textbook. Ming-He said that it was written in the textbook that it was he who discovered an extraordinary medium called rainbow. Through astronomical observation of the energy emitted by the rainbow medium, the strength of the beasts can be deduced. Dr. Wu said that it sounded like praise to him. Ming-He informed him that the book said that he was a remarkable scholar. Without his discovery, their organization would not be able to respond effectively thus far. Dr. Wu asked Ming-He if he wanted a photo. Ming-He immediately took out his phone and took a selfie with Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu took the magazine from the table and told Ming-He that he could show off to his classmates with the picture and asked Ming-He not to disturb him next time. He said he came there so he could read a book peacefully. Ming-He pointed out that he was reading a female model magazine. Dr. Wu reasoned that magazines are books too. He waved his hand and told Ming-He not to bother him throughout his small break. A female employee who looked angry walked towards their direction. Ming-He confirmed that Dr. Wu was also a man of culture. He shared with Dr. Wu that he and his roommates love watching similar shows. Dr. Wu ignored Ming-He. The female employee appeared on Dr. Wu's side. She asked Dr. Wu not to run out and start being lazy when they're halfway done. Dr. Wu closed his eyes and told her that he was just changing ideas. The female employee glared at Dr. Wu and asked him to finish his work before satisfying his hobbies. Dr. Wu expressed his annoyance to the female employee. He placed the book on his face and reminded the female employee that he had already said that there are no rainbow medium fragments in the Lanyang City disaster. It's impossible that there are catastrophic life forces on Earth that they haven't detected yet. The female employee told him that it's better to examine everything carefully. Dr. Wu finally gave in to the female employee's persistence. He stood up, threw the magazine to Ming-He, and said that it's a shame to throw the magazine away, so he'll give it to him. Ming-He thanked Dr. Wu. Ming-He watched as Dr. Wu and the employee walked towards the stairs. Moments later, his sister came back after the interview. She informed Ming-He that the astronomy team told her she can try working there for 3 months. Ming-He congratulated his big sister. His big sister looked at the magazine he was holding and asked him why he was reading it. Ming-He tried to tell her that it was left by Dr. Wu Long, but his big sister wouldn't believe him. His big sister thought that a great scholar like Dr. Wu Long would never read that kind of book. She thought Ming-He was lying, just like how he used to. To no avail, Ming-He tried to convince his big sister that the book was really not his. Later that day, in the bustling city of Nandu, Ming-He and his sister entered the room where his sister would be living. His big sister was happy that she finally got her dream job and she got to live in a sunny room rooted in a bustling city. She felt great that everything was going in the right way. Ming-He said since she likes to grow flowers, she could use the large patio in her room to plant as many jasmine flowers as she wants. His sister said she'll do it immediately and asked Ming-He to accompany her to look around in a flower shop she saw. Ming-He agreed. They were about to go out when Ming-He's phone rang. An unknown number was calling him, but he answered the call anyway. The person on the call wanted to confirm his identity and asked if there was anyone around him. The caller didn't want anyone else present during their conversation. Ming-He told his sister that he was being given a task, so she'll have to look at the flowers by herself. His sister understood Ming-He's situation. She didn't force the issue and went out to look at the flowers. Ming-He went to the balcony and told the caller to go ahead. The caller asked him if he was the man who was part of the Dragon Tooth group, Ming-He. Ming-He confirmed it was him. The caller informed Ming-He that Zhu Kai is his subordinate and Luo Lin asked him to contact Ming-He. The caller told Ming-He that he's Instructor Luo. Ming-He asked Instructor Luo to continue. Instructor Luo said that Luo Lin had told him about Ming-He. Luo Lin highly recommended Ming-He for Zhu Kai's position and the Dragon Tooth group recognized Ming-He. Instructor Luo called to officially inform Ming-He that he had become the Dragon Tooth group Wanderer. Ming-He didn't know what the Wanderer was. Instructor Luo explained to him that the enemy's infiltration is far more terrifying than they thought. Information about the members of the Dragon Tooth group may be spread, so they needed to create a new department which is called Wanderer. The Wanderers are like blood sharks in the filthy sea. They hunt down the subordinates of the universe's heavenly sovereignty. Ming-He gripped a bar tightly upon hearing about heavenly sovereignty. He asked Instructor Luo if there was any clue about the man behind all of it. Instructor Luo informed Minghe that recently they found an important clue. They found out that Zhao Shuhua bought a bunch of medical equipment from the black market in his youth. They think that when he bought those equipments in the black market, he met someone from the universe's heavenly sovereignty. Minghe understood that Dr. Zhao needed those special equipments in order to extract blood from the beasts. Instructor Luo said he'll send the address to Minghe later. He thinks that the enemies wouldn't be able to catch a new face like Minghe. He tasked Minghe to look into it and hoped that Minghe would find out the identity of the person who was in contact with Dr. Zhao. Minghe accepted the task and said he'll investigate it. Instructor Luo reminded Minghe to proceed with caution and instructed him to immediately notify Luo Lin if he finds any of the organization's hideouts, so they could immediately send reinforcements for him. Later that day, Minghe stood in front of a tall building. He wondered if the black market is really that big or he just watched too many TV shows. The real black market is hidden in the palace-like buildings. Guarding the entrance of the building are a pair of men and women. Just at first glance, Minghe could already tell that those 4 people are extraordinary. Minghe walked towards the entrance of the building. A masculine woman with scars on her arm and an eye patch blocked his way. The masculine woman asked Minghe if he had an appointment. Minghe told the masculine woman that his girlfriend was a bit ugly, so he suggested that she come there for plastic surgery. But he didn't know what the pricing was like, so he came there to ask about it. The masculine woman observed and stared at Minghe. Moments later, the masculine woman told Minghe to take the elevator to the 3rd floor for consultations. She asked Minghe not to wander around because the floors have the hospital's important surgery rooms. Minghe agreed and immediately used the elevator, clicking the button for the 3rd floor. When Minghe arrived at the 3rd floor, he saw young women talking to the employees, and some were looking at their reflection in the mirror. A man greeted Minghe and asked if there was anything he could help him with, and if he was interested in buying their longevity products, or would like to know about their biological beauty technology. The man who approached Minghe was named Zheng Teng, the sales manager. Minghe wondered what longevity products were. Zheng Teng said he just needed a glance to know that Minghe came to buy longevity products for his parents. Minghe asked him to forget about it. Zheng Teng informed Minghe that anyone who comes into their facility is just like him, initially skeptical of their products, but once they show the results they can produce, Zheng Teng assured Minghe that his doubts will disappear. Minghe expressed his doubt regarding the longevity products. Zheng Teng proudly told Minghe that they've only ever made revolutionary products. Minghe asked Zheng Teng to show him, and said that if he confirms that it really works, he'd like some for himself. Zheng Teng said that seeing is believing and invited Minghe to the place where their products are made. Minghe agreed and followed Zheng Teng. They walked towards the elevator, and Zheng Teng informed Minghe that they would go up from there. Inside the elevator, Zheng Teng was about to push the button when he turned to look at Minghe. He had an evil look on his face when he said that he almost forgot to ask who recommended that place to Minghe. They didn't have any solo customers there, they were all acquaintances, and old customers recommend more customers. Minghe got surrounded by men in black suits. He explained that he just heard about them having some good stuff. Zheng Teng asked Minghe to give a name, or he wouldn't bring him up. And if he couldn't give a name, Zheng Teng said they'd have to check his identity. The men in black suits slowly moved closer to Minghe. Minghe realized that they waited for him to enter the elevator so they could surround him. It was clear that it was a trap for people like him who came to investigate them. Minghe asked Zheng Teng if all he needed to do was name one of their acquaintances to go up. Zheng Teng confirmed and said that he'd love to be of service to Minghe, but they also had to be on guard in case he was there to steal technology, which would be bad for them. Zheng Teng and the men in black suits pressured Minghe. Minghe remembered someone writing Mrs. Hu as their recommender. He told Zheng Teng that it was Mrs. Hu who recommended him to come. The men in black suit and Zheng Teng were shocked. Zheng Teng returned to his cheerful expression and told Minghe that if it was Mrs. Hu who recommended him, then he was their guest. They led Minghe up to their nurturing base. Minghe and Zheng Teng arrived at the building's 22nd floor. Zheng Teng informed Minghe that people only know that the serum of a beast can mutate some animals from Earth, but they don't know that plants can also mutate. A spacious garden, filled with different mutated plants, greeted Minghe. There were people covered with their personal protective equipment tending to the mutated plants. Minghe noticed an artificial solar lamp that looked like a disco ball, and automatic sprays inside the room. Zheng Teng showed Minghe some cacti and told him that if the cacti were turned into medical powder, they would have a beautifying effect, which all succulents could do. But after their cultivation, its vitality would be 1,000 times stronger than a normal cactus. After grinding it into powder, it can be used to achieve a radiant, youthful effect. Their cactus pearl powder is every girl's favorite product. Minghe expressed his doubt regarding the source and the legitimacy of the beast serum they used to breed with the plants. Zheng Teng informed Minghe that they have their sources, and pretty much every city has its own unofficial source. Zheng Teng proudly said that not to mention beast serum, They could also get the egg of a beast's heart, a beast's brain. Minghe understood why it's named a black market. No matter how grand it looked on the outside, it couldn't change the characteristics of the black market. He wants to know how those things fell into the hands of those black market businessmen. Zhang Tang urged Minghe to take a look at the mosquitoes inside a glass enclosure. A claw machine dropped a pork belly inside the enclosure. The mosquitoes immediately gathered where the meat fell and stung it. Zhang Tang told Minghe that mosquitoes are hated by humans. But if the mosquitoes would only suck fat and not blood, a lot of obese people would love mosquitoes. The mosquitoes flew away the moment they'd sucked all the meat's fat. Minghe realized that the plastic surgery they offer is not liposuction. They use those mutant mosquitoes to feed on girls who want to be beautiful. Zhang Tang reasoned that it's natural and harmless, while traditional liposuction can cause a great deal of harm to the body. He claimed that their company's longevity products are quite safe and healthy for the body. Zhang Tang moved forward and told Minghe that there are more exciting things he has to show. Minghe followed behind him while thinking to himself how much fortune the black market businessmen are making. He determined that the serum technology that Zhao Shuhua created to mutate sewer creatures definitely started there. Zhang Tang stopped in front of a curtain. He turned around and asked Minghe if he had read Journey to the West, and if he knew that a bite of a monk Tang's flesh will make him immortal. Zhang Tang snapped his fingers, and the curtain slowly opened. Minghe's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Tang said that human lives aren't as short as most people think. Everyone has a life expectancy of 120 years old. If people could live to be 120 years old, when they're 60 or 70, they would still be considered young. Minghe asked Zhang Tang what's in front of them. Zhang Tang told him that those are eggs, derived from a creature similar to humans. He informed Minghe that when researchers dissected the creature, they found that it's immune to all the diseases on Earth. After various experiments, it was found that their eggs could be absorbed by human bodies. Humans will gain immunity to the diseases that plague them, especially the conditions that shorten their lifespans. He proudly claimed that the so-called longevity capsules were developed by their company. Zhang Tang explained to Minghe that at that stage of evolution in the universe, the longevity capsule, which Zhang Tang calls Xuan Zhang Dan, is the key to human evolution. People will never be affected by any kind of illness, and humans will enter a new stage of life. Minghe was alarmed by the products that the black market is producing. Bug-type calamity beasts have insane vitality, and their ability to reproduce is terrifying. Minghe's university had taught them some typical cases in which the eggs of a bug-type calamity beast showed no signs of life when they were at a temperature of -40 degrees. But they were able to revive themselves in warm and humid places, and could even break out of their eggs. Zhang Tang informed Minghe that even the eggs that ultraviolet light had killed could revive under the right circumstances. Zhang Tang put the test tube containing a bug-type calamity beast in one of their specially designed machines. Zhang Tang bragged that it's not even the best thing in their market. Those black-hearted businessmen turn the bug-type beast's eggs to earn more money. But once those eggs enter the human stomach, they essentially provide the perfect environment for the eggs to grow. The eggs have a certain chance of reviving in the human stomach and eventually breaking out of their shells. Even if it's just 1 in 1,000 chance, it's still pretty scary for Minghe. Minghe thinks that it's impossible for those businessmen to be ignorant about it. But they're still selling those things to clueless people as a longevity product. Minghe was frustrated. Zhang Tang opened another room. The room looked empty. There were only 2 men in black suits inside the room. Minghe was facing yet another curtain. Zhang Tang informed Minghe that what he's about to show him might surprise him. But in order to convince Minghe of the authenticity and reliability of their products, he's making an exception for him to see it. Zhang Tang told Minghe that there are a lot of wealthy businessmen in the city who are willing to pay so they could see a living body. They're all equally interested in seeing what's beyond their world. Zhang Tang ordered the men in black suits to open the curtain. Minghe got curious about what Zhang Tang is about to show him. A figure was slowly revealed as the men in black suits opened the curtain. The figure had spikes on its back. Minghe couldn't speak straight when the thing Zhang Tang wanted to show him was fully revealed. An emperor beast inside a glass container, full of some kind of liquid, was in front of Minghe. The beast had stitches on its left arm and on its tail. It was fully immobilized by some circular restraining tool. Zhang Tang commended Minghe for recognizing the rank of the beast. Zhang Tang confirmed that it really is an emperor beast. He told Minghe that the beast is still alive. Minghe hid his expression and told Zhang Tang that doing things like that should have gotten them judged on a trial. Zhang Tang informed Minghe that they're not the only ones doing that kind of research, and they also report a bunch of data to the astronomy team and the research and development team. Minghe asked Zhang Tang how they're doing it when the government had prohibited private companies from studying the living bodies of beasts. Zhang Tang said there are exceptions to everything. He was about to say that they're being supported by someone when he realized that he's been talking too much. He just told Minghe that all he needs to know is that the products they research are real and reliable. Then he asked if there's anything Minghe would like to purchase. Minghe smiled and praised Jiang Teng's products. He said he didn't expect things to be that developed, especially the Xuan Jiang Dam. Jiang Teng corrected Minghe, saying that it's Xuan Jiang Dam, not the longevity capsule. He asked Minghe if he would like to buy Xuan Jiang Dan and offered a 30% discount. Minghe asked Jiang Teng if he could pay using his card. Jiang Teng informed him that they only accept cash as they want to be careful, and it's also their way of protecting their customers' information. Minghe told Jiang Teng that it's not a problem and said that there's one more thing he's worried about. Minghe told Jiang Teng that he's worried that the products are contraband and are being investigated by authorities. Jiang Teng took his time to think about what to say. Because Minghe was referred by Mrs. Hu, Jiang Teng said he'll no longer sell the Emperor Beast to him. He informed Minghe that when he mentioned that they're affiliated with a specific department, the department is the research department of the Nandu Superhuman Institute. Minghe's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Teng said that many well-known professors are on their side, so Minghe doesn't have to worry. Minghe's face darkened after knowing that the department behind Jiang Teng is actually the Nandu Superhuman Institute. Minghe kept his act and said he's relieved to hear that the Nandu Research Department is backing them up. He asked Jiang Teng if he should go and get the cash already. Jiang Teng agreed and said he'll take him to the 3rd floor. While on the elevator, Minghe was certain that he's not imagining things. When they passed between the 9th and 10th floor, the elevator took longer. He's sure that the elevator's speed hadn't changed. He wondered why it took twice as long to pass through the 9th and 10th floor. He felt the same way when they were going up. He speculated that Jiang Teng must be hiding something between the 9th and 10th floor. The things he had seen so far were already very illegal. Minghe thinks that the floor between the 9th and 10th floor is hiding even more unspeakable secrets. But he couldn't find the button to get to the floor between 9th and 10th floor. When they arrived at the 3rd floor, Jiang Teng signaled Minghe to go ahead. While they're getting out of the elevator, a blonde-haired woman walked towards them to use the elevator. Minghe didn't even glance at the blonde-haired woman as they walked past each other. The atmosphere around Minghe suddenly became tense. Jiang Teng asked Minghe if he saw the blonde-haired woman. Minghe didn't get what Jiang Teng just said. Jiang Teng asked again if he saw the blonde-haired woman. Minghe said he did and got confused as to why Jiang Teng asked him that. Jiang Teng had an evil look when he informed Minghe that the blonde-haired woman is the woman who referred him, Mrs. Hu. Minghe realized that he's been exposed and didn't bother to say a word. Jiang Teng asked him if he's not going to explain. He informed Minghe that they hate unidentified spies and they never let them leave alive. The men in black suits slowly surrounded Minghe. They looked like predators hunting their prey. One of them even opened his mouth to show off his fangs. Minghe held the frost variation mutated crystal in his jacket's pocket, as if preparing to use it the moment the men in black suit initiate a fight. The men in black suit eyed Minghe menacingly. Jiang Teng and the men in black suits looked puzzled when someone behind Jiang Teng called out Minghe's name. It was actually Nurse Song. She asked Jiang Teng why they were surrounding Minghe. She told him that Minghe was there to pick her up after work. Jiang Teng asked Nurse Song if Minghe was her boyfriend, and she said yes. Jiang Teng then informed Nurse Song that when he brought Minghe upstairs, he claimed that Mrs. Hu was the one who recommended him, but he didn't recognize Mrs. Hu when they walked past each other. Nurse Song explained that she had asked Minghe to inquire about longevity beauty products, as that was all she could do since a little nurse like her wouldn't be appreciated upstairs. She then hugged Minghe's arm. Jiang Teng told Minghe that he should have said that he was well acquainted with Song Feng, and they would have treated him the same way regardless. Minghe said he wanted to respect Nurse Song's wishes, as she had no intention of revealing their relationship at the moment. Nurse Song asked Jiang Teng to keep her relationship with Minghe a secret. She said she would rather not let everyone know that she's dating someone younger than her. Jiang Teng assured Nurse Song that their secondary department already knew that she preferred younger guys. Nurse Song immediately moved her head away from Minghe. Jiang Teng said he was just joking, and if a wonderful co-worker from the same enterprise was looking into their department's products, he didn't mind throwing in a discount just for her. Nurse Song thanked Jiang Teng, and Minghe and Nurse Song walked away. Nurse Song turned and waved at Jiang Teng, saying that they would be on their way. Jiang Teng waved back, but when Minghe and Nurse Song were out of his sight, his expression changed and he looked angry. Nurse Song was still hugging Minghe's arm as they walked out of the black market building. The man guarding the entrance was envious of Minghe for having a fine girlfriend. The muscular woman said that women are never satisfied with just looking good for themselves, and the man agreed. Minghe and Nurse Song went to a restaurant. Minghe couldn't keep himself from asking Nurse Song why she was working in a place like that. Nurse Song said she knew it was risky, but she felt she had to do it. She informed Minghe that one time Dr. Zhao had her run an errand for him in the Nandu Institute. He seemed to have purchased some sort of equipment in the black market, and ever since then, Dr. Zhao had been visiting Nandu more often. So she suspected that Dr. Zhao had turned out like that from coming into contact with less savory individuals in the black market. Minghe informed her that there was a very high chance that the place was a facility belonging to the Heavenly Sovereignty Group. Nurse Song said she intended to report her discovery to Minghe or Luo Lin, but she ran into Minghe first. Minghe thanked her for covering him, as he thought that he wouldn't be able to escape the security without losing a leg or two. He had nearly used the mutated crystal, which he reckoned would only last for 3 uses, and his money would be gone just like that. Minghe told Nurse Song that he had found some clues but could use more to get a better picture. Nurse Song said she had a few discoveries of her own and asked Minghe if he was interested. Minghe warned Nurse Song that those people were extremely dangerous, and she was basically entering a tiger's den alone, which was very risky. Nurse Song became emotional and told Minghe that her friend was a victim in the Lenyang incident, and she couldn't live with herself like that. She had been working with Dr. Zhao for many years, and her conscience kept telling her that if she had paid more attention to Dr. Zhao's suspicious behaviors, she could have stopped his madness. Minghe told Nurse Song that she shouldn't blame herself for the Lenyang incident. Nurse Song insisted that maybe there was something she could do, and she said she had to at least bring the truth to light. Minghe respected Nurse Song's decision and asked her what she had discovered. Nurse Song informed Minghe that the black market often came into contact with people from the Nandu Institute's research department, and they received a generous amount of donations from the beauty products department. Additionally, Dr. Zhao would often take sudden leaves of absence and go to Nandu Superhuman Institute to consult a professor. Nurse Song said that she was well connected with Mrs. Hu from the financial department, and it was from her that she learned that the organization responsible for covering up Yuhang Enterprises' activities was Nandu's research department. Yuhang Enterprise would often get in contact with the vice director of the research department, but Nurse Song wasn't able to discover the vice director's identity. Minghe connected the information Nurse Song gave him. He thought deeply about it and realized that the professor was the person they were looking for. Nurse Song told Minghe that there was a secret department inside Yuhang's building, but she had no idea where it was. Minghe asked Nurse Song to stop putting herself at risk in places like that and wanted her to file a sick leave. He thought that Zheng Teng was a cautious man and expected him to look into Nurse Song's information after what just happened. Nurse Song agreed. Minghe said he would look into that professor back in Nandu's Superhuman Institute. Nurse Song told him to be careful as well. She asked Minghe to promise her not to tell Luo Lin what she had been up to, as she knew that Luo Lin would freak out if she heard about it. Minghe promised he wouldn't tell Luo Lin and told her not to take on such unnecessary risks in the future. Nurse Song was glad to see Minghe and said that it made her last few months of working undercover worth it. Minghe noticed that Nurse Song seemed pretty excited about it, and Nurse Song just said that she was happy to be of help. Minghe decided to relax a bit in the restaurant. During the night, Minghe rode a taxi to Nandu's Superhuman Institute. As soon as he arrived, he called Luo Lin and told her that there was something he needed to tell her. Minghe revealed to Luo Lin that he had run into Nurse Song back in Yuhang's headquarters. Luo Lin was taking a bath while on the call with Minghe. After hearing Minghe's news, she simply told Minghe that she was already aware of Nurse Song's actions. She explained to Minghe that, from a certain perspective, Nurse Song was one of the perpetrators of the Lenyang incident. Nurse Song was in pain for a long time, and all those people in Lenyang who perished at the hands of the mutated beasts would always be in Nurse Song's mind. If Luo Lin had stopped Nurse Song's plan, Nurse Song would have only continued to wallow in pity and self-blame. Minghe said he was just worried about Nurse Song's safety. Luo Lin told him not to worry because they had been keeping an eye on Nurse Song. She informed Minghe that on paper, Mrs. Hu was supposed to be Dragon Tooth's contact, which was just a pretense. Minghe asked Luo Lin if what she meant to say was that Nurse Song was the real undercover agent all along. Luo Lin said she didn't say it explicitly, but Mrs. Hu had a less than ideal track record herself. Meanwhile, in Yuhang Enterprises building, the elevator ascended and stopped on floor 9.5. Zheng Teng walked out of the elevator, followed by 2 men in black suits who were dragging the crippled Mrs. Hu. Zheng Teng told Mrs. Hu that he believed they had been treating her well for the past year, even covering up the damages she had caused from selling defective facial cream products. Mrs. Hu explained that she hadn't done anything and pleaded with Zheng Teng to believe her. Zheng Teng lifted Mrs. Hu's chin so that they met face to face. He told her that it couldn't be helped because he was quite the paranoid man. Zheng Teng told Mrs. Hu that she was lucky that their most recent product developed from the cells of calamity beasts was designed to repair broken limbs, and they wanted Mrs. Hu to test out their new product's effectiveness. Mrs. Hu wailed as she begged not to be used to test the product. She did her best to convince Zheng Teng that she hadn't done anything, but to no avail. Zhang Teng assured her that everything would be alright, saying he wasn't suspecting her, he was just breaking her legs. He asked Mrs. Hu to have faith in their enterprise, just like how they had placed their faith in that research. Mrs. Hu promised she would do anything just not to be their lab rat. Zhang Teng signaled the men in black suits to proceed, and Mrs. Hu cried and begged as they threw her into a pool filled with green liquid. At the last moment, she cursed Zhang Teng to go to hell for his deeds. The liquid splashed, and small organisms immediately gathered where Mrs. Hu was. Moments later, the call for help slowly died down. Nothing was left of Mrs. Hu but her tattered clothes. The researchers panicked, but Zhang Teng was grinning as he looked at where Mrs. Hu had been. He suddenly directed his attention to the researchers and told them they had brought Mrs. Hu there to heal her broken legs. He blamed them for failing to develop the product where it was good enough to serve its purpose. Zhang Teng called all the researchers worthless garbage and said he wanted to see improvements. Meanwhile, Minghe had arrived at Nandu's Superhuman Institute. The bright full moon lit up the whole area. Minghe stood in front of Nandu Institute's research department. He noticed that an office still had its lights on. Calmly, he entered the building. Inside the research department, Minghe looked at the list of research staff. Professor Feng was listed as the vice president. Closing his eyes, Minghe seemed to have a hard time accepting the truth. Moments later, he started moving forward and arrived at the entrance of the bright room he had seen earlier. Professor Feng was working on a glove when Minghe entered the laboratory. When he noticed Minghe, he took off his eyeglasses and asked why he was there. Minghe told Professor Feng that he was just there to see him. He informed Professor Feng that he had mastered how to perceive things. Professor Feng smiled, amazed by Minghe's progress. He said that after talking to Minghe that day, he realized that his ability could be developed further. So, he looked for a material that could absorb elements and made a glove for Minghe. He thought it would suit Minghe. Minghe asked Professor Feng if the only reason he was working so late was to make those gloves for him. Professor Feng told Minghe that he had been having trouble sleeping lately, so he wanted to do something instead. He wanted to give Minghe a gift because he was a very unique boy. The gloves weren't finished yet, so he asked Minghe to come back in a few days. Minghe directly asked Professor Feng if the reason why he was being nice to him was because of the strange events in Lanyang City. Professor Feng paused for a moment, feigned ignorance, and said it was his job to take care of students. Minghe became emotional, telling Professor Feng that he didn't think he was that kind of person. He said he could come back the next day with the Dragon Tooth group, and Professor Feng still wouldn't tell him anything. Professor Feng said he didn't know what Minghe was talking about. He reasoned that he was just making a glove, and he rarely met a student who was as eager to learn as Minghe. Professor Feng saw his younger self in Minghe. Minghe sought knowledge like he did. Minghe held Professor Feng's shoulder, asking him to just say if someone was coercing him. Professor Feng insisted that he didn't know what Minghe was saying. Instead, he talked about his younger days, saying that he was always focused on the things he was interested in. At that time, he wasn't as lucky as Minghe. He had no instructor. There were many bumps in his journey while he was doing his research. He didn't achieve anything. He had no money to buy all the expensive instruments, materials, and laboratories needed. Just like that, Professor Feng became depressed, unmotivated, and unknown all the way until his middle-age years. Until one day, he met someone he called mentor. His mentor was very generous, no matter how many times Professor Feng failed. His mentor kept funding his research and motivated him no matter how frustrated he was. With his mentor's help, Professor Feng won many academic awards. He became a respected Nandu professor who could be in the classrooms that housed the pillars of their country and hear them call him teacher. He liked the feeling of teaching and educating people and watching the students grow. Professor Feng told Minghe that he always wanted to help students with potential, hoping they didn't have to experience what he did and become just as depressed. Minghe told Professor Feng that it wasn't too late for him and demanded that Professor Feng tell him who the mentor was. Professor Feng just said that it was clear that he was the mentor. Minghe said he believed that Professor Feng was not the mentor. Professor Feng apologized to Minghe for letting his hometown suffer so much. He confessed that ever since he found out that Minghe was from Lanyang City, he hadn't been able to sleep properly. Professor Feng said the gloves were almost ready and told Minghe that he must accept them. Minghe asked Professor Feng if it was he who taught Dr. Zhao how to extract the blood of the beasts. Professor Feng admitted that Dr. Zhao had come to ask for advice, and he knew everything. Minghe clenched his fist and asked Professor Feng if he knew about the consequences that would arise. Professor Feng apologized again and regretted accepting the money that was offered to him. Minghe was enraged, thinking that Professor Feng might have supported the studies done by the heavenly sovereignty, despite knowing the consequences that may arise. He assured Professor Feng that as long as he confesses who the mentor is, it won't be too late for him. Professor Feng told Minghe that it might be unbelievable, but he really didn't know who the mentor was. He said all he knew was that everyone called them mentor. Minghe realized that Professor Feng was just a scapegoat and that he was being manipulated by the heavenly sovereignty. Professor Feng said that he considered himself excellent in the academic sense, but if he were compared to the mentor, he would be ashamed. Professor Feng told Minghe that with the knowledge the mentor holds, if he knew the mentor's true identity, he wouldn't be alive to speak with Minghe. Professor Feng had never seen the mentor. Minghe gritted his teeth. Professor Feng was not the one who started it all, but he had no way of proving his innocence. Professor Feng said that was the beauty of being a teacher. When all traces show, all the evidence will lead to him. Hence, he was the mentor. Minghe still wanted to find a way to save Professor Feng, but a bright yellow light illuminated them from outside. Professor Feng dropped the gloves to cover his eyes. A helicopter was outside the research department building, illuminating Professor Feng's laboratory. Officials entered the laboratory, ordering Professor Feng not to move. An officer read a note saying that Professor Feng Jing was suspected of developing illegal beast substances, and they were arresting him as his actions posed great harm to society. Professor Feng raised his hands and looked at Minghe. He said he saw the news about what happened in Lanyang City. Seeing the scared little hero who, in order to protect Lanyang City, fought until the bones in his knuckles were exposed, Professor Feng felt grateful towards the little hero for making up for his unforgivable mistake. Professor Feng asked Minghe if he would accept the pair of gloves. The officials started taking Professor Feng away. Professor Feng kept his eyes on Minghe, repeatedly asking him if he would take the pair of gloves he had specially made for him. Professor Feng wriggled around, trying to break free from the official's grip, so he could wait and hear Minghe's answer. But Minghe just stood still. He didn't even have the energy and desire to look at Professor Feng, even after the officials took him away. Minghe remained standing still in Professor Feng's laboratory, the pair of gloves just below him. Minghe wandered aimlessly through a street full of cheerful people. It was clear that he was depressed by the fact that Professor Feng, the person who taught him how to utilize and improve his superpower, was actually supporting his most hated heavenly sovereignty. Minghe stared blankly at the gloves in his hand while sitting on the floor by the lake. He only lifted his head when he noticed a light swirl in front of him. The light became a figure which remained just afloat above the lake. The light dissipated, revealing the goddess. The goddess said she didn't understand which side Professor Feng was supporting. Minghe told the goddess that her words sounded like she was asking if Professor Feng is a good or bad person. The goddess said that's what she meant. She wanted to know if Professor Feng is a bad guy or a good guy. Minghe didn't have an answer for the goddess' question. He explained that people are so complicated sometimes. Minghe thinks that Professor Feng's confession really came from his heart, that Professor Feng really felt the pain and regret from the mistakes he made. But the goddess believes that the things Professor Feng did are unforgivable. Lanyang City lost so many people because Professor Feng taught Dr. Zhao how to extract the beast's blood. Minghe agrees with the goddess, but he thinks that compared to Professor Feng, the real mentor is more unforgivable. The goddess asked Minghe to explain. Minghe told the goddess that the real mentor exploits people's weaknesses to achieve his own goals. Even if everything gets revealed, the ones who'd bear the consequences would be those that were exploited by him. The real mentor will always be at ease. He can mock the whole world and still commit endless sins that make men and gods resentful. The goddess asked Minghe if he'll catch the real mentor. Minghe was not sure. He lost his confidence. He thinks that the real mentor is extremely mysterious and powerful, not like the Tianquan student who was lurking at the freshman training. The goddess suggested that they could just slowly trace the real mentor. The goddess told Minghe that maybe the Tianquan student could give them clues about the real mentor. With the goddess' sudden change of attitude, Minghe couldn't help but tell the goddess that he feels like she wants to betray him. The goddess explained that she suddenly felt like it's not easy for humans. Humans have to fight against the difficulties from the universe and the traitors of the human race as well. While the Calamity Breasts don't have that much of trouble, they only have one enemy. Minghe said he'll do his best to pull the goddess to humanity's side. The goddess informed Minghe that he's still far from doing it, and that she can't be bought so easily. Minghe stood up and said he'll buy some vanilla ice cream on his way to the dorm. He asked the goddess if she wants some. The goddess' eyes twinkled, and she immediately told Minghe that she wants 2 servings of vanilla ice cream. Minghe reminded the goddess that if she destroys mankind, she'll never be able to eat ice cream again. The goddess averted her eyes as if she didn't care if humans ceased to exist. Minghe started naming some foods, drinks, and soups that the goddess seemed to have liked. The goddess desperately covered her ears so she wouldn't hear Minghe's words. She's starting to think that Minghe is a devil. On the next day, Minghe continued his campus life routine. He attended his class, trained using the formation spider, and read some books. While Minghe was reading a book, Zhang Yuan suddenly complained about Lai Jin acting so pretentious. Wang Jie asked him what happened. Zhang Yuan said he doesn't know what Lai Jin has been doing. but he was noticed by a Sun Blaze Great Hunter and even got a seal of recommendation. Wang Jie asked how useful a seal of recommendation is. Zhang Yuan enthusiastically explained to Wang Jie that the school pays a lot of attention to the students' social practices. Like the mysterious Dragon Tooth, if they come to Nanda University to recruit apprentices, they'll 100% be biased towards students who have obtained a badge from the Hunter's Hall. Li Jin suddenly entered the room, holding some papers. He told Zhang Yuan to stop thinking about being accepted into the Dragon Tooth group. Li Jin said that Zhang Yuan could be his helper if he couldn't find a good job after their graduation. Zhang Yuan was offended by Li Jin's words. He aggressively asked Li Jin who he is for him to be his helper. Li Jin proudly said that he is a second-class merit member who's been commended by the whole school, something that he brags to Zhang Yuan every day. Li Jin said he isn't really concerned with the other two. He thinks that Minghe is much more reliable than them. Li Jin asked Minghe if he'd like to be his assistant once he gets the opportunity to join the astronomy group or the Dragon Tooth group. Minghe smiled and told Li that he'll think about it. Zhang Yuan threw insults at Li Jin. Li Jin ignored Zhang Yuan's insults. He told him to stop shouting because he has important information to sort, and he wants to avoid getting distracted. He warned his roommates that they'll have to bear the consequences if the Sun Blaze Great Hunter's business is delayed. Minghe asked Li Jin if he's almost done with his work. Li Jin informed Minghe that he just needs to write a small summary and he'll be done. Li Jin wondered why Minghe suddenly asked about it. Minghe explained that he just got curious, then he wished Li Jin good luck. Later that day, the door of their room suddenly opened. Peng Linghui entered their room. He knew Minghe would be there. Minghe asked Peng Linghui why he came. Peng Linghui reminded Minghe that he promised that they'd go to a party together. Peng Linghui said he'd make sure Minghe wouldn't slip away again. Despite his promise to Peng Linghui, Minghe still declined to join the party. Peng Linghui couldn't understand how Minghe could stay in the dorm all day without seeing the outside world. He grabbed Minghe's arm and told him to just treat it like they're going to meet some new friends. Zhang Yuan asked if there would be girls at the party. Peng Linghui confirmed that girls would come and that there would be a mysterious female guest too. Wang Jie and Zhang Yuan decided to come along. Zhang Yuan and Peng Linghui dragged Minghe with them. Minghe gave in and threw the book he was reading onto their couch. They teased Minghe for being weird, like it'd kill him if he came out and played. Minghe realized that Professor Feng's incident has been completely hidden. Other teachers had already taken his place in his classes, and both teachers and students think that Professor Feng went abroad for further research. Zhang Yuan and Wang Jie's jaws dropped. They thought Peng Linghui was the one who rented the high-end bar they were at. Peng Linghui informed them that it's not his treat, but Feng Lin's who's celebrating her birthday. Minghe's roommates were amazed that Peng Linghui knows Feng Lin. Peng Linghui told them that they're not just acquaintances, their families are interconnected. Wang Jie was starting to think that Feng Lin and Peng Linghui are lovers, but Peng Linghui revealed to them that in terms of seniority, Feng Lin is his aunt. Peng Linghui saw something that piqued his interest, so he led the group to a spot he saw. Zhang Yuan couldn't contain his excitement when he saw one of Nandu University's 3 goddesses, the Snow Princess Tang Ning. Wang Jie and Zhang Yuan felt so lucky to see the 2 goddesses Feng Lin and Tang Ning dancing so passionately. If Lu Kaiyan was there, then the 3 goddesses would be gathered that day. They could have never imagined that Feng Lin and Tang Ning have such a good relationship. Feng Lin and Tang Ning's dance ended with a pose that would make any man envious. Tang Ning and Feng Lin stepped down from the stage while holding hands. Girls went crazy and surrounded the two. Feng Lin and Tang Ning struggled to pass through. As soon as Feng Lin and Tang Ning sat down, Peng Linghui immediately joined them while dragging Minghe behind him. Feng Lin thanked anyone who greeted her a happy birthday and those who praised their dance. Feng Lin questioned Peng Linghui why he was late. Peng Linghui asked Feng Lin if she was not interested in meeting more new faces at the party. Without waiting for Feng Lin's answer, he introduced Minghe to her as his brother-in-arms. With such dim lighting, Minghe thought that Feng Lin wouldn't be able to recognize him. Minghe said he was pleased to meet them and told them that he was surprised that even Lady Tang Ning would be there as well. Tang Ning just hummed in response. Feng Lin said that it was always the same every year, a bunch of noisy folks gathered, and she was getting tired of it. Peng Linghui told her that she should expect rowdy crowds at parties. He pointed out to Feng Lin that she was just not interested in anyone, that's why she was feeling tired. Tang Ning agreed with Peng Linghui's words. Feng Lin got mad and didn't understand why Tang Ning agreed with Peng Linghui. Tang Ning asked Feng Lin if she had invited the training opponent she kept mentioning. Feng Lin said she didn't. Tang Ning told her that she should because she was quite curious about what kind of person he was to be powerful enough to beat Feng Lin. Peng Linghui was shocked, knowing that even the martial goddess knew what defeat tasted like. He got curious about who was tough enough to defeat Feng Lin. Feng Lin asked them to forget about it and said that her sparring partner was quite the mysterious type, and she thinks that he'll never show up for that kind of occasion. Tang Ning suggested giving Feng Lin's sparring partner a call. Minghe had a cold sweat. He repeatedly wished that Feng Lin wouldn't call him because he forgot to turn his ringtone off. Tang Ning teased Feng Lin, saying that she might be afraid of her sparring partner. Feng Lin became defensive and reasoned that she just lost because she underestimated her opponent. Tang Ning dared Feng Lin to call her sparring partner. Tang Ning said that she had the right to because she was the birthday girl. Feng Lin gave in but had to get Minghe's number from Uncle Yuan first because he was the one who had been contacting Minghe. Minghe exclaimed and immediately excused himself to go to the bathroom. Peng Linghui took the liberty to let Minghe leave the table. Minghe ran towards the bathroom, planning to immediately shut off his phone. But then, he realized that he couldn't do that because the commander told him to be on standby, so he needed a method to communicate with her. Minghe suddenly received a call from an unknown caller. He panicked and answered the call. He immediately asked Feng Lin why she called. Feng Lin was puzzled about how her sparring partner knew it was her who was calling. Minghe explained that Uncle Yuan gave him her number. Feng Lin seemed not to mind and proceeded to invite Minghe to her birthday. She told Minghe that after having a few bouts, she hadn't gotten to know him well, so she'd like him to come. Minghe said that it would be hard for him to come because he had been hospitalized. Feng Lin was picking up some noise, and she didn't hear him clearly, so she asked Minghe to repeat what he had just said. But when Minghe was repeating his excuse, Feng Lin suddenly heard a DJ on Minghe's side that matched with the DJ in the bar where Feng Lin was at. Feng Lin stood up, looked around, and asked Minghe if he was in the Wuyu bar. Minghe told Feng Lin that he had something urgent to do, and he was getting a bad signal, so they'd have to save it for the next time. Minghe hung up and felt like an idiot, regretting answering the call. He was afraid that if they found out that he was the one who beat Feng Lin, it wouldn't be long until they connected the dots and realized that he was the Dragon Tooth member among the students. Minghe's phone rang once again, and he got glad that it was Jiang Yu who was calling him. Jiang Yu informed Minghe that Lai Jin had finished the task he assigned him. As per Minghe's orders, Lai Jin secretly looked into the first few students who managed to escape from the mist. There were 133 students in total, and 9 of them were from the student council. In Lai Jin's summary, he said that he believed that they wouldn't be able to cover things up perfectly, that there had to be a clue. If they intended to use that experience as an achievement, the culprit would probably be among the new students. Lai Jin assumed the perspective of the culprit and said if it were him, and he knew that there would be a calamitous mist, he would stay as far away from the danger as possible to not get himself caught. So Lai Jin narrowed down the suspects to those who weren't trapped in the mist and among the first ones to escape. And as instructor Zhu Kai had mentioned, that period of training was extremely crucial. Lai Jin still remembered back when he first enrolled, with him included. The majority of the students had no idea how long the training would take. While the school did make a few adjustments in accordance with the students' needs, it ended up being a last-minute notice. And so, in order to enact the plan, the culprit had to know the exact time. In order to accomplish that, the culprit would have gotten himself involved in the student council so that the culprit would be notified of any changes to the schedule as soon as possible. Lai Jin narrowed down the suspects to 9 students. Minghe decided to investigate all 9 of them, but he was afraid that it would take more than that to expose themselves. Jiang Yu informed Minghe that it was also written in Lai Jin's report that since the vice president's birthday was being held, the rest of the members would probably be attending, and the 9 suspects would also likely be among the attendees. But Lai Jin wasn't able to provide many more details on their whereabouts. Jiang Yu asked Minghe why it was so loud on his end. Minghe told her that he was in the middle of the said birthday party. Feng Lin tried to call Minghe again, but she couldn't connect. Tang Ning asked her what happened. Feng Lin said that her sparring partner seemed to be somewhere in the bar, and some friends must have brought him. Tang Ning told Feng Lin that it might be the work of fate. Feng Lin speculated that her sparring partner might have seen her but had no intention of showing his face. Peng Linghui thought that things were getting interesting. He suggested playing a game to see which one of them could uncover the mysterious individual. When Minghe arrived, he immediately asked if Feng Lin was the vice president of the student council. Peng Linghui informed Minghe that Tang Ning, who was sipping on her drink, was the president, while Feng Lin, who was still staring at her phone, was the vice president. They were both part of the student council. Peng Linghui told Minghe that he suggested playing a game of truth or dare as a group, and they'd try to see if the mystery man who managed to best Feng Lin was among them. He informed Minghe that it was confirmed that the person was somewhere in the bar, but there were a lot of people, so they weren't able to make sure. Minghe told Peng Linghui that he was also interested in knowing who the mysterious individual was. He wanted to take the opportunity to expose the culprit of the Shaoling incident. In the middle of an open field, where tall grass covered the area, Lin Qingyu stood still, seemingly waiting for someone. He turned when he heard footsteps behind him. A man in a green cap and coat approached Lin Qingyu while taking something out of his coat pocket. While receiving some papers from the man, Lin Qingyu asked him if they were able to get anything out of Professor Feng. The man lifted his cap. It was actually Instructor Luo. He informed Lin Qingyu that Professor Feng was only a scapegoat. Lin Qingyu was glad that they were at least able to uncover one layer of the conspiracy. Lin Qingyu asked about Yu Heng as well. Instructor Luo told Lin Qingyu that, according to Meng He's intel, they had swept the 9th floor of the Yu Heng building and were able to verify that their messages were right. The presence of the acolyte was confirmed. Lin Qingyu didn't know what the acolyte was. Instructor Luo said that the acolyte was a notable member of Heavenly Sovereignty. They had seen his traces from the mist incident, which made them aware that the acolyte had successfully infiltrated Nandu Superhuman Institute. The acolyte was young, steady, vicious, and just like the mentor, the most noteworthy of all. He cleaned up his trail, leaving no traces behind. He was adept at stirring up all sorts of calamities that would appear to be happening by chance. Lin Qingyu said that the calamitous mist was unpredictable, but the acolyte was able to understand the inner workings of the mist. Taking advantage of his position as a student within the institute, he was able to start the Shaoling incident. Instructor Luo said that there was a bit of luck factored in, but with the acolyte's influence, he was able to connect two seemingly unrelated incidents together. Lin Qingyu realized how devious the acolyte was. If it weren't for the fact that they had a few lingering traces of his handiwork, they wouldn't have been able to connect the incidents back to Heavenly Sovereignty. Instructor Luo said that there's still so much that they don't know about the Calamity Stars. Yet, Heavenly Sovereignty was able to take advantage of their innate understanding and coordinate their movements accordingly while operating without being noticed the entire time. Lin Qingyu couldn't control his anger. He sighed and kicked a rock beside his feet while cursing Heavenly Sovereignty. He was frustrated by the fact that Heavenly Sovereignty could have used their powers and knowledge for greater good. Since they had captured Professor Feng, the false mentor, they had set Heavenly Sovereignty on alert. Instructor Luo was sure that the acolyte would keep a low profile for a while. He thought that if they failed to capture the acolyte immediately and let him develop, he might become an existence as horrifying as the mentor. Lin Qingyu said that thinking about the mentor sent chills down his spine. He couldn't forget the day the Calamity Beasts arrived. Meanwhile, in Wuyu Bar, the students were still enjoying the party. A mysterious person who was away from the crowd was conversing with someone through the phone. The caller informed the mysterious person that the scapegoat was caught, and the biolab was shut down. The mysterious person was warned that he should start running and got reminded that it would be easier for the officials to single him out if he acted out of line. The hunting season had started. If he became that one panicked duck, spreading its wings and flying out of cover, it would be the perfect opportunity for the hunter to put him in their sights. The caller noticed that it was pretty noisy on the mysterious person's end and asked if it was really safe for them to talk. The mysterious person reasoned that there was no better place to hide than in plain sight. He informed the caller that he was in a bar and his adorable peers were enjoying their youth by playing their childish games. The caller asked the mysterious person if he had found anything about the anonymous Dragon Tooth member. The mysterious person said he had nothing at the moment. The caller told him that if he could take care of the Dragon Tooth member before departing, the mentor would be very pleased. The mysterious person didn't know that the mentor had been paying attention to the Dragon Tooth member. He informed the caller that he had heard a rumor saying that the anonymous Dragon Tooth member was among the new students. The caller pointed out to the mysterious person that he was responsible for Operation Sprout, so everything was up to him. The mysterious person assured the caller that the mentor would be pleased. Peng Linghui stood on top of their table. He said that it wasn't like the usual truth or dare since they had their senior Kai Han there as the judge. Peng Linghui was sure that everyone knew that Kai Han's superpower made her capable of detecting lies, hence nicknamed the walking lie detector. Peng Linghui was confident that no one could lie their way out. Some students didn't want to play because they thought that it was going to take a toll on their feelings, while some thought that it was just a game, and there was nothing to worry about. Peng Linghui had a crazy look on his face while saying that those who didn't want to join could go ahead and weasel out into the coffee shop in the next block because the bar belonged to real men and women. He spread his arms and enjoyed the spotlights as if it were his birthday. The students had gone wild. The caller told the mysterious person that he should avoid playing the game since a student who could detect lies was involved. The mysterious person agreed with the caller. The caller advised the mysterious person to play his role as the ideal student and find an opportunity to get away. The mysterious person assured the caller that he wouldn't leave any traces. The mysterious person went downstairs and mixed among the rest of the students. Those who didn't want to join the game started heading towards Wuyu Bar's exit. Peng Linghui said he would announce the rules after all those who didn't want to join had left Wuyu Bar. Ming-He realized that Heavenly Sovereignty would probably avoid that kind of activity since it wasn't worth the risk. He grabbed Peng Linghui's hand and told him that if the person they were looking for left the vicinity, they were just wasting their time. Peng Linghui asked Ming-He what to do. Ming-He suggested that if a student wanted to leave, a question must be answered. They would simply be asked if they were the one who defeated Feng Lin. Peng Linghui immediately jumped down the table to inform Kai Han about it. He stopped the students from going out of the bar. Peng Linghui informed the students that before they could go, they would have to answer a question first. He assured the students that the question wouldn't be that difficult to answer. The students agreed, so Peng Linghui immediately started asking them if they were the new student who managed to beat Feng Lin. After hearing Peng Linghui's question, the mysterious person speculated that the newcomer who was able to beat Feng Lin could be the anonymous awardee who was rumored to be a member of the Dragon Tooth group. He clenched his fist, thinking that the Dragon Tooth member who had been getting in his way was just somewhere inside the bar. The mysterious person smiled as the little game became more interesting for him. Minghe and the mysterious person both wanted to use the little game to reveal each other's identity. Peng Linghui stood on top of a table once again and started announcing the rules of the little game. Each student may come up and ask everyone inside the bar a question, and every single student who's present must answer. Those who answer yes would have to stand on the dance floor for all the students to see. Peng Linghui said there's no way to cheat, so all of them must face their truest selves. Peng Linghui decided to get the ball rolling with his question. He thinks that whether a party is boring or not depends on whether the person you like is present. So his first question to the students present is whether the person they have a secret crush on is in the bar. Peng Linghui started counting, and the majority of the students immediately ran towards the dance floor. Tang Ning looked excited looking at the crazed students run. Behind her, Zhang Yuan was looking at her while blushing. Wang Jia held Zhang Yuan's shoulder, and they both started heading towards the dance floor. The students who didn't go to the dance floor include Tang Ning, Feng Lin, and Ming He. To know if someone is lying, Kai Han has to listen to whether there's a chaotic heartbeat. She's confident that she wouldn't be fooled. Kai Han closed her eyes and focused on listening to each student's heartbeat. After inspecting each student, she was disappointed because none of them lied. Peng Linghui announced the end of round 1. The students on the dance floor dispersed. Zhang Yuan asked the group if they could still remember those who were up on the dance floor. When Peng Linghui announced the start of the second round, Tang Ning put her drink on the table and stood up. She said she wanted to ask the second question. Since it's Feng Lin's birthday, Tang Ning wanted to ask something related to her. She asked everyone if they have a crush on their vice president, Feng Lin. The male students in the bar excitedly raised their hands. Tang Ning's question made Feng Lin curse, and she became bashful. Male students headed towards the dance floor. Some even wrote a note on a board and carried it with them. Minghe was patting Wang Jia's back when Kai Han noticed something from Wang Jia. She asked Wang Jia if he's sure that he's not going to the dance floor. Wang Jia was shocked. He wanted to explain, but in the end, he walked towards the dance floor. Minghe realized that there are actually a lot of students who like Feng Lin. Male and female students stood on the dance floor, including Tang Ning. They waved at Feng Lin, trying to get her attention. Tang Ning acted childishly in response to Feng Lin being bashful. Feng Lin smiled and said it's her turn. She asked the students if they have a crush on their president, Tang Ning. Feng Lin looked satisfied looking at students run towards the dance floor. Zhang Yuan looked at Tang Ning while scratching the back of his head. Looking at the male students on the dance floor doing some weird pose, Tang Ning felt awkward. Peng Linghui suddenly added another rule. Those who haven't come on stage after 3 questions must down a bottle of wine. Wang Jia and the rest of the students strongly agreed. Minghe, who hasn't come on stage after 3 questions, drank a bottle of wine. Peng Linghui said that there must be a type Minghe likes. Among the 3 goddesses of Nandu Institute, he doesn't like Feng Lin, nor does he have a crush on Tang Ning. Peng Linghui speculated that Minghe is Lu Kaiyan's loyal fan. When Wang Jia heard Peng Linghui, he immediately corrected that Minghe is not Lu Kaiyan's loyal fan, but Lu Kaiyan's boyfriend. Feng Lin and Tang Ning exclaimed, and Minghe became defensive, telling everyone not to listen to Wang Jia's nonsense. He explained that Lu Kaiyan is just his high school classmate, and their relationship is just better than average. Zhang Yuan asked Minghe to stop pretending. He said they saw it with their own eyes that Lu Kaiyan took the initiative to invite Minghe to watch a movie, and after the commendation ceremony, they saw him head to the apartment building where Lu Kaiyan lives. Tang Ning stood up and quickly moved to Minghe's side. She wanted Minghe to confirm if he's dating Lu Kaiyan. Before Minghe could answer, the 4th question was asked. The student asked everyone if they're still virgins. Tang Ning and Peng Linghui were both shocked when Minghe suddenly stood up and walked towards the dance floor. More people stood beside Minghe on the dance floor, and Minghe's group couldn't help but laugh at him. The 5th question was whether someone is not wearing underwear. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in horror, and Minghe and the group looked confused when Zhang Yuan stood up. Zhang Yuan walked towards the dance floor, explaining that it's just a coincidence, and his underwear got blown away by the wind when the weather turned cool. He wanted everyone to believe that he usually wears underwear. Everyone inside the bar laughed. Moments later, Peng Linghui informed Minghe that everyone is wondering why he hadn't gone up to ask a question yet. Minghe told Peng Linghui that he's still thinking about what to ask. The questions asked in that game can only be answered with yes or no. If the question isn't sharp and precise, the other party can easily escape it. There's a high chance that the next question will get Ming-hee up the dance floor. He decided to go with the flow and ask the critical question to checkmate the Heavenly Sovereignty member. The man wearing a hat got on the dance floor and asked the students if they've won against their vice president, Feng Lin, in a spar. The students discussed among themselves, and they didn't think anyone had won against Feng Lin in a spar. Feng Lin is the best in terms of combat among the Nandu students, and they thought it's an impossible feat. Jiang Yuan offered Ming-hee a bottle of wine because he thought it would be Ming-hee's third time not going on the dance floor. Peng Linghui urged Ming-hee to drink the wine, but when Ming-hee slowly stood up, Peng Linghui and Jiang Yuan's eyes widened. Other than Peng Linghui, who seemed to have expected it, Kai Han, Feng Lin, Tang Ning, Wang Jia, Jiang Yuan, and the rest of the students were shocked. While looking at Ming-hee's back, Feng Lin could see the image of her sparring partner. Tang Ning reminded Feng Lin that when she called her sparring partner, Ming-hee had left for a bit that time. Feng Lin couldn't believe that the person she was looking for was just sitting right in front of them. Jiang Yuan and Wang Jia realized how amazing Ming-hee was. Peng Linghui said he knew all along that it was Ming-hee who defeated Feng Lin. Tang Ning asked him how he knew. Peng Linghui informed Tang Ning that he took the special admission exam with Ming-hee, and he thinks that Ming-hee performed abnormally that time. Wang Jia was shocked to know that Ming-hee was specially recruited. As Ming-hee's roommate, he couldn't believe that he didn't know. Feng Lin stared at Ming-hee. Ming-hee's figure reminded her of her sparring partner. She became more certain that it really was Ming-hee. Tang Ning thinks that Ming-hee is pretty good looking. She told Feng Lin that it's a pity that the one Ming-hee likes is Liu Kaiyan. Feng Lin clenched her fist. She was mad that Ming-hee still hid his identity despite sitting in front of her. The mysterious person smiled, thinking that he found the dragon tooth member he was looking for. But his expression changed when another student started walking towards the dance floor, after which more students followed. Ming-hee was confused. A total of 6 students stood on the dance floor. The students couldn't believe that there were a lot of people better than Feng Lin. They thought someone on the dance floor was lying. The female student on the dance floor explained that they're from the esports club. Feng Lin blushed. She thought that losing in video games shouldn't count. A man on the dance floor said it counted. He blamed the person who asked for not specifying how they sparred with Feng Lin. Ming-hee decided to make his question tricky to prevent the same thing from happening. Jiang Yuan was glad to know that they only won in video games, while Wang Jia was kind of envious of the esports club. Tang Ning asked Feng Lin if all the students on the dance floor, including Ming-hee, are from the esports club. Feng Lin said she wouldn't know because there are a lot of people in the esports club. Feng Lin told Tang Ning to forget about it and end the matter there. Peng Linghui asked Feng Lin to let Ming-hee ask his question first. Ming-hee remained on the dance floor. He was still thinking about his question. Before he asked his question, he clarified one thing first. He told everyone that he's not from the esports club. He said that he had discussed with Feng Lin about allowing the use of spiritual skills, and Feng Lin has improved a lot compared to their previous encounters. The students were confused. They weren't sure if Ming-hee just admitted that he's the mysterious freshman who defeated Feng Lin. Wang Jia choked on the water that he was drinking. Peng Linghui was sure that it was definitely Ming-hee, but he wondered why Ming-hee was admitting it now when he didn't have any intentions of showing himself before. Tang Ning told Peng Linghui that it's probably related to the question he's about to ask. Ming-hee proceeded to ask his question. After revealing who he is, he asked everyone if there's anyone who looked down on him, hated him, or wanted him dead. Ming-hee exhaled and went down the dance floor. He approached Feng Lin and asked her to identify who among the 9 student council members on his list is standing on the dance floor. He told her that it's very important. Feng Lin told him that she doesn't know all the student council members, especially the freshmen. Tang Ning volunteered. She said she never forget the faces she sees. Tang Ning took Ming-hee's list and did her best to identify if there's a student council member on the dance floor who is on Ming-hee's list. Ming-hee anxiously waited. After looking at all the students on the dance floor, Tang Ning told Ming-hee that none of the 9 student council members are on the dance floor. Ming-hee couldn't believe that out of 9 suspects, none of them were on the dance floor. Tang Ning repeated to Ming-hee that none of them are on the dance floor. Ming-hee clenched his fist. Peng Linghui announced the end of the party. The students greeted Feng Lin once again before heading out. Ming-hee did his best to look for the heavenly sovereignty among the students who were heading out. The mysterious person laughed at Ming-hee. He confirmed that Ming-hee is a member of the Dragon Tooth group. Ming-hee was depressed. He exposed himself, but the culprit's identity is still in the dark. He's afraid that he'll cause trouble for those people around him. Ming-hee picked up a bottle of wine and drank from it directly. Feng Lin noticed Ming-hee's unusual behavior. Ming-hee repeatedly thought about how he let the person who killed Zhu Kai and the instructors slip away. Ming-hee was starting to drown in self-blame. Feng Lin told Ming-hee that if she caused any trouble, she would apologize. Ming-hee informed Feng Lin that it had nothing to do with her and said that he just didn't get to take care of his own problem. Peng Linghui was taking care of the leaving guests when he noticed that Ming-hee was drinking so much. He told Ming-hee that if he knew that Ming-hee could drink so much, he would have invited him to have a drink with their special group. He said that those guys are like water buffaloes. Zhang Yuan asked Peng Linghui what special group he's talking about. Peng Linghui explained to Zhang Yuan that he and Minghe aren't freshmen, and the previous 5 people are those who also participated in the special admissions exam to enter Nandu University. Peng Linghui said that meeting is fate, so he called them there. Minghe didn't notice that those people were just at the table next to them. He doesn't have a strong impression of those people. Peng Linghui told Minghe that those guys talked about Minghe's bravery during the special admission exam. Hearing about the special admission exam, Minghe realized something. If the culprit knew him before, then he wouldn't have to stand on top of the dance floor. His question wasn't knit enough. Minghe was thinking that the culprit would only decide to kill him after finding out his identity. But if the culprit had always had a murderous aura and hatred towards him, then his question wouldn't work for him. Minghe immediately asked Peng Linghui if out of the 9 student council members on his list, anyone participated in the special admission exam. When Peng Linghui looked at the list, he said there's one, then he pointed to the name. Peng Linghui pointed at the name Zhu Yu, certain that it was him. Tang Ning confirmed that she remembered the name and told Minghe that Zhu Yu was the last person to join the student council. Minghe asked Tang Ning to confirm if the freshman training time was decided by the student council and the school. Tang Ning explained that the final decision was up to the school's leaders, but the student council was involved in the discussion, so they knew ahead of time. Minghe became certain that the student council member named Zhu Yu was the member of the Heavenly Sovereignty. He immediately asked Peng Linghui where Zhu Yu went. Peng Linghui informed Minghe that Zhu Yu had just left and should be in the parking lot getting his nice little sports car. Minghe didn't wait for Peng Linghui to finish his words and quickly ran towards the bar's parking lot. Simultaneously, in the parking lot, Zhu Yu entered his car and put down his hat. He was actually the person who helped Peng Linghui ask who had bested Feng Lin in a spar. Now that he knew the identity of the Dragon Tooth member, he was confident that he could kill Minghe. Zhu Yu blamed Minghe, as without him, Zhu Yu's work would have shocked the whole world. Zhu Yu decided to take his time to create a perfect plan to kill Minghe. When Zhu Yu turned on the headlights of his car, he was shocked to see Minghe standing in front of his car. At first, Zhu Yu was confused, but he immediately realized that Minghe had figured out his identity too. He stared at Minghe aggressively. Minghe exclaimed when Zhu Yu suddenly stepped on the gas and quickly moved back to avoid getting run over by Zhu Yu's car. In mere seconds, Zhu Yu was already far from Minghe. As soon as he regained his balance, Minghe immediately ran to chase after Zhu Yu. While driving, Zhu Yu used the side mirror of his car to look at Minghe and saw Minghe's figure slowly getting further and further away. Despite getting left behind, Minghe didn't stop chasing Zhu Yu's car. He fixed his eyes on it. Out of nowhere, Peng Linghui, who was riding a big bike, appeared beside Minghe. He scolded Minghe for not realizing that a human could never catch up to a sports car. Peng Linghui jumped off the bike and told Minghe to use it to chase Zhu Yu. Minghe didn't think twice, quickly rode the bike, and thanked Peng Linghui. He immediately sped up to catch up to Zhu Yu. While driving, Minghe figured something out. The calamitous mist appeared a few days before Minghe came to Nandu Institute to take the special admission exam. In other words, Zhu Yu saw the mist at the right moment and realized he could use the inexperienced freshmen of Nandu Institute to cause trouble. During the special admission exam, the examiner made things difficult for Minghe. Zhu Yu not only donated 6 million to the academy, but also privately bribed the examiner to skip the queue and enter the Nandu Superhuman Institute. When Minghe was at the admission exam, he almost pushed him out of his spot, indicating he had connections with Zhu Yu before. Minghe was determined not to let Zhu Yu get away with everything he had done. Zhu Yu was alarmed when he noticed Minghe catching up to him using the big bike. Wondering if Minghe was in a rush to die, Zhu Yu used his superpower to uproot 2 big trees and threw them at Minghe, who narrowly avoided them by cornering his bike. Seeing that his initial attack failed to kill or impede Minghe, Zhu Yu gritted his teeth. He unlocked his seatbelt, stood up, and used his superpower to uproot more trees. Moments later, a number of uprooted trees hovered in front of Minghe. Minghe knew he couldn't evade them any longer. He closed his eyes, sped up the big bike, and used his mystic fist. He reduced the air resistance of the bike so it could run faster. As soon as he was below the uprooted trees, they came crashing down on him. Minghe just closed his eyes and hoped that his passive ability would save him. Barely able to safely pass through the falling trees, Minghe caught up to Zhu Yu's car and told him he couldn't run away. Zhu Yu mocked Minghe, asking if he was in a rush to meet his instructors in hell. Minghe took advantage of a curve to move closer to the left side of Zhu Yu's car. He stood up on top of the big bike and cursed Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu noticed what Minghe was trying to do and turned his car to the right to create a gap away from Minghe. But despite the gap, Minghe still jumped and landed at the back of Zhu Yu's car. Minghe did his best not to get thrown away and slowly crawled his way towards where Zhu Yu was. Even though he was driving on a curvy road, Zhu Yu sped up his car. Minghe was alarmed when he saw Zhu Yu activate his superpowers. Zhu Yu intentionally let his car fall off the cliff while using his superpowers to safely get out of the car. Minghe's eyes widened as he looked at the bottom of the cliff. He fell along with the car and didn't expect Zhu Yu to be that decisive. Zhu Yu's sports car exploded, leaving the surrounding trees on fire. Zhu Yu stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at his car slowly being consumed by fire. While panting, Zhu Yu smiled in contentment. He thought that Minghe was lucky to have an easy death after troubling him. He walked away, entered the woods, and immediately called someone. He informed the person he called that the Dragon Tooth member had been killed. He didn't feel the need to reveal Minghe's identity and even told the person he called that there was no need for them to continue their investigation about him. Zhu Yu said he couldn't stay at Nandu Superhuman Institute anymore and asked the person he called to help him find a more hidden one. Zhu Yu suddenly stopped talking when he saw a figure in front of him. The clouds drifted away, revealing the beautiful full moon that lit up the whole area. Minghe, who was full of bruises and wounds all over his body, told Zhu Yu that he would definitely catch him and drag him to his instructor's grave to apologize to them. Zhu Yu couldn't believe that Minghe hadn't died. He giggled while saying that he was surprised that Minghe was still chasing after him. Zhu Yu activated his superpower and said that Minghe's abilities were like those of a child in front of him. He thought that they were not good enough to be a threat to him. Zhu Yu opened his hand and swung his arm, and his movements sent some kind of wind blades towards Minghe. Minghe wasn't able to react, and Zhu Yu's attack directly hit Minghe's bare chest. Minghe got pushed away, and the wind blades left 3 deep wounds on Minghe's chest. It looked like a bear had clawed him. Despite getting more wounds on his body, Minghe was still indifferent. He stood straight like nothing had happened. Minghe's tenacity shocked Zhu Yu, but he was still confident. He knew about Minghe's abilities, and there was no medium there that Minghe could absorb. Minghe couldn't possibly win against him with brute force only. Zhu Yu activated his ultimate soul art. He wanted to show Minghe what's truly extraordinary and what a real superhuman is. The surrounding trees simultaneously got uprooted. While Zhu Yu was doing his thing, Minghe remained still and held the frost variation mutated crystal in his left hand. Zhu Yu gathered both the dirt and trees. The things he gathered formed a small mountain behind him. Zhu Yu used his ultimate soul art, Mountain Shattering Roar. The small mountain that formed behind him was thrown towards Minghe. Minghe crushed the frost variation mutated crystal. His left hand absorbed the essence of the crystal. He swung his left hand and used his radiant spirit skill, Ice Storm Python Fist. An image of an ice python formed on Minghe's fist. As soon as Minghe punched forward, the python opened its mouth and moved towards Zhu Yu. It swallowed the pile of dirt and trees Zhu Yu threw at Minghe. Seeing that everything the python swallowed gets frozen, Zhu Yu started to panic. Zhu Yu had a cold sweat as the python disappeared just in front of him, leaving him unscathed. But Minghe swung his right arm and punched forward, sending another python towards Zhu Yu. The second python broke the things frozen by the first python to reach Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu tried to leap away, but he was too late. His body started to freeze from his feet to his head. Minghe's radiant spirit skill, Ice Storm Phantom Fist, was as strong as the first one. It froze not just Zhu Yu, but everything in its path. The area became silent. While approaching the frozen Zhu Yu, Minghe ripped the last bit of shirt that remained on his body. Minghe ridiculed Zhu Yu for always thinking that he's high and mighty, for mocking and trampling on things that are important to others, for thinking that he's a superhuman when he's nothing but a piece of trash. Minghe lifted his right arm. Zhu Yu watched Minghe's actions in horror as Minghe chopped Zhu Yu's right arm. The force of Minghe's chop broke the ice and cut Zhu Yu's right arm. Minghe told Zhu Yu that if he hated being human that much, he should just find a corner to rot in and not cause trouble for people who want to live a good life. Later that night, the bright full moon still dominated the sky. Instructor Luo and Commander Luo Lin arrived at Nandu Superhuman Institute's Memorial Hall. Without stating the reason, they were asked by Minghe to go there. Instructor Luo told Luo Lin that Minghe was probably not feeling well because he's so young and had just entered college but had already been through so much. Luo Lin said it's understandable since Minghe witnessed Zhu Kai's final moments. They decided to take Minghe out so he could release some of the pressure that had been building up inside him. After all, his teacher Feng was caught, and the official superhuman organization was not always there for him. When they entered the memorial hall, they saw Zhu Yu, who was kneeling on the floor and restrained by ice. Minghe stood beside Zhu Yu while looking at his instructor's portraits. Instructor Luo saluted the deceased heroes, and Minghe turned his head to look at Luo Lin and Instructor Luo. He told them that he caught the Heavenly Sovereignty member who caused the Shaoling incident, and that he had fulfilled his promise to his instructors. Luo Lin and Instructor Luo were shocked and immediately ran towards Zhu Yu to take a look. Zhu Yu was crying, and he begged Luo Lin and Instructor Luo to quickly put him in jail. He was convinced that Minghe was a lunatic and didn't want to hang out with Minghe any longer. Luo Lin and Instructor Luo just looked at each other and immediately agreed. Luo Lin talked to Minghe while Instructor Luo called someone to report the situation. Luo Lin told Minghe that he didn't have to force himself like that and that he did an impressive job. Ming-He said he just wanted to give his instructors an explanation. Luo Lin got worried about Ming-He and reminded him that he could die too. On Instructor Luo's end, after receiving an instruction, he ended the call. He told Ming-He and Luo Lin that the official superhuman organization was sending someone over. Instructor Luo was still in disbelief that Ming-He had done so much for them. On behalf of the Dragon Tooth group, Instructor Luo saluted Ming-He and thanked him for all of his efforts. Ming-He panicked and made it clear that he just did what he ought to do. Moments later, the official superhuman organization arrived and took Xu Yu with them. Luo Lin led Ming-He to the official superhuman organization's car, hoping that Ming-He would get some good treatment when he gets to the hospital. Luo Lin waited for the car to leave before re-entering the memorial hall. She faced the portraits of the deceased instructors. She thinks that they must be happy to see the student they saved with their own lives become so outstanding. She realized that Zhu Kai was right, each one of them is small and insignificant. They wouldn't be able to change the whole world, but at the very least, they could hold it together for the next generation. They're in a dark universe where they can't find the light, but the new generation would sail for them. Luo Lin saluted the portraits of the deceased instructors. She told them that everything they did was worth it. Definitely worth it. Ming-He was on his way to attend his morning class. He was walking in the hallway when Fang Nianrong caught up to him and greeted him. Fang Nianrong asked him if he had chosen the course that their teacher, Tang Hang, teaches. Ming-He told her that he had, and coincidentally, they became classmates again. Fang Nianrong informed Ming-He that she had taken some open classes for most of the semester, and what intrigued her the most were Tang Hang's and Professor Fang's courses. She originally had a hard time deciding what to choose between the two, so she felt bad when she heard that Professor Fang had decided to study abroad. Ming-He suddenly remembered his final moments with Professor Fang and sympathized with Fang Nianrong, saying that it was a pity. He told Fang Nianrong that Professor Fang was an excellent teacher and there was a lot to learn from him. Fang Nianrong got curious as to what kind of topic their teacher, Tang Hang, would teach them that semester. Ming-He told Fang Nianrong to just wait and see. When they entered the classroom, the title of teacher Tang Hang's topic was projected in front: Elective Disasters and Alien Civilization. Tang Hang started his class by apologizing to their once great scholars because his research and projects were done on the basis of denying their claims. Then, teacher Tang Hang bowed in front of everyone. Someone from the class said that he kind of expected teacher Tang Hang's opening sentence to be outrageous since he's a university teacher. Teacher Tang Hang just smiled. Teacher Tang Hang told his class that, regardless of what era they're in, they should always question authority. After all, that is how those great scholars founded the truth of the world for them. The students agreed with Teacher Tang Hang's statement. Every scholar broke convention and common sense in their era. Teacher Tang asked the class if they had ever thought that the creator seemed to be a bit biased towards humans. Humans could use their hands to learn how to use tools to create fire and were able to step by step lay out their present civilization. Humans have wisdom and a way of civilization that other species can't touch. Teacher Tang Hang wondered if those were just coincidences or the so-called step-by-step evolution. When humans no longer have the favor of the creator, and another species appears that could learn how to use tools just like humans and learn how to create fire. Teacher Tang Hang asked his class what the world would be like if the new species gradually developed their intellect. The students remained silent and looked at each other, worried, realizing what Teacher Tang Hang meant. Teacher Tang Hang proceeded to his next slide showing a picture of calamitous beasts. He told his class that what they were thinking was right. The situation that he had just described was happening in their world, the era in which they were currently living. Teacher Tang said that humans had been immersed in the belief that humans were the only intelligent creatures for far too long, and that they had taken it for granted. But humans had never questioned why there was such a big difference between humans and the rest of nature, why humans ruled the world and dominated other species. Teacher Tang Hang showed another image, an image of the calamitous beasts that dominated the abandoned city. Suddenly, there was another species that was enlightened like humans. Humans couldn't decide whether they should let go of the arrogance they had as the chosen race and lower themselves to get to know the new species. Teacher Tang Hang informed the students that senior scholars from around the world had come to a consensus that humans were not facing the new species. They were still in the initial stage of developing their civilization, which was equivalent to the Fire Tribe era of human beings. Teacher Tang pointed out that it had only taken the beasts around 10 years to reach the Fire Tribe era. He said that humans might as well imagine where those beasts would be in 30 years' time and predict how many years it would take them to surpass human civilization. In teacher Tang Hang's opinion, in less than 70 years, humans would be completely reduced to captive animals for those beasts, and their means of survival would be becoming the beasts' freshest ingredients. The classroom became even more silent. The students were depressed. They realized that their teacher Tang's words made sense. A male student bluntly asked teacher Tang Hang if he had evidence to back up his words or if he was just like those doctors who make the existing disease worse. Teacher Tang Hang told the student that he didn't have anything, that all his research was based on assumptions, which could also be considered empty talk. Teacher Tang said that even though he was a teacher, he was just like them. It was his first time facing a civilization other than humans. A male student who looked worried wanted teacher Tang to say if it was possible for humans to get left behind because of the beasts. Teacher Tang Hang held the student's shoulder and told him that it was the reason why he had started that course. Teacher Tang sincerely hoped that his research was wrong. That way, humans could always be in the lead. They would have time to understand the beasts, how to deal with them, and finally realize the continuation of human fire. Fang Nianrong wanted to confirm whether their topic for that semester was to prove that the beast civilization wouldn't evolve. Teacher Tang confirmed that it was and informed the students that they were going to collect some special beast specimens and bring them back for comparison. A student asked if they were going out for that course. Teacher Tang told the students that they would go out often and would face certain risks, which is why the cooperation of the Hunters Association and official personnel was required. Suddenly, teacher Tang Hang became sad. His course hadn't received much attention. They were only able to apply for a little funding, and it was also difficult for them to get the approval of official personnel. A student tried to comfort teacher Tang by saying that the subject of their course was very meaningful and may lead to a major discovery. Just like Dr. Wu Long from the astronomy team. Remembering Dr. Wu Long, teacher Tang Hang could only sigh. The student kept going, saying that they might make a huge contribution to the progress of humans. Teacher Tang told the students that they didn't have to worry too much because the school would provide them with some assistance, and the seniors in the student council would also join them for that course to ensure that everyone stays safe while they're out collecting samples. Later that day, while Minghe was walking in the woods, the goddess suddenly manifested in front of him. She wanted to talk to Minghe about human scholars discovering that calamity beasts are intelligent beings. Minghe thinks that his teacher, Tang Hang, is a remarkable scholar. He feels that Tang Hang's research topic is not as simple as it seems, so he wants to learn from him. The goddess said that Tang Hang is one of the people who treat calamity beasts as equals, unlike Minghe's former teachers who compare them to animals. Their ignorance disgusted the goddess. Minghe asked the goddess if it was really possible for the beast civilization to surpass humans in 70 years. The goddess told Minghe that from what she understands, human civilization had also undergone a transition. In just 200 years, humans had achieved cold weapons to hot weapons, and then the era of superhumans and hot weapons. But she thinks that Tang Hang is right. Humans are no longer the only species favored by the creator. Minghe told the goddess that he wished all sentient beings would be like him and the goddess, coexisting beautifully and loving each other. The goddess noticed that something was wrong with what Minghe had just said. She got mad when she realized what Minghe had just said and aggressively asked Minghe who was in love with him. Minghe just laughed and ignored her. Minghe said he's still a bit confused about why calamity beasts have to kill humans. The goddess told Minghe that a virus in the system is simply a bunch of innocent programs, but the antivirus software still wouldn't let it go. Minghe accused the goddess of twisting the concept, stating that there's still nothing that can prove that humans are the virus. The goddess asked Minghe if he understood why Tang Hang apologized to the once great scholars. Minghe admitted that he didn't understand the meaning of Tang Hang's apology, so the goddess explained to him that considering the theory of evolution, there's a lot of evidence that humans evolved from monkeys. Dolphins are also very intelligent, but they didn't become the humans of the ocean. Their intelligence isn't inferior to that of monkeys, so is it because humans learned how to use their hands and make use of tools? Who even gave humans the right to do that? Minghe told the goddess that what she said is just an afterthought. Just like a meteorite falling on a crater. The goddess said that many things can't be proven, but they can provide new ideas. And if all the signs line up with a certain idea, then it just further reinforces the truth of that idea. Minghe asked the goddess which idea she's referring to. The goddess pointed at Minghe and said that she's referring to the idea that humans used to be the immune system of the universe. After all, dinosaurs were the ones who once ruled the earth. Later that day, Minghe went to his big sister's apartment. When he entered his sister's room, he saw her putting some of his things in a bag. He told his sister that he's still cleaning up, and he's almost done. Minghe's big sister asked him why he kept on going out when he should be studying and practicing his skills. Minghe explained to her that it's for a research topic that he has to do every semester. He informed his sister that he chose a topic that he's pretty interested in, so he has to head out to collect samples and conduct some in-depth research. Minghe's big sister warned him to be careful, not to be arrogant, and to run if he feels like something isn't right. Ming-hee acknowledged his big sister's warnings. Ming-hee's big sister suddenly shared with him that she thought she would get the inside scoop on state secrets when she joined the astronomy team. It turned out all she does there is organize data. Ming-hee reminded his sister that she's still an intern, and she'll have more core work activities in the future. His sister said that she thinks so too. Someone knocked on the room's door. Ming-hee's sister ran towards the door, saying that she'll open it because it's probably her colleagues. When she opened the door, her colleagues immediately asked her if she's ready. Her long-haired colleague noticed Ming-hee and asked if he's her boyfriend. Ming-hee's sister told her colleague that Ming-hee is her brother, a student at Nandu Institute. Her long-haired colleague told her that she has a very handsome brother and said they would have come every day if she had told them earlier. Her other colleague, a woman with short black hair, agreed. Ming-hee greeted his sister's colleagues. His sister's long-haired colleague took the chance to ask him if he'd like to drink together. Ming-hee's sister interrupted the conversation. She told her long-haired colleague that Ming-hee had somewhere to be. She urged her colleague that they should go too since their colleagues were waiting for them. Before leaving, Ming-hee's older sister told him that she would be heading out first. She informed Ming-hee that she had already sorted his stuff and asked him to call her so she would know he was safe. Ming-hee acknowledged his sister's words and stood still for a moment. He was amazed by how quickly his sister had made some friends. Moments later, Ming-hee took his bag and left the room. In front of Nandu Superhuman Institute's gate, buses were parked and students gathered around them. When Ming-hee arrived, he immediately saw Lu Kaiyan, who was being pestered by Fan Kai. Lu Kaiyan felt someone's gaze, and when she realized it was Ming-hee, she immediately called his name and walked towards him. Ming-hee asked Lu Kaiyan where they were going. Fan Kai, who was following behind Lu Kaiyan, bragged to Ming-hee that they were rushing to the battle ruins to fight on the front lines. Lu Kaiyan noticed that Ming-hee was also carrying some luggage and asked him if he was going out for a project. Ming-hee confirmed that he was going out for a project and then pointed to Lu Kaiyan the meeting area. Lu Kaiyan got excited knowing that they were going in the same direction. Fan Kai pointed out that first years could only be backups, and the students with excellent strength in the senior year were the ones who could stand on the front lines. Fan Kai was trying to disrupt their conversation, but Ming-hee and Lu Kaiyan just ignored him. Fan Kai gritted his teeth. He wanted to show his dominance so they would stop ignoring him. But he knew that he wouldn't be able to beat Ming-hee. Fan Kai didn't have a choice but to silently walk away. Meanwhile, Lu Kaiyan was telling Ming-hee to stay safe and take care of himself. Lu Kaiyan was blushing while talking to Ming-hee. She was having a hard time deciding if she should hug him. While Ming-hee was telling Lu Kaiyan to let him know if she got into trouble, assuring her that he would come no matter how far she was, Liang Dong, who was running while carrying his ever-so-big green bag, bumped into Ming-hee's shoulder. Ming-hee was slightly pushed towards Lu Kaiyan. Lu Kaiyan thought Ming-hee took the initiative to hug her, so she slightly leaned forward and let Ming-hee hug her. They hugged each other for a while, ignoring the people around them who were busy preparing for their task. But they got disturbed when someone from Lu Kaiyan's group instructed them to get on the bus. Lu Kaiyan told Ming-hee that she had to go. Ming snapped back to reality and immediately let go of Lu Kaiyan. Ming-hee scratched the back of his head and shyly told Lu Kaiyan to stay safe on the road. Lu Kaiyan ran towards their bus while saying her goodbye to Ming-hee. The bus that Lu Kaiyan and her group took immediately departed. Teacher Tang Hang instructed his students to get on the bus because it was time for them to go too. Fang Nianrong entered the bus first. She was shocked when she saw the student council president, Tang Ning. Tang Ning just looked at the students who boarded the bus. She was busy with her phone. But when Ming-hee got on the bus, Tang Ning exclaimed. She immediately recognized Ming-hee. Ming-hee greeted Tang Ning when he noticed her. Peng Linghui, who was behind Ming-hee, told Tang Ning that they were really destined to meet again. He thought the trip wouldn't be as dull since Tang Ning was with them. Tang Ning said she was just forced to babysit the freshmen by her uncle. Teacher Tang Hang told Tang Ning that although being on the front lines was crucial, the research they were doing was also a significant contribution, and at some point, she would feel that it was worth it. Tang Ning just told Tang Hang that he was her elder, so he was right. When everyone was ready, the bus immediately departed. Inside the bus, the students were having a discussion. They couldn't believe that the student council president was personally escorting them. Those who were able to join the student council were terrifying students, not to mention being at the level of the president. They noticed 4 other upperclassmen, and the freshmen speculated that they were probably at the top of Nandu Institute's combat ranking. Liang Dong knew who the upperclassmen were and took the initiative to tell his classmates about them. Liang Dong said that the one on the left in the first row was the eagle sniper Lu Feng, whose extraordinary talent was initially hidden and who seemed to just have excellent eyesight. But with his improved super sniper rifle, he had become the most ruthless person at school, so no one would dare to offend him. The freshmen were amazed. They had seen Lu Feng's name in the rankings on the school forum. The upperclassman with pigtails on the right was Jiang Wenwen. Liang Dong warned his classmates not to focus on how cutely she dressed because once she got serious, not even a whole class of superhumans could beat her. Jiang Wenwen seemed to have noticed the freshmen talking about her. She stood up, waved, and smiled at Liang Dong. Liang Dong could only awkwardly wave back. Liang Dong's blonde female classmate asked him what abilities Jiang Wenwen had. Liang Dong just told her that all she had to know was that Jiang Wenwen played with fire. Fang Nianrong joined the conversation and asked who the upperclassman in old traditional clothes was. Liang Dong told her it was Xia Na, a Kabuto archer. He informed Fang Nianrong that Xia Na was quite mysterious, so he didn't know much information about her. His classmates then asked who the gentle-looking young boy who looks like a junior high student was. Liang Dong said the person was Wu Xiaodong. He wasn't sure what abilities Wu Xiaodong had, but Liang Dong knew that Wu Xiaodong's combat power was ranked in the top 10 at their school. The students didn't expect that their topic would be protected by so many amazing upperclassmen. It showed that Nandu Institute still found Tang Hang's topic to be important. When the students finished their conversation, they had already left the bustling city of Nandu. Meanwhile, in the town of Furong, by the Guanyan Reservoir, carrying his fishing equipment, Wang Zhang approached Wang Jun, who was already there fishing. Wang Zhang was amazed by Wang Jun. He told Wang Jun that he had heard him play poker with his wife, yet he could still wake up early in the morning to go fishing. Wang Jun cursed and told Wang Zhang that he had been fishing all night, fighting with the reservoir. He couldn't stop cursing until he realized something. He asked Wang Zhang what he had just said about his wife. Wang Zhang immediately feigned ignorance, scratching his head while telling Wang Jun that he had just been saying that his cat was meowing all night long, so he couldn't sleep. Wang Zhang got worried about Wang Jun because he had stayed up all night, and his eyes were already red and bloodshot. Wang Zhang advised Wang Jun to go home and rest. Wang Zhang then took out his fishing equipment and started fishing. The reservoir became silent as the two focused on catching a fish. Dandelion flowers around the reservoir were blown away by the cool wind. A girl inside a car that passed by the reservoir got excited seeing plenty of dandelions ride through the wind. She opened the window of the car and tried to catch some dandelion. Her mother pulled her back to the car and reminded her not to climb out of the window because it was dangerous. The father, who was driving the car, couldn't help but smile while looking at his wife and child. He didn't notice that a dandelion had landed on his neck. Meanwhile, Wang Zhang's fishing float started to get dragged around. He was proud that he had caught a fish earlier than Wang Jun, even though he had come late. Judging from the bite force, Wang Zhang thought that he might have caught a big fish. He had a hard time reeling in the fish and tried asking Wang Jun to lend him a hand, but Wang Jun didn't respond. Wang Zhang cursed and was forced to do it alone. He pulled the fishing rod with all his might. Moments later, the fish was finally pulled out of the water. With all the force Wang Zhang used, the fish got shot up into the air. Even though the fish was still in midair, Wang Zhang could already tell that it was a big fish. Something wriggled in the fish's mouth, and then the hook got detached from it. Wang Zhang immediately took the fish as soon as it landed in front of him and was amazed at how big it was. But before he could inspect it carefully, some wriggling creatures came out of the fish's body. Out of shock, Wang Zhang immediately dropped the fish and fell on his butt. He watched the wriggling creatures wriggle around the fish. After a bit of time, the wriggling creatures burrowed into the ground, leaving the fish in a withered state. Wang Zhang moved closer to Wang Jun's side, his eyes still fixed on the fish when he shook and asked Wang Jun if he saw what just happened. Wang Zhang found it strange that the fish immediately withered even though it was still alive when he caught it. When Wang Jun still didn't respond, Wang Zhang asked him if he was still thinking about his wife. Finally, he noticed that something was strange about Wang Jun, so he turned to look at him. What Wang Zhang saw almost made his soul leave his body. Wang Jun's body had already withered, and the wriggling creatures slithered their way from Wang Jun's feet to the river. Wang Zhang immediately ran away, leaving all the things he brought with him. Meanwhile, teacher Tang Hang's group was still on their way towards their destination. Fang Nianrong asked her teacher, Tang Hang, what type of sample they were going to collect. Tang Hang told her that they were going to collect a common plant. He said that not long ago, a hunter sent him some strange samples, and he conducted some research on them. He found out that those plants were aggressive. Fang Nianrong wondered what Tang Hang meant, thinking that the plant kingdom was naturally aggressive. Many of those sky-reaching trees expand their crowns by instinct in order to improve their growth, shading the little trees from the sun and letting them die. That way, they can exclusively enjoy the nutrients of the soil. Tang Hang told Fang Nianrong that she was right. There was also aggression between plants, but he clarified that his sample was not about the aggressiveness of competing for sunlight and soil. Rather, his sample was extremely aggressive towards the animal kingdom, similar to a carnivorous plant. Except it doesn't catch flies, butterflies, or moths, but rather catches large animals, including humans. After Tang Hang's explanation, a deer suddenly crossed the road. The driver was shocked and was not able to stop the bus in time. The deer was inevitably hit by the car, and the impact caused the windshield to break, scattering bits of it around. Zia-na stood up immediately and asked the driver if a beast had attacked the bus. The driver informed Zia-na that it was just a wild deer that had suddenly rushed out from the side of the road. Tang Ming instructed Zia-na to go out and check the situation and told everyone else to stay on the bus. The driver assured them that it was just a deer and there was no need to investigate. Lu Feng reminded the driver that they were not far from the battle ruins, so incidents like that should not be taken lightly. When Zia-na got out of the bus, she saw a broken antler, shards of glass, and a blood trail. She was shocked that the deer was still able to run away. She followed the blood trail but did not go too deep into the woods. Zia-na thought that the deer would not survive for long, so she stopped looking for it and quickly returned to the bus. She told everyone on the bus that it was just a deer and not a big threat. Tang Ning asked her what happened to the corpse. Zia-na informed Tang Ning that the deer did not die but ran into the woods. Tang Ning then asked the driver if the bus could still take them to their destination. The driver told her that the bus was fine and the collision was on the other side, so it would not affect them. He said that there were too many deer in that mountain, so those kinds of accidents often happened on that road. After checking that everything was alright, they went on their way. As soon as the bus started running, a deer with a broken antler peeked out of the road. It stared at the bus, clearly showing its hatred towards it and the people inside. Teacher Tang Hang's group arrived at Furong town. Their bus passed by some police gathering outside a hall. Liang Dong looked out the window and wondered what had happened. Tang Linghui thought that a murder must have occurred. The bus did not stop and continued its way to their hotel. Teacher Tang Hang informed the students that they would check in first before having lunch. During lunch, Tang Hang decided to start assigning tasks. He told the students that he had received some information from the Hunters Association that there were samples in several towns around there, and they would start with the town they were currently in, Furong. Everyone would be assigned to groups to do some research and collect samples. They would split up into 5 groups, each led by an upperclassman. Liang Dong and Peng Linghui told Tang Ning that they wanted to be in her group. Then almost all of the freshmen raised their hands, and they wanted to be in Tang Ning's group too. Tang Ning had a headache, and she told the freshmen that the leaders would be the ones who would be picking people. Tang Ning chose Fang Nianrong, another female freshman, Lin Hui, an energetic male freshman, Hu Guangyi, and Ming He to be part of her group. Teacher Tang Hang told Tang Ning that it would be their task to investigate why there were so many people gathered around the hall they had seen when they entered the town. He pointed out that it was just a typical murder case and they should leave it to the police. However, if they found something wrong, they could take care of it. Tang Ning reminded her uncle that she was only responsible for taking care of her underclassmen's safety. Teacher Tang Hang told Tang Ning that the task itself was for the freshmen, so it was up to them to further investigate the situation. The rest of the upperclassmen also started selecting their group members. Teacher Tang Hang gave each group a field signal handbook, which would definitely be useful in case of emergencies. After confirming that everyone already had their groups, Tang Hang briefed the students about their responsibilities. Tang Ning's group was responsible for the area around the town, while Zia-na's group was told to go to the lumber mill. After assigning each group their responsibilities and ensuring that there were no more questions, Teacher Tang Hang let everyone go their way. Meanwhile, in the hall where the police had gathered, after inspecting the victim's corpse, the police were puzzled about how such a thing could happen. They couldn't tell if the crime was done by a human or a beast. Jiang Wei, one of the police officers, said that they should just wait for the superhumans from the Hunters Association. But Furong was far from the city, and another police officer was concerned that it might take a long time before the Hunters Association could send someone over. When Minghe's group arrived, Fang Nianrong immediately greeted the police. Jiang Wei glanced at Minghe's group. Fang Nianrong told him that they were from Nandu Superhuman Institute and had come to do some research. Then she politely asked why there were so many people around. A police officer told Jiang Wei that students from Nandu Superhuman Institute might be able to tell if there was a problem with the victim's corpse. Jiang Wei decided to let the students check the situation. Jiang Wei's colleague asked the students if they were capable of seeing a human corpse. Everyone except Minghe and Tang Ning was shocked. Fang Nianrong glanced at Tang Ning, while Tang Ning was observing everyone's expressions. Tang Ning told Fang Nianrong that they should decide for themselves because she was not involved in the research they were doing. After all, it was tied to their credits. Minghe volunteered to go and take a look. The police led Minghe into the hall, where Jiang Wei told him that they needed his help in identifying whether there were any traces of a beast attack or not. Fang Nianrong reluctantly accompanied Minghe. Inside the hall, there was an elder and other Furong residents gathered around a table covered with a cloth. Jiang Wei informed the elder that Minghe and Fang Nianrong were from the Nandu Superhuman Institute and were doing research there. The Furong residents were skeptical about letting students deal with that kind of thing and were worried that the experience might negatively affect them. They insisted that they should just wait for people from the Hunters Association to come. The elder told the police that they were not deliberately making things difficult and that they attached great importance to the matter so they couldn't be sloppy with it. The elder said that in order to please everyone, they should wait for the Hunters Association. Zhang Wei informed the elder that they had already contacted the Hunters Association, and they had told them that there were no obvious signs of a beast attack. So, they were more inclined to believe that it was just poisoning or the accidental consumption of a mutant. Since there were no obvious traces of a beast, it was difficult for them to send someone over. Zhang Wei reminded the elder that the battle on the front lines was very tense, so there would never be enough manpower. The elder just said that they were willing to wait for a few more days. The elder explained that Wang Jun was of great seniority and Fu Rong Town attached the most importance to it. So, there was no room for sloppiness. Zhang Wei's comrade agreed with the elder and said they would continue to communicate with their superiors. Zhang Wei apologized to Ming He and Fang Nianrong, and he hoped they would understand that they were just trying to find out the truth. Fang Nianrong insisted on wanting to investigate. Ming He asked Zhang Wei what hunter level would be enough to convince them. The elder said that it must be at least a Moon Glow ranked hunter. Ming He took out his emblem from his pocket and showed it to everyone. The police and Fang Nianrong were shocked, but the elder was puzzled, and he didn't know what he was seeing. A resident recognized the Sun Blaze emblem and told everyone that Ming He was a Sun Blaze ranked hunter. The Fu Rong residents were amazed as they only had a Moon Glow ranked hunter, and he went to the big city and never came back. The police immediately saluted Ming He and apologized for being disrespectful. Zhang Wei and his comrade offered Ming He their cooperation and said they would have the people of the town help him in whatever way needed. Ming He told them he wanted to take a look at the corpse first. While the police were uncovering the corpse for Ming He, the residents covered their children's eyes. Some looked away and some closed their eyes. Ming He and Fang Nianrong were both shocked when they saw Wang Jun's withered corpse. Ming He looked at Wang Jun's withered corpse from head to toe. Zhang Wei informed Ming He that they had already performed an autopsy and found the cause of death to be unusual. Wang Jun's internal organs had withered, and his muscles behaved as if they had been exposed to the sun for months. There was overall dehydration, and his blood appeared to have been drained. Zhang Wei told Ming He that according to the testimony of the only witness, Wang Jiang, he was just conversing normally with Wang Jun when Wang Jun turned into that withered state after a few minutes. Zhang Wei's companion said that there was a camera on the main street, which captured the victim, although it was quite a distance away from the incident. They saw that Wang Jun had been fishing all night and was still full of energy during the day. Yet the footage didn't capture any signs of calamity creatures, so they ruled out the possibility of Wang Jun being attacked and eaten. Zhang Wei wanted Ming He to confirm whether it was an act of a calamity beast or not. Ming He found it strange and frightening to reduce someone who was full of vigor to that state within minutes. He was thinking about the possibility of someone or something using their stealth or camouflage ability to commit the crime. A Fu Rong resident speculated that it must be the doing of a bat mutant that they saw up on the Black Mountain. The residents said the bats bare their fangs at people and drain them dry, and they wanted to immediately contact the officials to exterminate the bats. An old man raised his hands and told everyone that the vampire bat up the mountain could cover the entire town with a spread of its wings. The old man thought that the vampire bat's bite was capable of reducing a person to such a state. A middle-aged man said that people had seen the vampire bat before, and that's why nobody wants to live in the mountains anymore. After hearing the residents' speculations, Zhang Wei's comrade determined that the residents were getting in the way of Ming He's investigation. Zhang Wei asked the residents to head back for the time being, assuring them that since they had an official hunter with them, they would be able to solve the mystery in no time. Zhang Wei told the residents that if they found any clues, they should just leave it up to them to pass them on. Fang Nianrong asked Ming He if there was a possibility of Wang Jun being attacked at night while the venom lay hidden, and exposure to sunlight caused it to react violently, severely damaging him. Ming He told her that if Wang Jun was attacked, he would have attempted to escape. Instead, he chose to stay there and fish overnight. Zhang Wei's comrade confirmed that based on Wang Jiang's report, everything seemed normal the morning he saw Wang Jun. Ming He wanted to focus on the assumption that Wang Jun was attacked. He said that there was a possibility that Wang Jun was attacked by something hidden or hardly noticeable, like the calamity creatures shaped like tiny insects. Ming He suggested they go back to the scene and look for details they might have missed. Zhang Wei's comrade informed Ming He that they had locked down the place and welcomed the two of them to investigate. When they exited the hall, Hu Guangyi immediately asked about the situation. Ming He informed the group that it was possibly done by a beast, so they should head to the scene and search for traces to confirm their suspicions. Lin Hui agreed with Ming He, knowing that there are so many types of calamity beasts, and their attacks had become more varied over time, catching even superhumans on the front lines off guard. Hu Guangyi shared with the group that he had overheard people talking about a blood-sucking bat mutant in the mountains, dwelling inside the caves. He asked if they should go to the mountains first. Minghe shook his head and said that if the rumors were true, they knew nothing about that beast, so charging in blindly was very risky. Hu Guangyi told Minghe that they were all superhumans, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Hui also thought so and assured everyone that they would be fine because Tang Ning was with them. Tang Ning told them that it was their decision to make. Minghe said that if it was the work of a blood-sucking vampire bat, then they should report it to the Hunters Association. Then they would naturally send over a squad of superhumans of the appropriate level to take care of it. He pointed out that they came there with Professor Tang to gather samples, so they shouldn't spend too much time on things that had little to do with them. Hu Guangyi got angry that Minghe could say such a thing. He said that as students of Nandu Institute, it was their responsibility to strike down evil for the safety of the people. Lin Hui told Minghe that he was thinking too much about his own interests, ignoring the villagers just so he could get good academic credits. Fang Nianrong stopped them from yelling at each other. She explained that Minghe was just saying that they should investigate properly first. When everyone calmed down, they headed to the place where Wang Jun died. When Minghe's group and the police arrived at Guanyun Reservoir, Zheng Wei informed the police guarding the place that the two people behind him were the hunters they had asked for help to solve the case. Minghe looked around while being led by Zheng Wei towards the area where Wang Jun died. While they were walking, Hu Guangyi realized that he had stepped on something. When he looked down, he immediately jumped away when he saw the withered fish. A police officer laughed and told Hu Guangyi that people often fished there, and when they did, they just roasted the fish on the spot. Hu Guangyi sighed as he shook his foot to remove anything that might have stuck to his shoe. Minghe kneeled and took a closer look at the fish. Zheng Wei pointed to an area with a drawing and told the group that it was the place where the corpse was found. Minghe asked Zheng Wei if they had already checked the water. Zheng Wei said that they lacked the necessary tools to do so and hadn't checked the water yet. Minghe then asked him if the fish bone was already there when they first arrived. Zheng Wei told Minghe that he hadn't paid attention to it because it was just a dead fish. Lin Hui asked Minghe why he was asking such questions instead of confirming the exact location. Minghe explained that those who cook fish know that the skin is the most delicious part and he didn't see any traces of fire being started. He said that he just asked to confirm if the fish had something to do with the victim. Zheng Wei suddenly remembered that when they were investigating, the witness would often tell them about how a fish jumped up and scared him. Minghe asked Zheng Wei what was so scary about a fish. Zheng Wei said that he was wondering about it too and thought Wang Zhang was just too freaked out and was spouting nonsense. He informed Minghe that Wang Zhang was still bedridden from the shock, so pressing him for further details might be difficult. Minghe pointed at the highway camera and asked if they wanted to check it out. Zheng Wei said he definitely wanted to and admitted that they hadn't really thought about watching it. Minghe decided to look around for more clues while Zheng Wei's colleagues were booting up the camera footage. Minghe walked towards the dandelions and inspected them closely. Tang Ning followed Minghe and asked why he seemed to be quite interested in those wild grasses. Minghe said that he had been paying attention to Professor Tang's lectures, especially when the existence of calamitous plants was mentioned. Teacher Tang Hang might have brought them there to collect samples, but something like that happened at the same time. Minghe said that he was curious to see if there was a relationship between those two factors. Tang Ning told Minghe that such a coincidence was hard to come by. Minghe then asked Tang Ning for her opinion. Tang Ning just said that those dandelions looked like regular weeds to her. Minghe agreed and didn't find anything remarkable. Just as they finished their conversation, Zheng Wei came up to them and informed them that the video was ready. In the video, they saw that after Wang Zhang tossed the fish, it landed at the exact spot where they had discovered it earlier, and the fish looked exactly the same as the one they found with the skin still intact. They went back to the area where they found the fish. Zheng Wei couldn't believe that the fish withered like that in just a single day. Minghe asked Zheng Wei if he had noticed that the fish was quite similar to their victim, Wang Jun. Zheng Wei immediately took out a photo of Wang Jun's withered corpse. When he compared Wang Jun's corpse to the fish, Zheng Wei exclaimed that despite the difference between a man and a fish's anatomy, it was clear to him that Wang Jun and the fish had died in the exact same manner. Minghe, Tang Ning, and Zheng Wei looked at the water. Minghe speculated that their problem might just be lurking under the water. Zheng Wei said he would contact a professional diver right away. Later that day, 2 professional divers arrived, one male and one female. They immediately prepared to dive underwater. The divers gave Minghe and Zheng Wei a tablet that was connected to their underwater camera so they could see what they were seeing. Zheng Wei asked Minghe how sure he was that something was lurking beneath the water. Minghe told him that he had to do some sampling first. He asked Zheng Wei to tell the divers to collect some samples of the underwater plants. Zheng Wei quickly took out his communication device to inform the divers. Lin Hui and Hu Guangyi overheard Minghe and Zheng Wei's conversation. Lin Hui wondered why the cops were listening to Minghe, but Hu Guangyi told her that Minghe was probably using their teacher Tang Hang's name. Hu Guangyi said that they could investigate in whatever direction they felt was right. They intended to go to the mountains and forests, thinking that there must be some beast footprints. When they were about to walk away, Tang Ning stopped them. She told them that their 4-person team should all work in the same location because she couldn't guarantee their safety if they split up. Fu Guangyi and Lin Hui said that they felt like they were wasting their time there, and they didn't want to listen to Minghe because he wasn't the leader of their group. Minghe overheard the conversation and told Tang Ning to accompany the two in the mountains since the police also wanted them to conduct a general investigation of the surrounding mountains and forests to make sure that there were no beasts hiding. Tang Ning wanted to reason that if something happened to Minghe, she wouldn't be able to help, but Minghe assured her that he wouldn't leave the town and said that it was more efficient if they split up. Minghe reminded Tang Ning of his strength and claimed that he was at least capable of defending himself. Tang Ning gave in and told Minghe to immediately contact Tang Hang if there was anything unusual. Minghe focused on the divers when Tang Ning, Fu Guangyi, and Lin Hui went on their way. The female diver brushed aside some seaweed to have a clear view of what lay behind those thick seaweeds. Moments later, the female diver exclaimed when she saw a pile of bones hidden behind the seaweed. When her companion moved to her side, she signaled the man to take a look at what she had discovered. The divers, Minghe, Fang Nianrong, and Zheng Wei stared at the pile of bones in disbelief. Fang Nianrong just hoped that the majority of those were animal bones. When the divers got out of the water, they reported that they saw bones of cows, sheep, pigs, and wild deer, but no human bones yet. Zheng Wei remembered that there were previous recorded cases where people had reported that their livestock had disappeared. The female diver said she got goosebumps all over her body and was so scared that she didn't want to do it anymore. She advised Zheng Wei to find someone else, but Zheng Wei didn't want to let the divers go. He wanted to figure out the cause first. The male diver gave Minghe some bones he had picked up, as well as some underwater plants Minghe wanted. Minghe expressed his gratitude. The male diver told Minghe that they were just ordinary people, and given the situation, there was definitely something in the water. He wanted to leave the rest to the police and superhumans. Minghe assured the diver that they would investigate the matter. As it was getting dark, there was no way they could conduct a more in-depth investigation at night. Therefore, they decided to return and analyze the evidence they had collected. Zheng Wei told Minghe that he could take the samples they had to their professor, Tang Hang, who could analyze them. Minghe noticed that people in Furong town were panicking and going through emotional troubles. He asked Zheng Wei to keep the discovery of the bones in the reservoir confidential until they found out what was going on. Zheng Wei assured Minghe that they would keep things confidential and promised to appease the people of Furong town as well. Minghe gave the samples to Fang Nianrong and instructed her to bring them, including the fragmented samples he had taken, to their teacher Tang Hang for analysis. Minghe said he wanted to investigate other situations with Zheng Wei. Fang Nianrong agreed and went on her way to their teacher Tang Hang. Minghe and Zheng Wei went back to a hall in Furong. When they entered the hall, they saw a woman sitting on the floor crying. Zheng Wei whispered to Minghe that the woman was Zhu Tao, the wife of Wang Jun. Zhu Tao noticed their arrival and overheard them discussing not making it in time for dinner. When Minghe suggested looking for a noodle restaurant to eat at, Zhu Tao stood up and invited them to eat at her house if they didn't mind. She explained that she had been busy with family affairs all day, so she hadn't been able to prepare anything for them and felt impolite. Minghe accepted her offer since he had something he wanted to ask her. Zhu Tao told Minghe that her house wasn't far from there and led Minghe and Zheng Wei to her house to wait at the table outside while she started cooking. While Zhu Tao was away, Minghe told Zheng Wei that he was almost certain that there was a dangerous beast in Furong town, based on the bones they had found, which had an enormous appetite. Zheng Wei asked Minghe what they should do. Minghe said that it would be best to evacuate, but Zheng Wei explained that it would be difficult as he had just received news that the area of the frontline battlefield had grown larger and now covered the mountain road. The evacuation route of Furong town had been blocked by the new battlefield, so they could only evacuate people into the uninhabited mountains. Minghe expressed concern that it might not be safe in the mountains as it was getting dark, and there was still no help coming. Zheng Wei said that they had been notified that reinforcements were affected by the frontline battle, so it was difficult for Nandu to send people over. Therefore, everything was up to them. Minghe decided to investigate the reservoir himself the next morning. Zheng Wei was shocked and told Minghe that it was too dangerous, but Minghe insisted, saying he would do his best to get rid of the beast. Zheng Wei could only thank Minghe for his hard work. Zhu Tao came out of the house carrying a tray of food and told Minghe and Zheng Wei to eat while the food was hot before going back inside to get some soup. The moment Minghe and Zheng Wei ate the food, they looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened, and they stopped chewing the food. They couldn't help but vomit while crying. Minghe regretted accepting Zhu Tao's offer as they couldn't describe her cooking skills at all. At dawn, calamity beasts can be seen everywhere in the ruined city, the city that became the breeding grounds for the calamity beasts. Some stand on top of the buildings, some roam the streets, and some winged calamity beasts fly around the ruined city. 10 kilometers away from the border, superhumans don their diving equipment and immediately swim in the river leading to the ruined city. By the river, Liu Kai's older brother, zips up his suit as he mentions that the ruined city, which has become a birthing ground for calamity beasts, must be destroyed before it mutates into a horrifying hive. Liu Kai expresses doubt that her brother and his team could simply sneak into the ruined city like that. Liu informs Liu Kai that their team received intel stating that the beasts in the ruins appear to be extremely hydrophobic. The river is their only way to enter the ruined city without attracting the calamity beast's attention. Liu and his team are literally tasked with diving into a very dangerous mission. Liu Kai is afraid that if her brother and his team are discovered by the calamity beasts, they will lack the manpower to fight back. Liu reminds Liu Kai that he and his team are all elite superhumans and he is confident that they can still put up a fight even if they are discovered by the calamity beasts. He tells Liu Kai not to worry about them and to focus on the missions she has accepted outside with her team. Liu Kai still wants to argue, but her words are cut off when Liu touches her face and tells her that the main forces are planning their assault, so someone has to go ahead. Liu says that the calamity beasts only know how to kill and multiply. They know nothing about regrouping or calling for reinforcements. If they are able to get into the ruined city and manage to report back to the outside, they will greatly increase humanity's chances of victory in the upcoming battle. Liu thinks that if they are unable to destroy the calamity beast's hideout in the ruined city, Nandu will be affected, and the death toll could reach hundreds, even thousands. Liu Kai offers her help so that her brother and his team will have some form of backup. Liu tells Liu Kai that she is not yet strong enough. Even the lowest ranked members of his team are Heaven Flare ranked. He promises Liu Kai that he will hear her out once she becomes strong enough. Before leaving, Liu comforted Liu Kai by mentioning to her that she could provide plenty of help just by doing her job. When Liu was heading towards the river, Liu Kai reminded him of his promise to be at Liu Kai's 20th birthday. Liu turned and told Liu Kai not to worry since he had never missed attending her birthdays. After finishing his words, he directed his focus on his mission and dove into the river. Seeing the famous special forces, the War Hawks, in person, Liu Kai's teammates could immediately tell that each one of them was quite capable. The pink-haired woman said that the War Hawks would bring them news of victory, so whether they lived or died, they would be hailed as heroes of Nandu. Liu Kai's teammate with the wolf head was in awe after learning that the lowest ranked among the War Hawks was at the Heaven Flare rank. Fan Kai proudly informed the Wolfman that Liu Kai's brother was not just at Heaven Flare rank. The Wolfman was surprised, realizing that Liu Kai's brother was at the White Swan rank. The ranks are as follows: Starlight, Moonglow, Sunblaze, Heaven Flare, White Swan, and Galaxy Spot. The Wolfman was Moonglow ranked and couldn't believe that he was 3 ranks away from Liu Kai's brother. Meanwhile, in Fu Rong'an, Minghe immediately stretched his body as he stepped out of his room. When he noticed that the light in Professor Tang Hang's room was still on, he wondered if he was still awake. Minghe knocked on Tang Hang's door. Tang Hang instructed Minghe to come in, saying that the door was not locked. When Minghe entered the room, papers scattered all over the floor greeted him. Professor Tang Hang was busy inspecting the samples that Fang Nianrong had delivered. Minghe asked Professor Tang if he had stayed up all night studying the samples. Professor Tang told Minghe that he couldn't sleep on a soft bed, so he decided to use his time to advance his theory. He then informed Minghe that the wild grass, weed, and dandelion he had brought back were quite varied, so it took him quite a while to inspect the samples. Minghe scratched the back of his head and explained that he wasn't familiar with those samples and was afraid of leaving an important clue behind, so he brought them all back. Professor Tang understood that Minghe was just being cautious and told him that there were smarter ways to handle it. Minghe changed the topic and informed Professor Tang that he intended to collect more bone samples soon. Professor Tang said that there was no need for Minghe to collect more samples since what they had was already enough to present a case. Minghe was shocked and asked Professor Tang if he had made any breakthroughs. Professor Tang began discussing his lectures regarding his theory on the evolution of calamity beasts. But before Professor Tang could explain, Minghe interrupted him, informing him that the calamity beasts he had encountered had grown at a horrifyingly alarming rate. Professor Tang exclaimed upon hearing Minghe's sudden confession. Minghe then described his encounter with the Azure Moon demonic matriarch to Professor Tang, from its initial easy repulsion during their first encounter to their second encounter when it disguised itself as Instructor Fang Qin. Professor Tang took some notes and told Minghe to recount the details slowly. Minghe explained to Professor Tang that after merging with Instructor Fang Qin, the Azure Moon demonic matriarch's strength multiplied, allowing it to utilize Fang Qin's techniques. Minghe shared everything up until the demise of the Azure Moon demonic matriarch. Professor Tang believed that the Azure Moon demonic matriarch held significant research value and expressed regret over Minghe killing it inside the fog. Minghe asked Professor Tang about his findings from the remains discovered at the reservoir. Professor Tang informed Minghe that it seemed to be a similar case with the Azure Moon creature, and advised Minghe to examine the samples. The samples included the remains of ducks, household pets, and common cattle arranged from left to right. Professor Tang asked Minghe if he noticed anything specific. Minghe scrutinized the samples, attempting to understand Professor Tang's intended message. He observed that the duck bones exhibited varying degrees of decay, suggesting they were thrown into the water at an earlier time. In contrast, the cats and dogs seemed to have been discarded more recently due to the presence of mold on their teeth. The sheep and cow bones showed no signs of mold or decay, indicating they were the most recent additions to the reservoir. Impressed by Minghe's deduction, Professor Tang asked him what information the bone samples from the reservoir provided. He had already given Minghe the necessary hints. After pondering for a while, Minghe suddenly exclaimed that based on the gathered bones, if the creature was a natural predator, it had undergone several stages of growth. Initially, it could only consume ducks, birds, and other easily accessible animals. Over time, it evolved, becoming capable of hunting cats, dogs, and other common household pets, while displaying a significant increase in appetite. Eventually, it reached a stage where it could prey upon larger household livestock, such as cows and sheep. Professor Tang held Minghe's shoulder and told him that his deduction is correct. Minghe was horrified by how quickly it was able to evolve. Professor Tang told Minghe that the most concerning factor lies in what the calamity beast would do after it's done with the residents of Furong Town. Thinking about the clueless people living in Furong Town, Minghe's eyes widened in horror. Professor Tang said that since the calamity beast tossed that many remains in the reservoir, it means that it has been lurking around the town's borders for a long time, perhaps finding a way to infiltrate the town. Minghe panicked. The people of Furong Town are in danger, but the evacuation routes had already been affected by the battle on the front lines. Professor Tang instructed Minghe to gather more samples. He wanted to see if he could find something more concrete about the monster they're facing. Minghe didn't waste any more time and immediately ran out of the room. Professor Tang reminded Minghe to be careful because it's possible that the unknown monster is still lurking in the water. As soon as Minghe came out of the Furong Inn, he immediately called Officer Zheng. He informed Zheng Wai that he was going to the reservoir and would need their assistance. After the call, Lin Hui, Hu Guangyi, and Tang Ning returned from the mountains. They looked dirty and tired, with dark bags under their eyes. Hu Guangyi even had some leaves in his hair and was holding a bag full of plants and leaves. When Fang Nianrong noticed the three, she immediately asked them if they had found something. Hu Guangyi said they had, and then he lifted the bag he had been holding. Lin Hui told Fang Nianrong that if she was referring to stones and trees, then they certainly had found something. Hu Guangyi felt offended and reminded Lin Hui that they had agreed to check out the forest together. Lin Hui yawned and walked towards the inn's entrance. She said that she didn't have the energy to argue with Hu Guangyi and just wanted to sleep. Hu Guangyi insisted that there must be something useful among the things he had brought and he wanted to analyze them. Lin Hui sarcastically wished him good luck. Minghe ignored them and quickly went on his way. Tang Ning asked Fang Nianrong what Minghe was trying to do. Fang Nianrong informed Tang Ning that Minghe was going down to check the reservoir. Tang Ning wanted to go with Minghe, but Fang Nianrong stopped her. She assured Tang Ning that Minghe was powerful enough to protect himself. On the other hand, Tang Ning had stayed up all night and had dark circles under her eyes. Fang Nianrong asked her to go to bed and rest. Before Tang Ning could argue, Fang Nianrong told her not to worry because they would be fine on their own. Tang Ning gave in to Fang Nianrong's insistence and asked Fang Nianrong to inform her as soon as possible if anything happened. Fang Nianrong agreed and immediately left for the reservoir. When she arrived at the reservoir, Minghe had just gotten ready and was about to go underwater. Minghe boarded a boat and they stopped at the area where the bones were found. He sat on the boat's gunwale, then leaned backward and let himself fall into the water. Minghe dove deeper to reach the bottom of the reservoir. When he reached the bottom, he had to move the rocks and seaweed aside before he found the pile of bones. Minghe started collecting some bone samples, placing them in the net he had brought with him. While Minghe was doing what he had to do, something was moving around and eyeing him. Ming seemed to have caught the attention of a monster with big eyes. As Minghe was placing a small skull in the net, he noticed something behind him. He immediately turned around, activated his mystic fist, and punched forward, but he stopped his attack when he realized that it was just a big fish swimming around. Minghe just let the big fish swim past him. Then he continued to collect more bones. When the fish was far from Minghe, something wriggled beneath its skin. Moments later, blood spurted out of the big fish as tentacles pierced through its entire body. It didn't take long for the fish to turn into nothing but bones. The wriggling tentacles then started consuming the blood that spurted out of the fish. The tentacled creature exclaimed after consuming the big fish's blood. Minghe went back to the boat to put the net full of bones into it. Zheng Wai shouted at Minghe, saying that the bones he had collected should already be enough. Minghe told Zheng Wai that the more materials they have, the more accurate the data is. He said he would go down again to collect another bag of bones. When he came back to the pile of bones, he noticed a bone that was perfectly round sticking out of the sand. Ming He moved closer and pulled the bone out. While he was inspecting the bone, a tentacled creature moved behind him. Ming He was shocked when he realized that the bone he was holding was actually a human skull. Through it, he was able to confirm that the beast had evolved to the point where it could already consume people. It meant that the fisherman, Wang Jun, wasn't the first to die. Ming He wondered when it had happened. He remembered that Professor Tang had mentioned to him that the beast's appetite would only keep increasing, and that they were lurking near Fu Rong town. Ming He became even more worried about the townspeople. The goddess immediately warned Ming He when the tentacled creature appeared behind him. Ming He reacted quickly and punched the creature behind him. But the creature dispersed to evade Ming He's punch. It was actually a group of wriggling creatures. Ming He was confused. He didn't know what he was fighting. The goddess told Ming He to stay on guard because the creatures weren't dead yet. The wriggling creatures circled around Ming He and gathered on his face as if trying to suffocate him. Moments later, Ming He's upper body was fully covered by the wriggling creatures. His hands were restricted, and he couldn't free himself from the wriggling creatures. The goddess instructed Ming He not to use brute force and to calm down. Ming He realized that he could move his legs. He spread his legs and rotated his body, causing the water around him to swirl. The current gave Ming He the opportunity to release his left arm. As soon as his arm was released, the sand below him started to show signs of movement. The sand took the bones along with it and formed into a gigantic fist. Ming He aimed the punch towards his face, and the sand fist moved towards them with great momentum. Ming He was confident that he could withstand the punch, but the same couldn't be said for the wriggling creatures. Afraid of getting hit by the sand fist, the wriggling creatures quickly moved away from Ming He. Ming He stared confidently at the fist hurtling toward him, ready to take it head on. However, the onslaught of wriggling creatures had barely begun to scatter when the fist loomed right in front of him. Undeterred, Ming He swiftly clenched his hands into fists, despite the majority of the wriggling creatures having already made their escape. By the reservoir, the police and Fang Nianrong were waiting patiently for Ming He to resurface until a massive wave formed near the area where the boat was. The cops and Fang Nianrong exclaimed and immediately formed a defensive formation, preparing to counterattack. Fang Nianrong activated her superpowers, while the cops readied their guns. Zheng Wei used his radio and repeatedly called Ming He's name, asking him to respond if he could hear them. Ming He responded, telling them that he was fine. Fang Nianrong and the police released a sigh of relief, glad that nothing bad had happened to Ming He. Zheng Wei asked Ming He to go ashore and assured him that they had him covered. Ming He replied, saying that he would. Underwater, Ming He easily stopped the punch with his left hand. Moments later, the sand fist started to crumble. Ming He stayed in the area, seemingly waiting for something. When he saw a wriggling creature that had gotten stuck in the sand, he immediately grabbed it with his left hand. He tightened his grip on the wriggling creature, which had been hit by the sand fist and must have stuck around, thinking that Ming He wouldn't be able to handle it. Ming He then swam towards the boat to go ashore. Later that day, by the river, while Ming He was sealing the wriggling creature in a jar, Zheng Wei told him that they had sent all the skeletal samples Ming He had collected to the Fu Rong Inn, and that Professor Tang had already started analyzing those samples. Ming He intended to take the wriggling creature to Professor Tang so he could immediately analyze what it was. Zheng Wei stared at the jar and said that the creature looked a bit like a worm. Ming He guessed that the worm-like creature he had caught was probably related to Wang Jun's death. The creatures were carnivorous, and there were a lot of them in the reservoir. Ming He instructed Zheng Wei to block off the reservoir and keep their distance from the water. Zheng Wei agreed. Ming He then asked Zheng Wei if the witness Wang Zhang was already awake, as he wanted to ask him about the whole situation. Zheng Wei told Ming He that Wang Zhang must already be awake and said he would inquire when he got back. Ming He thanked Zheng Wei for his efforts. Zheng Wei said that it's the best they could do for the superhumans who are risking their lives to help them. As soon as Ming He arrived at the Fu Rong Inn, he immediately asked Professor Tang to take a look at the creature he had caught. He told Professor Tang that the creature seemed to be very dependent on water because, on his way back, he saw the creature shrivel up. But once he added some water, it went back to normal. Professor Tang expressed his amazement while inspecting the creature. He thinks that many of his questions and doubts can be resolved through the creature Ming He caught. Ming He wondered if the bags of bones had become unnecessary. Professor Tang said that the bones are still very useful and that they might provide some more information. Professor Tang informed Ming He that he doesn't have to wait for him to finish because it'll take some time for him to analyze everything. Ming He said that he'll try to catch all of those creatures in the reservoir and gather more information. Professor Tang told Ming He to do what he needs to do and that he'll just inform him when he's done analyzing the samples. At the same time, 10 miles away from Fu Rong Town, in Shanxi Lumber Mill, Xia Na, Liang Dong, Zhang Lai, and Huang Fan were walking around the area to investigate. The people in Fu Rong Town informed their team that Wang Jiangnong, who was working there, hadn't been home for 2 days already. They were told that Wang Jiangnong likes to drink and often drinks alone in the lumber mill. Zhang Lai thinks that coming there to look for the drunkard old man is not worth their time. Huang Fan agrees with Zhang Lai. They had to walk to go there since there are no roads that lead to the lumber mill. Zhang Lai and Huang Fan both think that they came there for nothing. Xia Na, who was walking in front of them, suddenly stopped. She signaled the people behind her to hush. She looked back and pointed somewhere in front of her. Liang Dong, Zhang Lai, and Huang Fan looked serious, strictly following Xia Na's instructions without raising any questions. Xia Na hid behind a tree, prepared her weapon, and slowly peeked to look at something. From her angle, what she saw was a deer that was innocently drinking water from a puddle. Liang Dong asked Xia Na if there was a beast. Xia Na informed Liang Dong that she had only seen a wild deer, so there was nothing to worry about. Xia Na's actions scared them to death. They were stranded in such a desolate area, and they knew that whatever beast they encountered, they would have to take care of it themselves. They decided to check the building where the trees were being milled. They thought that maybe Wang Jiangnong was just sleeping inside. When they left, the deer turned in their direction. It looked like it was full of hatred. One side of its face and body were missing a layer of flesh, and a shard of glass was stuck in its neck. It was actually the deer that had been hit by their bus when they were on their way to Furong. When Xia Na's group entered the building, the machines hadn't been turned off, so Liang Dong expected Wang Jiangnong to be awake. They went straight to the lounge to see if Wang Jiangnong was inside. Before they could even enter the lounge, Xia Na could already smell a strong scent of alcohol. When Liang Dong, Zhang Lai, and Huang Fan caught the smell, they couldn't help but pinch their noses. They wondered how much alcohol the old drunkard had drunk. Zhang Lai said she couldn't understand why there were a lot of people who liked to drink alcohol. When they entered the lounge, they saw a man lying down on his bed. Wang Jiangnong was facing the wall, so all they could see was his back. Zhang Lai suggested to the group that they should just go back and tell the people that Wang Jiangnong couldn't go home because he was drunk. Huang Fan moved closer to Wang Jiangnong. He shook the old drunkard while asking him to wake up. Zhang Lai couldn't believe that Wang Jiangnong was able to sleep so soundly even though the room smelled so bad. When Wang Jiangnong didn't move, Huang Fan tried even harder to wake him up. After all his efforts, there was still no response from Wang Jiangnong. So Huang Fan decided to turn Wang Jiangnong around. But when he saw that half of Wang Jiangnong's face seemed to have started to rot, he panicked. He quickly moved away and fell on his ass. Wang Jiangnong suddenly woke up. His mouth suddenly distorted, opening so wide that he looked like a beast, and his teeth were abnormally sharp and pointy. Dark fluid was leaking from his mouth. He grabbed Huang Fan's head, pinned him to the ground, and bit his neck. Xia Na was the only one who was able to react immediately. She sent Wang Jiangnong away by kicking him in the face. Liang Dong took the opportunity to help Huang Fan, who was holding his neck desperately, trying to stop the bleeding. Liang Dong hurriedly carried Huang Fan away from the fight. As soon as Wang Jiangnong stood up, he immediately charged at Xia Na. Xia Na used her bow to block Wang Jiangnong's deadly bite. A distance away from the fight, Liang Dong couldn't help but wonder if rabies was the reason why Wang Jiangnong was acting that way. While Wang Jiangnong was biting Xia Na's bow, Xia Na used the chance to land a kick on Wang Jiangnong's body, and her kick sent him away. While Wang Jiangnong was still struggling to regain his balance, Xia Na quickly took an arrow from her quiver and fired a powerful shot at him. The arrow pierced through Wang Jiangnong's head, between his eyebrows, pinning him to the wall behind him. The clueless Zhang Lai asked Xia Na why she killed Wang Jiangnong. Xia Na told Zhang Lai to take a closer look so she would know whether Wang Jiangnong was still a living person or not. When she took a closer look at Wang Jiangnong, she realized that he looked like a zombie. Xia Na told the group that they should leave the area first. Liang Dong informed Xia Na that Huang Fan had passed out. His neck kept bleeding. After all, Wang Jiangnong's bite had severed his vessels. Xia Na wanted to immediately go back to town so Huang Fan could get some treatment. Liang Dong said he would carry Huang Fan, and then he asked Zhang Lai to apply pressure to Huang Fan's wound. When they were about to exit the building, they faced another problem. The vengeful deer had entered the building. Xia Na instantly prepared to attack the deer, and when she noticed the shard of glass stuck on the deer's neck, she was dumbfounded. She realized that it might be the deer that their bus had hit when they were on their way to Furong town. Zhang Lai, who was carrying Liang Dong's bag, applied pressure to Huang Fan's wound while eyeing the deer. Xia Na fired another powerful attack, but the deer effortlessly dodged the arrow by simply moving to the side. The deer's speed surprised Xia Na. Xia Na instructed Liang Dong and Zhang Lai to stay behind her. She intended to deal with the deer by herself. The deer agilely charged at Xia Na, changing its direction every other time, seemingly trying to be unpredictable. Xia Na's eyes darted around the building as she looked for things that she could use to fight against the agile deer. When she saw a running electric saw, she fired an arrow at the deer and immediately moved away. While running, the deer ducked to dodge the arrow. Xia Na took the opportunity to run in front of the electric saw. She got there and managed to cover the electric saw with her body without letting the deer realize her plan. When the deer got close enough to Xia Na, it increased its speed. Zia Na quickly jumped away, letting the deer charge through the electric saw behind her. The deer couldn't react in time, and its left antler hit the electric saw. But instead of its antlers getting cut, the electric saw got destroyed instead. Witnessing what just happened, both Liang Dong and Zhang Lai broke into a cold sweat. As soon as Zia Na regained her balance, she immediately took an arrow and aimed at the deer. She gathered more of her energy in the arrow, making it more powerful. When she released the arrow, it looked impossible to block, with an aura that threatened to pierce through anything that hindered its way. The deer was momentarily shocked by Zia Na's attack. Then it quickly looked confident. It ducked its head, stood up, and used its antler to parry Zia Na's arrow. The deer didn't even budge when the arrow destroyed the floor behind it. To easily handle one of Zia Na's powerful attacks, Zia Na determined that the deer was definitely a high-level monster. Zhang Lai told Liang Dong that they should move back further. Huang Fan has been bleeding the whole time, but there's nothing they could do because the deer doesn't seem to have the intention of letting them go. Meanwhile, inside the lounge, Wang Jiangnam, who was pinned against a wall, suddenly moved and opened his eyes. Moments later, the arrow was the only thing left on the wall. Wang Jiangnam was gone. At the same time, at Guanyun Reservoir, Minghe and the cops had already started draining the water out of the reservoir. The water level has dropped significantly, but the wriggling creatures were still out of their sight. Minghe doesn't like to take chances. He wants to patiently wait until the reservoir is fully drained. Later that day, the reservoir was completely drained, and townspeople started to gather around the area. The cops used a drone to survey the reservoir, but all they could find were bones. Zheng Wei informed Minghe that they weren't able to locate where the wriggling creatures are hiding. They searched the reservoir, but they couldn't find a trace of it. Minghe wondered if the wriggling creatures had fled upstream. Zheng Wei told Minghe that if that's the case, it'll be too difficult for them to search for it. Minghe said it's fine because when the reservoir dries up, the wriggling creatures' area of activity will be reduced, making it safer for the townspeople. The police officer holding the tablet connected to the drone couldn't help but scream in surprise after seeing the numerous bones in the reservoir. The townspeople were enlightened as to why all their livestock had inexplicably disappeared. Cleaning up all those skeletons would be a lot of work for the police, so Zheng Wei decided to assign someone to guard the place. Lin Hui, Hu Guangyi, and Tang Ning arrived at the reservoir. They came after hearing that Minghe had found something in the water. Tang Ning asked Minghe if the bones were related to the creature they're looking for. Minghe simply said yes. A Furong town resident mentioned that it was getting late, so everyone must be tired. She asked everyone to go to the ancestral hall for dinner because the chief had prepared food to thank them for their hard work. Tang Ning had already had her dinner, so Professor Tang told her to watch over that area for the night. She said that they've already lost so much of their time because of Lin Hui and Hu Guangyi. She asked Minghe to have some rest and leave everything to her. Minghe told Tang Ning that with her guarding that area, the people in the town are much safer. After settling everything they could settle, everyone went to the ancestral hall. While having their dinner, Minghe asked Zheng Wei if Wang Zhang is already awake. Zheng Wei informed Minghe that he heard from his colleagues that Wang Zhang seems to have woken up already. Minghe intends to meet Wang Zhang after his dinner to ask him a few questions. Zheng Wei said he wanted to go with Minghe, but Minghe told him that he's been working all day, so there's no need for him to come along. At night, Wang Zhang was sneaking his way into Zhu Tao's house. He knocked on the door and asked if Zhu Tao is inside. Zhu Tao answered, saying that she's at the back of the house taking a shower. She asked Wang Zhang what's the purpose of his sudden visit. Wang Zhang said that he came just to see her. While he's talking to Zhu Tao, he moved closer to the nearest window and tried to peek inside. While peeking, he told Zhu Tao that Wang Zhang left them so abruptly. He got worried that she wouldn't be able to handle things alone, so he wanted to see if he could help her in any way. Zhu Tao smiled. She told Wang Zhang to go inside and sit down first. She said she'll come to him after taking a bath. Moments later, Zhu Tao walked in and approached Wang Zhang. Once again, she asked Wang Zhang why he came to her house late at night. Wang Zhang couldn't help but blush after seeing Zhu Tao. He told Zhu Tao that he heard her screaming on the night Wang Zhang was fishing at the reservoir. Zhu Tao said she doesn't know what he's talking about. Wang Zhang didn't pursue the matter. He told Zhu Tao that since they're neighbors, he'll take care of her in Wang Zhang's stead. Zhu Tao asked Wang Zhang to stop talking about it because it scares her, especially since she's living alone in that house. She claimed that she couldn't sleep even if she wanted to. Wang Zhang immediately offered to accompany Zhu Tao in her room so she wouldn't be scared. Zhu Tao told Wang Zhang that doing that kind of thing is very inappropriate. Wang Zhang was quick to comfort Zhu Tao, saying that it's fine because she just needs to pretend that he's Wang Zhang. Moments later, the two entered Zhu Tao's room. As soon as they entered the room, Wang Zhang immediately grabbed Zhu Tao's waist. Wang Zhang embraced Zhu Tao and once again told her that he heard her screaming the night before Wang Zhang's death. Zhu Tao asked Wang Zhang to stop spouting nonsense. Instead of listening to Zhu Tao's pleas, Wang Zhang whispered in her ear that it would be bad for her if the people in the ancestral hall heard that she was with someone else the night before Wang Zhang died. He asked Ju Tao to stop pretending like she didn't know what he was talking about. He claimed that he couldn't sleep all night after hearing her scream. Wang Jiang told Ju Tao that it should be fine if they did it since she was fine being with other people. While undressing Ju Tao, Wang Jiang confessed that he had liked her for a long time. Ju Tao seemed to have given in to Wang Jiang and asked him not to be impatient. Wang Jiang asked her how he should act so that she would feel comfortable. Ju Tao told Wang Jiang to lie down and she would go on top. Wang Jiang willingly complied, and after doing so, Ju Tao asked him to close his eyes. With his eyes closed, Wang Jiang praised how experienced Ju Tao was. Ju Tao told him that she liked capturing men to eat. Moments later, Wang Jiang screamed at the top of his lungs. Ju Tao got up from her bed, picked up her dress, and put it on. After getting dressed, she licked her lips and wondered if Wang Jiang had enjoyed it. She sat on a chair and appreciated how beautifully Wang Jiang screamed. Meanwhile, Minghe was on his way to Wang Jiang's house when he passed by a restaurant. He was shocked when he saw what was written on the signboard. He approached an old man sitting in front of the restaurant and asked who owned it and who Miss Tao was. The old man told Minghe that Miss Tao was Ju Tao, Wang Jun's wife. He mentioned that Ju Tao was quite capable and cooked very well. Everyone in Furong town loved the food she made. That's why she had opened a restaurant there, attracting people from other towns. Minghe was dumbfounded upon hearing that Ju Tao cooked well. The old man also informed him that Wang Jun took Ju Tao for granted. While Wang Jun went fishing all day, Ju Tao was busy with chores and making money. However, recently Ju Tao had been staying home more often, and the restaurant wasn't open as frequently. When it was open, the dishes were unpalatable, as one of the guests had complained. Minghe asked the old man when this had happened and how frequently Ju Tao used to open the restaurant in the past. The old man told him that the incident had occurred 10 days ago and that Ju Tao used to open the restaurant regularly, even on New Year's Eve. The old man added that he had never seen Ju Tao take a day off. Realizing that the old man seemed knowledgeable about what was happening in Furong town, Minghe took the opportunity to ask if anything strange had been occurring recently. The old man informed him that there was a one-eyed man in the forest who wasted a lot of money by not picking fresh fruits. The girl at the clothing shop in front always gave the wrong change, and the old gamblers would still play cards outside, even in the snow. The old man concluded by grumbling about his own bad luck in gambling. Minghe felt awkward. He thought that what the old man told him was unrelated to his investigation. Before leaving, Minghe told the old man that he would let him continue cooling off there. When Minghe arrived at Wang Jiang's house, he couldn't find him. He wondered where Wang Jiang had gone when he was supposed to be delirious and recuperating at home. Minghe remembered that Ju Tao's house was nearby, so he decided to ask her. Minghe entered Ju Tao's courtyard and looked for her. Ju Tao came out of her house, leaned on the door, and asked Minghe why he was looking for her. Minghe told Ju Tao that he just wanted to ask her if she knew where Wang Jiang was because he wanted to ask Wang Jiang some questions. Ju Tao informed Minghe that Wang Jiang was in her house. Minghe was confused about how Wang Jiang ended up in Ju Tao's house. Ju Tao told Minghe that Wang Jiang was scared to be alone and couldn't sleep, so he came to her house. Ju Tao explained that Wang Jun and Wang Jiang were like brothers, and Wang Jiang used to come there to eat and sleep all the time. Minghe said he understood and asked Ju Tao if she could wake up Wang Jiang for him. Ju Tao said she was still cooking some meat, so she needed to take care of it, or else the whole pot would be burnt. She informed Minghe that Wang Jiang was in the back room and he could wake him up himself. Minghe agreed. When he was about to enter Ju Tao's house, Ju Tao invited him to eat since she couldn't finish a whole pot of meat by herself. Minghe immediately told Ju Tao that he had already had dinner with everyone else at the ancestral hall. Ju Tao claimed that the big pot of rice at the ancestral hall couldn't compare to her craftsmanship. Once again, she asked Minghe to try a little bit. Minghe reluctantly agreed and said he would go take a look at Wang Jiang first. Minghe entered the house while Ju Tao went to the kitchen. She picked up a butcher knife, lifted it abnormally high, and menacingly chopped something. Minghe opened the door of the back room and saw Wang Jiang sleeping, covered with a blanket. He immediately called out to Wang Jiang and introduced himself. But Wang Jiang remained lying on the bed, not moving an inch. Minghe moved closer to Wang Jiang and told him that he wanted to ask him some questions. Still, Wang Jiang didn't reply, so Minghe became curious. Minghe was about to uncover Wang Jiang when a hand with long nails grabbed his hand. After seizing Minghe, the zombie-looking Wang Jiang smiled, revealing his sharp fangs. Although shocked and confused, Minghe quickly stepped back and broke free from Wang Jiang's grip. After gaining some distance, he asked Wang Jiang what he was. Wang Jiang leisurely sat on the bed, and wriggling tentacles started to emerge from his mouth. He told Minghe that they had already met at the reservoir. Minghe asked Wang Jiang if he was the beast that was in the water. Upon being called a beast, Wang Jiang got so angry that he destroyed the bed with a punch. Wang Jiang claimed that they were higher beings, and in front of them, humans were the beasts. Ju Tao entered the room carrying a pot of food. She reminded Minghe about their agreement that he would eat first before leaving. Minghe became even more cautious, moved to the side, and asked Wang Jiang and Zhu Tao what kind of creatures they were. Zhu Tao claimed that they were human beings, just like Minghe. Minghe secretly took out his mutated crystal while telling Zhu Tao that she made him sick. He then called her a blood-sucking beast. Zhu Tao seemed not to care, she just told Minghe that he could think whatever he wanted. Wang Jiang asked Zhu Tao to let him eat Minghe's guts first, and he promised her that she could have all of Minghe's meat and bones. Zhu Tao told Wang Jiang not to be anxious and assured him that Minghe was already on her chopping block. She happened to have some questions for Minghe. Zhu Tao placed the food she cooked on a table, assuring Minghe that it was just a chicken stew, not human meat. When Minghe saw what was inside the bowl, he decided not to taste it, no matter what. It looked like the chicken had been boiled to death. The craftsmanship Zhu Tao claimed was nowhere to be seen. Zhu Tao asked Minghe what he thought about the food she served him in Jiangwei. Minghe didn't say a word, he looked serious. Remembering how Zhu Tao's food tasted made him break into a cold sweat. Zhu Tao claimed to have perfected being the real Zhu Tao. She said that even if the real Zhu Tao's closest acquaintances talked to her, she could handle everything perfectly and no one would ever doubt her. However, there was something she was very dissatisfied with, so she wanted to ask Minghe something. Minghe asked Zhu Tao what she wanted to know. He exclaimed when Zhu Tao suddenly dipped her fingers in the chicken stew. Zhu Tao asked Minghe why the cooking skills of humans are so different and complicated. Minghe was startled. He didn't think that Zhu Tao would ask about cooking skills. Zhu Tao licked the fingers she dipped in the chicken stew. She said that the taste was not right. It tasted entirely different from what Zhu Tao used to cook. She followed the recipe, but she still couldn't get the taste right. She copied, studied, and practiced so earnestly also she could open the restaurant. The results were not what she wanted, and it annoyed her, so she broke the precept. She killed the guest and threw him in the reservoir. Minghe asked her why she was talking about breaking the precept when they were supposed to be born to kill. Zhu Tao told Minghe that he was right, but before she fully understood the various behaviors of human nature, she would rather not expose herself. Minghe told Zhu Tao that she was a savage beast, so no matter how much she tried to imitate humans, it was impossible for her to become a real person. Zhu Tao left. She told Minghe that humans descale the fish and throw it in a pan full of hot oil while it's still alive, just to make sure that the meat is tender and delicious. They feed the cattle and sheep until they get fat, then pick a nice day to slaughter them. She asked Minghe if humans realized that those animals viewed them as family. Even wild flowers and plants that can neither be eaten nor used eventually get picked, cut, and trampled by humans. Zhu Tao speculates that the reason why she couldn't cook food that humans consider delicious is because she's kinder than humans. She kills living things without fooling around and mistreating them. Minghe showed a disdainful smile. He asked Zhu Tao why she was pretending to be virtuous despite leaving all those bones in the reservoir. Minghe said that even if those were just a pile of twisted and rotten bones, it still showed the fear they encountered while they were alive. Humans aren't perfect, there's good and evil. He told Sang Zhang and Zhu Tao that they looked like humans, but deep inside, they were only parasites. Minghe said that he could honestly say that they had never done a single thing that could be considered true, kind, or beautiful. But they had fully learned about the evil that resides in humans, which strongly suggests that there's no need for any instruction and no need for environmental influences. Minghe told Wang Jiang and Zhu Tao that they would naturally be evil their whole lives. Wang Jiang changed his mind. He said that instead of eating Minghe's guts, they should cut his tongue first and eat it with Zhu Tao's chicken soup. Tentacles came out of Zhu Tao's hand and arm. She said she wanted to make a dish called boiled live fish, but she would boil Minghe instead of a fish. The tentacles that came out of Wang Jiang's mouth spiraled towards Minghe. Minghe ducked to dodge the tentacles. They passed above him and cracked the part of the wall they had hit. Seeing that his surprise attack failed, Wang Jiang retracted the tentacles. Wang Jiang praised Minghe for being agile. Then his forehead suddenly cracked open, and tentacles slowly emerged from the gap between his eyebrows. Wang Jiang's head was replaced with tentacles, and he was confident that Minghe would no longer be able to dodge. Seeing that Wang Jiang had gotten serious, Minghe clenched his right fist. The mutated crystal that he was secretly holding broke. Minghe's right fist immediately absorbed the mutated crystal's essence. Zhu Tao exclaimed when she noticed that Minghe's arm was slowly getting covered with ice. Wang Jiang leaned back and swung forward, sending his tentacles towards Minghe. Minghe swung his right arm in front of him to block Wang Jiang's tentacles and then transitioned it into a punch. Zhu Tao sent her tentacles towards Minghe, and when she noticed the increase in Minghe's soul power, she quickly warned Wang Jiang to be careful. The essence of the crystal started to gather at Minghe's fist as he prepared to use his ultimate violet soul art, Hail Fist. As soon as he punched forward, numerous gigantic ice fists formed and fell from the sky. The fists rained down on Zhu Tao's house. Zhu Tao looked up to see the roof of her house get destroyed by the hail fists. Wang Jiang wasn't able to react fast enough. He immediately got hit by the hail fists. More hail fists fell towards Wang Jiang's location. He was defenseless and couldn't move away, so he didn't have a choice but to take the hail fists head on. Zhu Tao couldn't help but look back. She got worried about Wang Zhang. That moment of distraction caused her to get bombarded with hail fists too. When the hail fists stopped, everything around Minghe froze in place. Zhu Tao got contained inside a pillar of ice. The remaining essence of the mutated crystal slowly dissipated from Minghe's right arm. Suddenly, the goddess told Minghe to quickly run away. She informed Minghe that his ultimate soul art wasn't able to kill Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang. Minghe paid heed to the goddess' advice and ran away without asking any questions. The goddess manifested beside Minghe and said that the punch Minghe unleashed with the ice crystals, combined with his soul power, is powerful enough to harm a Lord rank being. She told Minghe that Zhu Tao is probably a Lord rank calamity beast. Minghe's instincts were right. He most likely wouldn't have been able to survive if he hadn't used the frost crystal first. While running, Minghe asked the goddess what species Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang are and why they're almost indistinguishable from the humans they took over. The goddess admitted that she doesn't know either. She informed Minghe that all intelligent species have the ability to evolve. They evolve and adapt according to their environment, which is very similar to humans' natural selection. The only difference is that their evolution process doesn't require thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It only takes them a few months or even shorter. Minghe thinks it's too unfair. In other stories, the enemies behave like animals, but his enemies all have high IQ and evolutionary abilities. He wondered how they reached that level. The goddess told Minghe that the stories he knew were all created by human arrogance, and that he should be glad that they haven't been on Earth for too long, so they're still in their primary forms. Otherwise, humans would probably have been extinct already. Minghe realized that Professor Tang Hang's analysis is correct. The goddess reminded Minghe that his attack just temporarily restricted Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang's movement. They'll definitely find a way out soon, so he better focus on thinking about how to escape the situation he's in. Minghe realized that he was too arrogant. He couldn't handle Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang, but he didn't call for reinforcements. Minghe said that his 4 seniors from the student council might have greatly helped him. The goddess agreed. She thinks that Tang Ming is capable enough to take on Zhu Tao. Meanwhile, in Fu Rong Inn, Professor Tang Hang slapped his desk. He was done inspecting the wriggling creature Minghe sent. He got too excited after finally finding the answers to his questions. Professor Tang seems to have felt that the wriggling creature's subject had started to hurt people again. He carefully placed the wriggling creatures in a cabinet for safekeeping. After closing the cabinet, he immediately called Minghe. When the call connected, he asked Minghe where he was. Minghe informed Professor Tang Hang that he was running wildly in the field near Wang Jun and Wang Zhang's house. Professor Tang told Minghe that he shouldn't rush to find Wang Jun's wife and Wang Zhang. Professor Tang said that, according to his analysis, there's a very high possibility that those two have been parasitized. They thought that there was something hiding in the reservoir or in Furong town, when, in fact, the beast they were looking for possessed parasitic properties similar to those of guinea worms and iron worms. It would go through 5 stages: dormant, parasitic, trogocytosis, phagocytosis, and assimilation. Minghe sarcastically thanked Professor Tang. He said that the warning would have been more helpful if Professor Tang had told him about it half an hour ago. Professor Tang noticed that Minghe was out of breath. He thought it was caused by the information he had given him, so to sympathize, he told Minghe that he himself hadn't thought that would be the case either. Minghe told Professor Tang that he had just left Wang Jun's house and that he was running for his life. He asked Professor Tang to help him contact the Hunters Association. He confirmed that both Wang Zhang and Zhu Tao had been parasitized by the beast. Minghe pointed out that it was extremely dangerous because Zhu Tao might be a Lord-rank parasitic beast. Professor Tang stuttered when he told Minghe that he would contact the Hunters Association. When Minghe didn't respond, Professor Tang panicked. He loudly asked Minghe why he wasn't responding. On Minghe's end, he was asking Professor Tang to gather the members of the student council when their call got cut. When Professor Tang looked at his phone, he saw that his phone had no service. He wondered why there was no signal in his location. Minghe couldn't help but curse when he realized that there was no signal. He was certain that it was not a mere coincidence. The goddess said that Zhu Tao dared to expose herself. That probably means she has countermeasures, such as destroying the cell towers. She wouldn't let them spread the information they have on her. Minghe remembered that the only cell tower Furong town has is the one near the lumber mill. The goddess wondered if Minghe's classmates who went to the lumber mill noticed what happened to the cell tower. Meanwhile, in the lumber mill, Xia Na, Liang Dong, and Zhang Lai were running away. Huang Fan was nowhere to be seen. Liang Dong was complaining that the head is supposed to be a zombie's weak spot when Xia Na suddenly stopped running. The broken cell tower was in front of them, and near it was a parasitized man holding an axe. The parasitized man noticed Zhang Lai, Liang Dong, and Xia Na's arrival. Xia Na tried to warn the parasitized man not to come anywhere near them. Behind Liang Dong, Jiang Lai kept shaking. Another foe had appeared before them. She had had enough of it already. Jiang Lai couldn't take it anymore. She cried and screamed at the top of her lungs. Moments before they got out of the lumber mill, when Wang Jiangnong broke free from Xia Na's arrow, he sluggishly walked towards Liang Dong. The deer charged at Xia Na, then Xia Na backflipped to dodge the charge. She baited the deer to go straight into a pile of lumber. Liang Dong said that it should be able to temporarily trap the deer. On Liang Dong's back, Huang Fan struggled to open his eyes. When he came to, the first thing he saw was Wang Jiangnong. He saw Wang Jiangnong bend his knees, seemingly preparing to leap at them. Huang Fan's eyes widened in horror. He tried to scream and warn the others, but nothing came out of his mouth. When Wang Jiangnong was already near them, Huang Fan had a determined look in his eyes. He pushed Liang Dong and let himself fall towards Wang Jiangnong. He used his own body to stop Wang Jiangnong's attack. When Liang Dong saw Wang Jiangnong, he was confused about how Wang Jiangnong was still able to move after getting punctured in the head. As soon as Wang Jiangnong regained his balance, he moved toward the defenseless Huang Fan. Wang Jiangnong opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth. Huang Fan didn't have a choice but to bravely face what was about to happen to him. Wang Jiangnong held Huang Fan's right arm while biting his neck. Liang Dong called out to Huang Fan, wanting to go and try to save him. But Xia Na stopped him from going, pointing out to Liang Dong that Huang Fan wouldn't be able to survive. All they could do was watch Huang Fan get dragged by Wang Jiangnong back to the lounge. Jiang Lai started to show signs of a mental breakdown. To wake her up from her despair, Xia Na told her that she would die if she didn't start running. Xia Na took the lead, followed by Liang Dong and Jiang Lai. They didn't get far when the deer was finally able to force its way out of the pile of lumber. Liang Dong and Jiang Lai protected themselves from the small pieces of lumber that were sent flying. The deer immediately looked for Xia Na's group. Xia Na only had 2 more arrows to use. She took out a special kind of arrow and aimed it at the deer. She ordered Liang Dong and Jiang Lai to keep running. Xia Na released the string of her bow, firing the special arrow at the deer. When the arrow got closer to the deer, it spread out, releasing some kind of wide cloth. The deer was caught off guard and got trapped inside Xia Na's special tool. The 3 quickly ran for their lives. They ran for a while before they came across the parasitized man who was holding an axe. Jiang Lai despaired. She was only a freshman but was already experiencing a life and death situation. Xia Na couldn't help but curse when she realized that she had already run out of arrows. The parasitized man slowly lifted the axe he was holding. Xia Na noticed that the man didn't seem to be as agile as the deer. She thought that maybe she would be able to defeat the parasitized man. The man swung his axe vertically towards Xia Na. Xia Na sidestepped to dodge the axe, but the ground burst when the axe landed. Xia Na sustained some injuries before she was able to bounce back. Liang Dong immediately checked if Xia Na was alright. Xia Na said that the man wasn't fast but surprisingly powerful. Her quiver was empty, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to fight against the parasitized man. Their situation got even more complicated as the mutant deer would break free soon, and Wang Jiangnong was also a threat. Since the cell tower got destroyed, they couldn't seek help. They had to do things on their own. Xia Na and Liang Dong looked at the cowering Jiang Lai. Considering Xia Na's injuries, Liang Dong told her that he would draw the parasitized man's attention so she could take Jiang Lai back to town first. Xia Na disagreed. She wanted to be the one to deal with the parasitized man, and Liang Dong would take Jiang Lai away. But Liang Dong insisted. While rummaging through his bag, he assured Xia Na that he was flexible despite his size. Liang Dong took out a boomerang and told Xia Na that they were out of time, so they shouldn't talk too much. He wanted to show Xia Na how awesome he was. With all his might, Liang Dong threw the boomerang towards the parasitized man. With great momentum, the boomerang quickly got closer to the parasitized man. The parasitized man was too slow to react and dodge the boomerang. When the boomerang connected with its stomach, it got knocked away, causing it to smash into the huge rock behind it. After hitting the parasitized man, the boomerang curved and returned to Liang Dong's grasp. Liang Dong proved to Xia Na that he wasn't a weakling. Xia Na couldn't help but be cheerful after seeing what Liang Dong could do. In the midst of their desperate situation, she saw a glimmer of hope. But when Xia Na heard a familiar noise, frustration leaked out of her expression. Liang Dong told Xia Na that he would lead the parasitized beings to the valley and asked her to run away with Jiang Lai. Xia Na realized that it was the best choice they could make. Before running away with Jiang Lai, she told Liang Dong to be careful. The parasitized man got up and roared at the top of its lungs. Liang Dong's attack seemed to have enraged it. He had a bitter smile after seeing that his attack didn't do much damage to the parasitized man. Once again, he threw the boomerang towards the parasitized man. But this time, the parasitized man was prepared. It opened its arms and embraced the boomerang. Although it got pushed back, it was able to hold on to the boomerang. Liang Dong was shocked. He didn't expect that the parasitized man could do that. He didn't have a choice but to abandon his weapon and run away. Suddenly, something leaped over the parasitized man. The parasitized deer appeared and chased after Liang Dong. He desperately ran towards the valley. When he arrived at the edge of the cliff, although he had already planned it, he still couldn't help but curse. Crossing the valley seemed impossible, but Liang Dong didn't stop. He jumped off the cliff while taking a small boomerang out of his bag. While in midair, Liang Dong quickly attached a rope to the small boomerang. After securing the rope to the boomerang, Liang Dong swung his left hand. With all his might, he threw the boomerang towards a tree. Behind Liang Dong, the parasitized deer barely managed to stop itself from falling into the cliff. Liang Dong's boomerang circled around a branch, wrapping the rope around it. The parasitized deer could do nothing but watch as Liang Dong swung his way to the other side of the valley. Liang Dong safely landed on the ground without injuring himself. He even had the luxury of turning around and mocking the parasitized deer, challenging it to come to his side. Seemingly frustrated, the parasitized deer roared loudly. Meanwhile, Minghe was running in the bright but deserted streets of Furong town. When he noticed that the electrical power had been cut off, an old man with a dangerous aura suddenly appeared in front of Minghe. Minghe immediately stopped running and clenched his hand into a fist. After taking a careful look, he realized that it was actually the old man he had met at Zhu Tao's restaurant. The old man asked Minghe why he was in such a hurry. Minghe asked the old man to quickly tell his neighbors to hide in a safe place as soon as possible. The old man asked Minghe what they were hiding from. Minghe then informed the old man that everyone was eating at the ancestral hall. They had a tradition in their town that no matter what happened, all of them would gather for a banquet on Wednesdays. So most of the Furong townspeople were in the ancestral hall. Minghe informed the old man that there was a beast in their town and asked if their town had a shelter. The old man told Minghe that there was a big underground air raid shelter behind the ancestral hall. Minghe respectfully asked the old man if he could go there and instruct the townspeople to hide in the shelter. However, he realized that the old man's legs were not in good shape, so he decided to run over there on his own. The old man said that although his legs were not in good condition, he could still drive. He then pointed at a nearby vehicle, saying that it was his car. Minghe said that it would help them a lot. He then told the old man that he needed to drive fast because it was an urgent matter. The old man quickly sat in the driver's seat and bragged that when he was younger, he was the perfect messenger. The old man drove away, leaving dust behind. Minghe was amazed by the old man's character. Moments later, while Minghe was walking in the street, he heard a noise coming from one of the buildings. When Minghe opened the door, he saw a woman eating something alone in the dark. Minghe wondered why the woman didn't go to the ancestral hall to eat. Minghe walked inside the building and told the woman that Furong town wasn't safe, so she needed to come with him. As Minghe got closer, he was shocked by what he saw. The woman was actually eating an unprocessed chicken while repeatedly saying that she was very hungry. Minghe backed off and told the woman to enjoy her meal and that he wouldn't bother her. The woman said that it was already her 5th time, but she wasn't full yet. When the woman turned to look at Minghe, it was revealed that her features looked the same as those who were parasitized. She told Minghe that his scent was very fragrant and that it thought it would only be full after eating him. The parasitized woman leaped towards Minghe, saying that it needed to eat him. It tried to claw at Minghe, but he was able to narrowly dodge. Minghe was astonished. He didn't expect the woman to be as fast as a cheetah. He quickly pounced back, but his back hit the doors. Luckily, the doors detached from the frame, so he was able to successfully get out of the building. Minghe slid backwards and struggled to regain his balance, falling on his knees. When he looked up, he was dumbfounded. The parasitized woman was crawling on the ceiling, still repeatedly saying how hungry it was. The goddess warned Minghe not to stay in that area because there were more than one of those things around. Sure enough, 2 men holding sickles appeared on both of Minghe's sides. The parasitized man on his right side had an eye patch on his left eye. Minghe observed the 2 men and wondered if both of them were also infected by the parasites. The goddess urged Minghe to leave, informing him that the female parasite was already on her way. She advised him not to waste his time on the parasitized townspeople. From the ceiling, the parasitized woman leapt towards Minghe and once again tried to claw at him. When the parasitized woman got closer, Minghe stepped on her back and immediately jumped onto a building's roof. The 2 men, holding sickles, chased after Minghe. Suddenly, Minghe heard a loud sound as if something had broken. Then, a loud cry followed. The goddess gritted her teeth and informed Minghe that Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang had broken free from his ice. Minghe couldn't believe it. A punch that cost him 300,000 yuan had only given him a short amount of time to flee. The goddess explained that the cry they had heard sounded like an ability that many of the beasts have, an ability used to call something. Minghe asked the goddess what the cry was trying to call. The goddess told Minghe that he wouldn't like what she was going to say. She revealed that quite a few people in Furong town had been devoured by the parasitic beasts. While they were conversing, the men holding sickles had already caught up with Minghe. They appeared on both sides of him and immediately slashed their sickles toward him. Before Minghe could deal with the men holding sickles, another parasitized man, holding a saw, appeared. The one-eyed parasitized man threatened to chop off Minghe's head. Ming-He kicked the handle of the one-eyed parasitized man's sickle. The one-eyed parasitized man growled at Ming-He while holding the handle, which was the only thing left of his sickle. Seeing that the one-eyed parasitized man was distracted, Ming-He took the opportunity to punch him in the chest. The one-eyed parasitized man smashed into a wall after being thrown away by Ming-He's punch. But even after all that, the parasitized men still stood up as if nothing had happened. Ming-He couldn't believe that they hadn't died from his attack. The parasitized man, holding a saw, got closer to Ming-He. Ming-He quickly bent backward to evade the parasitized man's horizontal slash. However, before he could stand up, the parasitized man immediately followed up with a vertical slash. The parasitized man grinned as he swung the saw with all his might. The saw had already hit the roof, but a drop of Ming-He's blood was nowhere to be seen. It turned out that the saw had only hit the gap between Ming-He's legs. Out of frustration, the parasitized man gritted his teeth and swung the saw towards Ming-He. In order to avoid being cut in half, Ming-He desperately crawled backward. He raised his legs and backflipped to gain some distance from the parasitized man. As soon as he landed on the roof, he immediately dashed towards the parasitized man with his left hand stretched out. The parasitized man swung his saw, but Ming-He narrowly evaded it. Ming-He then used his right fist to punch the parasitized man's face. Ming-He's punch removed some of the parasitized man's teeth. The parasitized man smashed through the roof and fell heavily to the ground. Ming-He moved closer to the hole and looked at the parasitized man, feeling contemptuous of him for daring to use his saw on him. He stood there for some time to see if the parasitized man was dead or alive. However, he was so focused that he didn't notice that the parasitized woman was already crawling behind him. The parasitized woman opened her mouth to bite Ming-He's neck. As soon as Ming-He noticed that something was behind him, he immediately looked back. He exclaimed when he saw a tongue sticking out of an open mouth getting closer to his neck. Ming-He swung his right arm backward and quickly raised his right shoulder. The parasitized woman was able to latch herself onto Ming-He, but her tongue got cut after Ming-He shut her mouth by hitting her chin with his shoulder. Tears flowed from the parasitized woman's eyes as blood spurted out of her mouth. The parasitized woman let go of Ming-He to cover her mouth. She fell on her back and then rolled around in pain. Moments later, the parasitized woman released some steam and stopped moving. Ming-He wondered if she was dead. When he confirmed that the parasitized woman was indeed dead, he pondered why she died. Ming-He didn't do much to kill the parasitized woman, she only lost her tongue. As soon as he saw and thought about the tongue, he realized something. Suddenly, the goddess screamed at Ming-He, demanding that he think about it later because he needs to get out of there first. Ming-He came back to his senses and immediately ran and jumped from one roof to another. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall, Fang Nianrong and Professor Tang led the evacuation of the Furong townspeople. The elder was telling the townspeople to quickly enter the shelter when a woman suddenly asked what was happening. People started to gather around the elder, seemingly looking for an answer. The elder informed the townspeople that there were beasts in their town. The woman moved closer to the elder and told everyone that she had heard a lot of terrible screams. She then urged the elder to close the stone gate so the beasts wouldn't be able to enter. When the townspeople around the elder expressed their support for the woman's idea, the elder said that they shouldn't close the stone gate yet because there were still some people outside. He then ordered the woman to move inside the shelter. Outside the ancestral hall, Ming-He jumped down in front of the ancestral hall's front door. Fang Nianrong, Professor Tang, a police officer, and a few more townspeople were the only people outside the shelter. When Professor Tang saw Ming-He, he waved at him and urged him to quickly enter the shelter. Before entering the shelter, Ming-He informed Professor Tang that it's not just Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang who were taken over by parasites. He told Professor Tang that on his way there, many townspeople attacked him. Ming-He pointed out that they were all fine before, but they suddenly changed at some point. Professor Tang told Ming-He that the parasites they're facing have some latency. They need to fully take over the host's organs to be able to completely dominate the host. Ming-He wanted to say something but didn't continue. Instead, he asked Professor Tang if someone in the ancestral hall had been taken over by a parasite. Fang Nianrong and the old man he met at the restaurant overheard their conversation. Ming-He informed Professor Tang that the parasites are capable of imitating human speech and behavior. Without careful inspection, it's difficult to determine who's been taken over. The old man joined the conversation and told Ming-He that the people there are probably all normal, and that most of the monsters are outside. Ming-He asked him how he could say so. The old man said that the parasites are like foxes who've only learned halfway about human behavior. They behave weirdly, so they're afraid to appear in crowded spaces. Now that so many people in their town had passed, there's bound to be a feast during the first 3 nights. It is one of their dark old customs. Their elders used to say that for the first 3 nights, the dead will come back to visit everyone. Everyone has to pretend as if nothing happened and quietly go to the ancestral hall. Everyone eats up the feast. It is the only way the souls of the dead will leave in peace. Professor Tang realized that what the old man is trying to say is that those who have been taken over by parasites don't know about the custom, so they didn't come to the ancestral hall for dinner. The old man said that he didn't have a choice but to stand guard all night because people didn't believe him when he told them that strange things were happening in the town. Professor Tang asked Minghe if the mutants he met were all the same. Minghe told Professor Tang that except for Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang, the other beasts are weaker and have lower IQ. Professor Tang said that it matches up with what he studied. He shared with Minghe that the parasites can be split into the first and second generation. He said that they can think of Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang as the first generation because their strength is so powerful that they're able to perfectly imitate humans' language, knowledge, and habits. Minghe remembered that Zhu Tao had appeared at the ancestral hall and invited him and Zheng Wei to her house for dinner. Professor Tang was able to confirm that the first generation had reached the point where they could integrate themselves into the community. The second generation was more like zombies seen in movies, primitive, brutal, and not fully evolved. Professor Tang said that based on the data he had collected and analyzed before, there should be 3 first-generation parasites. As for the second generation, Professor Tang believed there should be 30 of them. Minghe still had questions for Professor Tang, but the professor stopped the conversation, saying that they could discuss it later. Since it had been confirmed that the second generation of parasites were not among the townspeople, the only thing they could do to protect the rest of the townspeople was to close the shelter and wait for support. The second generation parasites were roaming the entire town, extremely hungry and willing to eat whatever they saw. Professor Tang said that they should start going inside the shelter as well. But before they could enter, Fang Nianrong felt that something was not right. She said that there weren't any second-generation parasites among the people in the ancestral hall, but that didn't mean there weren't any first-generation ones. Fang Nianrong reminded Professor Tang that he himself had said there were 3 first-generation parasites. They knew that Zhu Tao and Wang Zhang were first-generation parasites, but the identity of the third one remained unknown. Fang Nianrong speculated that perhaps the third first-generation parasite was among the townspeople inside the shelter. Suddenly, second-generation parasites started to enter the ancestral hall. They immediately charged towards Fang Nianrong the moment they laid eyes on her. Professor Tang grabbed Fang Nianrong's right arm and pulled down the switch to close the stone wall. As the stone wall started to close, Professor Tang pulled Fang Nianrong towards the shelter. While pulling Fang Nianrong towards the shelter, he told her that she was right. But they didn't have a choice. The stone wall was closing halfway, but some of the second-generation parasites were already near the shelter's entrance. In order to enter, the one-eyed parasitized man dove towards the shelter. His head had just entered the shelter when the stone wall completely closed. Minghe, Fang Nianrong, Professor Tang, and the townspeople watched as the one-eyed parasitized man's head was severed by the stone wall. The elders and townspeople's eyes widened. They were confused about what had just happened. But the elder quickly realized that it was the beast hiding in their town and that they were hiding among the townspeople. Outside the shelter, it could be seen that more second-generation parasites had arrived at the ancestral hall. With the stone wall successfully closed, the immediate external threat had been temporarily resolved. However, they still had to remain cautious about potential dangers within the shelter. Minghe, Professor Tang, and Fang Nianrong gazed at the townspeople, who were still in shock. Everything had happened suddenly, causing the townspeople's emotions to be in disarray. Most of them couldn't help but cry. Moments after the stone wall closed, the alarm system in Furong Town sounded. Somewhere outside Furong Town, Lu Feng, the senior eagle sniper of the 4th group, heard the alarm. He then informed his groupmates, a woman and a man, that Furong Town was facing a level 7 disaster. The man stated that resolving a level 7 disaster required the presence of a superhuman of heavenly flare rank. The woman asked Lu Feng what they should do. Lu Feng told them that they would meet up with their other group members, evacuate immediately, and seek external support. The man questioned Lu Feng's plan, as he believed it was wrong since Tang Ning and Minghe's group were still in Furong Town. Lu Feng pointed out that the purpose of the alarm was to alert them, not to prompt them to go back and die. His words silenced the man and the woman. They hadn't expected Lu Feng to be that cold-hearted. Meanwhile, in Furong Town, the second-generation parasites were irritated by the noise from the alarm. A man and a woman landed on top of a roof, after which the man jumped towards the public address system and smashed it to pieces. The man was actually Wang Zheng. He was relieved that he finally got the silence he wanted. He mentioned that his head was about to explode from all the noise. Zhu Tao informed Wang Zhang that most of the townspeople had already hidden underground. Wang Zhang cursed, wondering if the townspeople would get hungry soon. Zhu Tao smirked, thinking that the townspeople were holding on to false hope, believing they would be safe by hiding. Wang Jiang asked Zhu Tao if she had made any arrangements. Zhu Tao reminded Wang Jiang that they had another partner. Finally, Wang Jiang remembered that back then, it was just the three of them who came to that place, which they saw as strange and dirty. When they encountered a cockroach, they would stay away from it. But they had come a long way and they already had many descendants. Wang Jiang stated that humans always talked about family and clans as if they were superior, but they never considered how inferior their reproductive methods were. Wang Jiang believed that compared to them, humans were like cockroaches, maggots, and rats. Wang Jiang raised his left hand and declared that they were the superior species. As if to show their agreement with Wang Jiang's statement, the second-generation parasites roared and raised their hands as well. Zhu Tao told Wang Jiang that there's no point in making such a distinction. She said that the people of Furong Town have helped them a great deal. Zhu Tao thinks that the townspeople can be called their placenta. Wang Jiang repeated the word placenta. Then the second-generation parasites also repeated the word placenta. Later that night, the waning crescent moon could be seen dominating the sky. Inside the shelter, most of the Furong townspeople had already recovered from their initial shock. They believed that Minghe would find a way out of their predicament, that everything would be alright. Professor Tang gave Minghe a paper, telling him to take a look at it. While receiving the paper, Minghe wondered what was on it. Professor Tang told Minghe that they were the dandelion seeds he collected from the reservoir. Minghe asked Professor Tang how those dandelion seeds were related to the parasites. Professor Tang told Minghe that those weren't real dandelions but a clever disguise that the parasites use. Dandelions spread their seeds with the wind. That method of reproduction is imitated by the parasite, so it has evolved into a dandelion parasite species. The parasitic spores spread to some people and animals, forming a stronger and more terrifying parasitic beast. Minghe wondered if Wang Jun, who often went fishing, had died because of it. Professor Tang told Minghe that Wang Jun probably carried the first generation of parasitic spores. The first generation spores got to his wife, Zhu Tao, through his body. In the end, the parasite devoured Zhu Tao and replaced her, and Wang Jun is also Zhu Tao's pullet. Professor Tang thinks that one of the reasons why Wang Jun would go fishing every night is to dispose of the corpses that were consumed by Zhu Tao. Another reason is to feed Zhu Tao's other companions. Minghe immediately thought that the other two first-generation parasites were actually raised by Zhu Tao. Professor Tang showed Minghe a rectangular container containing the wriggling creature he caught in the reservoir. He told Minghe that one of the first-generation parasites is the wriggling creature contained in the rectangular container. Minghe was shocked. Professor Tang explained that it's just a small piece and that the rest of the parasite's body should be in Wang Jiang. Remembering his encounter with Wang Jiang, Minghe noticed that Wang Jiang was very irritable. Professor Tang told Minghe that he had created codenames for the first-generation parasites. The dandelion parasite is the queen, and the sea anemone parasite is the tyrant. Minghe took note of the codenames. Professor Tang told Minghe that the reason why he came there to collect samples and investigate was that the hunters had collected a very strange sample. It was a sample from the third first-generation parasite, which he referred to as Ghost. Professor Tang said that the ghost was actually the first to enter Furong Town, acting as the pioneer of the parasitic species. After familiarizing itself with the surroundings, it led the queen and tyrant to the town. Minghe asked Professor Tang if he was saying that the final first-generation parasite, Ghost, was hiding among their group. Professor Tang told Minghe that Ghost was the first one to evolve, and he was already well aware of human habits, so it was possible that he already knew about Furong Town's customs. Minghe pondered how they could find Ghost in such a large group without having enough information. Professor Tang asked Minghe if he had noticed something while fighting the second-generation parasites. Minghe suddenly remembered his suspicion. He informed Professor Tang that when he fought the second-generation parasites, he noticed that their tongue seemed to be their most important organ. Professor Tang thought for a moment and then told Minghe that if what he said was true, he had a solution. However, he was afraid that Minghe might have to take a huge risk. Professor Tang mentioned that he had come in a hurry and only brought some items from the ancestral hall. He believed that the rations wouldn't last long. In the corner of the shelter, Minghe and Professor Tang discussed the plan. Moments later, Minghe agreed to follow Professor Tang's plan. It was their only way to get out of their predicament. The townspeople started to feel the difficulties of being in an evacuation shelter. Children started crying, and others were having difficulties figuring out how to satisfy their needs. The elder told the townspeople not to be afraid and asked them to listen to what Professor Tang had to say. Professor Tang revealed to the townspeople that they were facing a beast who knew how to disguise itself and could even assume their form. From their investigation, they found out that there was a beast hiding among them that had taken their form. Knowing that there was a beast among them, the townspeople panicked once again. Professor Tang immediately asked the townspeople not to panic. He assured them that he was an expert and had already figured out what they needed to do. Professor Tang told them that he had developed a medicine that coats the tongue. They just needed to hold it on their tongue for 3 minutes, and then they would find out who the parasitic monster was. Zhang Wei told the townspeople that each one of them would have one tongue-coating medicine, and a group inspection would be conducted later. When Professor Tang started giving out the medicine, he asked everyone not to eat it right away upon receiving it because it would be better if they ate it at the same time. By the time he was done giving out the medicine, Professor Tang made sure that everyone had received one. After confirming that everyone had been given the medicine, Professor Tang instructed everyone to put it on their tongue. He pointed out that they shouldn't let anyone see their tongue before the inspectors took a look. Minghe, Professor Tang, and Fang Nianrong also applied the medicine to their tongues. The townspeople grew worried, wondering if there were any side effects, but they still followed the instructions, knowing that everything was already out of their hands. Professor Tang looked at his watch and announced that 3 minutes had already passed. He reminded everyone to keep their mouths shut and not let anyone see their tongue except the inspector. Professor Tang asked them to come one by one in an orderly manner to be inspected by Minghe. Everyone willingly did what Professor Tang asked them to do. Zhang Wei stood beside the line to ensure that the townspeople would line up properly and not push each other. Fang Nianrong guarded the gate that led to Minghe. She made sure that people went to Minghe one at a time. After letting a blonde woman pass through, she immediately closed the gate. Inside the inspection area, Minghe asked the blonde woman to stick out her tongue so he could inspect it. The woman willingly obliged, moving closer to Minghe and sticking out her tongue. After Minghe inspected the woman's tongue, he thanked her for her cooperation. Then he called for the next person to be inspected. Fang Nianrong told the blonde woman to go to the other side after being inspected. While she was on her way to the other side, the blonde woman assured the townspeople that she was fine. The second person Minghe checked wasn't the parasitized person either, so he proceeded to check the next person. After a few minutes, Professor Tang got worried. They were more than halfway through, but they still hadn't found the parasitized person. The next person Minghe was about to inspect was a man wearing an apron. After being called, the man walked inside the inspection space. The man glanced at the gate when Fang Nianrong was closing it. Minghe asked the man to come to him and not to be nervous. When the man got close enough, Minghe asked him to open his mouth so that his tongue could be inspected. After inspecting the tongue, Minghe told the man that his tongue was normal. He then thanked the man for his cooperation. The man asked Minghe if the medicine was actually useful, saying that it just tasted like candy. Minghe laughed and told the man that maybe it was just candy in the first place. The man turned his back to Minghe as he was about to exit the inspection space. But to his surprise, Fang Nianrong didn't open the gate. They looked at the man warily. The man asked Fang Nianrong why she was looking at him like that. He demanded her to quickly open the gate. The man got confused as to why they weren't letting him out. He tried to persuade everyone that there was nothing wrong with him. Behind the man, Minghe used his arms to tell Fang Nianrong that the man was not normal. The elder pointed at the man and called him Wang Desheng. The elder and the townspeople couldn't believe that Wang Desheng was a beast. Wang Desheng got furious and insisted that there was nothing wrong with him. To prove that he was normal, he told everyone to take a look at his tongue. Wang Desheng opened his mouth and stuck his tongue out. When everyone looked at his tongue, it was clear that his tongue was normal. Once again, he demanded that Fang Nianrong let him out, claiming that he wasn't a parasitic beast. Professor Tang told Wang Desheng that he should stop pretending because they already knew that he was the third first-generation beast, Ghost. But Wang Desheng still kept insisting that he was human. Minghe called Wang Desheng a self-righteous beast. He then told him to keep his eyes open and take a look at what a real human tongue looks like. Professor Tang asked everyone to open their mouths, stick out their tongues, and take a look at each other's tongues. After following Professor Tang's instructions, it was revealed that the color of their tongues varied. The children realized that the medicine was the color-changing candy that they often eat. The candy caused their tongues to change color after eating it. A man from the crowd revealed that he had bought a big bag of it because children love it. He planned to distribute it to those who came to eat at the ancestral hall, so he was wondering how it became a medicine for eliminating beasts. Realizing that he had been fooled, Wang Desheng gritted his teeth. When Professor Tang instructed everyone to put the medicine on their tongues, Wang Desheng did put the medicine in his mouth, but he secretly swallowed it. After swallowing the medicine, Wang Desheng couldn't help but smile. He thought that Professor Tang and Minghe were idiots for using a ridiculous plan to get rid of him. A kid near the gate exclaimed. He pointed at Wang Desheng and said that Wang Desheng hadn't followed the rules, so he must be the beast because he was afraid that the medicine would expose him. Wang Desheng became enraged and hated everyone for using such despicable, ridiculous, and childish methods. Minghe was telling Wang Desheng that it was the first lesson they would teach him. Almost immediately, Wang Desheng's aura changed. Minghe was alarmed and immediately raised his guard. As if he were in great pain, Wang Desheng held his head tightly while his body shook vigorously. Moments later, tentacles started to come out of every part of his his body. Wang Desheng raised his head, spread his arms, and roared, seemingly releasing the pain that he had been feeling. While his tentacles were starting to cover his features, Wang Desheng said that when he came down to humans' land, he saw a creature just as despicable as humans. Everyone behind the gate took a step back as they watched Wang Desheng's features change. Wang Desheng's face had already turned into a monster's when he asked everyone if they knew what creature he was referring to. Wang Desheng revealed that what he saw was an inconspicuous little banyan seedling. He said that he had seen it sprout on the cycads with his own eyes and that he saw its tentacle-like vines grow around the tree. As the banyan tree thrived, its vines grew thicker and thicker. All of a sudden, the whole cycad tree was already wrapped by it. The cycad tree that nurtured it couldn't even get a ray of sunshine. The nutrients that were absorbed were all taken by the banyan vines. Wang Desheng said that the tree would have never expected that the little banyan seedling would turn into an insatiable being. In the end, it would die after being tortured and trapped in a depressive state. Wang Desheng thinks that it's ridiculous that when humans see a tall banyan tree and discover the beautiful scene created by its hollow spots leading to the blue sky, they can't help but praise it. But they never thought that there was a desperate mother worrying. Wang Desheng said that humans have been treating the banyan tree as a god and that they instinctively feel sorry for its despicable and cruel life. Humans reproduce endlessly. The greed of humans' space colonies. Humans' so-called wisdom and civilization. Wang Desheng thinks that all of it is strangling the mother universe. He then declared that he will never let humans grow into towering trees and that he will completely wipe them out while they're just seedlings. When Wang Desheng swung his right arm, it extended and threatened to whip Ming-He. Ming-He immediately leaped backward to dodge the attack. Wang Desheng's attack broke the floor. Seeing that Wang Desheng's casual blow was already so powerful, Ming-He gritted his teeth. Wang Desheng realized that Ming-He seemed to be everyone's only hope of survival. Ming-He exclaimed when Wang Desheng suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Almost immediately, Ming-He desperately moved from side to side to evade Wang Desheng's pointy arms. Even though Ming-He was moving fast, Wang Desheng still managed to wound his right shoulder. Finally, the barrage of attacks stopped when he managed to move back and gain some distance. Wang Desheng is not just strong, he's also fast. Ming-He thinks that if he doesn't use his spirit powers, there won't be any hope of retaliation. But he only has one chance to use the frost crystal, and there's still an emperor-level beast outside the shelter. Ming-He decided not to use the only leverage he had. Without touching it, he absorbed the cement below him. He believed that he could eliminate Wang Desheng without using the frost crystal. Ming-He clenched his left fist and then used a charged punch. In response, Wang Desheng turned his right arm into a shield. Wang Desheng used his shield to block Ming-He's charged punch. Ming-He was in disbelief after seeing that his attack was easily blocked by Wang Desheng. While hiding behind his shield, Wang Desheng prepared to puncture Ming-He's head with his left arm. Ming-He's eyes widened when Wang Desheng's pointy arm suddenly came out of the shield. He managed to lean backwards, but the arm was so fast that it still managed to scratch his forehead. Fang Nianrong and Professor Tang became worried about Ming-He. To prevent Wang Desheng from having another opportunity to attack, Ming-He immediately moved back. After doing so, he assured Fang Nianrong and Professor Tang that he's fine. Knowing the extent of Wang Desheng's abilities, Ming-He realized that he wouldn't be able to beat Wang Desheng with just his regular skills. The elder asked Professor Tang why the Superhuman Institute sent such a doll to deal with Wang Desheng. Professor Tang told the elder that he had no idea and that he was only a professor who conducted scientific research. Fang Nianrong asked Professor Tang to let her join in too, but Professor Tang didn't agree, saying that she shouldn't bother Ming-He. Professor Tang told everyone that they just have to believe in Ming-He because if he can't deal with Wang Desheng, they'll all die. The child near the gate wished Ming-He good luck. Then he asked Ming-He to beat Wang Desheng for them. Wang Desheng got irritated after hearing the kid and demanded the kid to shut up. He threatened the children that after he's done dealing with Ming-He, he'll eat their parents one by one and tell them how their parents tasted. Hearing Wang Desheng's threats, the kids couldn't help but cry. Wang Desheng asked Ming-He how he wanted to die, but Ming-He just stood still and didn't answer. Wang Desheng reformed his arms into blades and immediately dashed towards Ming-He. Ming-He blocked, stepped back, and jumped away to avoid getting cut by Wang Desheng's sharp blades. When Ming-He jumped away, Wang Desheng took the opportunity to change his arm into a thorny whip and immediately whipped Ming-He's back. Ming-He's body slightly bent the moment the whip landed on his back. Ming-He endured the pain as he grabbed the whip and landed a punch on Wang Desheng's chest, but he wasn't strong enough to push Wang Desheng away. Wang Desheng told Ming-He that his strength was not enough and, by human standards, he was nothing more than a mid-level Corona-grade hunter. Ming-He moved away from Wang Desheng. Wang Desheng bragged that he was a Heaven Flare rank, and among the people present, no one was even close to his rank. He claimed that he could see in Ming-He's eyes that he had no intention of giving up. He then told Ming-He that he would show him just what despair was. Once again, Wang Desheng reformed his body. His spine separated from his upper body and repositioned itself vertically behind him. The spine grew a pair of bone legs and some ribs. Then the bones became fully covered with flesh. Wang Desheng transformed into something like a centaur, with his left arm turning into a shield and his right arm turning into a pointed weapon. He told Minghe that it was an honor for him to die by his new form. Wang Desheng revealed that Minghe had tricked him into coming there, thinking that he could be trapped. In reality, Minghe had just created a death arena. Wang Desheng stated that no matter who entered, there would only be one result. With his pointed arm stretched out, Wang Desheng charged at Minghe, who didn't have time to evade and was forced to use his arms to block Wang Desheng's pointed arm. Minghe was pushed away by Wang Desheng's attack. His back then smashed into a wall, causing it to crack. Wang Desheng asked Minghe if he had ever thought about why he had never noticed their existence before. Before Minghe could answer, Wang Desheng revealed that Minghe's group had only discovered them because they allowed it. They were confident that Minghe's group had nothing on them. Covered in wounds and bruises, Minghe gritted his teeth and aggressively stared at Wang Desheng. While threatening to annihilate him, Wang Desheng ran towards Minghe. After closing the distance, Wang Desheng jumped, swung his pointy arm, and aimed it towards Minghe's head. Everyone behind the gate got scared and closed their eyes. Suddenly, they heard something dripping. Minghe bent his right knee and used both of his hands to hold Wang Desheng's pointy arm. He was able to stop the fatal attack, but his hands got heavily injured. Wang Desheng told Minghe that he was basically dead, thinking that Minghe couldn't fight him without using his hands. Minghe said that he could still use his hands, he just needed the medium he needed the most to win the battle. Wang Desheng laughed and told Minghe that he had seen humans' ridiculous hot-blooded cartoons where the protagonist had to be beaten and bruised before reaching their full potential. Minghe told Wang Desheng that he misunderstood. He said that he didn't rely on desperate fighting spirit but relied on the blood that flowed through his own body. Minghe revealed that his blood was his strongest fighting medium. He began absorbing his blood, which was actually considered a brilliant rank medium. Wang Desheng stood still and stared at Minghe. Minghe said that Wang Desheng wasn't that fast and strong, but in order to preserve his strength, he chose to take on some injuries. Wang Desheng couldn't believe that Minghe could have dodged his attacks but chose not to. Minghe explained that constantly moving around would only make him tired, so he decided to take on an injury. Minghe's aura increased dramatically. He pushed Wang Desheng away and threatened to blast him to pieces. Wang Desheng smashed into a wall, then onto the ground. Blood was dripping from his mouth as he sluggishly stood up. When he looked at his back, he was shocked to see that his hind legs were smashed. Wang Desheng exclaimed when Minghe, who was prepared to punch him, suddenly appeared in front of him. He immediately raised his shield to block Minghe's punch. However, Minghe quickly changed his direction using second stage acceleration. He appeared behind Wang Desheng, leaving him gravely undefended. It was already too late when Wang Desheng realized that Minghe was behind him. When he turned his head around, his lower jaw received Minghe's uppercut. The punch was so strong that it distorted Wang Desheng's features and threw him upward. After punching Wang Desheng, Minghe bent his knees and jumped. Wang Desheng was alarmed when he saw Minghe land his feet on the ceiling. While clenching his left fist, Minghe bent his knees. The ceiling broke when Minghe kicked it to propel himself towards Wang Desheng. With great momentum, Minghe punched Wang Desheng's stomach. The floor broke the moment Wang Desheng smashed onto it, and the debris was sent flying. Dust covered the area, so everyone outside the gate couldn't see what the situation was. When the dust settled, it was revealed that Wang Desheng, who partially reverted to his human form, lay flat on the floor while Minghe stood straight, staring at him. Wang Desheng was thinking that he needed to do something. As a first-generation parasitic beast, he wanted to fight back, but he couldn't. Wang Desheng was convinced that Minghe was not just a Sunblaze-ranked hunter. Since he was gravely injured, he decided to focus on protecting himself and wait for his two companions outside the shelter. Bone spikes grew on Wang Desheng's side, and flesh covered him, immediately starting to rotate. Minghe was forced to jump away. Minghe wondered how Wang Desheng managed to imitate the skills of a hedgehog and tortoise, but he thought it was useless. He clenched his fist, dashed towards Wang Desheng, and showered his cover with punches. The flesh and spikes that protected Wang Desheng started to crumble. Inside the rotating flesh and bones, Wang Desheng started to panic. He couldn't comprehend how Minghe managed to damage his cover. Lin Hui and Hu Guangyi were amazed by Minghe's greatness. They decided to be more careful in how they treated Minghe after realizing that they had been rude to him at the reservoir. Despite knowing Minghe's strength, Fang Nianrong and Professor Tang still couldn't believe that Minghe could take on a Heaven Flare rank. The kids started cheering for Minghe. They asked Minghe to hit and kill Wang Desheng. Minghe continued punching Wang Desheng's cover until it completely broke. Wang Desheng was thrown away by the fist that shattered the rotating flesh and bones. He then smashed into the wall near the gate. Thinking that Wang Desheng might counterattack, Fang Nianrong immediately activated her superpowers, while Professor Tang instructed everyone to move back. Wang Desheng stopped moving. His body released some steam, and he looked skinny. While walking towards Wang Desheng, Minghe ripped his shirt and threw it away. He stood right in front of Wang Desheng and stared at him menacingly. Wang Desheng remained motionless, but moments later he started talking. Wang Desheng grinned, then he asked Minghe if he thought they had already won. Minghe sarcastically asked Wang Desheng if parasitic beasts also say their last words before they die. Wang Desheng ignored Minghe's mockery and said that his task had been completed. He then reminded Minghe that he had taken over a chef's body. After saying his last words, a parasite came out of his mouth. The parasite jumped out of Wang Desheng's mouth and immediately attempted to sneak out through the gate. When they noticed the parasite, everyone outside the inspection space exclaimed and became wary. However, before it could escape through the gate, Minghe stepped on it. Minghe stated that troubles must be solved one by one. Wang Desheng's body was still releasing steam, it was actually disintegrating. Suddenly, the goddess informed Minghe that there was something good inside Wang Desheng's body. She asked him to search for it. Minghe bent down and began searching through what remained of Wang Desheng's body and clothes. As soon as he lifted up Wang Desheng's apron, he immediately saw something. Professor Tang exclaimed. He recognized the object that Minghe found. He said that it was the liquid of the stars. Minghe asked Professor Tang if it was the liquid that could improve someone's cultivation. Professor Tang confirmed that it was. He informed Minghe that the liquid of the stars was special, probably because it came from the body that the parasitic beast occupied. Professor Tang said that it was like natural honey, it was almost completely pure. There was no processing required, so anyone could just drink it straight. Not only could it improve cultivation, but it could also quickly restore bodily functions. Minghe stared at the special liquid of the stars. Professor Tang asked Minghe to trust him and urged him to drink it while it was fresh. Minghe stopped hesitating. He quickly put the liquid of the stars in his mouth and swallowed it. Almost immediately, some sort of green flame started to cover his whole body. He then sat down, crossed his legs, closed his eyes, and started meditating. Professor Tang asked everyone not to disturb Minghe. Moments later, Minghe's wounds and bruises began to heal. His shoulder, hands, and his whole body started to look as if they hadn't been injured. After some time, Professor Tang asked Hu Guangyi to bring some water. Hu Guangyi immediately brought a bucket of water and handed it to Professor Tang while looking at Minghe. Suddenly, Minghe opened his eyes, which were emanating a violet glow. The glow disappeared the moment Professor Tang poured water on top of Minghe's head. Minghe stood up and immediately inspected his body. He was amazed to see that all of his injuries were gone. Professor Tang asked Minghe how he was feeling. Minghe had an evil smile as he answered Professor Tang's question, stating that he felt great. He released a dark aura while saying that, according to human standards, he should be a high-ranking Sunblaze rank hunter. Fang Nianrong and Professor Tang were shocked, suspecting that Minghe might have been parasitized. However, when Minghe scratched the back of his head and cheekily said that he was just kidding, they became infuriated. They couldn't believe that Minghe would joke around in such a situation. Fang Nianrong was convinced that Minghe had been influenced by something negative. After putting on some clothes, Minghe told Professor Tang that something was bothering him. Professor Tang replied, stating that he knew what Minghe was about to say. He then pointed to a corner where they could talk privately. Once they moved to a less crowded corner, Minghe informed Professor Tang that he found Wang Jun's death to be suspicious. He believed that Wang Jun shouldn't have died. If Wang Jun was serving the queen, Zhu Tao, then he would have been a valuable resource for the parasites. However, he died right in front of Wang Zheng. Minghe told Professor Tang that the 3 first-generation parasites were intelligent, so if they wanted Wang Jun to die, they could have done so without anyone noticing. Unless they wanted people to discover Wang Jun's dead body, realizing that the parasites had killed Wang Jun for a reason. Professor Tang asked Minghe why the parasites would purposely expose Wang Jun's death. Instead of answering the question, Minghe asked Professor Tang what humans do when someone dies. Professor Tang responded that, apart from attracting attention and initiating an investigation, humans mourn the deceased. His eyes widened as he thought of something. Professor Tang realized that the parasites were targeting a feast. Minghe explained that they were all gathered in one place, and when one person dies, everyone feasts, especially if they belong to the same clan. Professor Tang remained confused about why the parasitic beasts deliberately killed Wang Jun. Minghe then explained that the parasites did it to gather everyone for the banquet. He pointed out that Wang Jun was a member of the Wang clan, and in Furong town, most men have the surname Wang. This meant that the parasites wanted to lure the entire town to the feast. Professor Tang and Minghe pondered why the parasite would want to gather the townspeople there. Minghe exclaimed when he realized that the parasites were trying to turn everyone into parasites. Minghe told Professor Tang that a ghost had taken over Wang Desheng's body. He's the chef of the banquet. That means he could have dropped parasitic eggs into every bowl he served. Professor Tang was saying that parasitic eggs can't survive high-temperature cooking. When he remembered that there was dessert soup, he realized that a cold dessert soup was served to the townspeople. Minghe and Professor Tang found themselves in a difficult situation. Everyone inside the shelter had eaten a 3rd-generation parasite egg. If nothing changes, none of the townspeople will be able to survive. Professor Tang informed Minghe that they only have 2 days. After 2 days, the townspeople will all be taken over by the parasite and become second-generation parasitic beasts. By then, the townspeople will follow the queen's orders like a bunch of zombies. The speed at which the parasites take over a body surprised Minghe. Professor Tang explained to Minghe that the parasites are always evolving, which means their parasitic capabilities are also evolving. Minghe looked worried and said that the parasites are aiming for the whole town, planning to turn the entire town into their parasite army. Upon hearing Minghe's words, Professor Tang's eyes widened. He repeatedly said that their situation is not good. Minghe was at a loss and told Professor Tang that they've already talked about it. Professor Tang told Minghe that they're thinking too superficially. After being reminded by Professor Tang that they're in a war zone, Minghe realized that Fu Rong Town might inevitably become a battlefield. Professor Tang told Minghe that the result of the battle would decide the fate of the entire southern capital. Tens of thousands of superhumans are stationed at the main battlefield. Fu Rong Town lies across the evacuation route. Minghe asked Professor Tang which evacuation route he was referring to. Professor Tang explained that the battle on the front line was not yet over. Once the main battle concludes, the surviving superhumans can evacuate in that direction. Minghe realized what Professor Tang was thinking. He asked Professor Tang if he was worried that the parasitic beasts in Fu Rong Town might suddenly attack the evacuation route during the survivors' evacuation. He also expressed concern that if the beasts trapped them, no one on the battlefield would be able to leave. Professor Tang admitted that he was indeed worried about it. He looked depressed and mentioned that the insects didn't even have to be strong. They just needed to hold them back like dead men. As Minghe was expressing the high likelihood of complete annihilation in the battle, he suddenly remembered that Lu Kaiyan had gone to the front line. Professor Tang noticed Minghe's concern about the frontline battlefield and asked if there was someone important to him there. Minghe admitted that there was. Trying not to lose hope, Minghe asked Professor Tang if he genuinely believed they would lose the battle. Professor Tang affirmed his certainty. He informed Minghe that although it was not written in textbooks, humans had already failed countless times against the disaster group. The presence of a huge demon lair in the outskirts of the southern capital served as proof. Professor Tang told Minghe that he needed to understand that the ruined city was once their city, and that it was still his hometown. Minghe clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, refusing to stand by and watch events unfold. Professor Tang held Minghe's arms and acknowledged his outstanding abilities, mentioning that miracles had happened to him more than once. However, Professor Tang still believed that, given Minghe's current condition, rushing into the ruined city would be a death wish and wouldn't make any sense. Minghe calmed down a bit and admitted that he had gotten too worked up. Professor Tang told Minghe that all he could do at that moment was to focus on the present. Professor Tang said that they must not allow those dirty and cruel parasites to go any further, so that if those in the main battlefield are defeated, they can still retreat. Professor Tang told Minghe that protecting Fu Rong Town is not their only goal. They also need to ensure that everyone in the frontline battlefield can safely evacuate. Professor Tang then asked Minghe to call Fang Nianrong and the others so they could discuss their next steps. After grouping up, they immediately started discussing their plan. Professor Tang informed everyone that from the samples they have collected, he was able to roughly estimate that there are 40 to 50 second-generation beasts. Minghe said that after fighting against a second-generation parasite, he could say that most of them have the same strength as a high-ranking general or low-ranking master. He pointed out that the second-generation parasite won't die unless their tongues are cut off. Hu Guangyi said that Lin Hui and he are only Moonglow rank. They're worried that they'll become dead weight. Professor Tang told the two that when the time comes, they shouldn't show off, and that they only need to deal with 2 to 3 second-generation parasites. Fang Nianrong said that she's confident that she can handle 3 second-generation parasites. Professor Tang told everyone that if they can gather the rest of their group members, they still have hope of destroying the group of parasites. Fang Nianrong reminded Professor Tang that they sounded the alarm. She's afraid that the rest have already evacuated. Professor Tang told her that the rest of their group couldn't have gone too far, and that if the frontline battlefield was defeated, they'll come there eventually. Professor Tang said that they need to bring them back first. Lin Hui and Hu Guangyi looked at their phones, then they told Professor Tang that they don't have any signal. Professor Tang opened a box and said that it's okay if there's no signal because they can use fireworks. He explained that the student council took a basic field signaling course. It was also included in the brochure they distributed in the beginning. 112 means emergency assembly. Minghe asked Professor Tang if all they have to do is release the fireworks 3 times to tell the members in the forest to regroup. Professor Tang told Minghe that he's right. Hu Guangyi was being skeptical. He expected the rest to have fled far, far away. He thinks that no one wouldn't cherish their life. Professor Tang told Hu Guangyi that they can't control what others think. but as long as they can assemble their group, their chances of winning will be higher. Fang Nianrong agreed and pointed out that Minghe had already defeated a first-generation parasitic beast. Lin Hui asked Professor Tang how they set off the fireworks. Professor Tang didn't say a word and simply pointed at the shelter's ventilation system. Moments later, the kid who bravely spoke against Wang Desheng crawled inside the ventilation system while carrying the fireworks on his back. Fang Nianrong said that if the passage wasn't so narrow, they would be the ones to go instead. The elder asked Fang Nianrong not to worry and assured her that the exit is very hidden, so the child won't be found. The elder informed everyone that the shelter has multiple vents, so it's okay if one of them is blocked. Outside the shelter, the kid successfully fired the first firework. When the firework exploded in the night sky, its beautiful light revealed the figures of the second-generation parasites. The kid fired another firework as soon as the first one lost its light. On the streets of Furong Town, while the second firework illuminated the night sky, a second-generation parasitized man's tongue got punctured by ice. After the second firework, the kid fired 2 fireworks consecutively. When the last 2 fireworks illuminated the night sky, Tang Ning remembered the 112 code, which is the emergency assembly signal. She wondered if they were forced to go all out because there was no way to evacuate. While she was walking in the street, a lot of wriggling creatures slithered on top of a house. The wriggling creatures sneaked up behind Tang Ning and tried to attack her, but she was able to jump forward, dodging the attack. Then she immediately turned around and formed an ice sword in her right hand. The wriggling creatures grouped up and slowly formed into something. While it was morphing, it said that Tang Ning had killed 7 of its children when it wasn't looking. When its upper body formed, it was revealed that it was actually Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang smiled and praised Tang Ning's tactics. Tang Ning told Wang Zhang that he would be the 8th beast to die by her hands. Wang Zhang laughed, spread his arms, and said that they were never alone. Suddenly, a lot of second-generation parasites crawled onto the roofs on both sides of Tang Ning. Wang Zhang ordered the second-generation parasites to give him Tang Ning's flesh and tear her apart piece by piece. After hearing Wang Zhang's orders, the second-generation parasites simultaneously jumped towards Tang Ning. There were so many of them that they almost covered the entire area above Tang Ning. Tang Ning's eyes shone as she used the Soul Virtue Ice Crystal to protect herself from the descending second-generation parasites. An ice pillar enclosed Tang Ning, sending the second-generation parasites flying away. The second-generation parasites surrounding Tang Ning looked like flies as the majestic and domineering ice pillar sent them flying. Despite this, some of them still stood up as if nothing had happened and started climbing the ice pillar. Wang Zhang became angry upon realizing that the second-generation parasites couldn't do anything to the ice pillar. While preparing to attack the ice pillar himself, Wang Zhang ordered the second-generation parasites to move away. Once the second-generation parasites descended from the ice pillar, Wang Zhang immediately jumped and relentlessly whipped the ice pillar with his tentacles. Wang Zhang stopped when he realized that his attacks did nothing but scratch the ice pillar. He remarked that Tang Ning had some skills but was merely waiting to die. He wanted to see how long Tang Ning's ice crystal could last. Wang Zhang turned around when he suddenly heard a noise, wondering if those he referred to as mice hiding underground had finally emerged. He ordered some of the second-generation parasites to guard Tang Ning until she died, while the rest were ordered to follow him. Meanwhile, in the ancestral hall, Minghe had just emerged when he saw someone he knew. Minghe mentioned his curiosity about the absence of beasts inside and asked if they had gone to their leader because they couldn't open the stone gate. It was revealed that Minghe was actually talking to the group of second-generation parasites gathered around a woman. The woman sat leisurely on the back of a kowtowing parasitized man. The woman told Minghe that since he had killed her companion, she would make him her new companion. She then revealed that she hadn't liked her previous companion. The woman was actually Zhu Tao. She mentioned that before turning Minghe into her companion, she would first have to extract the meat from under his skin. After their short exchange of words, Zhu Tao gave Minghe a serious look. Simultaneously, she slashed her knife vertically towards Minghe, producing a light blade that threatened to cut anything that came its way. Fang Nianrong, who was behind Minghe, quickly ran towards the townspeople while telling everyone to be careful. Minghe jumped away to dodge the light blade. As if she was having fun, Zhu Tao smiled when she consecutively released 3 more light blades. While Minghe ducked and jumped to dodge the light blades, the townspeople behind him quickly moved away so as not to get caught up in the fight. Seeing that Minghe was focused on dodging the second and third light blades, a second-generation parasitized man, who was holding a scythe, wanted to land a fatal blow while Minghe was busy. When Minghe turned to focus on the 4th light blade, he was momentarily startled by the second-generation parasitized man's surprise attack. Minghe immediately grabbed the parasitized man's right arm and pulled it in front of the 4th light blade. A horrendous sound echoed in the area as the light blade cut through the parasitized man's flesh and bones. Gritting his teeth, Minghe then activated his blood fist before the blood medium completely dispersed. He wanted to deliver a heavy blow to Zhu Tao. As soon as the light blade dissipated, Ming-He immediately dashed towards Zhu Tao. While playing with her hair, Zhu Tao looked at Ming-He just like a child looking at a very sweet and delicious candy. Then, she wordlessly ordered the second-generation parasites around her to attack Ming-He. Ming-He realized how cunning Zhu Tao was. She knew that Ming-He's combat strength was really high at that moment, so she didn't fight Ming-He head-on. With his blood fist activated, Ming-He easily sent the closest second-generation parasitized man flying with his left fist. He then used his right fist to punch the parasitized man in front of him in the chest. Ming-He had just dealt with the first two parasitized men when a pair of parasitized men jumped and slashed their weapons towards him. Ming-He ducked to dodge the parasitized men's attack. After dodging the attack, he immediately stood up, quickly grabbed the parasitized men's throats, and lifted them. The parasitized men's mouths started foaming as Ming-He tightened his grip on their throats. But Ming-He was caught off guard when the parasitized men suddenly opened their mouths and used their tongues to attack him. Out of nowhere, a bullet cut off the parasitized men's tongues, killing them and saving Ming-He at the same time. Fang Nianrong immediately realized that her senior, Lu Feng, saw the signal they sent. She immediately informed Lu Feng that the weak point of the parasitized individuals is their tongue. Meanwhile, the parasitized man that Ming-He punched started to move again. After seeing that even his blood fist wasn't able to kill the parasitized men, Ming-He was able to confirm that the parasitized men wouldn't die unless their tongues were destroyed. Lu Feng positioned himself somewhere up the mountain. He told Ming-He to break through the second-generation parasitized men, saying that he'd cover him. Ming-He trusts Lu Feng. He didn't think twice and immediately charged towards the group of second-generation parasitized men. Meanwhile, on the streets of Furong Town, Tang Ning was still inside the ice pillar, surrounded by second-generation parasitized men. Moments later, the second-generation parasitized men were alarmed when cracks started to form on the ice pillar. With no one to order them what to do, once again, they mindlessly tried to forcefully break it. Inside the ice pillar, Tang Ning seemed to be gathering her strength to break free from her own soul art. After gathering enough strength, she exerted it, and the seemingly indestructible ice pillar shattered. Its shards were sent flying, along with the second-generation parasitized humans around and on top of it. Despite all that, they still stood up and slowly walked towards Tang Ning. After seeing how tenacious the second-generation parasitized humans are, Tang Ning couldn't help but curse. Her mobility has been temporarily affected after using her soul art. The parasitized humans growled as they got closer to where Tang Ning is. Tang Ning was determined to just suck it up and fight hard as she watched two parasitized men point their weapons and leap towards her. But before the parasitized men could harm Tang Ning, a fiery figure flew past Tang Ning's shoulder and bulldozed the two parasitized men. Tang Ning protected herself from the heat and dust as the figure and the parasitized men exploded just a few meters in front of her. Moments later, the fiery figure stepped out of the explosion area. Jiang Wenwen, who was wearing her fireproof combat uniform, expressed her surprise upon seeing Tang Ning's state. Tang Ning asked Jiang Wenwen why she hadn't evacuated. Jiang Wenwen told Tang Ning that she wanted to evacuate, but the main battlefield wasn't looking too good. So, if one person messed up, every single one of them would die there. Jiang Wenwen couldn't help but curse when she saw that the second-generation parasitized men weren't burning to death. Tang Ning informed her that the weakness of the parasitized humans was their tongues, so her flames would only temporarily stop them. Jiang Wenwen expressed her contempt towards the second-generation parasitized humans. While forming a fireball, she told Tang Ning that dealing with them shouldn't be so troublesome. She then released the energy contained in the fireball towards the parasitized humans, saying that she would just have to burn them to ashes. The parasitized humans couldn't do anything but stand and take Jiang Wenwen's attack head-on. When Jiang Wenwen's attack, which looked like a dragon's fire breath, stopped, Jiang Wenwen observed what was in front of her. Seemingly content with what she saw, she confidently turned towards Tang Ning. She told Tang Ning that those parasitized humans were just a bunch of soldiers. She didn't realize that something was eyeing her. It was already too late for her to react when she realized that a parasitized dog was about to bite her head. But before the parasitized dog could bite Jiang Wenwen, an ice spear pierced its tongue and killed it. Jiang Wenwen stared at the parasitized dog, still seemingly in shock. Tang Ning warned Jiang Wenwen not to be so careless because the second-generation parasites were harder to deal with than she thought. While having a cold sweat, Jiang Wenwen claimed that she could have handled the parasitized dog herself. Tang Ning didn't argue with her and just agreed with what Jiang Wenwen said. Tang Ming said that she agreed that the second-generation parasites were just soldiers, so they needed to take care of them as soon as possible. She told Jiang Wenwen that after dealing with the soldiers, they had to go to the ancestral hall. She informed Jiang Wenwen that there were probably two stronger ones in the ancestral hall, the masters of the second-generation parasites. They turned their backs to each other and agreed to deal with the second-generation parasites in front of them while protecting each other's blind spots. After reaching an agreement, they immediately started attacking the parasitized men. The parasitized men didn't just stand idly by and do nothing. They ran and leapt towards Tang Ming and Jiang Wenwen, mindlessly trying to get close enough to land an attack. The parasitized humans in the streets of Furong Town were swept by a blast of Tang Ning and Jiang Wenwen's superpowers. Meanwhile, in a mountain where the ancestral hall is in plain view, Lu Feng used his superpowers to lock onto a target and fired another bullet. Although Lu Feng wasn't able to hit the parasitized men's tongues, the bullet was able to pierce through the parasitized men who bothered Minghe, giving Minghe the space to run towards Zhu Tao. Minghe even had the luxury of giving Lu Feng a thumbs up. Lu Feng wondered why Minghe was suddenly giving him a thumbs up. He then warned Minghe that he had enemies coming for him. In front of Minghe, a group of piled parasitized humans simultaneously swung their weapons towards him. It looked like Minghe was facing an inescapable wall. But Minghe just covered his head and jumped over the pile of parasitized humans. Minghe's jump had so much force that he was able to push away the parasitized men who bumped into him. Minghe landed on the parasitized man's face, then he immediately ran towards the unguarded Zhu Tao. For failing to slow Minghe down, Zhu Tao deemed the second-generation parasitized humans as a bunch of useless trash. Seeing that Minghe was getting closer to her, she positioned her knife a level above her head and swung it vertically towards Minghe. Minghe ducked to dodge the knife, simultaneously swinging his right arm and activating his Blood Fiend skill. Minghe managed to get closer to Zhu Tao, and while her arm was still extended, Minghe took the opportunity to counterattack. Minghe was able to successfully connect a clean hit on Zhu Tao's jaw using his Leaping Dragon Shadow. Zhu Tao got thrown away by Minghe's punch, then landed headfirst into the ground. Minghe didn't follow up with an attack. He cautiously kept a distance away from Zhu Tao while thinking how thankful he was that he was able to deal a blow before the blood medium dispersed. Before she could even stand straight, Zhu Tao told Minghe that she was impressed that it had only been a while, but his strength had greatly improved. After managing to stand straight, she wore a smile on her bloody face and asked Minghe why she felt like his energy was dissipating. Minghe mocked Zhu Tao, saying that she was still so arrogant even after getting beaten up. Then he told Zhu Tao that her ability to resist attacks wasn't that great. Zhu Tao admitted that her body is still too weak, but she's confident that she can replace it with a better one soon. Minghe told Zhu Tao that there's only one ending in store for her, one where he'll smash her to pieces. While they were talking, the second-generation parasitized humans started to gather around Minghe. Once again, Minghe charged at Zhu Tao, but a parasitized man immediately blocked his way. Minghe punched the parasitized man's side while telling him to get out of his way. Out of nowhere, a muscular parasitized man appeared in front of Zhu Tao. Despite how tough the parasitized man looked, Minghe still jumped and swung his right fist. As he was descending, Minghe aimed to punch the parasitized man's chest. Minghe's punch connected, but it seems that it wasn't able to hurt the muscular parasitized man. Minghe gritted his teeth the moment he looked up and saw the muscular parasitized man's face. Tentacles were coming out of the muscular parasitized man's mouth. It was actually Tyrant Wang Jiang. Minghe quickly jumped backwards to dodge Wang Jiang's punch, which was so strong that it managed to break the floor. Minghe stared at Wang Jiang's spiked round fist. He couldn't help but curse. Wang Jiang had also gotten stronger. The parasites evolve very quickly, so he's thankful that it is already the decisive battle. Minghe thinks that if the fight dragged on for too long, there might not even be room for him to struggle. Zhu Tao ordered Wang Jiang to kill Minghe without letting him bleed. Wang Jiang got curious as to why, so he asked Zhu Tao if it's for her new method of cooking. Zhu Tao was scowling when she informed Wang Jiang that Minghe can use the blood on his body to multiply his power. Wang Jiang was enlightened about how Minghe managed to kill a ghost. Zhu Tao urged Wang Jiang to not play around and quickly get rid of Minghe, saying that they have more important things to do. While turning his right arm into a warhammer, Wang Jiang laughed, saying that he couldn't let Minghe bleed, so he'll take every inch of Minghe's body and ground it up. After forming his hand into a warhammer, Wang Jiang quickly dashed towards Minghe. Then, when he got close enough, he swung his warhammer limb towards Minghe. Minghe managed to cross his arms and block Wang Jiang's warhammer, but he got pushed away. Minghe crashed onto the tables behind him and finally stopped when his back hit a solid platform. Wang Jiang seems to enjoy seeing Minghe struggle. He took his time staring at Minghe while grinning. Then, when he noticed something, he suddenly raised his left hand to catch a bullet that was aimed at his head. Lu Feng exclaimed. He couldn't believe that Wang Zhang was able to stop his bullet. Wang Zhang turned to look in Lu Feng's direction and then said that he'll deal with Lu Feng later because he has to get rid of Minghe first. As if he's about to pitch, Wang Zhang bent his left knee and used his left hand to hold his right arm tightly. Then he swung his right arm and rotated his body. By doing this, Wang Zhang was able to quickly build momentum. Minghe exclaimed after seeing Wang Zhang turn like a top. Wang Zhang's rotation was so fast that it felt like Minghe wouldn't be able to do anything about it. To get away from Wang Zhang's range, Minghe immediately jumped on top of a building. But Wang Zhang didn't stop rotating so he could jump and chase after Minghe. He just continued rotating while moving towards the building. Minghe was surprised when Wang Zhang easily destroyed the building he jumped onto. Minghe inevitably fell after losing his foothold. To avoid getting serious injuries, he was forced to bend down to reduce the impact of his fall. Seeing an opportunity to strike, Wang Zhang put his warhammer limb behind him and immediately jumped towards Minghe. When Minghe got up, Wang Zhang was already above him. Minghe desperately moved to the side and actually managed to dodge Wang Zhang's attack. But because of it, his back got easily hit by Wang Zhang's follow-up attack. The attack was so strong that it slightly bent Minghe's body backward. When Minghe crashed onto the floor near the ancestral hall, the floor around him cracked, and then the area started to get covered with dust. Moments later, the dust started to settle. While Minghe was saying that Wang Zhang was stronger than a ghost, he slowly stood up. Wang Zhang angrily stepped on the floor. He ordered Minghe not to compare him with the old guy he killed. Wang Zhang claimed that he was younger, stronger, and evolved more quickly than a ghost. Wang Zhang looked behind him when he noticed a wriggling creature slithering towards him. He wondered if it had managed to escape on its own. But he didn't dwell on that thought. He believed that the wriggling creature had arrived on time so they could witness Minghe's death together. After all, Minghe was the one who had put the wriggling creature in a glass bottle for research. The wriggling creature, which was a part of Wang Zhang, delved into Wang Zhang's chest. Wang Zhang willingly accepted the return of the wriggling creature, his so-called child. Wang Zhang's body started to convulse with the wriggling creature's return. He would become even stronger. After successfully combining with the wriggling creature, violet tattoos appeared all over his body, and he grew a lot bigger. Wang Zhang stood in front of Minghe, laughed, and then asked him why he still had the will to fight. Wang Zhang spread his arms and, in a loud voice, bragged to Minghe that the current him was the perfect version of himself, the invincible version. Zhu Tao felt that something was not right, so he asked Wang Zhang how the wriggling creature had managed to escape. Before Wang Zhang could respond, green liquid suddenly spurted out of his mouth and chest. He fell on his knees, steam started to come out of his body, and he couldn't stop himself from shaking. He was confused about what was happening to his body. Moments later, Wang Zhang became thinner, and he lost the ability to maintain the form of his warhammer. Zhu Tao couldn't help but call Wang Zhang an idiot for not double-checking the wriggling creature before accepting it. Just outside the ancestral hall, while holding the wriggling creature's glass container, Professor Tang told Minghe that it was the only thing he could do for him. Wang Zhang started to sweat when dark smoke began to escape from his chest. Wang Zhang frantically asked Professor Tang what he had done to his body and the wriggling creature. Professor Tang told Wang Zhang that he hadn't done much, just added an alpha decaying crystal. Wang Zhang didn't reply. He remained silent while doing something in the hole on his chest. Moments later, Wang Zhang successfully removed the wriggling creature from his chest. He cursed at it and threw it on the ground. Wang Zhang stepped on the wriggling creature, telling it to die alone if it was going to self-destruct and not to think about dragging them. While stretching his right arm, Minghe said that a few seconds ago, Wang Zhang treasured the wriggling creature dearly and even called it his child. But now he was killing it mercilessly. Minghe said he didn't understand how Wang Zhang had the audacity to call himself a being of higher intellect. While jumping on the debris to reach where Wang Zhang stood, Minghe said that he could only see Wang Zhang's selfishness, ruthlessness, and wickedness, so they were the ones who should go extinct. After closing the distance, Minghe punched Wang Zhang's chest. But it did nothing. Wang Zhang told Minghe that he may have played a dirty trick, but his strength was far from enough to cause damage. Wang Zhang tried to hug Minghe, but Minghe managed to quickly move behind him. Minghe punched Wang Zhang's unguarded back, but it still did nothing. When Wang Zhang turned around, Minghe was already far away from him, but he managed to catch up. Minghe was caught off guard, so he had no choice but to use his arms as a shield to block Wang Zhang's punch. Minghe struggled to maintain his balance as he was pushed back by Wang Zhang's powerful punch. Wang Zhang grinned and told Minghe that his attacks could only tickle him. Suddenly, 3 bullets hit Wang Zhang's back and the back of his head. But even Lu Feng's bullets couldn't do much damage. Wang Zhang cursed and turned his head toward Lu Feng's position. He got irritated by Lu Feng's meddling, but his expression quickly changed. Wang Zhang grinned while staring at Lu Feng's location. Lu Feng was distraught, thinking about how he had managed to land a clean strike, but his firepower was lacking. He was so focused on what was happening on Minghe's side that he didn't notice Zhu Tao was already above him. When he realized that something was behind him, he quickly moved away. But he reacted too late. His right arm got cut by Zhu Tao's knife. Zhu Tao praised Lu Feng for managing to avoid getting a fatal injury. Inside Lu Feng's head, he couldn't help but curse after realizing how careless he was. After feeling that Zhu Tao was probably a Lord-rank monster, Lu Feng quickly fled towards the woods. While her left hand was morphing, Zhu Tao asked Lu Feng why he was still trying to escape when it was already evident that it was too late for him to do so. Zhu Tao's hand turned into 3 tentacles. She used them to wrap around Lu Feng and stop him from running. She lifted Lu Feng towards her while she was telling him that little sheep like him was tasty. Zhu Tao was about to eat Lu Feng when Jiang Wenwen arrived. She was still in the sky when she ordered Zhu Tao to release Lu Feng. As soon as she landed near Zhu Tao, Jiang Wenwen immediately expanded the flame that surrounded her body, causing everything around her to begin burning. Moments later, Tang Ning had already saved Lu Feng. While Tang Ning was sealing Lu Feng's wound with ice, Lu Feng informed her that Zhu Tao was a Lord-rank monster. Among them, Tang Ning was the only Heaven Flare rank. Lu Feng was afraid that aside from Tang Ning, no one else could face Zhu Tao head-on. Tang Ning instructed Jiang Wenwen to maintain her distance from Zhu Tao. Instead of acknowledging Tang Ning's instruction, Jiang Wenwen just told Tang Ning that Zhu Tao was afraid of fire, so she was their natural enemy. Tang Ning exclaimed when she suddenly saw something. When the smoke cleared up, they saw Zhu Tao casually fixing her hair. Zhu Tao told them that she was glad that they were all there because it would save her the trouble of sending her children to search for them. Zhu Tao noticed Jiang Wenwen and told her that her flesh looked tender and would certainly taste incredible. Jiang Wenwen glanced at Tang Ning, then she asked her to take Lu Feng away. While she was saying that she would deal with Zhu Tao, Jiang Wenwen conjured 3 fireballs and fired them towards Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao looked bored while walking towards Jiang Wenwen. She effortlessly blocked the fireballs with her tentacles. When Zhu Tao got closer to Jiang Wenwen quickly jumped away, but while she was still in mid-air, Zhu Tao managed to land a hit. Despite being whipped, Jiang Wenwen was able to regain her balance by using her fire. She called Zhu Tao a monster as soon as she landed on the ground. Jiang Wenwen positioned her open hands in front of her. Fire started to gather on her palms, and then she told Zhu Tao to die. She fired her skill, Flame Blast, towards Zhu Tao. Surprisingly, her skill managed to directly hit Zhu Tao's chest, but Zhu Tao didn't seem to be hurt at all. Zhu Tao didn't bother doing anything about Jiang Wenwen's attack. Instead, she raised her tentacles and whirled them until they formed a tornado. Inside the tornado, black liquid started to gather. Jiang Wenwen exclaimed when she saw that the tornado was getting bigger. Still, she didn't cancel her attack. She seemed to be hoping that her attack would eventually inflict damage on Zhu Tao, but it proved to be her fatal mistake. Zhu Tao splashed Jiang Wenwen with the black liquid she had gathered using the tornado. Jiang Wenwen couldn't dodge, so she was easily swept by the black liquid. Soaked with the black liquid, Jiang Wenwen struggled to get up. Zhu Tao told her that after some marinating, she would certainly taste even better. Zhu Tao licked her tentacle while saying that she was getting hungry. She planned to cut off Jiang Wenwen's limbs and marinate them all in a large tank. Suddenly, Tang Ning appeared in front of Jiang Wenwen. Zhu Tao asked Tang Ning if she was the one who had been dashing around town, killing many of her children like a cat chasing mice. Tang Ning told Zhu Tao that she was just clearing away trash. Zhu Tao stared at Tang Ning's body, then she said that she was pleased to see Tang Ning's ideal figure. Confused, Tang Ning asked Zhu Tao what she was talking about. Zhu Tao told Tang Ning that she was referring to her body and that she was tired of being in Zhu Tao's body. Tang Ning couldn't help but express her disgust towards Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao said that it was strange. She claimed that even though it was her first time being a person, she could already differentiate between the beauty and ugliness of human bodies, and she yearned to become more beautiful, saying that it increased her appetite. Zhu Tao told Tang Ning that she shouldn't worry. She promised Tang Ning that she would make sure to feed on her friends elegantly after taking over her body. While Zhu Tao attacked Tang Ning using her tentacles, she said, "The stronger the bond, the tastier." Tang Ning somersaulted to dodge and keep her distance from Zhu Tao. After doing so, she immediately touched the ground and employed her skill, Frost Crystal. From Tang Ning's position, ice started to crawl towards Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao barely managed to avoid being pierced by the ice spikes that rose from the ground she was standing on but ended up getting trapped between them. Zhu Tao was surprised when she noticed that her left cheek was starting to freeze, prompting her to regard Tang Ning more seriously. While Zhu Tao was still trapped, Tang Ning swiftly employed her spirit art, Ice Spear. Almost immediately, ice spears started to form and hover around Tang Ning. As soon as she's done forming the ice spears, Tang Ning immediately sends the ice spears towards the still restrained Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao couldn't help but moan in pain as Tang Ning's ice spears pierced through her body. Moments later, all of the ice spears had already pierced through Zhu Tao's body. Zhu Tao had stopped moving, her head and hair drooping. Jiang Wenwen asks Tang Ning if her attack worked. While she's forming more ice spears, Tang Ning tells Jiang Wenwen that killing Zhu Tao shouldn't be as easy as that. Suddenly, Zhu Tao raises her head, her eyes glowing, and a dark aura covers her body. For some reason, Tang Ning's ice spikes and spears start to melt. Not long after, Zhu Tao's energy seems to have burst, causing the area to be covered in dust. Tang Ning and Jiang Wenwen focus on protecting themselves from the dust and ice shards that get blown away. When the dust starts to settle, multiple second-generation beasts are already in the area. Zhu Tao has summoned all of the surrounding second-generation beasts. Behind a layer of dust, Zhu Tao says that she admits that Tang Ning is strong. When the dust clears up, it is revealed that Zhu Tao has changed her form. Her upper body still retaining its human-like form, but her lower body looking like a pitcher plant with teeth on its opening. Zhu Tao challenges Tang Ning, then she says that she'll keep Tang Ning's appearance and melt everything else. Zhu Tao excitedly looks at the tentacles that come out from the opening of her lower body. The tentacles then connect themselves to the necks of the second-generation parasitized humans in the vicinity. After Zhu Tao bestows power upon them, the second-generation parasitized humans, which still retain their human features, turn into real beasts. Zhu Tao stays behind the second-generation beasts. She spreads her arms, laughs, and then orders the second-generation beasts to bring her Tang Ning. Meanwhile, Minghe and Wang Zhang are still fighting near the ancestral hall. Minghe dashes then punches Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang manages to quickly raise his arms to block the punch, but still, blood spurts out of his mouth. Minghe isn't using a medium, but his punch still manages to push Wang Zhang away. Minghe wants to land a follow-up attack. While he's chasing after Wang Zhang, he swings his right arm and gathers lightning on his fist. But when he punched down, Wang Zhang managed to slip away. Wang Zhang's nose started to bleed too, and he couldn't help but curse after realizing that the alpha decay is still doing work on his body. Wang Zhang ran away. He decided not to fight and look for Zhu Tao first. Minghe was shocked by Wang Zhang's sudden change of actions. Minghe chased after Wang Zhang, trying to mock him by reminding him how arrogant he was moments ago. While climbing up the mountain, Wang Zhang reasoned that if it weren't for the alpha decay, Minghe wouldn't even be worth calling an opponent. When he reached where Zhu Tao is, Wang Zhang immediately kneeled and asked Zhu Tao to lend him her strength. Zhu Tao sent a tentacle towards Wang Zhang and attached it to his neck. Wang Zhang grew bigger and his warhammer limbs started to reform. Bone armor formed on his chest, shoulders, arms, legs, and head. Wang Zhang stood up and raised his head. While his tentacles were wriggling out of his mouth, he expressed delight that he was finally able to recover. Moments later, Minghe arrived. While holding his newly formed warhammer with his left hand, Wang Zhang cursed at Minghe. Then he threatened him that he was going to mince him to pieces. Wang Zhang attacked first. He swung his warhammer towards Minghe. Luckily, Minghe was able to react and managed to quickly move away. Minghe gritted his teeth. He had already landed 49 punch marks on Wang Zhang. But Wang Zhang just gained armor. Minghe was afraid that at that point, using his soul wouldn't be enough to kill Wang Zhang. Minghe determined that his punches wouldn't be enough and wished that his punches were faster. Zhu Tao ordered Wang Zhang to stop fighting Minghe and to finish off Tang Ning first. Wang Zhang doesn't seem willing to let go of Minghe. He told Zhu Tao that Minghe's a threat too. Zhu Tao explained to Wang Zhang that Tang Ning is the only superhuman at the Heaven Flare rank there, so without her, everyone else wouldn't be able to survive. After realizing Zhu Tao's point, Wang Zhang immediately jumped towards Tang Ning. With Zhu Tao's tentacles still attached to their necks, Wang Zhang and the second-generation beasts attacked Tang Ning. Jiang Wenwen moved in front of Tang Ning and told her that she would stall Wang Zhang and the second-generation beasts. She used her ultimate soul art, the Scorching Tower. Fine lines of flame formed into a tower, and its scorching heat prevented Wang Zhang and the second-generation beasts from approaching Tang Ning, Jiang Wenwen, and Minghe. Inside the tower, while maintaining her ultimate soul art, Jiang Wenwen told Tang Ning that without a red sovereign art, all of them would die. Tang Ning disagreed and told Jiang Wenwen that even a red sovereign art wouldn't be enough to kill Zhu Tao. Minghe ran towards Tang Ning and asked if she could use a red sovereign art. Tang Ning said she could, but she expressed concern that Zhu Tao was highly intelligent and had been wary of her the entire time. Tang Ning feared that once Zhu Tao detected a large amount of power accumulating within her, she would sacrifice the second-generation beasts to protect herself. Minghe asked Tang Ning if it was possible for her to kill Zhu Tao if he eliminated all of the second-generation beasts, including Wang Zhang. Tang Ning said she still couldn't guarantee 100% success and worried that in Minghe's state, it would be difficult for him to handle Wang Zhang. Minghe showed Tang Ning the crystal and told her that it could boost his strength, enabling him to kill Wang Zhang with his soul art, but not Zhu Tao. Tang Ning realized that Minghe had been planning to kill the tyrant on his own and used the crystal to defeat Zhu Tao. Minghe told Tang Ning that with the crystal's boost, he would open a path to Zhu Tao, and then she could use her red sovereign art to kill him. Tang Ning still believed it wouldn't work and told Minghe that her ability stood out too much, giving Zhu Tao more than enough time to retaliate. Minghe insisted, saying that there was no better way. Jiang Wenwen, already struggling to maintain her ultimate soul art, urged Tang Ning and Ming He to decide quickly. Ming He asked Tang Ning if she would have more confidence if he provided more of the ice crystal for her to absorb and strengthen her power. Tang Ning said that if the medium was Heaven Flare rank, she would be able to do it. They were running out of time. Jiang Wenwen's ultimate soul art had already been broken. The second generation beasts and Wang Jiang immediately ran towards Ming He, Tang Ning, and Jiang Wenwen. Tang Ning stopped hesitating and positioned her right hand on her chest. At first, there was only a radiating blue light, but shortly after, she pulled out an intricate ice sword from her chest. Tang Ning unleashed her ultimate form, the Winged Supreme of Ice. A pair of black wings grew out of her back. Ice armor formed on her arms and shoulders, and a crown hovered just above her head. Tang Ning looked much more domineering. She swung her sword slightly, and the second generation beasts below her froze. She flapped her wings and immediately flew towards Zhu Tao, stating that she would open a path. Everything she passed through froze to death. Every single one of the second generation beasts died instantly. Unfortunately, Wang Jiang was quick on his feet. He managed to immediately get back to Zhu Tao's side. Since there are only two of them left, Wang Jiang couldn't help but ask Zhu Tao what to do. Zhu Tao didn't reply. She grinned, but Wang Jiang didn't notice. Tang Ning swung her sword towards Zhu Tao. She wanted her to die. Suddenly, Zhu Tao pulled Wang Jiang through the tentacle connected to his neck. Wang Jiang didn't want to die. He pleaded, but to no avail. He was mercilessly used as a meat shield by Zhu Tao. Wang Jiang's frozen corpse fell to the ground. Zhu Tao said to Wang Jiang's corpse that his dying is better than her dying. Tang Ning was already having a hard time catching her breath. She had used too much of her stamina. After seeing that Tang Ning was weakened, Zhu Tao immediately sent her tentacles towards Tang Ning. She said that she predicted that Tang Ning had one strike left. Tang Ning cursed. Her wings were easily broken by Zhu Tao's tentacles. Tang Ning couldn't help but let go of her sword, close her eyes, and grit her teeth. After breaking her wings, Zhu Tao pulled Tang Ning towards her. She lifted Tang Ning in front of her, then took her time praising Tang Ning's body. She said it was so beautiful that she almost couldn't bear to destroy it. But because Tang Ning didn't listen to her, Zhu Tao wanted Tang Ning to suffer a little. While Jiang Wenwen was calling Tang Ning, Ming He's right fist started absorbing the crystal he had. Zhu Tao also started swallowing Tang Ning so they could combine. Zhu Tao put Tang Ning on her stomach. Tang Ning was helpless, she could no longer move. But she was able to fling two of her fingers, sending her crown towards Ming He. She didn't have a choice but to leave the rest to Ming He. The moment the crown positioned itself on Ming He's head, ice shards immediately gathered on Ming He's back. Ming He bent his left knee then jumped. While in midair, the ice shards completely formed into wings. Ming He flew a bit higher. By that time, Zhu Tao had already finished putting Tang Ning on her stomach. She just stared nervously at Ming He. Ming He took a deep breath, then he swung his right arm, with his left hand stretched out in front of him. When Ming He threw a punch towards Zhu Tao, a gigantic ice fist formed and fell towards Zhu Tao. Ming He enclosed Zhu Tao with ice walls to ensure she couldn't escape. Zhu Tao was forced to receive Ming He's attack. She then froze, and her upper body broke in half. Ming He's attack didn't dissipate immediately. It continued to freeze anything and everything from Zhu Tao's position up to the base of the mountain. It formed an ice wall that looked like an ice dragon descending the mountain. Meanwhile, below the mountain, Hu Guangyi wondered what was happening on the mountain. Fang Nianrong told him that they should go and check things out. When they saw the huge ice wall, they were shocked. When Jiang Wenwen saw Fang Nianrong and Hu Guangyi, she immediately informed them that Ming He is the one who caused the ice wall. While they were peeking inside the ice wall, Fang Nianrong asked Jiang Wenwen where Ming He was. Hu Guangyi was the first one to see Ming He. He couldn't help but wonder if Ming He was still human. It was revealed that Ming He was tearing into Zhu Tao's stomach while calling for Tang Ning. After some time, Ming He was finally able to tear through Zhu Tao's thick flesh and saw Tang Ning. While repeatedly calling her name, Ming He immediately raised Tang Ning's head. The goddess informed Ming He that Tang Ning's airway had been obstructed by sticky fluids. Without hesitation, Ming He quickly sucked the sticky fluids out of Tang Ning's airways using his mouth. The goddess was appalled. She told Ming He that the liquid was corrosive, so his mouth and throat would be corroded as well. Ming He immediately spat out the sticky fluids he had sucked out of Tang Ning's airways. The goddess said that she wasn't sure if they would be able to save Tang Ning. She warned Ming He that if he continued to suck the sticky fluids, he would end up burning through his own throat, esophagus, and trachea. Ming He stopped for a moment and glanced at the sticky fluid that he spat out. Although the goddess had already warned him, Ming He still continued sucking out the sticky fluids. He didn't want Tang Ning to die. He wouldn't allow anyone else to die right before his eyes. Jiang Wenwen, Fang Nianrong, and Hu Guangyi finally reached where Ming He was. Suddenly, Tang Ning coughed up some of the sticky fluids that had blocked her airways. Ming He and Tang Ning tried to talk to each other, but they couldn't say a word because both of their lips and throats had been burnt. Jiang Wenwen teased the two, saying that they had both been poisoned mute. Professor Tang also arrived. He told Ming He and Tang Ning to quickly drink the liquid that he carried with him. He said they would be fine after drinking it. Later that night, all of them returned to the ancestral hall. While staring at Ju Tao's frozen severed head, Hu Guangyi said that he still couldn't believe that Minghe managed to kill a Lord-rank calamity beast. Professor Tang informed Minghe that the other second-generation beasts had already been eliminated by the returning students. Minghe tried to say something, but to no avail. Professor Tang told Minghe that the medicine wouldn't work that quickly on him. Fang Nianrong informed Minghe that Tang Ning was already being treated for her injuries. Despite her injuries being more serious, she wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Minghe stared at Professor Tang. Professor Tang told Minghe that he knows what he's still worried about. He told Minghe that he has already done everything to the best of his abilities. He'll just have to believe that those on the front lines would be able to safely retreat. Meanwhile, by the river 10 kilometers from the border, after seeing that the entire river was filled with blood, Fan Kai immediately instructed everyone to get ready to fight. When a dorsal fin suddenly popped out of the river, everyone was alarmed. The aquatic beast splashed in the water near the floodplain. To their surprise, it was actually Louis. He had wounds and bruises all over his body. He was using a dead beast to escape out of the ruined city. Lu Kaiyan quickly ran towards her brother. Louis informed Lu Kaiyan's group that their plan had been thwarted by the Demon King, and none of his group members had managed to survive. Since their main battlefront had also been defeated, Louis said that they should retreat and take the humiliation back with them. Louis suddenly cried. Lu Kaiyan asked Louis to rest, assuring him that they would bring him back safely. Fan Kai told Louis that he had already completed his mission, so he could leave the rest to them. Louis said that he would rather have died together with the rest of his group members. However, they refused to let him die because he had important news to tell their commander. Louis then took a deep breath. After regaining his composure, Louis said that it was time for them to go. He hoped that they would be able to make their retreat smoothly. Fan Kai told Louis that he shouldn't worry because they had formed this team with the rescue mission in mind. Fan Kai said that although they couldn't enter the demon's nest like Louis, they were still capable enough to protect experts like him and that they were honored to do so. A few days later, 7 calamity meteors heading towards Minghe's planet could be seen. On the sand desert where the headquarters of the astronomy team was situated. The moment the 7 calamity meteors entered the planet's atmosphere, a purple light glowed on top of a building. Somewhere in the sands, multiple machines started gathering purple energy. The calamity meteors were nearing the surface. Based on their trajectory and position, the calamity meteors were expected to crash into the astronomy team's buildings in just a few more seconds. But before it could happen, the machines were done gathering enough purple energy. The machines condensed the purple energy and fired it towards the calamity meteors. The purple beams progressed to collide with the calamity meteors, appearing as though they could destroy anything that came their way. The people in the astronomy team headquarters stared at the collision happening in the night sky. They couldn't help but cheer after witnessing the purple beams destroy the calamity meteors. Meanwhile, at the Nandu Superhuman Institute, students were getting out of their respective buses. Minghe had just gotten off the bus when he heard a student in a blue shirt say that although humanity had been forced to retreat temporarily, humanity had succeeded in the interception plan to stop the calamity meteors. A student in a hoodie asked the student in the blue shirt if he's talking about the interception plan that Professor Wu made. The student in the blue shirt confirmed that he is. He thinks that it is a definitive victory for humanity. With the interception plan, the calamity meteors that are invading their world will be largely intercepted and destroyed by the astronomy team, which means the calamities won't be able to descend into their world endlessly. The man in the blue shirt said that as long as they persevere and clear out the monster nest inside the ruined city, they'll definitely be able to bring forth a new glorious era for mankind. They were amazed by the astronomy team. They cheered, saying that the interception plan made by Professor Wu Long caused humanity to win against the calamities completely. While Minghe was listening to the students' conversation, someone called his name. When he turned his head, he was shocked. It was actually Lu Kaiyan who called him. After confirming that it is Minghe, Lu Kaiyan immediately ran towards him. They both smiled, extended their arms, and ran towards each other. They were happy to see that they're both fine. As soon as they hugged each other, Lu Kaiyan said to Minghe that she's glad to see that he's fine. Minghe told Lu Kaiyan that seeing her safe and sound makes him very happy. Professor Tang and Tang Ning saw Minghe, and Tang Ning waved at Minghe to get his attention. Professor Tang stopped Tang Ning. He told her that the reason why Minghe nearly killed himself was probably all for Lu Kaiyan. He asked Tang Ning to let Minghe enjoy his moment a little longer. Tang Ning felt offended. She pointed out that Minghe is not the only contributor. Professor Tang told Tang Ning that she and Minghe are the reason why those few cars of people could safely make it back there. Tang Ning suddenly remembered that Professor Tang is one of the creators of the interception plan. But Professor Tang didn't think that it would be feasible, so he gave up on the idea halfway through. He missed out on the opportunity to become one of the greatest contributors of mankind. Professor Tang had a sad face when he said that Professor Wulong proved that he's right, and he'll become a hero to many from that day onwards. While he nearly messed up a small issue, he's starting to think that he should really just be a regular teacher instead. Later that night, in the sandy desert, the elite team's leader, General Lai, the commander of South Metropolis, the principal of Nandu Superhuman Institute, and the guild master of the Hunter Association clapped their hands to congratulate Professor Wulong for his achievements. Professor Wulong told everyone that it was all because of their support that they were able to win. He then bowed and thanked everyone. The leaders simultaneously told Professor Wulong that they're just fulfilling their responsibilities. Professor Wulong said that he finally finished his mission after staying up for a few nights, so he wouldn't be attending the celebration feast to have a good rest at home. The leaders laughed, bid their goodbyes before Professor Wulong left. Professor Wulong rode a helicopter to his home. A few minutes later, they arrived at a tall tower. Inside the tower, while carrying some papers, Minghe's big sister was walking near the entrance when the door suddenly opened, and a strong wind blew in. Some of the papers that she was holding got blown away. The papers landed near someone's feet. While picking up the papers, the person said that he thought he was the only one on the astronomy team who would work that late. Minghe's big sister was shocked to see Professor Wulong in front of her. Wulong gave the papers to Minghe's big sister and told her that she had worked hard. Minghe's big sister could only tell Wulong that he had been working hard. Wulong passed by Minghe's big sister, telling her to rest early. Minghe's big sister bowed and thanked Wulong for protecting the city. Without looking back, Wulong raised his arm and waved his hand. Meanwhile, in Nandu City, Minghe walked Lu Kaiyan home. When they arrived, Lu Kaiyan thanked Minghe for walking her home. Then she told Minghe that the house is her brother's. She said that she would be staying there for the next few days to take care of her brother because he's injured. Minghe was shocked. He didn't know that Lu Kaiyan had an older brother. Minghe and Lu Kaiyan were so focused on their conversation that they didn't notice Louis come out of his house. Louis was wearing a sling to support his injured left shoulder. Their conversation got interrupted when Louis greeted Minghe. Lu Kaiyan immediately took the opportunity to introduce her older brother. Minghe was wondering why Louis knew him, so Louis revealed to Minghe that Lu Kaiyan had been talking to him about Minghe. Lu Kaiyan blushed and asked her brother not to put words in her mouth, claiming that she hadn't talked to him about Minghe. Louis suddenly became serious. He said that he had heard from the top brass that the reason why they managed to safely retreat was that a team in Furong Town had managed to take down a dangerous enemy. Louis patted Minghe's shoulder. He then thanked Minghe, saying that his hard work was the reason why he and Lu Kaiyan were able to make it back safely. Minghe told Louis that it was just a coincidence and that he was happy that he was able to help him on the front lines. Louis suddenly looked like he was in pain. Then he started coughing. He told Minghe that he wanted to invite him inside to thank him but couldn't because he was still injured. Minghe told Louis not to worry about it because he was just there to walk Lu Kaiyan home. Minghe excused himself, saying that it was getting late and that he needed to return home to let his sister know that he was safe. Lu Kaiyan told Minghe to take care on his way home. Then she asked him to remember that the day after tomorrow was her birthday. Minghe told Lu Kaiyan that he would, and then he said goodnight to her. Minghe walked on the silent streets of Nandu City. People seemed to have gone to sleep already. While walking, Minghe realized that he was mistaken, thinking that Louis was Lu Kaiyan's boyfriend. Then he wondered if everything that had happened in Nandu City over the past few days was Lu Kaiyan's attempt to go on a date with him. Minghe couldn't help but blush when he thought about the time when they were walking on the street, watching a movie together, and when Lu Kaiyan kissed him on the cheek. But then, Minghe remembered the letter. He wondered why Lu Kaiyan didn't respond to him directly. A few minutes later, when Minghe arrived, his sister had just come out of the shower. While drying her hair, Minghe's sister told him that a girl called, asking if he was home already. Minghe checked his phone. He then realized that it was actually dead. He quickly ran towards the house's telephone, saying that he would call her back. When the call connected, Minghe immediately informed the person that he had arrived home safely, and that his phone had died. It was already time to sleep, so they didn't talk for too long. But before he ended the call, Minghe didn't forget to say goodnight. His sister leaned forward and asked Minghe if it was his girlfriend from school. Minghe said that the person wasn't his girlfriend. He told his sister that the person was just his classmate from junior college. For the person to purposely call so she could check if Minghe got home. Minghe's sister thinks that the two have a unique relationship. She asked Minghe who the person was and if she had seen her before. Minghe told his sister that it was Lu Kaiyan and that she had met her before. Minghe's sister remembered Lu Kaiyan. She told Minghe that Lu Kaiyan visited him often when he was unconscious and even left him a well-wishing letter. Upon hearing about the letter, Minghe exclaimed. He asked his sister if Lu Kaiyan had replied to him. His sister revealed that Lu Kaiyan had. She told Minghe that she was busy with work at that time, so she didn't keep the letter for him. His sister said that the letter may have been thrown away by the cleaners or nurses in the hospital. Minghe picked up the telephone, but he stopped himself from calling Lu Kaiyan. It was already late at night, so Minghe decided to ask Lu Kaiyan on her birthday. Noticing the change in Minghe's mood, Minghe's sister asked him if the letter was important. Minghe just told his sister that it was nothing. Since Minghe didn't want to talk about it, his sister changed the topic. She asked Minghe to guess who the person she met on her way home was. Minghe didn't bother guessing. He directly asked his sister who the person she met was. His sister didn't mind revealing that she met Professor Wulong. Minghe's sister said that she had never known that Professor Wulong would be so young and that seeing a living hero for the first time gave her quite a shock. Minghe told his sister that he had seen Wulong when he accompanied her for her interview and even gave him a magazine. Minghe's sister didn't believe Minghe. She said that Wulong is a hero, so he would never read those kinds of magazines. She ordered Minghe to stop slandering her idol. Minghe sighed and told his sister that it was true that Wulong is an amazing person. Remembering what happened on the front lines, Minghe said that although they had all tried their best, they still failed. The failure of their battle was originally a shame and blemish that was supposed to be borne by every superhuman. But Wulong's success made their failures seem small in comparison. Minghe's sister told Minghe that he shouldn't put himself down like that because they're still young, and he'll be able to help out more in the future. Later that night, instead of sleeping, Minghe went to the gymnasium. The sound of someone punching the punching bag echoed inside the training room. To further polish his punching skills, Minghe focused on punching the punching bag. Suddenly, the goddess who was holding some kind of liquid materialized behind Minghe, asking him if he was ready. The goddess told Minghe that she had never thought that the parasites living on the Calamity Beast could produce such pure liquid stardust. She said that the reason should be linked to them having to adjust to the human body. Minghe asked the goddess if he could consume the liquid stardust without holding himself back. The goddess told Minghe that he could, as long as his body constitution was able to keep up and adapt to the collision of powers in his body. He would be able to break free from his limitations and increase his strength without any consequences. The liquid stardust they had was actually gathered from Zhu Tao. While Minghe was saving Tang Ning, the goddess found the liquid stardust on Zhu Tao's frozen severed head, so she took it. The goddess informed Minghe that after a year's worth of nourishing, his body's constitution had become much more incredible than before. Minghe was excited to finally become a Heaven Flare rank. Without further ado, Minghe drank the liquid stardust. While Minghe was meditating, the goddess told him that after reaching the Heaven Flare rank, he would be able to understand the essence of the Red Sovereign's superhuman talent. Minghe closed his eyes and focused on meditating. Moments later, Minghe was momentarily shocked when he saw Zhu Tao inside his spiritual world. He thought that the goddess was just giving him extra simulation training. But the goddess told him that it wasn't a simulation that she had created for him. The goddess informed Minghe that it was Zhu Tao's remaining grudge. Confused, Minghe asked the goddess what she meant. While Zhu Tao was coming towards Minghe, the goddess explained that Zhu Tao's liquid stardust was refusing to recognize Minghe as its master and was trying to reject being absorbed by him. As he jumped towards Zhu Tao, Minghe said that it was simple for him because he liked to use his fists to have a conversation. While laughing, the goddess told Minghe to beat Zhu Tao. Minghe caught Zhu Tao's right arm, and while swinging his right arm, he told Zhu Tao that it was his territory, so she wouldn't be able to stop him from advancing in rank. Then he ordered Zhu Tao to obey him. Simultaneously, in a tall building which was a secret laboratory, Tang Ning was walking with Lin Qingyu in the hallway. She asked Lin Qingyu what had happened to her uncle. Lin Qingyu told Tang Ning that they didn't know what had happened to Professor Tang either. Professor Tang had just shut himself inside the room and disallowed them from entering. Lin Qingyu said that if he hadn't heard the snarling and growling from Professor Tang, he would have never asked Tang Ning to come over. Tang Ning asked him what her uncle's job was there. Lin Qingyu said that he wasn't allowed to tell her that. He informed Tang Ning that Professor Tang was probably on the brink of a mental breakdown. Professor Tang had been fine the last time Tang Ning saw him, so she couldn't help but wonder why he was in such a state. They stopped in front of a door. Lin Qingyu told Tang Ning that Professor Tang had been rejecting all of them and refusing to let them get near him. Tang Ning asked Lin Qingyu to let her handle the situation. While Tang Ning was calling her uncle and knocking on the door, Lin Qingyu walked away. Inside the room, everything was in a mess. The room was dark, but it could be seen that there were wine bottles, plant samples, and a lot of papers scattered inside the room. Professor Tang was cowering in the middle of the mess with a wine bottle by his side. He opened his eyes when he heard Tang Ning's call. From the way Professor Tang looked, it was evident that he was under extreme mental pressure. Tang Ning was about to call Professor Tang, but she was cut off when the door suddenly opened slightly. Professor Tang peeked and observed the surroundings, making sure that no one else was around. After making sure that no one else was around, he invited Tang Ning to come inside. Tang Ning didn't say a word and silently entered the room. After seeing the mess in her uncle's room, Tang Ning couldn't help but ask Professor Tang what he was doing. She told him that even if there was no progress in his research, there was no need for him to do that. Professor Tang picked up a wine bottle and told Tang Ning that he had hoped there would be no progress in his research at all. Professor Tang silently walked towards the balcony of his room. For some reason, his balcony didn't have glass or safety railings. Professor Tang stepped onto the ledge and sat down. While Professor Tang was drinking his wine, Tang Ning moved closer to him and asked him why he was so upset. Professor Tang said that he had lost. He pointed out that he had completely lost. Tang Ning asked Professor Tang why he was still unable to get over what happened back then. Professor Tang put both of his hands on his head. Then he screamed, saying that they had completely lost, and repeatedly screamed that he was a criminal. Tang Ning comforted Professor Tang and asked him not to get upset, and to tell her what happened. Suddenly, shadows sneaked inside the room. When Tang Ning noticed that someone was behind them, she immediately turned around. She exclaimed when she saw people she didn't know standing inside the room. She asked them who they were, but they just ignored her. It was then revealed that they were actually the Dragon Tooth Group. The Dragon Tooth Group leader informed Professor Tang that the remedy plan is already in action. Then the Dragon Tooth Group's leader reported to Professor Tang that all of the Dragon Tooth members are awaiting his command. Professor Tang seemed to have come back to his senses. He had a determined look when he told everyone that what they are about to do is a suicide mission that has to be done in order to kindle the flames. The Dragon Tooth Group members and leaders saluted Professor Tang. Then the Dragon Tooth leader told Professor Tang that although they are merely acquaintances, they still share the same goal. So even if they were to die for the mission, none of them would regret it. Professor Tang expressed his approval of what the Dragon Tooth leader said. Professor Tang stood up, then in a loud voice, he told everyone that they may fail, but they must never live a life of regret. On the day of Lu Kaiyan's birthday, it was getting foggy in the area where Minghe's sister lives. Inside his sister's apartment, Minghe remained still while his sister helped him wear his necktie. Minghe stood in front of a mirror, wearing formal attire. His sister told him that he looked really handsome, so he'd better bring his girl home that day. Minghe reminded his big sister that he was just going to attend a class reunion. His sister suddenly had a teary eye. She told Minghe that it was wonderful that he had grown up so fast to the point where he could finally take care of himself. She felt so happy for Minghe. Minghe told his sister that she was the one who had it hard, since she had been taking good care of him all the time. Minghe's sister accepted Minghe's words and then walked towards the door. She told Minghe that she needed to go to work, so he'd have to pick out a present for Lu Kaiyan himself. Later that day, in the bustling city of Nandu, Minghe was crossing a pedestrian lane while carrying 2 gift bags. He was smiling while looking at his gift for Lu Kaiyan and for his sister. Suddenly, he heard a squeal of a tire. Moments later, 2 cars collided in front of Minghe. The collision was so strong that the other car's bumper got blown away because of the impact. Minghe stared at the cars wide-eyed. After witnessing the accident, Minghe's memory from many years ago resurfaced. Images flashed in his head. A violet car crashed into another car. Both cars were in a horrendous state, their windows and windshields were all broken, and the car's tanks were leaking. Inside the violet car was a family of 3. The parents seemed to be heavily injured and unconscious, and the boy in the back seat was crying while looking at his parents. Minghe came back to his senses when he heard a young man and a middle-aged man shouting at each other. The middle-aged man cursed at the young man, and with a loud voice, he asked him why he was driving so recklessly. The young man blamed the middle-aged man for not turning on his headlights despite how foggy it was that day. Minghe just minded his own business and walked away, ignoring the drivers who were still arguing about who was responsible for the collision. A few minutes after walking away from the accident, Minghe arrived at Louis's mansion. Minghe didn't idle around and immediately rang the doorbell. Lu Kaiyan greeted Minghe as soon as she opened the door. While he was giving his gift to Lu Kaiyan, Minghe wished her a happy birthday. Lu Kaiyan thanked Minghe, and then informed him that she had also invited some of their old classmates. Lu Kaiyan wanted Minghe to follow her to the 2nd floor where their old classmates were, but Minghe asked her to wait. Minghe told Lu Kaiyan that there was something he had been waiting a long time to tell her, and he felt like he needed to hear her thoughts about it. When Lu Kaiyan said they would talk about it after going up to the 2nd floor, Minghe insisted that it would be better if they talked about it privately. Lu Kaiyan reluctantly agreed. She looked bothered and uncomfortable, but Minghe didn't notice. Minghe was fidgeting while he asked Lu Kaiyan if she had given him a letter before he lost consciousness. Lu Kaiyan weakly told Minghe that she had. Minghe noticed that Lu Kaiyan looked pale, so he asked her if she was sick. Lu Kaiyan told Minghe that she wasn't sick, and then he asked Minghe if he had read the letter after waking up. Minghe informed Lu Kaiyan that the letter had disappeared, so he never knew what was written inside it. Lu Kaiyan was shocked. She had always thought that Minghe had read her letter. Minghe held Lu Kaiyan's arms and told her that he had been thinking about it for the past few days, and that he had been trying to guess what her answer was in that letter, whether she rejected him, agreed to go out with him, or simply wished for him to get well soon. Minghe closed his eyes and said that it wasn't that important anymore because what was important to him was what was currently happening. He told Liu Kaiyan that just like when they were still in high school, when his heart raced in his chest after looking at her, and when he became really conscious of everything related to her, he would also dream of a future with both of them in it. Minghe stopped beating around the bush and asked Liu Kaiyan if she would go out with him. Liu Kaiyan blushed and then hugged Minghe. While she was in Minghe's arms, she told Minghe that she had already agreed to go out with him. As if remembering something important, Liu Kaiyan suddenly opened her eyes. Liu Kaiyan pushed Minghe out of the mansion and told him that he needed to leave quickly. Minghe was puzzled as to why Liu Kaiyan was suddenly acting that way. He became even more confused when Liu Kaiyan informed him that they wanted to capture him. When Minghe turned around, there were already soldiers behind him. The soldiers raised their weapons and shields, making it evident that they were all wary of Minghe. More armed soldiers arrived and surrounded Minghe. Minghe couldn't help but ask why they were surrounding him. Louis came out of the mansion and asked Minghe to stop resisting. Louis informed Minghe that their investigation had revealed that he was a member of Dragon Tooth, and that orders had been given by the superiors to capture him. Minghe said he didn't understand and asked Liu Kaiyan what was happening. Liu Kaiyan told Louis that he must have been mistaken, that Minghe was not a traitor to humanity. Louis said that was why they needed to check. Minghe was confused as to why he was being branded as a traitor and told Louis that even if they were to capture him, they still needed to give him a proper reason. Louis asked Minghe if he, as a Dragon Tooth member, was truly ignorant of what had happened. Minghe said that he had no idea and that he had never heard of Dragon Tooth before. Louis pointed at the television inside the mansion and told Minghe to see for himself. On the television, the reporter was saying that the Dragon Tooth group belonging to the North City had suddenly turned their backs on humanity, with the North City's Professor Tang Hang and Dragon Tooth's Lai Huang as the heads of the rebel group. They had started to capture the Heavenly Scripture Mountain. The reporter said that, according to official reports, those Dragon Tooth members were most likely traitors who had been hiding among them. They were referred to as the Heavenly Sovereignty Organization by experts. Professor Tang Hang was the brain of the Heavenly Sovereignty and was referred to as their teacher. The reporter informed the viewers that the Heavenly Sovereignty's target is the person who finished the Calamity Interception Plan, Professor Wu Long. The Heavenly Scripture Mountain has been placed in lockdown by the North City's superhuman special forces, and it has been reported that the situation inside has become extremely complicated. Most of the Heavenly Sovereignty members have been captured, and the superhuman special forces have suffered immense losses while trying to rescue others. Minghe was at a loss. He couldn't understand how things turned out that way. How Professor Tang became the leader of the Heavenly Sovereignty. He denied everything he heard and saw, believing that it's not possible, that things aren't like that. Louis told Minghe that the fact that he appeared in his mansion shows that he didn't join in with the plan to betray humanity. But according to their investigations, Minghe joined the Dragon Tooth group a year ago and was secretly carrying out missions for them. Louis asked Minghe not to resist, then he ordered the soldiers to capture Minghe. Louis pointed out to Minghe that the group he belongs to has completely turned traitor, and that they're standing on the opposite end of humanity. Louis said that he believed Minghe was enticed by the Dragon Tooth and inducted into the organization without knowing anything. But that doesn't mean that Minghe is part of the Heavenly Sovereignty Organization. While exuding a dangerous aura, Minghe asked Louis if they're accusing him of being part of the Heavenly Sovereignty Organization. Louis told Minghe that things have become much more complicated than he can imagine. He begged Minghe to cooperate with their investigation. Louis promised that their superior would ensure that justice is served to Minghe. Louis said that if Minghe would resist, he'll just be admitting that he's a traitor. When Minghe expressed that he can't trust any of them, Louis said that that's why they need his cooperation. Louis told Minghe that he's unique, and both Liu Kaiyan and he believe that he hasn't been influenced or controlled by the Dragon Tooth group, and that he may also be the key to the entirety of that case because he has connections with the Dragon Tooth group and Tang Hang, who have all attacked the Heavenly Scripture Mountain, becoming traitors of humanity. Louis asked Minghe if he still didn't understand the gravity of the situation. While he was pointing at Liu Kaiyan, who was crying, Louis begged Minghe not to resist. On behalf of Liu Kaiyan, as her brother, and as the Special Forces Vice Captain, Louis promised Minghe that he'd be safe. Minghe calmed down and retracted his aura. He decided to listen to Louis. After seeing Minghe's willingness to cooperate, a soldier immediately handcuffed Minghe. Liu Kaiyan asked Louis why Minghe was being cuffed even though he was just going to cooperate with their investigation. Louis explained to Liu Kaiyan that they were in a sensitive period, so they had to be cautious. Even though Louis told her not to worry, Liu Kaiyan still wanted to go and accompany Minghe. Louis decided to take Liu Kaiyan along since there were some things she had to provide statements for as well. Meanwhile, at the main gate of the astronomy team, drones were flying around the building. Soldiers were hiding behind a pile of sandbags, preparing something. A machine was firing a beam towards the astronomy team's building, and a soldier called Lu Lin a traitor. He threatened Lu Lin that if she dared to harm Professor Wu Long, they would definitely destroy all of them. Meanwhile, inside the astronomy team's building, Liu Kaiyan asked the Dragon Tooth members to hold on because they needed more time. The Dragon Tooth group members blocked lives depended on it. At the same time, in the Special Forces Command Center, in the building's underground interrogation room, Minghe was left alone in the interrogation room. His hands were still handcuffed, and his legs were fixed to the chair on which he was sitting. He just waited there silently. One goddess asked Minghe if there could be, and the group he had joined wasn't Dragon Tooth. Through his thoughts, Minghe told the goddess that he is not the kind of person who would struggle with thoughts like that. Whether it's Dragon Tooth or the Justice Team, he knows that he has done nothing wrong. The goddess agrees with Minghe. She thinks that the problem probably lies with Dragon Tooth's upper echelons, or that there has been some sort of conflict among humans. The door of the interrogation room suddenly opened. With a pile of documents in hand, the vice captain of the Special Forces, Hong Xiao, entered the interrogation room. Louis was following behind her. As soon as Louis sat down, Minghe immediately asked him where Liu Kaiyan is. Louis pointed to his side, saying that Liu Kaiyan is over there. Hong Xiao didn't beat around the bush. She told Minghe that they have some questions for him. Minghe asked them if they could bring Liu Kaiyan in because she's the only person Minghe trusted at that time. Hong Xiao asked for Louis's consent by simply giving him an inquiring look. Knowing what Hong Xiao meant, Louis nodded in response. When Liu Kaiyan entered the interrogation room, she immediately went to Minghe's side and sat beside him. While Minghe was being interrogated by Hong Xiao, Louis was giving them a death stare. Liu Kaiyan couldn't help but look away out of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hong Xiao was telling Minghe that after understanding and analyzing what happened to him, the conclusions they have drawn are still considered rather favorable to him. Minghe told Hong Xiao that he has yet to understand what has happened. Hong Xiao admitted to Minghe that they're still not very sure why themselves because they've always believed that the Dragon Tooth team was humanity's most loyal strength. However, the truth was displayed before their very eyes. Hong Xiao informed Minghe that the Dragon Tooth team has not just occupied the astronomy team, but they've also tried to kill the hero of humanity, Professor Wu Long. Hong Xiao's words left Minghe speechless. While flipping through some documents, Hong Xiao told Minghe that his records are very clean, so they believe that he was manipulated by the Dragon Tooth group and that they hope Minghe can be aware enough to recognize what's happening. Minghe insisted that he wasn't deceived. He told Hong Xiao that his mind isn't muddled, but he's confused as to what's actually happening. Hong Xiao said that all of them are confused. She informed Minghe that all 5 teams of the Dragon Tooth have taken up arms to guard the Astronomy Mountain. They aren't communicating with the outside world, and the negotiators they've sent out were unable to communicate with them. Minghe asked Hong Xiao if she's sure that it was the Dragon Tooth's Professor Tang Heng. Hong Xiao told Minghe that they're very sure. She said that Minghe should be very familiar with their current commander, Luo Lin, the one who gave him his missions. Minghe was surprised to know that Luo Lin was there too. Hong Xiao said that in order to understand what's happening there, they need someone who isn't influenced to communicate with them. She told Minghe that they also believe that within those traitors, there are people like him who have been deceived. And if Minghe can become their connection to the Dragon Tooth group, perhaps he'd be able to make those familiar with him finally understand the mistakes they're making. Then maybe the chaos can be resolved properly. Minghe asked Hong Xiao why they had chosen him to be the connection between all of them. Hong Xiao explained to Minghe that they knew that in the year and a half following his awakening from the hospital, he had had no involvement with those people. While flipping through the documents, Hong Xiao told Minghe that during that year and a half, everything he had done was not against his will. He even had an extreme sense of responsibility towards humanity. Louis told Minghe that they believed in him. Hong Xiao said that was the reason why they needed him to infiltrate the Dragon Tooth Mountain as part of the Dragon Tooth group, to secretly rescue Professor Wu Long. Louis took out a map. He pointed to an area on the map and told Minghe that before all communication was cut off, the last thing they had received was a distress call originating from there. Louis said that Professor Wu Long had already taken his subordinates with him and they were hiding out in the 6-star venue. Louis then informed Minghe that within the venue there were multiple hidden shelters, so it would only be a matter of time before they were found. Minghe got worried about his sister, so he asked Hong Xiao what had happened to the workers of the astronomy team. Hong Xiao informed Minghe that most of the workers were also hidden inside the venue's shelters. Minghe was relieved. Hong Xiao said that there wasn't enough time. She told Minghe that the special forces would launch a frontal assault and attempt to break through their front lines at the gate. While they were engaged in the fight, Minghe had to find Professor Wulong and bring him to safety. A soldier suddenly entered the interrogation room. The soldier came to Hong Xiao's side and whispered something to her. Hong Xiao and Lui stood up simultaneously. Hong Xiao informed Minghe that he had 5 minutes to decide whether he would agree to proceed with their plan. She wanted Minghe to decide for himself whether he would cooperate with them for the bigger picture, and be free from their suspicions or sit there and wait for an official trial. Before leaving, Lui advised Minghe to carefully think things through. Minghe and Lu Kaiyan were the only ones left in the interrogation room, but a CCTV camera was installed to observe them. Lu Kaiyan apologized to Minghe for not warning him in advance. Minghe seemed not to care. He just told Lu Kaiyan that it's fine. Lu Kaiyan asked Minghe what he's planning to do. Minghe told her that he'll enter the astronomy mountain. He said that he must know the reason as to why all of it had happened. Minghe suddenly thought about his older sister, but he didn't tell Lu Kaiyan about it. Out of nowhere, Minghe asked Lu Kaiyan if she believes in him. Lu Kaiyan told Minghe that she does, especially since he was the one who rescued her. Then she told Minghe that she has no idea why he's not willing to admit things. Minghe moved closer to Lu Kaiyan. He told her that he has a question to ask that she must answer honestly. Lu Kaiyan hummed in agreement. Lu Kaiyan exclaimed when Minghe suddenly moved closer to her ear. She couldn't help but blush while listening to what Minghe was saying. Moments later, they both looked at something. Then Lu Kaiyan moved closer to Minghe's ear and whispered something. A person watching them from outside the interrogation room wondered what they were talking about. The person next to him asked if he really wants to hear what couples whisper to each other. The man realized that he doesn't want to, so he just let it go. After 5 minutes, Hong Xiao entered the interrogation room. She immediately asked Minghe if he has decided on what he'll do. Minghe told her that he had already thought it through and that he had decided to cooperate with them. After hearing Minghe's decision, Hong Xiao expressed her satisfaction. She then told Minghe that they'll send someone to escort him to the back of the mountain. Hong Xiao said that Minghe can go in from there. While Hong Xiao was unlocking Minghe's handcuffs, she told Minghe that if the Dragon Tooth group somehow finds him, he can say that he's a member, and they probably won't make things difficult for him. After getting freed, Minghe stood up, then he told Hong Xiao that he understands. Hong Xiao informed Minghe that a tracker had been placed on him so they could understand the situation better and monitor each and every move he made. She then told Minghe that in order to prevent him from betraying them, Lui would be following him, pointing out that Lui was allowed to judge for himself whether to execute him if Lui thought that he was acting strangely. Minghe asked Hong Xiao if she was sure that she wanted to do it, since it was a preventive measure that they had to take. Hong Xiao could only apologize to Minghe. Lui reassured Minghe that as long as both of their goals were to rescue Wulong, he would help him. Hong Xiao was pleased when Minghe finally agreed. After saying that she believed that neither of them would disappoint her, Hong Xiao ordered Minghe and Lui to prepare to move out. Suddenly, Lu Kaiyan said that she wanted to join too. Minghe and Lui immediately told Lu Kaiyan that she should just stay there because the mission was dangerous. But Lu Kaiyan insisted. She told Hong Xiao that she would like to apply to join Minghe's team. Lu Kaiyan expressed that Minghe still couldn't fully trust everything that Hong Xiao had said had happened, and that Lu Lai couldn't trust Minghe due to his identity either, so they would have differences of opinion while carrying out the mission. She wanted Hong Xiao to understand that the two could never complete the task of rescuing Wulong when they were suspicious of each other. Seeing that Hong Xiao was starting to consider Lu Kaiyan's application, Minghe and Lui said that Lu Kaiyan shouldn't go no matter what. To prove her point, Lu Kaiyan told Hong Xiao that, considering how the two reacted, it was apparent that, at least with regard to her, Minghe and Lui's opinions still remained the same. Hong Xiao finally agreed to let Lu Kaiyan be the third member of the special unit that would rescue Wulong. Lu Kaiyan, Minghe, and Lui simultaneously acknowledged Hong Xiao's words. Lu Kaiyan looked at Lui and playfully stuck her tongue out. Later that day, while the Dragon Tooth members were busy confronting the special forces, the special unit ran towards the Astronomy Mountain's dorms using the small path behind the mountain. When they had successfully entered the astronomy team's premises, Lui informed the two that they needed to pass through those dorms first, then proceed through the mountain's tunnel and reach the square before entering the venue where Wulong was hiding. While they passed through the dorms, Minghe noticed that the astronomy team had retreated rather hastily. Suddenly, he saw someone going down the stairs. Unfamiliar with the faces of the three, the Dragon Tooth member asked Minghe to reveal his identity. Lu Kaiyan and Lui eyed the Dragon Tooth member warily. After introducing himself, Minghe told the Dragon Tooth member that he was part of their group. When Minghe showed his Dragon Tooth identification plaque, the Dragon Tooth member apologized to Minghe for not recognizing that they were on the same team. Minghe told the Dragon Tooth member that their group of 3 had been following orders from Luolin to check through the back of the mountain to prevent people from sneaking in. Convinced by Minghe's words, the Dragon Tooth member said that Minghe had worked hard so that they could proceed with their mission without making the Dragon Tooth member suspicious. Louis told Minghe that they should go and check the tunnel. When they entered the tunnel, Lu Kaiyan appreciated Minghe's acting. Minghe expressed that he still felt a little guilty about lying to the Dragon Tooth members. Minghe suddenly exclaimed when he saw 3 Dragon Tooth members at the end of the tunnel. The Dragon Tooth member stopped Minghe and asked him who he was. Minghe calmly revealed his identity and then showed his identity plaque, confirming that Minghe was indeed part of their group. The Dragon Tooth member asked Louis and Lu Kaiyan to reveal their identities too. Unsure of what to say, Minghe told the Dragon Tooth member that Lu Kaiyan and Louis were his team members. Since Minghe claimed that they were his team members, the Dragon Tooth member asked Lu Kaiyan and Louis to show their identity plaques or their team plaques. Minghe was about to make an excuse when Louis suddenly told the Dragon Tooth member that he would show him the team plaque. Louis moved closer to the Dragon Tooth member, and when he got close enough, his eyes emitted a dangerous light. The Dragon Tooth member didn't even have the chance to react as Louis was mercilessly punched in the abdomen. Louis then swiftly moved forward and chopped the bald man's neck with his palm, making the bald man lose consciousness. Knowing that she didn't stand a chance against Louis, the woman quickly ran away. Louis activated his soul art while focusing his attention on the woman. The woman asked someone to inform their leader that they had found invaders inside the tunnel when, out of nowhere, a hand formed above her. The woman was already in the hand's grip when the person on the other end of the call asked her what she had found. Louis took the woman's phone and crushed it with his hand. Louis urged them to proceed with their mission, anticipating that the Dragon Tooth group had already found out about their infiltration. Minghe was shocked, while Lu Kaiyan was glad to see that her brother seemed to have completely recovered. Lu Kaiyan and Minghe stepped over the unconscious Dragon Tooth members and immediately followed behind Louis. While running, Minghe and the goddess discussed how strong Louis was. The Dragon Tooth members they had just encountered were around Corona rank, but Louis was able to completely stop their movements in a split second. The goddess told Minghe that if he were to do something, Louis might be able to stop him. Minghe said that they should see how things went first. He expressed that it was at least better than having to stay in the interrogation room. When Lu Kaiyan asked him who he had been talking to, Minghe just told Lu Kaiyan that he had been thinking about their next route. He said that he had been there before and that if they headed towards the astronomy center's square, there was a high chance that they would be surrounded. Hearing what Minghe said, Louis informed the two that the Dragon Tooth's first and second groups were incredibly strong and that he was certain that if they came across their leader or instructor, he wouldn't be able to get past them. Minghe told Louis that they had to go around the workers' canteen, saying that he remembered his sister telling him before that the workers' canteen had an express route to quickly send food to each astronomy team's department. Lu Kaiyan asked him how his sister had known about all that information, so Minghe explained that his sister worked there as a cataloger, and that when she had been an intern there, she used to make tea and transport food there. After Lu Kaiyan expressed that it would definitely help them, Minghe immediately led the way toward the workers' canteen. Moments later, the Dragon Tooth members who had been looking around the area at the end of the tunnel grouped up after failing to find anyone. Through a call, a man who had seemed to be in a higher position scolded the surveillance members and those on duty for letting someone infiltrate the mountain. When the man had asked the surveillance leader who the infiltrators were, the surveillance leader had reported that the identities of the people who had put down the 5th team's 3 members were unclear. The man had then ordered the surveillance leader to strengthen their defenses, pointing out that the infiltrators could not be allowed to ruin their plan. Meanwhile, the whole area of Shaoling had been covered by thick mist. The people had wondered why the mist was not dissipating. Not understanding what kind of weather it was, they had gotten so irritated that they had started to think that it was purposely trying to prevent them from going out. On television, the reporter had informed the citizens that the huge mist that had fallen on their city was estimated to be present for the entire day. She had asked them to be careful, to remain at their homes, and to not exit their homes carelessly. Some people had ridden a helicopter and flown around the area of Shaoling City to get a better look at the strange phenomena. After having had an aerial view of the whole city, they had still failed to understand what was happening. All they had been able to tell was that their city seemed to have been completely enveloped by the strange mist. On the heavenly scripture mountain, a group of Dragon Tooth members rode a car and roamed around the area to look for the infiltrators. Out of nowhere, they suddenly lost their communications. The 5th Dragon Tooth team leader, Feng Hai, asked one of her members if she had not found out where the intruders were going. The woman just informed Feng Hai that the members who had fought the intruders at the back of the mountain had told them that the first group's Minghe had brought 2 people with him into that area. Feng Hai didn't remember Minghe from when they were working together. Feng Hai suddenly cursed, realizing that Minghe must have turned his back on their organization. Feng Hai ordered the woman to let the other teams know that if they saw Minghe, they should take him down immediately. She then instructed the rest of her group to follow her. At the same time, Minghe, Lu Kaiyan, and Lui, who had just kept on running without stopping, got closer to their destination in no time. They just needed to cross the square, and they would reach the place where they needed to go. Feng Hai, who was waiting in the square, expressed that she was right. Waiting for the infiltrators to come to them was much easier than trying to find them. Minghe was surprised. He asked Feng Hai if she was also a member of Dragon Tooth. After introducing herself, Feng Hai told Minghe that she had heard of him and that she never thought that he would betray them. Minghe felt offended after being called a traitor. He asked Feng Hai why she seemed unaware of what she was doing. Feng Hai told Minghe that he should know what their reason was since the Dragon Tooth group had taught him before inducting him into the group that the Dragon Tooth is the last line of defense for humanity. Lui expressed that he couldn't believe that a member of the Dragon Tooth organization, an organization that had been infiltrated by the heavenly sovereignty, still had the guts to say something as self-righteous as that. He told Feng Hai that she was a lost cause. Lui then instructed Minghe and Lu Kaiyan to go ahead and wait for him in front. He wanted to handle the 5th Dragon Tooth team alone. When Feng Hai asked him if he was Lui, the vice captain of the special forces that she had long heard about, Lui confirmed that it was indeed him. Despite knowing Lui's achievements, she still told him that he might not have had the strength to fight against the Dragon Tooth. Lui suddenly appeared beside Feng Hai. He told her that there was no need for them to talk any longer. After witnessing Lui's blank skill firsthand, Feng Hai's team members couldn't help but exclaim. Lui attempted to chop Feng Hai's neck, but Feng Hai moved her head to the side, dodging Lui's chop. While Feng Hai was supporting herself so she wouldn't fall, Lui stretched his right leg. When Feng Hai stood up, Lui's foot was what greeted her face. A loud bang was heard as Feng Hai failed to dodge Lui's kick. But when Lui saw Feng Hai's face, his eyes widened in surprise. Feng Hai actually managed to block Lui's kick with her hand. She told Lui that his instant attack was incredible, but it couldn't escape her mutated eyes. Lui just snorted. He continued to attack Feng Hai despite Feng Hai managing to dodge and block all of his attacks. Feng Hai ordered her team to take down Minghe and Lu Kaiyan, saying that she'd handle Lui alone. The woman on Feng Hai's team immediately aimed a punch at Minghe. In response, Minghe also aimed a punch at the woman. The impact of the collision of their fists was so strong that it sent shockwaves around them. One of Feng Hai's team members couldn't help glancing at the woman as she got pushed back by Minghe's punch. Seemingly preparing to attack, Lu Kaiyan crouched and covered her left palm with lightning. Surprised by Minghe's strength, the woman wondered if it was the reason why he was drafted into the group. Lui suddenly appeared behind the woman, who was still trying to figure out how Minghe had become so strong even though he hadn't joined the Dragon Tooth for long. The floor broke as Lui's punch smashed the woman's head into it. Before she could figure out how Lui had managed to quickly get behind her without her noticing, the woman's eyes widened, feeling the danger that was coming towards her. Feng Hai screamed at the woman, telling her to watch out. Out of nowhere, one of Feng Hai's team members appeared in front of the woman. He managed to block Lu Kaiyan's kick but was hit by Lui's punch. After rescuing the woman, Feng Hai called Lui a despicable bastard. Lui ignored Feng Hai's insults and just instructed Lu Kaiyan and Minghe to go ahead, saying that he would follow them from behind. Believing in her brother's decision, Lu Kaiyan agreed. She told Lui to be careful before she ran away. Minghe and Lu Kaiyan ran so fast that they were able to instantly cover a distance in the blink of an eye. The goddess informed Minghe that Feng Hai seemed to have some type of eye power that was akin to that of the eyes of flies, making everything she saw be perceived extremely slowly by her. Minghe told the goddess that Lui should have realized it as well since he changed his strategy and decided to take care of the other members instead. The goddess said that with Lui's unfathomable strength and incredible intelligence, it would be difficult for Minghe to get rid of Lui. Having had enough of her opinions, Minghe asked the goddess to get off him. Once again, Lu Kaiyan asked Minghe who he was talking to. Minghe just told Lu Kaiyan that he was talking to himself and that the Star Stadium is right in front of them. He reminded her that the leader had told them that the majority of the astronomy team had retreated into that arena. Moments later, when the square where Lugi and the 5th team had fought was already silent, another group of Dragon Tooth members arrived. After finding out that everyone from the 5th team had been killed, they realized that the infiltrator was extremely strong. The leader of the group that had just arrived promised that he would kill the infiltrator with his own 2 hands. At the same time, Minghe and Liu Kaiyan had entered the Star Stadium. They couldn't believe that that structure was made of aluminum. Everything in there was almost akin to being cut off from the outside. And there were a total of 5 levels and no basement. The interior was almost maze-like and extremely complicated to figure out, so Minghe was afraid that it was going to be difficult for them to find Wulong. They didn't even know if Wulong knew if they were allies or enemies. Liu Kaiyan then added that ever since they came there, she had been having the feeling of being watched, which was making her uncomfortable. When Minghe asked her if she was just mistaken, Liu Kaiyan explained that she gained a stealth power, the 6th sense, after reaching the Heaven Flare rank. Hearing Liu Kaiyan say that she was certain that there was something watching them, Minghe expressed that they should be more careful. A woman who had been hiding in the darkness couldn't help but appreciate how observant Liu Kaiyan was. Minghe and Liu Kaiyan stopped below a hanging giant skeleton to look around and observe their surroundings. A dagger suddenly cut the rope that had hung the skeleton. Liu Kaiyan and Minghe exclaimed, noticing that the skeleton was falling. Knowing that it was already too late for them to run away, Minghe quickly used his body to protect Liu Kaiyan. The skeleton crashed to the ground. It was so heavy that the floor broke, sending dust all over the place. The woman walked toward the skeleton. She expressed that, as superhumans, Minghe and Liu Kaiyan wouldn't be crushed by something as simple as that, saying that she'd be sad if it were to happen. The woman was actually the 2nd Dragon Tooth team leader, Chu Ying. Although she had been expecting that they would not be crushed, Chu Ying was still shocked by what she had seen. Minghe and Liu Kaiyan were lucky enough to have been sheltered by the skeleton's ribcage. Liu Kaiyan said that she had almost forgotten that Minghe had a stealth talent too. Not liking the stealth attack, Minghe told Chu Ying that there was no need for her to play such tricks since they were all superheroes. Chu Ying laughed. It was the first time that she had seen someone bring their family along while doing a critical mission. She couldn't help but ask Minghe and Liu Kaiyan if they hadn't been afraid that they would both end up dying there. Minghe asked Chu Ying who she was. Chu Ying nonchalantly introduced herself, after which she asked Minghe who he was and whose dog he was. After hearing Minghe's name, Chu Ying realized that Minghe was her nomadic junior brother who had just been promoted. She revealed to Minghe that Instructor Luo had mentioned him before. When Minghe asked her if Instructor Luo was there too, Chu Ying confirmed that Instructor Luo had indeed been there as well. Minghe remembered the first time that Instructor Luo had contacted him. He asked Chu Ying why the Dragon Tooth organization was doing it. Chu Ying just told the two that there was no reason for them to ask, so Liu Kaiyan pointed out to Chu Ying that since they had attacked the astronomy team and kidnapped Wulong, their motives should be questioned. Chu Ying said that Minghe should know that the Dragon Tooth organization had always operated in the dark. Since Chu Ying still wasn't answering their question, Liu Kaiyan asked her if she knew that they had become traitors to the whole of humanity. Chu Ying finally revealed that the orders they had received were to have absolute obedience and not to ask if their decisions were right or wrong. She then said that the reason Minghe hadn't been brought along for the mission might be because he had spent too little time with the Dragon Tooth organization. Minghe asked Chu Ying where Instructor Luo and Tang Hang were. Chu Ying was kind enough to inform Minghe that they were upstairs, but she told them that she had received orders to kill anyone who attempted to go upstairs. As she recovered the dagger that she had used to cut the rope, Chu Ying apologized to Minghe. Chu Ying suddenly threw the dagger at Minghe. Minghe quickly moved to the side to dodge the dagger. While she was controlling multiple daggers, Chu Ying commented that Minghe's skills weren't too bad. She then sent the daggers flying towards Minghe, telling him that she had wanted to see if he could still hide from them. Minghe moved away from the dagger's trajectory, but the daggers followed him. Realizing that Chu Ying's skill locked onto the 7 vital points of his body, Minghe became certain that he couldn't dodge the daggers. Liu Kaiyan screamed at Minghe, telling him to get down. Liu Kaiyan's hands exuded lightning, striking all the daggers that had been flying towards Minghe. The daggers got sent away and got stuck to the wall as they were overpowered by Liu Kaiyan's lightning. One of the daggers narrowly missed Minghe. If his luck hadn't activated, it would have wounded him. Seeing that Chu Ying had no weapons left, Minghe quickly ran towards her. Chu Ying crossed her arms to block Minghe's punch. She managed to prevent a direct hit, but the punch was so strong that she got pushed away, and only stopped when she had hit the wall. When she opened her eyes, Minghe was already in front of her, aiming to punch her face. Chu Ying moved her head to the side, making Minghe hit nothing but the wall. Desperate to land a clean hit, Ming-He used Winding Wind Fist as he chased after Chu Ying. But despite his efforts, all of his punches were narrowly dodged by Chu Ying. Ming-He continued his barrage of punches until he punched through a wall. He had lost track of where Chu Ying went. Suddenly, both Ming-He and the goddess' eyes widened when they felt something. Like a cobra, Chu Ying clung to Ming-He's waist, preparing to stab him with her daggers. Lu Kaiyan quickly acted to help Ming-He. She formed a Thunderbird and aimed it at Ming-He's back. Noticing Lu Kaiyan's decisive move, Chu Ying immediately jumped away, leaving Ming-He to get electrocuted alone. Moments later, despite taking Lu Kaiyan's attack directly, Ming-He didn't fall. Chu Ying praised Lu Kaiyan for being decisive. She said that if Lu Kaiyan had hesitated a split second later, her little boyfriend would have been dead. Lu Kaiyan immediately ran towards Ming-He's side to check if he's alright. After telling her that he's fine, Ming-He thanked Lu Kaiyan for saving his life. Lu Kaiyan remembered hearing Luo Lin say that everyone in the Dragon Tooth organization was all battle-loving monsters. Seeing how Chu Ying fought, she started believing Luo Lin's words. Ming-He was confident that they could win against Chu Ying. However, he was afraid that if they used all their strength there, they wouldn't be able to rescue the astronomy team. Lu Kaiyan suggested that Ming-He should go on ahead while she stayed there to keep Chu Ying busy, but Ming-He didn't agree, saying that he had a plan. Chu Ying awkwardly waited for Ming-He and Lu Kaiyan to finish discussing amongst themselves. Lu Kaiyan and Ming-He stared at Chu Ying with determination in their eyes. They then dashed towards Chu Ying, flanking her. While she was dodging and blocking their attacks, Chu Ying commented that Ming-He had adequate strength, but was slow, and that Lu Kaiyan was fast but lacked strength. Seeing an opening, Chu Ying hit Lu Kaiyan's abdomen with her palm, simultaneously kicking Ming-He in the chest. She then took the opportunity to grab two of her daggers. Anticipating the next thing that Chu Ying would do, Lu Kaiyan and Ming-He, who still hadn't regained their balance, couldn't help but be alarmed. Predicting where Chu Ying would aim, Ming-He and Lu Kaiyan quickly shifted their positions to narrowly evade the daggers that Chu Ying threw at them. Knowing how close he was to seeing his parents, Ming-He stared at the dagger beside his head. He then screamed at Lu Kaiyan, telling her to initiate their plan. Lu Kaiyan's eyes turned white as her palm started exuding lightning. She used her lightning to cut the ropes that held a huge effigy above Chu Ying's position. As the effigy fell, Chu Ying quickly took control of all her daggers. Before it could crush her, she used her daggers to shred the effigy into pieces. Chu Ying emerged unscathed. She ridiculed both Lu Kaiyan and Ming-He, saying that it seemed that both of them had no worthy skills left up their sleeves. Realizing what the two were doing, Chu Ying couldn't help but curse. Ming-He and Lu Kaiyan desperately ran towards the elevator, not even daring to look back. Ming-He quickly pushed the button to close the elevator's door. Chu Ying tried to chase after the two, but after seeing that the door had already closed, she immediately took control of her daggers and threw them towards the two. Most of the daggers managed to pass through the closing door, leaving only a single dagger stuck outside. Chu Ying punched the door. She couldn't accept that Ming-He and Lu Kaiyan had outsmarted her. She couldn't help but wonder who had let a sly guy like Ming-He into their group. Chu Ying was so angry that she repeatedly slashed the elevator door pointlessly. Suddenly, the glass window near Chu Ying broke. She stared at the window to see what had happened, but it was too dark for her to figure out what was on the other side. Knowing that there should be someone there, she asked the person to come out. Moments later, a figure whose eyes were emitting dangerous red light slowly approached the window. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, Ming-He and Lu Kaiyan cautiously stared at something above them. Chu Ying's daggers that had managed to pass through the door hovered above them while rotating at a dangerous speed. When they reached the second level, the elevator door opened. Ming-He and Lu Kaiyan immediately went out of the elevator to get away from Chu Ying's dangerous daggers. Terrified by Chu Ying, they felt glad that they had decided not to engage in battle with her. There was only one button on the lift, and they had reached the second level already. Ming-He speculated that the third level's lift should be directly opposite. Lu Kaiyan told Ming-He that the building must have been designed in such a way to prevent infiltrators. Learning from their previous experiences, Ming-He checked if there were more strong individuals guarding that level as well. After looking around, Lu Kaiyan found someone guarding that level in front of them. She asked Ming-He if they should engage them in battle. Thinking that the guard could be another group leader or an instructor, Ming-He decided to take another path. Lu Kaiyan agreed, realizing that was the only way. While they were walking inside the forest, Ming-He suddenly exclaimed. He saw two Dragon Tooth members on the balcony of a building ahead of them. One of the Dragon Tooth members suddenly twitched. He told the woman who was with him that he had heard something from the forest. The woman asked the man if they should check it out. But before the man could answer, a bird came into their view. The man thought that that bird was what he had heard. He told the woman that since their communications had been cut off, they should just stand guard where they were supposed to be. Knowing that their brothers on the outside couldn't hold the fort down any longer, the man couldn't help but wonder if the first group had already found the professor. The woman informed the man that the first group had been on the 3rd floor searching for the astronomy team. She said that there must be someone among them who knew where the professor was hiding. The man hoped that everything would end soon. Afraid that they'd get noticed, Lu Kaiyan told Minghe that they should go. Minghe asked Lu Kaiyan to wait, saying that there was something above the 2 Dragon Tooth members. When Lu Kaiyan looked up and saw what Minghe was referring to, she covered her mouth and started trembling. Just above the 2 Dragon Tooth members, an unknown individual with sharp claws was eyeing them dangerously. Ignorant of the danger above her, the woman expressed that it was strange that, with how strong the first group was, they had taken so much time just to capture an astronomy team that did research. While his arms were transforming into something sharp, the unknown individual slowly moved closer to the Dragon Tooth members. The man told the woman that she should stop asking questions, saying that they should just do their parts. In a blink of an eye, the 2 Dragon Tooth members were decapitated by the unknown individual. The unknown individual's pointed limb and abnormal-looking arms slowly shrank and transformed into ordinary arms. As if nothing had happened, the unknown individual nonchalantly walked away while wiping his hands. He simply threw the bloodied cloth away, seemingly not caring about leaving some evidence behind. Minghe and Lu Kaiyan's eyes widened as they stared at the bloodied cloth that fell in front of them. Minghe asked Lu Kaiyan if the unknown man was a superhuman. Lu Kaiyan told Minghe that it didn't look like it, saying that the man looked too strange to be a superhuman. When Minghe asked her why the man had killed someone from the Dragon Tooth organization, Lu Kaiyan thought of the possibility that there could be another organization apart from them that had infiltrated the mountain. She expressed that she thought things weren't as simple as what had been officially broadcast. Moments later, Lu Kaiyan suddenly grabbed Minghe's arm while pointing at something. Minghe carefully took a closer look at what was behind the bush. A trembling, horrified man exclaimed the moment he laid his eyes on Minghe. As if Minghe was going to kill him, the man screamed and ran desperately. Minghe asked the man if he was Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao calmed down slightly. He asked Minghe if he was Qin Yu's younger brother. Minghe confirmed that it was indeed him. Brother Zhao then asked Minghe how he had managed to get in there. Minghe explained that he had come to look for his sister after hearing that something had happened. When he asked Zhao where Qin Yu had been, Zhao informed him that Qin Yu should be in the 3rd floor safety room. Through Zhao, Minghe wanted to know what had happened there, but all Zhao told him was that he didn't know and that so many people had died, so he had hidden there. Noticing that there was something wrong with Zhao's mental state, Lu Kaiyan advised Minghe not to provoke him any further. Zhao was so scared that he had peed in his pants as he led Minghe to the place where he had hidden. Minghe asked Zhao if he could bring him to meet his sister, but to his disappointment, Zhao just told him that they shouldn't go out because it wasn't safe. Zhao strongly believed that all of them would die if they went out and that the place where he was hiding was the safest place. Minghe then asked Zhao if he could tell him where the 3rd floor safety room was located. Zhao asked Minghe to come closer, saying that he only believed in him, so he would only tell him. Minghe listened carefully as Brother Zhao whispered to him where the 3rd floor safety room was located. Minghe wanted Zhao to come with them, but Zhao still insisted on not leaving the safe place he had found. While Zhao was repeatedly warning Minghe not to trust anyone, Lu Kaiyan told Minghe that they should go, saying that Zhao had probably suffered from a severe amount of shock, so he wouldn't come out. Minghe stopped forcing Zhao to come with them. Before he left, he asked Zhao to take care of himself. After some time, Minghe and Lu Kaiyan arrived at the edge of the forest. Minghe informed Lu Kaiyan that the lift should be right in front of them. When Minghe expressed that it was strange that no one was guarding the lift, Lu Kaiyan said that the strange man had probably gone up already. Thinking that Lu Kaiyan could be right, Minghe decided to wait a while longer so they could avoid the strange man. The goddess suddenly told Minghe to look up. Minghe's eyes widened in surprise when he saw what was above them. Minghe immediately ran towards Lu Kaiyan and pushed her down. He glanced behind him and saw the trees being cut down by the blade that should have taken their lives. Minghe and Lu Kaiyan stared at the individual who had almost taken their lives with a strangely looking sickle. When the individual jumped down the tree, it was revealed that it was actually the strange man they had seen. The strange man expressed that he was a little curious about how Minghe had sensed him. Instead of answering, Minghe asked the strange man who he was. The strange man tried to intimidate Minghe, saying that he had never once failed to kill his enemies, so he should answer him. But Minghe didn't falter. He ordered the strange man to reveal his identity first. The strange man grinned. He decided to just kill Minghe. Noticing that the strange man used a skill to lock his attack into his body, Minghe was certain that he couldn't dodge. He absorbed the earth element as he clenched his fist. Minghe punched the strange man's limb, forcing it to stop. Having less power than the strange man, Ming-He got pushed away. He realized that the strange man was at the White's One rank, so he thought of using his hidden power so both he and Lu Kaiyan could survive. Lu Kaiyan ordered the strange man to leave Ming-He alone. Lu Kaiyan then whipped the strange man with her lightning. The strange man smiled and said that Lu Kaiyan seemed to have gotten a little anxious. As he raised his limb that looked like a stinger, the strange man also released his aura, making Lu Kaiyan lose control of her body. Lu Kaiyan could only curse as she watched the strange man aim for her head. Lu Kaiyan closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, Louis was already in front of her. The strange man exclaimed, then backed away and complimented Louis's strength. Louis told the strange man that no matter who he was working for, he would kill him if he hurt Lu Kaiyan. The strange man laughed. He said that Louis was just cannon fodder and that he had other things to do, so he would make a move first. Louis stared at the man's back, seemingly making sure that he would really leave. Ming-He informed Louis that the strange man wasn't from the Dragon Tooth organization, and that he seemed to have also infiltrated that place just like them. Louis wasn't shocked. He told Ming-He that a lot of organizations had been trying to save Wulong, including organizations that had been working in the dark. Ming-He said that the strange guy who was like a killing machine gave him both strange and familiar vibes. Louis expressed that they should not dwell on it any longer. He asked the two if they had gathered any information. When Ming-He told Louis that his sister was trapped in the third floor's safety shelter, Louis reminded Ming-He that their main goal was to find Wulong. Ming-He reasoned that finding his sister didn't clash with the objective of looking for Wulong since they needed someone who knew their way around so they wouldn't have difficulties moving forward. Lu Kaiyan also added that the presence of Dragon Tooth guards and other organizations made it more difficult to move around. Realizing that what the two said made sense, Louis agreed to look for Qin Yu first. He told the two that they had to follow him closely. The three then jumped up on the balcony and went straight for the lift. When they had entered the lift, Louis said that the safety lock that used to be there seemed to have been destroyed by the Dragon Tooth organization. Left without a choice, the three decided to climb their way up to the third level. And since there was a possibility that the strange man would ambush them, Louis said he'd go first. Louis informed the two that, according to the information from those above their organization, the third floor was an entire set of secret rooms. He said that if they wanted to get to the fourth floor, they had to find the secret metal room that had a lift going to the fourth floor, which was going to be almost akin to breaking into a national bank safe to find. When they got to the third level, Ming-He and Lu Kaiyan were alarmed by what they saw. Seeing the corpses that were scattered all over the place, they couldn't help but express their disbelief that so many people had died there. After recovering from his initial shock, Ming-He told Louis that he knew how to get to the secret room. He then pointed in a certain direction, saying that it should be there. The three went on their way, following the path that Zhao had told Ming-He. Moments later, the goddess suddenly asked Ming-He to wait. She told Ming-He that behind the wall in front of them was a secret room with something good inside. While he was checking the wall, Ming-He told Lu Kaiyan and Louis to hold on for a minute. After some time, Ming-He finally unlocked the secret door. When Lu Kaiyan asked him how he knew that there was a door there, Ming-He didn't respond. Ming-He opened the door and more corpses greeted them. Ming-He asked the two to wait for him, saying that there was something inside that he needed. The goddess was amazed by what they found. Knowing that all of those isomorphic crystals were of brilliant rank, the goddess was certain that Ming-He would be able to level up by a great amount. Louis asked Ming-He why he had used that opportunity to steal from the astronomy team. Ming-He explained that he needed those crystals for urgent matters. He informed Louis that those crystals could help him increase his strength and abilities. As they went out of the room, Louis asked Ming-He how he knew that there was a secret room there. Ming-He told Louis that he had a unique sense of smell that made him especially sensitive to all those isomorphic crystals. Having encountered multiple paths, Ming-He thought for a moment before figuring out which way to go. And after walking for quite some time, they ended up at a dead end. Louis started to doubt the credibility of the information that Ming-He had obtained. While he was trying to remember Zhao's instructions, Ming-He asked Louis to patiently wait. Ming-He started knocking on the wall. After some time, Ming-He expressed that he seemed to have found the mechanism. Ming-He entered the password, and once he finished, the entire wall suddenly collapsed inward, leaving Lu Kaiyan surprised. When they got closer to the vault, the three covered their noses as gas suddenly filled the room to disinfect them. When the disinfection was done, Ming-He turned the handle. He said that the safe room should be right behind it. As soon as the vault opened, Ming-He immediately took a look inside. He was surprised by how spacious the room was. The people inside the room were alarmed. While most of them were cowering in fear, some of them immediately took their weapons and stayed on guard. Juzu mustered the courage to glance at the door. When she realized it was Minghee, she informed everyone that Minghee was Qin Yu's younger brother. Minghee immediately asked Kai Ting and Juzu if they had seen his sister. But before the two could answer, a woman suddenly ran towards Minghee. Lu Kaiyan wanted to stop Qin Yu from hugging Minghee, but she was far too late to do so. She could only pout as she stared at Minghee and Qin Yu, her jealousy clearly showing in her expression. In the past, in the middle of a city, a car crashed into another car. The impact was so strong that the windows broke and the cars started releasing some smoke. The people in the street pitied the two small children left behind by both of their parents, who died on the spot. They said that there would always be many roads, but safety always had to come first. In the hospital, a police officer who was on a call said that the preliminary results of the investigation were finally out. After hearing that it had been found out that his father was the one who had sped through the red light and caused the accident, the little boy was stunned. He stared blankly at the floor, wide-eyed. While he was clenching his fist, someone approached him. The girl said to the boy that his family was gone, and so was hers. Lost for words, the boy just apologized to the girl. The girl then told the boy that he should pay for what his father did. Going back to the time when the special unit entered the safe room, Minghee smiled as he embraced his sister affectionately. Qin Yu asked Minghee why he had come there despite knowing how dangerous it was. Minghee told Qin Yu that he had come because she was the only family he had and that he was glad that she was alright. To stop Qin Yu from worrying, Minghee told her that he was already strong. Qin Yu suddenly asked Minghee if he had run into anything strange on his way there. Minghee didn't know what she was referring to, so he asked her what she meant by strange. Qin Yu said that although she couldn't say exactly what they were, she could tell that they seemed to be some type of monster. She then informed Minghee that some of the people in their team had become strange as well, saying that it was almost as though they were bewitched and controlled. Louis butted into the siblings' conversation. He urged Qin Yu to take them to Wulong. Shrugging off their discussion about the strange monsters, Minghee asked Qin Yu if she knew where Wulong was. A man suddenly asked Louis to reveal his identity. Louis simply showed the man his badge while saying that they were there to save Wulong. The man was actually expecting Louis to come. His comrade reported to Louis that the evil bastards would have probably used other ways to get to the 4th floor by that time. When Louis asked him if it was possible that Wulong had fallen into their enemies' hands already, the man said that it was a possibility. Kai Ting told Juzu that she should have just revealed what she knew since things had already escalated to that point. Juzu had second thoughts, but when Kai Ting said that the vice leader of the special forces could be trusted, Juzu could only reluctantly agree. Juzu approached Louis. She told him that she knew how to get to the 4th floor because she was one of the members in charge of safety precautions on the astronomy team. After revealing that there was a bionic helicopter on the 5th floor of that building, Juzu informed Louis that it was in their protocol that if something were to happen to the astronomy team, the relevant personnel would carry all important documents to the helicopter and leave. Louis realized that Wulong and the others were all trapped on the 4th floor because they wanted to use the helicopter on the 5th floor to escape. Juzu disclosed that the 4th floor was the location of the astronomy team's most secure and secret information library, saying that a lot of research from the past 10 years regarding calamities had all been stored there. She then shared with everyone that, according to their speculations, the group attacking them wasn't just aiming to capture Wulong but also to destroy the library of information that was incredibly important for humanity's survival. Louis asked Juzu why they didn't have any backups for it. Juzu told Louis that there was no way of backing all of those up since they weren't just essays and pictures. She said that the calamity samples hidden in the library, all those samples that had been retrieved from calamities over the years, were the most valuable. Louis was starting to believe that it must be the reason why the Heavenly Sovereignty Organization's people were fighting so hard to get inside. Lu Kaiyan expressed that regardless of what happened to the library, finding Wulong was their utmost priority. Juzu recalled that when they were attacked, Wulong and his team were the first to arrive there. She said that they wanted to take those precious samples with them, but they underestimated the determination of the enemy who wished to annihilate everything. And because they wanted to take more samples with them, they were trapped by the enemy. When Minghee asked her if she could lead them to the 4th floor, Juzu told Minghee to come with her. Juzu stood in front of a wall with a peculiar design. She knocked on the wall multiple times. A portion of the wall suddenly opened, and a machine poked out of it. Juzu moved closer to the machine. The machine confirmed Juzu's identity through an iris scan. She then entered a password, after which her fingerprint was scanned. When everything was confirmed, the machine announced that the tunnel would soon open. Everyone expressed their amazement after noticing some lines suddenly form on the ceiling. Everyone was taken aback when the ceiling unfolded and revealed a tunnel. Realizing that it was the tunnel that led to the secret room on the 4th floor, Kai Ting got excited. The floor then started rising. Zhu said that if they really wanted to leave that place, the best thing they could do was to take the helicopter on the 5th floor and leave. When they got closer to the 4th floor, they heard an alarm saying that the shield was under attack. After seeing what was on the 4th floor, they couldn't help but frown. They saw broken things and some dead calamitous beasts around the protective shield. Zhu said that since the protective shield had yet to be broken, Wulong should still have been inside. As soon as he told her they must rescue Wulong, Minghe saw a spike come out of Zhu's chest. Zhu could only stare at the thing that punctured her chest, wide-eyed. Kai Ting told Zhu that she was sad. She said that even though they had been as close as sisters for so many years, Zhu wouldn't tell her how to enter the 4th floor, no matter how many times she asked her. And yet all it took was a few sentences for her to believe Minghe and his group. Qin yelled at Kai Ting. She demanded that she explain what she had been doing. Kai Ting didn't respond and just tried to rip her skin off her face. After ripping her skin apart, she declared that she was going to kill everyone. Kai Ting expressed her excitement, saying that she could finally kill to her heart's content. A man couldn't help but move back after seeing Kai Ting's original form. He asked Kai Ting what she was. The man behind the panicking man said that there was no need for him to know what they were. As he strangled him with his tongue, the man told the panicking man that he just needed to die quietly. A few seconds later, the panicking man's lifeless body fell heavily on the floor. Most of the people who came with Minghe's group started panicking as well. A man ordered everyone not to come near him, saying that he wouldn't trust anyone there. Both Kai Ting and the man looked at the people around them contemptuously. Qin trembled as she asked Kai Ting what was wrong with her. Minghe told Qin that the thing in front of her was no longer Kai Ting. Kai Ting grew curious about why Minghe had been so calm and composed. The mutated man told Kai Ting that before eating Minghe and his group, she should come and help him first. The mutated man began whipping the floor with his tongue. Moments later, the floor started to break. When a hole was made in the floor, Kai Ting lowered her tail into the hole. When she pulled her tail up, the strange man was already hanging from it. The strange man laughed as he greeted Minghe and his group. Lu Yu was surprised, realizing that the strange man had actually been following them. The strange man expressed that, with his 2 subordinates beside him, he had hoped that Lu Yu would talk to him a little nicer that time. He told Lu Yu that if he hadn't done so, he wouldn't have minded killing him before doing something else. The atmosphere became even tenser as the strange man and his subordinates faced off against Lu Yu's unit. It was clear from Lu Yu's expression that he was trying to make a difficult decision. Suddenly, the alarm sounded once again, indicating that the red shield had been destroyed. After telling Lu Yu's unit that they were lucky, the strange man quickly pounced towards the place where the red shield had been. Lu Yu released a sigh of relief. He said that if only the strange man had been alone, he would have been confident in taking him on by himself. Lu Kaiyan asked Lu Yu what exactly the strange man and his subordinates were. Becoming certain of his suspicions, Minghe told Lu Kaiyan that the strange man and his subordinates were parasitic demon beasts. He informed her that he had seen them in Furong Town and that they had the ability to attach themselves to a human like a parasite, an evolved calamity that was able to replace the original host and absorb it. Lu Kaiyan wondered how there could be such a terrifying calamity that existed like that, something she had never heard of before. Lu Yu said that it wasn't the time to be discussing those things since they had 3 strong opponents while Wulong was in danger. Minghe asked Lu Yu if they should go and help. Lu Yu told Minghe that his mission was complete and that what was left for him to do was secure his safety. He then handed over Lu Kaiyan's safety to Minghe, telling Minghe that no matter what had happened, he had to take good care of her. Lu Kaiyan reminded Lu Yu that they were supposed to rescue Wulong together. Lu Yu scolded Lu Kaiyan. He told her that she had been overestimating herself by thinking that she was the hero who could save humanity from danger. He pointed out that the strange man was definitely at the Whiteswan rank, so it would have been easy for him to kill Lu Kaiyan. Lu Kaiyan still insisted. She said that, given how dire the situation was, they should try fighting instead. Minghe suddenly grabbed Lu Kaiyan's arm. He told her that Lu Yu was right, saying that fighting the strange man and his subordinates would be seeking death, so they should ensure their survival first before everything else. Lu Kaiyan still wanted to argue, but she stopped talking when Lu Yu told them that they must remember that their only mission was to survive, and that, whether it was Wulong or the parasitic calamities, they didn't need to care about them. He wanted them to understand that they had to survive no matter what. Lu Yu immediately left after saying what he had wanted to say. Minghe turned his head when he heard someone cry out Zhu's name. Zhu told Qin to go to the 5th floor and start up the procedures to escape from there. She then gave Qin the access card. Thinking that there was a first aid kit on the helicopter, Qin Yu asked Zhu to hold on. But knowing that she didn't have enough time, Zhu just advised Qin Yu not to trust anyone. Minghe realized that Zhao must have gone through a similar situation as well. Qin Yu cried out Zhu's name once again, but Zhu had already lost her life. Qin Yu stopped grieving and asked Minghe what they should do next. She let Minghe decide if they were going to go to Wulong or to the helicopter on the 5th floor and escape from there. When Minghe said that they should leave, they immediately went on their way towards the 5th floor along with those who survived. Moments later, Minghe and his group arrived on the 5th floor without encountering any issues. As they wondered why the helicopter still had shields, the system announced that the helicopter didn't require piloting, and that the destination had already been set. The system then asked all personnel to proceed to the helicopter within 15 minutes, saying that the helicopter would leave in 15 minutes. Minghe asked Qin Yu to give him the access card. After receiving the card, he swiped it into the card swipe machine. When the identity was confirmed, the shield's door opened. Qin Yu and Lu Kaiyan immediately entered the shield. Qin Yu said that the helicopter should have information and samples of calamities, and that Zhu probably wished for them to ensure those things were kept safe. Noticing that he was using the machine, Lu Kaiyan asked Minghe why he wasn't coming up. The door of the shield suddenly closed. Lu Kaiyan ran towards the door, asking Minghe to open up. Ignoring Lu Kaiyan and Qin Yu, Minghe faced the survivors and blocked their way. The survivors got angry. One of them told Minghe that if he wanted to stay and be a hero, he should have just done it alone and shouldn't have stopped them from leaving. Lu Kaiyan and Qin Yu asked Minghe not to do something stupid, saying that they should leave together. Minghe told the two that although he wanted to leave with them too, the circumstances didn't allow him to. Lu Kaiyan asked Minghe why. Minghe explained that he couldn't trust anyone else apart from the two of them. After saying that he was the chief of the astronomy observation team, one of the survivors told Minghe that superhumans like him were supposed to protect them and help them leave that place. Another survivor asked Minghe who gave him permission to decide who got to leave or stay. Minghe simply told the survivor that his decision was based on his assessment of the situation and his fists. The survivor said that Minghe had gone completely mad. He told him that he really was a traitor to humanity. Minghe was surprised by the man's remarks. He asked him who had told him that he was a traitor to humanity. Trying his best to feign ignorance, the survivor asked Minghe what his question meant. Minghe explained that the astronomy team had been isolated from the rest of the world, and even fewer people knew about what had happened to him. When the man aggressively asked Minghe if he had been suspicious of him, Minghe just told the man that he knew what he was. Minghe clenched his fist. He then suddenly punched the man as he ordered him to stop pretending. The punch was so strong that the wall broke when the man crashed into it. The rest of the survivors questioned Minghe's actions. They started doubting his identity, thinking that he could be one of the monsters too. When the dust settled, it was revealed that the man whom Minghe had punched was lying limply on the floor, seemingly dead, or had lost consciousness. Minghe took a deep breath. He yelled at the survivors, telling them to see for themselves whether the man he punched was human or not. The survivors looked at the man and saw that his skin was starting to tear apart. After seeing what had come out of the man's skin, the survivors couldn't help but exclaim. The parasitic beast expressed that he couldn't believe Minghe would still have his guard up. He then admitted that he had planned to wait for the helicopter to take off before going on a killing spree. He said that seeing those people move around in front of him, especially when they had been all alone, really made it so difficult for him to control himself. The parasitic beast told everyone that fighting against the urge to bite down on their succulent meat was way too hard, and that he was too hungry, so he wouldn't wait anymore. The survivors couldn't understand what was happening and why everyone was turning into monsters. Minghe told the survivors that they should all back away from there. Taking Minghe's words as a challenge, the parasitic beast declared that he would eat Minghe first. The goddess told Minghe that he needed to be careful because his enemy was at the peak of Corona rank, which was equivalent to the tyrant. Although he was getting pushed back, Minghe calmly blocked and dodged the snake's bites, toxins, and fire breath. And as soon as he saw an opening, he immediately grabbed one of the snake heads. Minghe then punched the main body, pushing it away and tearing the snake head off of it at the same time. A puddle of blood started to form below Minghe. Realizing that Minghe was of the Heaven Flare rank, the parasitic beast was surprised. It admitted that it had underestimated Minghe, saying that it hadn't expected Minghe to have such strength despite his young age. Minghe expressed that, thanks to the parasitic beast's comrades, he had been able to raise his rank quickly. Minghe dropped the snakehead on the floor and crushed it with his foot. The parasitic beast just laughed. It said that when Minghe had faced Hui Zhao, he hadn't even had the guts to be that arrogant. Minghe asked the parasitic beast if it was referring to the guy who looked like a spider calamity. The parasitic beast confirmed that the guy was indeed Huey Zhao. It said that Huey Zhao had purposely left Ming-He alive so he could practice killing people like him. Ming-He mocked the parasitic beast. He asked it how it had felt to have its teeth crushed to nothing by those it had wanted to kill. He then said that since the parasitic beast had 5 heads that were capable of speaking, it would allow him to obtain 5 sets of pure liquid stardust after killing it. He told the parasitic beast that it was great that it had shown up since he had needed to increase his strength. The parasitic beast was enraged. After calling him an arrogant bastard, one of the snakeheads breathed fire towards Ming-He, forcing Ming-He to jump away, telling the others to let him do it. The snakehead that had been accumulating toxin in its mouth spat the toxin at Ming-He before he could land. Ming-He immediately gathered wind on his fist. Before the toxin could make contact with his body, he quickly used Wind Fist to blow it away. The parasitic beast chased after Ming-He and fought him head-on. With incredible speed, Ming-He punched the snakeheads that attempted to bite him. Moments later, Ming-He managed to immobilize the 3 snakeheads. The parasitic beast said that it wanted to see if Ming-He had enough hands to block its next attack. With its mouth open wide, a snakehead quickly moved towards Ming-He, attempting to bite his head off. The ground broke as Ming-He lowered his body to dodge the snakehead and simultaneously gathered power in his feet. He kicked the parasitic beast's stomach, forcing the air out of it. Ming-He watched the parasitic beast as it crashed on the floor. While it was trying to stand up, the parasitic beast swore at Ming-He for kicking its stomach. The goddess informed Ming-He that the parasitic beast's lower half hadn't finished evolving. She told him that it was where he should attack. Ming-He acknowledged the goddess' words. When Ming-He used his spirit art, Swift Shadow Fist, the parasitic beast couldn't help but exclaim. Ming-He showered the parasitic beast with his fists, and when he had landed enough blows, he tripped the parasitic beast, letting it fall onto the floor. While the parasitic beast was struggling to get up, Ming-He suddenly raised his fist. The parasitic beast stopped squirming and just stared at Ming-He as he used his soul art, star-marked galactic. Ming-He punched the parasitic beast's lower half, dropping the huge fist in the sky onto it. The impact broke the floor, covering the area with dust. When the dust had settled, Ming-He had already taken a fang off a snakehead. He then approached the snakehead, who was still alive, and called him stupid. He stabbed the snakehead with the fang, saying that he had no interest in listening to what it had to say. After proving that she was right, the goddess explained that in order for the parasitic beasts to assimilate among humans, they had to change their essence composition to be similar to that of humans. This way, there wouldn't be any recoil from consuming it. She told Ming-He to stop hesitating and to just treat the 5 sets of liquid stardust like water and drink them, telling him that in that way, he could raise his strength quickly. Ming-He swallowed the 5 sets of liquid stardust simultaneously. His body then started to get covered in flames as he absorbed the essence of the liquid stardust. When Ming-He had absorbed the essence of the liquid stardust, the goddess asked him how he felt. Ming-He informed the goddess that he felt good and that he felt as though his strength had risen by an entire rank. The goddess told Ming-He that his body had been far too weak before. She explained to him that while he had been in a coma for an entire year, he had been cultivating as well, so his software had been upgrading itself, but his hardware had remained stagnant. The essence of those parasitic beasts helped Ming-He strengthen his body, and allowed his body's software and hardware to be more compatible with each other. Hence, his strength rose immediately to the middle rank of the Heaven Flare rank. The goddess then said that when Ming-He had been in Fu Rong Town, he had struggled to fight against the tyrant, but with his increase in strength, even if he had fought those who had been the same rank as him, it would have been far too easy for him. The goddess informed Ming-He that his reaching the Heaven Flare rank meant that he could use his purple art freely, and that his red sovereign talent would be their trump card since he would probably only be able to use it once before his body collapsed at the Heaven Flare rank. She then told Ming-He that it had been the right choice for him to hide earlier, preventing anyone from knowing that he had that red sovereign ability. The system announced that there had been 10 minutes left before the helicopter would leave. Lu Kaiyan and Qin Yu asked Ming-He to just get inside the shield. Ming-He told them that there would still be some who would want to board the helicopter. He declared that they had to get through him to be able to open the shield and get into the helicopter. Lu Kaiyan expressed that she didn't understand what was happening. She and Qin Yu thought that it was strange that those calamity beasts had emerged from the astronomy team. Ming-He said that it seemed that things were more complicated than they had first realized, and that what the news had told them might not have been the most accurate information. When Lu Kaiyan asked him who they were supposed to believe, Ming-He told her that there was no one they could trust, saying that that was why he could only trust himself. Ming-He exclaimed when the floor suddenly burst out. Behind the thick layer of dust, he saw a figure walking towards him. Moments later, Lui and Wulong emerged. Lui expressed that it was wonderful that Minghe was still there. Seeing that Lui had managed to rescue Wulong, Lu Kaiyan and Qin Yu started to feel cheerful. Minghe, who had been on guard, asked Lui if the man beside him was Wulong. Wulong himself confirmed his identity. He then asked Minghe if they had already met, stating that Minghe seemed quite familiar to him. When Minghe said that he was Qin Yu's younger brother, Wulong claimed to have remembered Minghe. Lui urged Minghe to help Wulong board the helicopter, pointing out that Wulong was humanity's last hope and that they could not allow him to fall into their enemies' hands. Lu Kaiyan and Qin Yu told Minghe to help Wulong and open up the shield, but no matter how many times they tried to get his attention, Minghe didn't respond. Seeing that Minghe was not showing any intention of helping them, Lui informed him that their enemies hadn't died yet, and that they were just right behind them. He asked Minghe why he was still hesitant despite knowing that their time was tight. Wulong told Lui that their enemies would probably catch up to them even if they boarded the helicopter immediately, since it would still take 10 minutes before the helicopter would start to fly. Minghe apologized to Wulong, telling him that he couldn't let him board the helicopter. Lu Kaiyan and Qin Yu were shocked. They couldn't understand what was wrong with Minghe. Lui questioned Minghe if he knew what he was saying. He pointed out to him that their special forces team was risking their lives fighting the heavenly sovereignty so that they could save Wulong. He then asked Minghe if he knew what Wulong meant to humanity, and if he had really been brainwashed by the Dragon Tooth organization that he was wishing to betray humanity to. Minghe told Lui that he was sure about what he was doing. He said that since he was the one standing there, he was the one who got to decide who would be able to leave that place. Lui was running out of patience. He reminded Minghe that he didn't have the authority to decide things, telling him that he shouldn't forget that he had the authority to discipline him. Minghe told Lui that he could discipline him however he wanted, as long as he had the capability to do so. When Lui asked Minghe if he was challenging him, Minghe said that he could no longer trust anyone, including Lui. As he told Minghe that he had been being ridiculous, Lui suddenly used his blink skill. Lui determined that Minghe was beyond saving, so he tried to choke him. But before he could lock his arms, Minghe managed to slip his hand in. Minghe grabbed Lui's arm and smashed him into the ground. Before Lui could react, Minghe immediately used his mystic fist. He then pounced at Lui and punched him. When the dust had settled, Lui appeared behind Minghe, aiming to kick his head. Minghe raised his arm to block the kick and then quickly moved away to dodge Lui's follow-up kick. The goddess let Minghe know that his left arm would have been completely ruined if Lui hadn't been injured. Minghe took out a pair of gloves. The goddess asked him if it was what Professor Feng had given him. Minghe told the goddess that the gloves were indeed what Professor Feng had given him but had been modified. The goddess informed Minghe that it wouldn't be enough since all it did was elevate his ability to use various elements. When Minghe took out a pair of mutated ice gloves, the goddess looked excited. She said that if it were combined with what Professor Feng had given, it wouldn't be too bad. After combining the gloves, Minghe told Lui to come at him again. Lui ground his teeth as he told Minghe that he didn't know what he was doing. While he was staring at Minghe dangerously, Lui suddenly multiplied. Minghe was surprised. He didn't expect that Lui was almost able to move fast enough to produce afterimages. Seeing that the two Luis were approaching him from different angles, Minghe immediately took a step back. He jumped backwards to dodge the kick, and immediately looked behind him to prepare for the other Lui's attack. Minghe punched the ground, sending spikes of ice crawling towards Lui. Lui desperately blocked the ice, but Minghe's attack was too powerful for him to stop, so he got pushed away. Lui multiplied once again. He charged at Minghe, desperation clear in his eye. The goddess told Minghe not to let Lui get near him. Minghe twisted his fist. He then turned as he punched up and used his curling dragon fist. A giant curling dragon formed and protected Minghe. The dragon looked so imposing that the four Luis looked like they could only dream of getting past it.